The arrival of Lin Feng, a butterfly storm. Lin Feng was jolted awake by the notification of an emergency distress signal. 3 devices had been handed out, one to Susan, another to her sister, and the third had been given to Rocket during their time on the transfer star. And now, judging by the coordinates,
it was in space. Lin Feng sighed.
I just got back, can't I get a moment's rest? But he knew Rocket well. That little raccoon wasn't the type to press the emergency call unless things were serious. So, without hesitation, Lin Feng opened a portal, stepping through to investigate the situation. The ruins of Xander. Xander had just endured a catastrophic battle. The city was in ruins, smoke and fire filling the sky. The remains of collapsed buildings and wreckage littered the landscape, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of destruction. The Nova Corps, despite their best efforts, had failed to stop the descent of Dark Aster, Ronan the Accuser's warship. Now, it loomed over the battered planet like an executioner's axe, having crashed violently into the surface. Terrified Xandarians huddled together, their faces painted with fear and despair, awaiting the final blow. From the gaping wound in the Dark Aster's hull, a towering figure emerged. Clad in armor, his hammer glowing with power, Ronan the Accuser stepped onto the ruined streets. His dark blue skin contrasted sharply with the black war paint covering his face, giving him an aura of absolute authority and righteous vengeance. His people had suffered for generations at the hands of the Xandarians. His father and grandfather had been killed by them. This was his revenge. Originally, Ronan had struck a deal with Thanos. He would retrieve the Power Stone, and in return, Thanos would eradicate Xander. But once Ronan grasped the true power of the Infinity Stone, he betrayed the agreement. With this power, I don't need Thanos. I will destroy Xander myself. Rocket's rage. You killed Groot. Rocket's voice trembled with fury as he clutched a broken branch, the last remains of his fallen friend Groot, who had sacrificed himself to protect them. Blinded by rage, Rocket lunged at Ronan. But before he could even get close, bam! Ronan casually kicked him away, sending him flying into a pile of debris. Rocket groaned as he crashed against twisted metal. His body ached, his vision blurred. Then, something slipped from his arms, a small metallic device that hit the ground with a soft beep. Rocket's ears twitched as he looked at it. His emergency beacon. For months, he had forgotten about it. But now, hope flickered in his chest. He grabbed the device, clicking it without hesitation. The Guardians' last stand. Look at them. Ronan laughed darkly, pointing at the Guardians. Gamora and Star-Lord lay battered before him. Behind them, the Xandarians stood paralyzed with fear, their hope shattered. What are they guarding? Ronan sneered. You think these insects can stop me? You expect them to protect your pathetic world? Your fate is sealed. Ronan raised his hammer, its head pulsing with violent purple energy as the Power Stone activated. The end was near. Xandarians. Ronan's voice boomed. Abandon your foolish beliefs and embrace oblivion. As the energy swirled around him, preparing for the final blow, he suddenly froze. His expression twisted in confusion. Star-Lord was singing and dancing. What the hell are you doing? Ronan demanded, his brow furrowed. Be woo, buddy. Star-Lord wiggled his hips, pointing at Ronan. You and me, let's settle this. Ronan's anger flared. You dare. I'm distracting you, dumbass. Star-Lord smirked. Hum. A low, mechanical hum filled the air. A portal suddenly formed beside Rocket, shimmering with azure blue energy. And then, a figure stepped through. A tall, battle-ready warrior wrapped in a sleek black suit, his presence radiating power. Rocket's eyes widened in disbelief. His rescue beacon had actually worked. Lin Feng had arrived. The metallic device in Rocket's hand blinked rapidly as if confirming the miracle. I thought this thing was just a cheap trinket, Rocket muttered, still stunned. Didn't think it would actually work. Lin Feng's eyes scanned the battlefield. The ruins of Xander. The devastation. The Guardians of the Galaxy, battered, bruised, but still standing. And then, his gaze locked onto the tall, imposing figure in front of him. Ronan the Accuser. And in his hands, the Power Stone. Lin Feng's mind raced. Wait, this is the plot of Guardians of the Galaxy. But something was off. This wasn't supposed to happen for another year. He narrowed his eyes and called out to his system. System, how long have I been away from the main universe? Approximately 6 months. Lin Feng frowned. But I was only in the Venom universe for 3 months. Wait, does that mean time moves slower in the other universe? Correct. The time ratio between the non-numbered Venom universe and the main universe is approximately 2 to 1. Lin Feng's gaze darkened. That still doesn't explain why the Guardians' plot is happening early. The system replied immediately. Host, this is the butterfly effect caused by your actions. Originally, Rocket and Groot would have stayed on the transfer planet for several months. However, because you appeared, Rocket left early. Additionally, your presence has altered Thanos' plans. Several events are happening ahead of schedule. Ever since you eliminated the Chitauri invasion, Thanos has been watching you. Lin Feng's eyes widened slightly. So that's why. This wasn't just bad timing, he had unknowingly accelerated the entire timeline. His presence was causing ripple effects that had pushed events forward. And now, the Guardians of the Galaxy were about to face their biggest battle yet. Rocket, still on the ground, suddenly kicked Lin Feng's leg.
Lin Feng glanced down.
The raccoon's sharp eyes locked onto his. Rocket gritted his teeth and pointed at Ronan. You see that bastard?
Lin Feng nodded.
Rocket's voice was low but filled with rage. You help me kill him, I'll pay you anything you want.
Lin Feng smirked. Buddy, you had me at kill him.
The butterfly effect, Lin Feng's unexpected arrival. Lin Feng was jolted awake by the sharp beeping of an emergency distress signal. 3 of these devices had been handed out, one to Susan, another to her sister, and the last to Rocket during their time on the transfer star. Now, checking the coordinates.
It was in space.
Lin Feng sighed heavily. I just got back, can't I get a moment's rest? Still, this was Rocket. The little raccoon wasn't the type to press the distress call unless things were truly serious. Without hesitation, Lin Feng opened a portal, stepping through to find out what was going on. The ruins of Xander. Xander had fallen into chaos. The once pristine city was now a wasteland, smoke and fire consuming the streets. The air was thick with ash, and the cries of the wounded echoed through the ruins. The Nova Corps, despite their valiant efforts, had been unable to stop the descent of Dark Aster, Ronan the Accuser's warship. Now, the enormous vessel loomed like an executioner's blade, embedded deep within Xander's surface. Terrified Xandarians huddled together, frozen in fear, watching helplessly as their doom approached. Then, from the wreckage of the Dark Aster, a shadowed figure emerged. Clad in heavy armor, wielding a gleaming war hammer, Ronan the Accuser stepped forward. His dark blue skin, marked by ominous black war paint, made him look less like a man and more like a force of nature. This wasn't just a conquest. This was vengeance. For generations, the Xandarians had been at war with Ronan's people. His father and grandfather had fallen at their hands. Now, he would return the favor. Originally, Ronan had struck a deal with Thanos. He would retrieve the Power Stone, and in exchange Thanos would annihilate Xander. But once Ronan held the Power Stone in his hands, everything changed. Why do I need Thanos, when I can destroy Xander myself? With the raw might of an Infinity Stone, he had betrayed Thanos and taken matters into his own hands. And now, nothing could stop him. Rocket's rage. You killed Groot. Rocket's voice shook with fury as he clutched the only thing left of his friend, a broken branch. Groot had sacrificed himself to save them. Blinded by grief and rage, Rocket charged forward. But before he could even reach Ronan, bam! With a single, effortless kick, Ronan sent him flying into a heap of debris. Rocket groaned, his body aching, his vision blurry. Then, something slipped from his arms, a small metallic device. It hit the ground with a soft beep. Rocket's ears twitched. His emergency beacon. For months, he had almost forgotten it existed. Now, hope flickered in his chest. Without hesitation, he activated it. The Guardians' last stand. Look at them. Ronan laughed coldly, gesturing to the battered Guardians of the Galaxy at his feet. Gamora and Star-Lord lay injured before him, gasping for breath. Behind them, the Xandarians stood like statues, paralyzed by fear and despair. What are they guarding? Ronan sneered. You really think these insects can stop me? You expect them to protect your pathetic world? He raised his hammer, the Power Stone pulsing with raw, destructive energy. The end was imminent. Xandarians. Ronan's voice boomed. Abandon your foolish beliefs and embrace oblivion. As the hammer whirred with energy, ready to annihilate the planet, Ronan suddenly paused. His brows furrowed. Star-Lord was dancing? What the hell are you doing? Ronan asked, confusion briefly replacing his fury. Be woo, buddy. Star-Lord wiggled his hips, pointing at Ronan. You and me, let's settle this. Ronan's nostrils flared. You dare mock me? I'm distracting you, dumbass. Star-Lord grinned. A low, mechanical hum filled the air. Beside Rocket, a shimmering blue portal materialized.
And then,
A figure stepped through.
tall, commanding,
A warrior clad in sleek black armor, radiating an aura of raw power. Rocket's eyes widened in disbelief. His emergency beacon had actually worked. Lin Feng had arrived. The metallic device in Rocket's hand blinked rapidly, as if confirming the miracle. I thought this thing was just a cheap trinket, Rocket muttered. Didn't think it would actually work. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the battlefield.
the devastation of Xander, the fallen guardians. And then,
His eyes landed on Ronan. And the power stone embedded in his hammer. Lin Feng's mind raced. Wait, this is the plot of Guardians of the Galaxy. But something was wrong. This wasn't supposed to happen for another year. His expression darkened as he called out to his system. System, how long have I been away from the main universe?
approximately 6 months. Lin Feng frowned.
But I was only in the Venom universe for 3 months. Wait, does that mean time moves slower in the other universe?
Correct.
The time ratio between the non-numbered Venom universe and the main universe is approximately 2 to 1. Lin Feng's gaze hardened. That still doesn't explain why the Guardians plot is happening early. The system responded immediately. Host, this is the butterfly effect caused by your actions. Originally, Rocket and Groot would have stayed on the transfer planet for several months. However, due to your presence, Rocket left early. Additionally, your interference has altered Thanos' plans. Several events are happening ahead of schedule. Ever since you eliminated the Chitauri invasion, Thanos has been watching you. Lin Feng exhaled. So that was it. This wasn't just bad timing, his very existence was accelerating the timeline.
And now,
The Guardians of the Galaxy were facing their biggest battle yet. Rocket, still bruised, suddenly kicked Lin Feng's leg. Lin Feng looked down at him. The raccoon's sharp eyes met his. Rocket gritted his teeth and pointed at Ronan. You see that bastard?
Lin Feng nodded.
Rocket's voice was low but firm, filled with pure, unfiltered rage. You help me kill him. I'll pay you anything you want.
Lin Feng smirked. Buddy, you had me at kill him.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
In the original book, Gamera took Thanos to Vamir Star. With a thought, Lin Feng walked towards Gamera. Seeing him approaching, Gamera subconsciously took a step back and looked at him warily. Gamera, Lin Feng said, you should know the coordinates of the Vamir Star ball. Gamera's eyes flickered. I don't know what you're talking about. Vamir Star. Denied it, she denied it. After all, without knowing Lin Feng's details or Lin Feng's purpose, Gamera will not reveal the coordinates of infinite gems to people who meet for the first time. Gamera, survivor of the Zahobri, adopted daughter of Thanos. Thanos made you a good assassin and asked you to find the soul gem. Am I right? Lin Feng went straight to the point and revealed the origin of Gamera. You found the treasure map for the soul gem, but you burned it. Right. You betrayed Thanos. I know you want to kill him yourself. Why don't we make a deal? You tell me the coordinates of soul gem, and I'll kill Thanos for you. Lin Feng's words directly made Gamera break out in a cold sweat. In just a few words, her background and thoughts were completely wiped out. Gamera chose to remain silent. The man in front of her was extremely powerful, but she couldn't choose to believe in Lin Feng just because of Lin Feng's 2 or 3 words. For a while, Gamera's mind was full of thoughts, not knowing how to deal with it. Seeing her silent, Lin Feng rolled his eyes and activated the mind gem directly. Look into my eyes. Gamera looked into Lin Feng's eyes subconsciously. Lin Feng's black pupils turned orange, Gamera's expression froze instantly, and he uncontrollably reported the coordinates of Vamir Star. Very good. Lin Feng withdrew the mind gem's ability. What did you do to me? Gamera regained consciousness. I didn't do anything, did I? Lin Feng returned a slight smile. Originally he didn't want to use such a rude method. After all, Gamera's character design is considered decent, but Lin Feng is really too lazy to bother. Hey, Hunk. Rocket didn't know what Lin Feng's name was, so he could only call Hunk. Lin Feng looked over with a strange expression. Rocket pointed to Ronan at his feet. This guy is too tough. You can't kill him with a gun, help me kill him. Lin Feng glanced at Ronan. Delax stabbed him with a knife for a long time, without even a single wound. What are you doing this half-day? But at this moment Ronan has already exhaled more air than inhaled. That punch caused irreversible damage to Ronan's heart. Even if Lin Feng doesn't make a move, he won't live long. In order to reassure the little raccoon, Lin Feng added a heat ray and performed an open surgery on Ronan. A generation of performance artists, Mr. Ronan, died in such an aggrieved way before his revenge succeeded. Looking at Ronan who had lost his breath of life, Rocket, who had avenged his vengeance, let out a long sigh, but couldn't be happier. Holding a branch in his hand, he bowed his head in silence. Ronan was dead, but he couldn't get his partner back. Seeing this, Lin Feng walked over and knelt down and patted Rocket on the shoulder. Okay, little raccoon, don't be so sad. Groot is the descendant of the flower god giant elephant family. As long as it is not turned into ashes, it can be resurrected. Put the branch in your hand in a flower pot and plant it, he will come back. Lin Feng also doesn't know if the rocket in the original book is for remembrance, or he planted it because he knew Groot's resurrection characteristics, but seeing how sad he is, he probably doesn't know, right? After all, Rocket cried so sad in the movie. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng took out a few life leaves and stuffed them into Rocket. Grind this into fine powder and mix it in the soil, it will speed up Groot's growth. Rocket silently took the leaf and looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. You seem to know everything. Maybe. Lin Feng stood up and clapped his hands. Since Ronan has solved it, I'll go back. Lin Feng quickly opened the portal. He doesn't know why he helped Rocket subconsciously, maybe because he has a heart for caring for small animals. How about finding a raccoon to raise after returning to Blue Star? Seeing Lin Feng was about to leave, Rocket hurriedly reached out to stop him. Wait, tell me your name. My name is Lin Feng. Lin Feng said with a smile, if you have time, you can go to Blue Star to find me. Where do I live? After speaking, Lin Feng stepped into the portal and disappeared. Blue Star. Rocket murmured. He took the power gem. Seeing that Lin Feng had disappeared, Gamera walked over with worry on his face. Infinite gems are too dangerous. That's right. Infinite gems are too dangerous, he shouldn't have taken them. Xingja crossed his hips, tried to straighten his back, and deliberately lowered his voice to echo. He's still brooding over what Delax said about him as a bum. Gamera suddenly had a headache. Why did he start pretending to be B again? Then why didn't you stop him? Xingja paused for a cool look, rolled his eyes, and argued, I can stop him. But he escaped too fast. Otherwise, I'll let him know the consequences of taking something that doesn't belong to him from me. I'll show him what a real man is. Rocket stared at him, raised the rescue device in his hand and sneered. Do you want me to call him back for you? Let him meet a real man. Xingja was embarrassed. Let's forget it, he just left, isn't it impolite to call him back? Are you kidding? Call Lin Feng back, call him back and give yourself a slap? Counsel. Delax couldn't help but choked. Who do you think is a coward? Xingja seemed to have found a step, and rushed to confront Delax in 2 steps, but Delax was obviously a head shorter in height, which made him look even more embarrassed. Gamera shook her head, and didn't have time to pay attention to the lower limit of Xingja's IQ there. Lin Feng took the power gem and asked for the coordinates of Vamir Star, which made Gamera feel worried. She continued to ask Rocket, wanting to get some useful information. Rocket, how do you know him? He was summoned by you, right? Who is he? Rocket fiddled with the twig in his hand, shook his head and said, I really don't know who he is, I only saw him once on the transit planet. I picked up his stuff at the time, and in exchange, he gave me this rescue device. However, infinite gems may be safer with him. He doesn't look like an indiscriminate murderer, does he? Maybe. Gamera nodded subconsciously, but still worried. As soon as he came up, he used a special method to force himself to ask the position of Vamir Star. Could he be a good person? After stepping through the portal, Lin Feng returned to a familiar place. The first villa in his life was a gift from millionaire Tony Stark. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, and I checked the time, it was early morning. There was no light in the villa. Lin Feng thought that Susan had fallen asleep, but did not hear her breathing or heartbeat. Lin Feng's hearing is terrible, there is no sound in the villa, it is estimated that Susan and Wanda should not be there. Opened the villa with the key, and Lin Feng walked in. Susan? Susan. Lin Feng called twice casually, but got no response. Sure enough, neither of them were there. Lin Feng shrugged and went to the kitchen to make himself something to drink. He wasn't worried that Susan wasn't at home. At this stage, there was nothing on Blue Star that could threaten Superman. Besides, Susan has her own life-saving things, which basically eliminates the possibility of accidents. Poured himself a cup of hot cocoa, Lin Feng sat on the sofa and drank it leisurely. He doesn't have any persecution paranoia, and he fantasizes about his girlfriend having an accident every day. However, Lin Feng was still a little curious about where the two went. After thinking about it, Lin Feng gave up the way of making phone calls, and instead used his super hearing to cover the entire Blue Star. Soon, Lin Feng found Susan and Wanda. The sound seems to be laughing and playing, as well as the sound of waves hitting the shore and the chirping of seabirds. Lin Feng sat up straight, closed his eyes, and then a picture appeared in front of him. Good guy, Lin Feng, who saw the scene clearly, suddenly felt his blood surge. Sunshine, clear blue water, seabirds chirping across the sky, and 2 majestic bears frolicking on the golden sand below. Lin Feng felt his nose burn. Still a bikini? Fortunately, I am a Superman. If I were an ordinary person, I would probably have nosebleeds already. That's right, Susan and Wanda traveled to Maldives where they visited last time with Lin Feng. It was still the familiar offshore villa, and Susan booked the entire beach area of the villa, playing happily with Wanda. It is already early morning for the waist twister, but because of the jet lag, it is still in the morning on Maday's side. Lin Feng's mouth felt parched, and he wanted to immediately open a portal to help them apply sunscreen. But after thinking about it, forget it, let them have fun. Wanda was also there, and she seemed a little embarrassed in the past. Touching his nose, Lin Feng withdrew his ability, and stopped looking at this blood-spitting scene. Knowing that Susan is going on a trip, Lin Feng no longer cares about her. Subconsciously, Lin Feng focused his super hearing on Tony again. He wanted to know how the development of this nano battlesuit was going. After all, it has been almost half a year since I left the main universe. Then Lin Feng unexpectedly discovered that it was early in the morning, but Tony hadn't slept yet. At the moment he was in his workshop, wearing Mark 85, sitting in front of the computer and studying something. The battlesuit only covers Tony's body, leaving his big head exposed. The surface of the nano battlesuit is connected with multiple thumb-thick data lines, as if they are transmitting data. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng left the house and flew towards Tony's villa. For Silver Superman, sleep is almost unnecessary, and Lin Feng is not tired of it. Besides, seeing such an exciting scene just now, Lin Feng probably won't be able to fall asleep for a while. Cheng Ye's long, no heart to sleep. Sir, Mr. Lin Feng is here. Faithful J.A.R.V.I.S reminded. Tony raised his brows, looked up and saw Lin Feng walking down. He set up permissions for Lin Feng. Basically Lin Feng can unimpeded in his villa. Unknowingly, Stark has regarded Lin Feng as a close friend. Oh, look who's back. Tony exaggerated. I really envy you. Take a vacation for half a year. As he spoke, Tony tapped his fingers on the keyboard to automate the data transmission. Hey, some accident happened. I came back a bit late. Lin Feng replied indifferently. And I didn't go on vacation. I went to save the world. Tony rolled his eyes, apparently not believing what Lin Feng said. Why do you come to me in the middle of the night instead of accompanying your little girlfriend? Susan and Wanda went on vacation. I just came back from outside. Lin Feng told the truth. I saw that you were not asleep, so I came to see you. Tony was puzzled at first, and then showed a smile that everyone understood. Who is Wanda? Your new girlfriend. Lin Feng chuckled. Not yet. Tony gave a meaningful smile. Lin Feng looked at it with a smile, his whole body scratched, and he decisively chose to change the subject. Let's not talk about this. Tell me about you. How is the development of the battlesuit going? Hearing Lin Feng talk about this, Tony became energetic. Many breakthroughs? However, although some formulas can be used, there are still some compatible aspects that need to be adjusted. With that said, Tony also brought up a lot of data to show Lin Feng. If you don't understand, just say you didn't make it. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, expressing that he didn't understand. In fact, it is very easy for Lin Feng to understand. After all, Superman's super brain is not a decoration, but Lin Feng is lazy, so he doesn't want to understand. He has no idea of mechanical ascension. Ahem. Tony said with some embarrassment, I made a trial work, only the one you gave me has the performance of 65. Would you like to see the trial work? Tony tore off the connecting wires on his body, and the nanoparticles flooded his chest. He took out a trial work and prepared to show it to Lin Feng. Seeing Tony whose battlesuit had faded, Lin Feng suddenly noticed something was wrong. Tony, isn't your reactor removed? Looking at Tony's chest reactor as usual, Lin Feng asked subconsciously. Seeing that Tony was puzzled, Lin Feng explained, I mean, didn't you make an appointment with a doctor to fix that big hole in your chest? In his impression, after the Iron Man 3 plot, Tony should have contacted the Eastern Medical Institution, had the shrapnel removed from his body through surgery, and restored the hole. And now, Tony still has that reactor in his chest. How did you know I had a doctor's appointment? Tony asked suspiciously. Lin Feng waved his hand. Don't worry about it. Since you made an appointment, why didn't you have surgery? Hearing this, Tony breathed a little harder, then sighed, and looked at the computer screen in front of him with some concerns. On it was the smiling face of his future daughter, Morgan Jr. It was supposed to be operated on, but I'm hesitation. Tony touched his chest subconsciously. I want to see her alive. I don't want to bet on the probability of one. Tony's tone was a little melancholy, revealing concern. Lin Feng nodded. He understood. Tony was afraid that if the operation failed, he would die, not to mention that even little Morgan would not be able to see him. Tony didn't know that his surgery was successful in the future, and Lin Feng didn't tell him. Sure enough, knowing the future in advance will inevitably lead to changes in some things, but most of the time, it will still return to the right track. Lin Feng's heart moved. He thought of the souvenir he had brought back. Tony, if there is something like a parasite, it can make your brain smarter and have Hulk-like power. The most important thing is that it won't do you any harm, and it can heal the wound on your chest. The hole. Would you want it? Oh. Tony tapped his fingers on the table, his brows raised. Honestly, if you told me this before, I probably wouldn't have believed it. Tony sighed. After all, he was a staunch atheist before. But now, if there are such parasites, please bring me some more. Tony said half seriously and half jokingly. Chidori aliens, Thor, Loki, these legendary existences are constantly impacting Tony's three views and cognition. Science is so pale and powerless in front of these things. The Avengers Alliance 1 incident made Tony feel for the first time how small human beings are, otherwise he would not suffer from depression. Seeing what Tony said, Lin Feng chuckled, took out a sealed bottle from the system, and quietly hid it behind him. If you say that, I won't be under any pressure. What do you mean? Tony asked suspiciously. Lin Feng smiled. Actually, I went out this time and brought you a gift back. Gift? Tony raised an eyebrow. Could it be Mark 90,95? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Where did Mark 90 come from? Why don't you study it yourself? Come on, follow me to the first floor. The space here is too small for you to fit the present. Lin Feng took the lead to go upstairs as he said. Tony wiped his hands, followed Lin Feng up the stairs suspiciously. The two stood in the living room, which was even more spacious. Tony's studio was a bit crowded, and he was afraid that Tony would overreact if he gave this thing to Tony. Waving at Tony, Lin Feng said mysteriously, "Hold out your hand. I promise you will like this gift." Tony looked at Lin Feng's actions suspiciously, and a bold thought came to his mind. You won't bring me anything weird, will you? Reminiscent of Lin Feng's question just now, Tony couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. It can't be a parasite or something. Lin Feng rolled his eyes again. Hurry up, can I still harm you? Guaranteed you like this stuff. Okay. Tony held out his right hand. Seeing Lin Feng's mysterious behavior, Tony also became curious about this gift. Seeing Tony's big hand stretched out, Lin Feng chuckled and didn't hide anymore. He fished out the vial from behind him, opened the lid and poured the contents into Tony's hand. It's a black fluid. What? As soon as the black fluid got in his hand, it immediately got into his palm, which startled Tony. Before Tony could react, he felt the reactor in his chest start to operate uncontrollably, and the nanoparticles quickly covered his whole body. In an instant, Mark's 85 nanometers battlesuit was finished. However, in the next second, black waves suddenly appeared on the surface of the gold and red color scheme. The gold and red battlesuit turned completely black in an instant, with golden luminescent lines flowing on it. What's going on? Tony raised his hands in doubt and looked at it. The Mark 85 started by itself without being activated? Without waiting for Tony to think about it, the nanoparticles retreated back to the reactor in his chest like a tide without him controlling it. Tony in the battlesuit is revealed. With the battlesuit gone, Tony felt a warm current flow through his body. For a moment, I couldn't tell what was so weird. I don't know if it was an illusion, but after the battlesuit faded, Tony's first feeling was that all the fatigue from staying up late and working had disappeared. It was as if an inexhaustible energy was injected into the body. More intuitively, his eyes became clearer now. He subconsciously looked out the window, and unexpectedly saw the scenery outside the window, and it was very clear. You know, it's early in the morning, and there are almost no lights outside the window? Clang. The sound of something falling to the ground caught Tony's attention. He stared blankly at the things that had fallen to the ground. It was a gleaming microreactor from his chest, powering the battle suit while also preventing the shrapnel that would kill him at all times. Beside the reactor, there are some shiny metal fragments with different file sizes. That is something that wants his life at any time. He looked at his chest in disbelief. It was as smooth as ever, and the big hole inlaid with the reactor disappeared. Tony reached out and touched it subconsciously. It was real flesh and blood. Warm and tactile. Fuck. Tony gasped. What kind of magic spell is this? Fuck. Suddenly, a black tentacle surged from Tony's shoulder, forming a small head like a monster in an instant, and repeated. Oh fuck. Tony took 2 steps back in shock, and the cold sweat broke out immediately. A monster head grew out of his shoulder. What is this thing? Surprised, Tony stretched out his hand to grab it, but the head retracted into his body in an instant, and popped out from the other shoulder. Fuck, he repeated. After grabbing back and forth several times to no avail, Tony looked at Lin Feng for help. Lin, what the hell is this? Oh. Lin Feng laughed for a while watching Tony's fuss-making performance. Here, this is a gift I brought back for you. A grand introduction? The dark symbiont from the distant universe, the offspring of Venom. Well, I don't know what his name is, you can give him a name. They like names that are more powerful and domineering, with a murderous aura. This symbiote has been modified by Lin Feng using the mind gem. Although he is a descendant of Venom, in order to avoid unnecessary accidents, Lin Feng still used mind gem to brainwash the symbiote. The function of the symbiont to amplify the evil nature of the host is directly removed, and by the way, the IQ of the symbiont is reduced to about 10 years old. This allows the symbiont and the host to grow together, which is beneficial for future life and battles. Tony wiped the cold sweat from his brow, as expected of Lin Feng, taking out something casually shook his outlook again. This can't really be the alien parasite you mentioned. Hearing this, the black head gritted its fangs in dissatisfaction, and said hoarsely, I'm not a parasite. As he spoke, he made a look of opening his mouth to swallow Tony. Okay, you're not a parasite. Tony raised his hand in surrender. No matter what you are, can you get out of my body? Although I am very grateful to you for doing a free operation for me. Well, Tony pointed to the ground. I can pay you, but I don't have a hobby of keeping pets in my body. No, if I leave the host, I will lose my life soon. The symbiote refused. Water fake. Tony looked at Lin Feng and wanted to kill someone. Can't take this thing off? Lin Feng quickly waved his hand, expressing his innocence. Didn't you say you need this kind of parasite? I just fulfilled your wish. Tony. Okay, don't look at me like that. It's pretty creepy. Lin Feng touched the tip of his nose. Trust me Tony, you'll take this shit one. Who would accept an alien parasite in their body? Tony broke down and scratched his head. And he obviously has his own wisdom. I'm not a split personality. Lin Feng shook his head. Calm down first, let me tell you what kind of existence this symbiosis is. If you still want to take it out later, I will help you. Hearing this, Tony's eyes lit up, and he confirmed, can it really be taken out? Seeing Lin Feng nodding, Tony breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it can be taken out, he doesn't want to be gnawed down by alien parasites tomorrow, leaving only a skeleton. Grabbing a bottle of whiskey and some ice, Tony sat down on the couch. He needed to calm down. Tell me, Lin, what exactly is this alien parasite? Lin Feng also poured a glass of whiskey. To be precise, he is a super symbiont. I just told you, this thing, he is a race of aliens. He can only survive on Blue Star if he parasitizes on the host. After leaving the host, he will die soon. After a pause, Lin Feng continued, as for what he can do, I think you have already felt it. Lin Feng pointed to the reactor on the table. Tony touched his chest subconsciously and nodded. Indeed, although this thing looks scary, the function of healing wounds is unmatched by all current medical equipment. He seems to be able to weed out parts that don't belong in his body. His healing ability is beyond your imagination, Tony. Let me give you an analogy. Even if your head is cut off, as long as you don't die immediately, he can restore you to your original state. Lin Feng continued. He can also strengthen your strength, greatly strengthen. Although the Mark 85 can also allow you to have extraordinary combat abilities. But the symbiote is easier to use than him. At least the symbiote doesn't have to worry about battery life. And the combat ability of the symbiont after the integrate is far superior to your Mark 85. Also, don't you feel that your brain is getting better? Lin Feng nodded his head, motioning for Tony. This reminded Tony. He nodded empathetically. Indeed. After calming down for a while, he felt his brain was clearer than ever before. Some formulas that have not been analyzed on the Mark 85 have been successfully arranged and combined in his brain almost instantly. If it wasn't for this thing having its own intelligence, it would be a perfect existence. Tony felt that it would feel awkward to let an intelligent creature parasitize his body, which was difficult to control. For a while, I'm afraid I won't be able to accept this thing. Now let's talk about his shortcomings. Lin Feng smacked his lips and said, after talking about the advantages, it's time to talk about the negative effects brought by the symbiont. First, you may eat more chocolate in the future, because he prefers phenylethylamine. Tony said that it doesn't matter, but eat more chocolate, at least it tastes better than chlorophyll juice. Second, it has self-awareness. After all, people are also living beings, but I think this is not difficult to accept compared to the benefits it brings, isn't it? This made Tony a little tangled, and he also felt that Lin Feng's words were correct, but he still couldn't accept it. There is one last shortcoming, that is, the symbiosis will amplify the desires and negative emotions in the host's heart, turning the host into an extremely irritable and bloodthirsty pervert. What? Tony went numb for a moment, and immediately wanted to drag the symbiote out. Don't worry, I haven't finished yet. Lin Feng hurriedly waved his hand. This shortcoming has been removed by me. You can rest assured that he will no longer affect you emotionally. You sure? I'm definitely sure. Do you feel your spirits have been affected? Hearing this, Tony felt it carefully before he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no negative emotions happened. After thinking for a moment, Tony suddenly thought of something, and asked Lin Feng, if you can get rid of this, can you get rid of his self-consciousness? As soon as the words came out, the symbiote was unwilling at first, and he immediately popped his head out of Tony's shoulder, bared his fangs and opened his mouth. Hey, mustache? You want me to bite your head off? Tony ignored him, but spread his hands towards Lin Feng, as if to say, look, it doesn't seem like a good thing that he has self-awareness. Lin Feng chuckled, stood up and patted Tony on the shoulder, showing a meaningful smile. If you give up, you will gain, right? I can't get rid of his self-awareness. I think you should learn to be friendly with him. Having said so much, why don't you experience the characteristics of the symbiont for yourself before making a decision? Seeing Tony thinking about it, Lin Feng patted the symbiote's little head. Come on, little guy, show your host your ability. Okay. The symbiote took the lead and quickly retracted from Tony's body, and the black fluid-like nanoparticles emerged again. Reasonably speaking, the symbiote is compatible with a mechanical body. Just like Lin Feng remembers, there is a symbiote called Contempt. He can integrate with any machine. Definitely, the canonical Contempt is a symbiote hatched by an electronic symbiosis machine. The offspring of venom that Lin Feng gave to Tony is obviously more powerful. Are you ready? Lin Feng asked. The at-the-moment symbiote has wrapped Tony's whole body in it, leaving only his head. Preparing for what? Tony looked at the changes on his body suspiciously. He was familiar with the Mark 85 shape, but he was dressed in black and gold. Lin Feng nodded towards the symbiote. Get ready, take the test. Stuck. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, there was the sound of glass shattering. The battlesuit transformed by the symbiote directly took Tony out of the window and flew up to an altitude of 10,000 meters. It also seems to know that one's own performance determines one's own destiny, and the symbiont works very hard to express its own ability. First, it took Tony directly around the Earth at a very fast speed. That speed is much faster than Tony's Mark 85. Then it quickly rushed out of the atmosphere and took a selfie in front of the satellite. Finally ran to the ocean to test various powerful huge amounts of weapons. Even the symbiont performed a wave of broken limb reborn self-healing ability for him. After some experience, Tony felt that the symbiont ability is really extremely powerful. Whether it's flexibility, defense ability, or combat ability, they all beat Mark 85 by a few blocks. It wasn't until an hour later that the symbiote flew back to the villa with Tony being pulled around by the symbiote. Tony was already a little messed up in the wind. As far as the ability that has been initially displayed so far, the symbiont is directly several times stronger than Mark 85. Whether it's speed, defensive ability, or a series of attack methods such as nano-weapons, etc. Even in order to show off his own characteristics, he even transformed into a particle cannon to give himself a shot. Tony clearly remembered that there was another big hole in his chest, but it healed in an instant. Haven't felt any pain yet. When we got back to the villa, J.A.R.V.I.S had thoughtfully presented the test data. Sir, here is the data you need. This, symbiont brought by Mr. Lin Feng. He perfectly integrated all the devices of the Mark 85, which is incredible. It's really unbelievable. Tony muttered to himself looking at a series of red-marked data on the computer screen. As the host of the symbiosis, he can clearly feel the changes in his body. Although known as Iron Man, unlike other Avengers superheroes, Tony relies on brains and battlesuits. He doesn't have the physical prowess of other superheroes. So he still has common people's problems like sore back and sore back. Not to mention the dark wounds left on his wrists after he was often injured. But Tony felt that in his current self, apart from his inexhaustible energy, all the hidden wounds and minor problems on his body had disappeared. It was a feeling of health that he had never felt before. How is it? Tony Lin Feng asked with a smile while holding a wine glass. Do you want me to help you remove him? Tony didn't answer, and sat down on the sofa after a long silence. To be honest, almost no ordinary person can reject the benefits brought by the symbiosis, let alone a symbiosis that eliminates the disadvantages. Tony sighed, rubbing the space between his brows. Let me think about it, Lin. I'll give you an answer tomorrow. Instead of making a decision right away, Tony wanted to spend some time thinking about it. If it was changed to before, Tony would reject this thing without any hesitation. He doesn't like to use external forces to strengthen himself, he only believes in himself. Tony has his own pride and persistence. The symbiote's method of quickly becoming stronger with the help of external forces is against his character and wishes. Only the Mark battlesuit created by himself is the existence that he can fully trust. Only Mark's battlesuit will be completely under his control. The first time Tony put on Mark's battlesuit was in the cave. In order to escape for his life, he made a temporary prototype. Putting on Mark's battlesuit for the second time was the most carefree Tony ever laughed. At that time, Mark's battlesuit was more like a large-scale toy to him. He cheered and was proud of creating such an advanced work. However, the third time I put on the Mark III is to follow my heart and resolve terrorist conflicts. Since then, his combination with Mark battlesuit has a new name, Iron Man. That was the beginning of when the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. He always believes that with his own efforts and ability, all problems can be solved. The IQ and understanding of technology beyond ordinary people make him feel superior all the time in life and battle, and even proud of it. Definitely, he does have this proud capital. However, the invasion of the Chitauri Legion and the appearance of the mythical character Thor abruptly pulled his gaze from the tiny blue star to the vast universe. For the first time, he knew that the threat wasn't just from Blue Star. The second time, a bigger threat comes from the vast universe. Even beside him, there is such a friend who can travel through time and space. His strength completely surpassed scientific cognition, and repeatedly impacted Tony's scientific concepts. These extraordinary existences made Tony feel his own insignificance, or the insignificance of human beings. The battlesuit he was proud of couldn't last a single punch in front of Lin Feng. In the universe, there are not a few people like Lin Feng. Tony thought several times, when the next disaster strikes, Lin Feng is not there, or the enemy is too strong for Lin Feng to resist. At that time, who will guard the Blue Star? Tony believes that fate has always been in his own hands. So when Lin Feng brought him future technologies, he researched day and night, trying to understand and improve these technologies as soon as possible. Although according to the information disclosed by Lin Feng, in the next few years, I will live well. But the future is never static. If one day an irresistible disaster strikes, Tony does not guarantee that he will survive. He never thought about being a qualified Avenger at the beginning. He wanted to be a preventer. When disaster strikes, he will fight back with great strength. Rather than a disaster that destroys everything, then go for revenge. After knowing Morgan's existence, he has no way to take revenge and fight without any worries like before. He backed off, perhaps not rigorously, but he was indeed afraid that he would die in a future disaster because of his lack of strength. Sacrifice is not terrible. What he is afraid of is that there is no way to watch the growth of little Morgan, no way to quarrel with little Pepper again. If he sacrificed, Pepper and Morgan would lose their protection. Do you expect Lin Feng to accompany and protect his wife and daughter day and night? Obviously impossible. So Tony hesitated. His mood was in a mess, and his thoughts were in a mess. His pride and responsibility collided constantly, pulling back and forth. In the huge living room, the lights were dim. Lin Feng had already left after Tony expressed his consideration. He sat quietly on the sofa, frowning, and remained silent. After an unknown amount of time, that strange head slowly emerged from his shoulder. I do not understand. The symbiote looked at the human in front of him with some doubts. His voice interrupted Tony's contemplation. Don't understand? What don't you understand? Tony frowned slightly, staring at the weird parasite. He had lost his fear of the symbiote and looked him straight in the eye. I can feel the entanglement in your heart, the symbiote said. Humans parasitized by our race can almost become immortal in some sense. Strong power, beyond the lifespan of ordinary people, and even no more pain. Shouldn't this be the ability that every human being dreams of? And the price of this power is just to eat more chocolate. I don't understand why you struggle with this power. The symbiote's words made Tony sigh deeply. He lowered his head, and repeated the symbiote's words. Yeah, why am I entangled in that? Should I accept this power? The atmosphere fell silent again. I can feel your worry, and I can also feel your nightmares. The symbiote mentioned Tony's dream. I see threats from out of space, aliens, never friendly. Do you know where I come from? The symbiote asked suddenly. Isn't it the universe? Yes, but you don't know, we are a group with countless people. My father, and his clan, led by the leader of the riot, invaded Blue Star. For human beings, the strength of the symbiont is unstoppable, and their destruction is only a matter of time. However, my father, who likes that planet, betrayed the leader and helped mankind fight against threats from beyond the sky. But the power of the riot is not something he can resist. In just a few months of confrontation, humans have lost half of their land. If it wasn't for the appearance of Lin Feng, that planet would have fallen by now. Tony's eyes flickered, a little absent-minded. He went to your universe. That's right. I said this to tell you that the existence in the universe is far more terrifying and cruel than you imagined. And they will sooner or later discover Blue Star, a planet with backward technology for them. Your battlesuit is very good, but in front of them, you are vulnerable. I can strengthen your battlesuit, your physique. Even in the future, when your technology is upgraded, I will also have a stronger battle ability. If it's just because I have wisdom, you will give up this power. Then one day in the future, I think you are destined to regret it. The words of the symbiote made Tony's breathing a little short. He directly revealed Tony's disguise, and expressed the most worrying thing in his heart. That's right, if he didn't protect Chili Pepper or Morgan one day in the future, then thinking back on his choice on this day, Tony is bound to feel regretful. Between pride and the treasure he guards, which one is more important, Tony knows how to choose. These words were like the last straw that overwhelmed Tony's hesitation, making his mind clear instantly. Okay, then you and I, just get along for a while and see. With those words, Tony breathed a sigh of relief, and he felt the heaviness in his heart dissipate. He made a choice. He didn't want Pepper or Morgan dying in his arms when disaster struck. At that time, it was not the disaster that killed Pepper or Morgan, but at the moment, Tony's persistence and pride. These things are worthless in front of the lives of his wife and daughter. My name is Tony Stark, Iron Man, billionaire, what about you? After understanding his mind, Tony turned back into that flirty, vicious mustache man again. Me. The symbiote's large head formed a question mark. I was born so recently that I don't have a name. You can fetch me one, the symbiote said. I'll get you one. Tony raised his eyebrows, stroked his bearded chin, and looked at the dark symbiote. How about calling it Black Mud? It completely matches your characteristics. The symbiote didn't speak, but just opened its mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of ferocious fangs. Tony raised his hand in surrender. Okay, I'm just kidding. What kind of name do you want? I want a mighty and domineering name, the symbiote said. My father's name is Venom? I want a more prestigious name than him. A mighty and domineering name. Tony rubbed his chin, thinking a little. He doesn't want to be an Avenger with a shield, he wants to be a defender covered in spikes. Early the next morning, Lin Feng received a message. It's from Tony Stark. Stinger. The name I gave him. 2 messages, Lin Feng laughed. He got it. Tony accepted the symbiote. In fact, Lin Feng also knew that, as Tony before, it would be impossible to accept such an existence parasitic in his body. But the appearance of Lin Feng made Tony realize his responsibilities earlier, and also made him mature earlier than in the original book. So it was within his expectation that Tony would accept the symbiote, otherwise he wouldn't have given the symbiote to Tony. On a new day, Susan and Wanda are still happily running on the beach of Mad. They didn't know that Lin Feng had returned. It looks like it can play for a few more days. Lin Feng didn't bother them, just tidied up his attire, and opened a portal leading to Asgard. He's going to drop by Asgard to see if the Thor 2 plot has started. Lin Feng stepped out of the portal and appeared on Bifrost. He didn't teleport directly to Old Man Odin's palace. After all, he came to drop by, so he still had to be polite. Although his current strength is enough to crush Odin, but in his hometown, politeness is a traditional virtue. Heimdall. Lin Feng greeted Heimdall with a smile. When Bifrost was repaired last time, Heimdall was there, but the two didn't communicate much. Heimdall had a little understanding of Lin Feng's strength. He looked serious and bowed his head slightly in respect. Mr. Lin Feng, the king already knows about your arrival. Thor is on his way. Lin Feng nodded, standing still and waiting for Thor's arrival. He didn't make him wait long, and soon, Thor flew over with his hammer. Lin Feng, welcome to Asgard. Thor smiled. His demeanor was more mature and steady than last time, as if the prejudice and hostility towards Lin Feng had disappeared. It seems that he has experienced some things and grown a lot. Father is waiting for you, come with me. With that, Thor turned Mjolnir and lifted off again. He knew that Lin Feng could fly. Lin Feng didn't care, and quickly flew to catch up with Thor. The two flew side by side towards the palace of Asgard. Thor, how are you and your girlfriend, Jane Foster? While flying, Lin Feng asked. Hearing Lin Feng suddenly mentioned his girlfriend, Thor was a little wary. Why are you asking this? Lin Feng shrugged with a smile. Don't think too much, I just heard that you have a blue star girlfriend. Do Odin and Frigga know? I don't think they would allow you to associate with a mortal. Well, indeed. Thor nodded, and then smiled generously. But this does not prevent me from going to Blue Star for dates every day, ha 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 ha. Both his father and queen know of Jane's existence, but Thor sees no problem as long as he likes it. Seeing the cheerful look on Thor's face, Lin Feng shook his head. He knew Thor was lying, otherwise Jane wouldn't have gone on a blind date. Although he is a little more stable than before, Thor's bear character has not changed much. But Thor's answer also told Lin Feng a message. That is, the plot of Thor 2 has not yet begun. Jane hasn't touched TIE particles yet. Thor led Lin Feng to Odin's palace. It was the grandest, most splendid palace in Asgard. Entering the palace, Lin Feng saw Odin sitting on the throne. He held the scepter in his right hand. His breath was strong and weak. The moment Lin Feng made eye contact, Lin Feng frowned. He felt that Odin's aura was much weaker than when we met last time. Lin Feng, welcome to visit Asgard again. Seeing Lin Feng, Odin got up and greeted him with a smile. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. With his one eye, he couldn't see through Lin Feng's strength. Lin Feng became stronger than when we met last time. Taking a deep look at Lin Feng, Odin still smiled. Inviting Lin Feng to take a seat, Odin signaled Thor to step down temporarily. He watched Lin Feng speak, and said straight to the point, Your Excellency, Lin Feng is here this time, what's the matter? The so-called don't go to the Three Treasures Hall if you have nothing to do. A strong player at Lin Feng's level cannot come to Asgard out of interest. Most likely, there is something Odin needs to help with. For a strong person like Lin Feng, there is no need for unnecessary small talk. They usually like to ask for the result directly. Facing Odin's question, Lin Feng nodded. There are indeed some things, Your Excellency the God King. I saw some fragments of the future, about the future of Asgard, and I want to chat with you. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Odin's eyes again. Your Excellency Lin Feng, can you also see the future? Odin knows that there is an ancient one magician in Blue Star, who can see the future with the time gem. And Odin himself can also see some fragments of the future, saying that he saw, but in fact it is similar to predicting. He can't freely choose the time point to watch like Ancient One, nor is it as detailed as the picture seen by Ancient One. A little bit, the future I see is not very optimistic, that's why I came to you. Lin Feng said without denying it, with a slightly deceptive tone. Lin Feng, who has watched the movie version of Thor 2 and is familiar with the plot, said that it is not an exaggeration to see the future. Oh. Hearing this, Odin's expression became a little more serious. Lin Feng is extremely powerful, and what he said is enough to attract Odin's attention. After thinking about it, Odin stood up and invited, Your Excellency, please come with me. Lin Feng got up, followed Odin, and walked into a place similar to a tea room. Through the window, you can see the prosperity of Asgard outside the window. The maid brought the tea, and Odin signaled Lin Feng to taste it. Your Excellency, please tell me in detail. Lin Feng took a sip of tea politely, nodded, and said, King Odin, you should know the Dark Elves. As soon as these words came out, Odin was taken aback. Dark Elves. I don't know how many years ago I heard this word last time. For Odin, a strange yet familiar race. The Dark Elves were born in the eternal night, and their leader, Malekith, used darkness to create a weapon called TIE particles, created by modifying reality gem. It is equivalent to the relationship between space gem and tesseract, both using infinite gems a carrier or method. It's an unruly, constantly flowing fluid. It can turn objects into dark matter, and allow him to find a host to parasitize and absorb the host's vitality. Malekith wants to use the energy of TIE particles to bring the entire universe back to darkness. To stop him, Odin's father, Bauer, stepped forward. After a long and bloody battle, Bauer emerged victorious. Since then, the peace of the 9 great nations has been opened for thousands of years. This is what Odin knew about the Dark Elves. After reminiscing, Odin frowned, and he asked Lin Feng suspiciously, The Dark Elves are extinct. Why did Your Excellency Lin Feng suddenly mention the Dark Elves? Extinction. Lin Feng shook his head. The Dark Elves are not extinct, and their leader, Malekith, is not dead either. In the future I see, Malekith's weapon, TIE particles, has already appeared. Soon, he'll be in Asgard. You know what the consequences of this will be, don't you, God King? The words were dropped like a bomb, which caught the God King by surprise. No, it's impossible. Odin shook his head, unwilling to believe it. The Dark Elves have been wiped out by his father, and TIE particles should also be destroyed by the father. TIE particles, powerful weapons dating back to the birth of the universe. If what Lin Feng said is true, then Asgard will soon usher in a catastrophe? Seeing that Odin was a bit unwilling to believe, Lin Feng said seriously, God King Odin, nothing is impossible. Odin's one-eyed stared at Lin Feng solemnly, as if trying to discern the authenticity of his words from his expression. After a while, Odin sighed. If it's true as Your Excellency said, this is not good news for Asgard. Lin Feng nodded, and said solemnly, so I'm here to inform the God King, and make preparations as soon as possible. Old Odin nodded, brow furrowed. For the existence of Lin Feng's level, there is no need to go to Asgard to tell him a lie. Then there is no need to think about the authenticity of Lin Feng's words. Suddenly, Odin thought of something, and asked Lin Feng, Your Excellency Lin Feng, have you seen the result of this disaster? Hearing this, Lin Feng made a slight hesitation, thought about it, and decided to tell the truth. Yes, God King Odin. Lin Feng said. Although the process is rough, Malekith and the Dark Elves are destined not to succeed. In the original book, Thor took Malekith to the Earth, and finally, Odin was also exiled to the Earth by Loki. It's really a mess of hairballs, but Lin Feng won't say that much. As soon as these words came out, Odin was obviously relieved, but Lin Feng's next words made him instantly angry. I also saw that your Queen Frigg made a sacrifice in this disaster. What? Odin stood up abruptly in disbelief, with horror and anger in his eyes. His wife, Frigg, will die in this disaster? For a moment, the anger was overwhelming, and the terrifying aura of the God King enveloped the entire tea room. It goes without saying how important Frigga is to Odin. This wisest woman in Asgard has accompanied him through many ups and downs. Frigg can almost be said to be the reverse scale of old Odin. Now Lin Feng tells him that Frigga will die in the disaster? Odin Furui's heart was filled with anger. The horrible atmosphere made the whole tea room vibrate, and Odin seemed to lose his mind. Definitely, in the original book, Odin did lose some sanity because of Frigga's sacrifice. The God King's aura is huge and terrifying. If it were someone else, they might have already shivered under such momentum, and fell to their knees in fear. On the other hand, Lin Feng sipped his tea as if nothing had happened, and looked at Odin with flat eyes without any emotion. The breath comes and goes quickly. Odin quickly realized that his behavior was inappropriate, and withdrew the breath released subconsciously. I'm sorry, Your Excellency Lin Feng, I made you laugh. Odin was just a little shocked when he heard the news, and his anger was not directed at Lin Feng. His anger was directed at the Dark Elves. Seeing Odin apologize, Lin Feng waved his hand generously and smiled back. It's okay, I can understand God King Odin's mood. After all, this news is really difficult for Odin to accept, and Odin's behavior is reasonable. The God King is not without emotions, he will definitely be angry when his relatives are hurt. Odin nodded, and said to Lin Feng very formally, Thank you Lin Feng for the news, Asgard will make corresponding preparations. Does Your Excellency see when the disaster will happen? Hearing this, Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then pointed to the top of his head. I think you've got some guesswork, haven't you? Odin stared at Lin Feng with wise eyes. Convergence of celestial bodies. Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. The convergence of celestial bodies, that is, the 9 stars in a row, the 9 kingdoms will converge into a straight line during this period. At that point, the lines between the 9 kingdoms will become blurred. Thank you again, Your Excellency Lin Feng. Turning his mind, Odin continued. Your Excellency Lin Feng, if there is any need for help, Asgard will do its best. Lin Feng will not help Asgard for no reason. While bringing news, he is afraid that there is a need for Asgard. I don't need anything, Lord Odin. Just wait until Malekith shows up, I think you can notify me. Lin Feng said flatly. This really isn't a requirement, since there's nothing difficult about it. Odin nodded in agreement, his eyes rolled, but there were some guesses in his heart. Your Excellency Lin Feng, do you have any thoughts on TIE particles? As soon as these words came out, Lin Feng frowned. The old man guessed it so quickly? As expected of the God King, the protector of the 9 realms. There is still some brains that should be there. I do have thoughts about TIE particles, Odin should know that is one of the infinite gems. Lin Feng admitted it openly, there is nothing to hide. With his strength, if he wanted TIE particles, he would definitely get them. Odin nodded, and took a deep look at Lin Feng's left hand. If I'm not mistaken, Your Excellency Lin Feng already owns 3 infinite gems. Lin Feng smiled, and he raised his hand, still not intending to cover up or hide it. God King has good eyesight, I did get 3 infinite gems. Odin looked at Lin Feng's wrist, the bracer with infinite gems. The 3 gems on it glow faintly, it is infinite gems. There is also a gem, which is not infinite gems, but also holds great power. After a moment of hesitation, Odin spoke again, Your Excellency Lin Feng, with all due respect, infinite gems shouldn't be so close. Rumor has it that the Tribunal of Life forbids the concentrated use of infinite gems. And the concentration of infinite gems also represents the coming of disaster. I understand what you mean, Your Excellency the God King. Lin Feng withdrew his wrist and said flatly. But you should know that there is a madman with a purple head who is also collecting infinite gems. His purpose is too radical. In my hands, infinite gems will be safer than ever. I think you don't want to see that lunatic get 6 gems and mess up the universe. Odin took another deep look at Lin Feng, and he just mentioned it casually, and he didn't expect Lin Feng to listen to him. I hope so. Odin gave up asking about infinite gems, Lin Feng's affairs are beyond his control. Again, rather than being friends with Lin Feng, Odin does not want to create an unprecedentedly powerful enemy for Asgard. Since you are in Asgard, please ask Thor to show you around Asgard. Odin got up and said. In the evening, I will prepare a banquet for Your Excellency, please don't refuse. Now that the business is over, it's time for him to go down and set up his defenses. He had to prepare early to deal with the arrival of the Dark Elves. Knowing that the future Odin will not sacrifice his queen, Frigga, facing Odin's invitation, Lin Feng readily agreed. The last time I refused was because Thor and Lin Feng were at odds with each other. And this time, Thor has clearly improved. If someone invites me for the second time, then give him a face. In the world of adults, face is a very magical thing. Rejecting the God King again will inevitably make the God King feel uncomfortable. Besides, Lin Feng happened to have nothing to do around him, and Susan was also on vacation. Take a stroll around Asgard as well. Odin summoned Thor and entrusted him with this honorable and difficult task. Thor patted his chest and said no problem, then found a small hand-controlled spaceship, and carried Lin Feng across the sky of Asgard. Although Lin Feng is not very interested in the scenery of Asgard, he has to admit that the scenery of Asgard is really shocking. There are splendid palaces on the towering peaks, connected by bridges, which is the collision of technology, metal, and nature. There is no trace of disobedience, but full of a different kind of beauty. The Golden Palace is shining with light, and the huge golden armored statue is magnificent. Numerous Asgard warriors walked in the building, laughing and talking, busy training. The style of the entire god's domain gave people an epic shock and incomparable splendor. It is indeed a mythical fairyland. Even though Lin Feng was not very interested in the scenery, he gave a very high evaluation of the magnificence in front of him. Thor drove the spaceship, and constantly introduced to Lin Feng the architecture and history of Asgard. Lin Feng took a lot of photos during the tour. Next time, if you have a chance, you must take Susan for a tour, it is really beautiful. There is no doubt that the beauty of Asgard gradually conquered Silver Superman. In the end, as if on purpose, Thor took Lin Feng to stay above a huge amounts of martial arts arena. This is the venue for Asgard fighters to learn from each other. Asgard's blood is full of boldness, and every day, the martial arts arena is almost full of seats. Whether it's personal grievances or testing one's own strength, you can accept the witness of countless compatriots in the martial arts arena. In the arena of at the moment, there are 2 Asgard warriors wearing armor, colliding with each other as you come and go. The surrounding stands were filled with Asgardians. Swords and swords passed by, and the battle reached the exciting point, and the stands burst into cheers. How about it, Lin Feng? Thor smiled and pointed to the field below. How about what? Would you like to have a sparring? Hearing this, Lin Feng gave him a very strange look. You want to compete with me? Definitely. You sure? Don't underestimate me? I've made great progress recently. I'm not who I used to be. Thor raised his arm hard, his huge biceps bulging, showing his strength. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Where do you have the confidence? You can't even beat Hulk, but you want to fight Silver Superman? I beat you back to tears, and lost face in front of so many Asgardians. Do you still have the face to face your old father? Okay, if you want to fight, I'll fight with you. Lin Feng shrugged. Since the young man was so enthusiastic, he didn't mind pouring cold water on the young man. Go to the dream of becoming stronger on horseback? Thor player. With Lin Feng's consent, Thor landed in the martial arts arena with a face full of excitement. To be honest, Thor still has some careful thoughts in inviting Lin Feng to fight. With Lin Feng's kick back then, he didn't even have the slightest resistance to ability. Although not to hold a grudge, Thor has always had a grudge. This time, Thor wants to win the round. A man's damn desire to win. The appearance of Thor caused the audience to burst into applause and cheers. A lively and cheerful atmosphere hovered over the martial arts arena. As the powerful eldest son of Odin, the future king of Asgard, everyone knows Thor. Thor is a frequent visitor to the martial arts arena, often fighting some Asgard warriors. He played tigers with a hammer in one hand, which is much more beautiful than monkeys, and everyone loves to watch it. Thor walked around the arena in a hurry, enjoying the cheers of his people. He stopped, raised his hands proudly, and pressed down. Following this movement, the martial arts arena gradually quieted down. Everyone knows that Prince Cao Bao has something to say. Seeing this, Thor nodded in satisfaction, and cast a wry look at Lin Feng, only to roll his eyes. Thor didn't care either. He took a deep breath, and the sound was loud and spread throughout the room. My countrymen, let me introduce you, my friends. As Thor said, he pulled Lin Feng over, ignoring the helpless expression on Lin Feng's face. A strong man from Midgard, Your Excellency Lin Feng. Boom! The people of Asgard burst into cheers again, doing Thor a lot of face. Although in their impression, the people in Midgard are all mortals, and the weak ones are like wild chickens. They don't understand why Thor has mortal friends. However, this does not prevent them from praising Thor's stinky feet, which is also a kind of entertainment. Thor was majestic, nodded in satisfaction, motioned for everyone to be quiet again, and continued to introduce Lin Feng. Your Excellency Lin Feng is very powerful. He even got the approval of my father, Odin. Today, His Excellency Lin Feng came to Asgard God's domain as a guest. As a citizen of God's domain, I naturally want to compete with powerful friends. My compatriots are invited to witness this friendly exchange. As soon as these words came out, everyone gasped. What did the prince say? I heard it was from Midgard, but I thought it was just an ordinary mortal. However, the strength of this mortal can be recognized by Odin. After reacting, they cheered again. They didn't feel that Thor was lying, and they looked forward to this battle for a while. It seems that this battle is bound to be very exciting. Come on, Lin Feng, let's fight. After the declaration, Thor raised the hammer in his hand and said excitedly, there are no restrictions. The game is over until one side admits defeat or loses consciousness. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded embarrassingly. Thor's enthusiasm made him a little uncomfortable, and he already regretted agreeing to the request of the duel. This speech was really too embarrassing. With so many people watching, Lin Feng felt like a monkey. But having promised Thor, Lin Feng can't go back on his word, and he is not that kind of person. According to the rule, Thor said, the two walked to both sides of the arena. An Asgard warrior in armor came up in the middle and acted as a referee. He patrolled around, observing the status of Lin Feng and Thor. Seeing that both of them were ready, he asked them loudly and confirmed, "Are you all ready?" Thor danced his hammer with excitement on his face. "Come on, I'm ready." Lin Feng also nodded, indicating that he had no problem. Boom. The bell rang, the Asgard fighters quickly left the field, and the sparring officially began. Amidst the cheers, Thor took the lead and danced Mjolnir directly, arousing the power of the thunder and lightning. For a moment, Thor's eyes flashed with lightning, and on Mjolnir, sparks of lightning collided. Lin Feng stood there without moving, watching Thor's performance indifferently. Roar. With a roar, Thor rushed towards Lin Feng with Mjolnir in hand. His speed is faster than that of Avengers Alliance 1, and his strength is also more tyrannical. This is the result of hard training? When approaching Lin Feng, Thor jumped into the air directly, and the solid hammer made of URU metal wrapped in lightning and hit Lin Feng's face. "Good guy, come up and open up. Is this not going to hold back at all?" Facing Thor's attack, Lin Feng yawned boredly. That incomparably swift attack was like a snail racing in his eyes. "I'm really out of my mind to agree to this kind of discussion." Lin Feng shook his head and laughed at himself. With Thor's level of fighting power, Lin Feng can end the fight with one punch. But anyway, he is the eldest prince of Asgard, the next king of Asgard. Lin Feng is going to save some face for him. After all, Thor still has to go to Blue Star in the future. Why don't you look down and see you up? With a whistling sound, Mjolnir hit the afterimage of Lin Feng. The moment before he was about to be hit, Lin Feng had already left the spot. His speed was so fast that only an afterimage was left behind. Mjolnir hit the ground hard. Even the specially made hard floor tiles in the martial arts arena couldn't withstand Thor's hammer, and a hole was smashed out of it, and the thunderlight scattered and graffitied a large area of the floor tiles. What a speed! Thor's pupil shrank, but he didn't catch Lin Feng's movement. Missing a hit, Thor quickly looked for Lin Feng's figure. Lin Feng at the moment is already standing where Thor was at the beginning. Seeing his indifferent face, with his hands still in his pockets, he didn't pay attention to this battle at all. Forest. With a roar, Thor rushed towards Lin Feng again. The hammer flies from the hand. Hammer after hammer, the combo that has been practiced for a long time attacked Lin Feng like a storm. After several sets of combos, Thor became more and more excited, swinging the big hammer extremely quickly and with great effort. However, looking back at the record, Lin Feng was not hit with a hammer. The eldest prince who is victorious in the martial arts arena on weekdays, at the moment ushered in an unprecedented embarrassing record. Hush. Thor fought wits and bravery with the air for a long time, the audience couldn't stand it anymore, and all booed. The great prince pulled, and even the mortals of Midgard couldn't hit it. That cumbersome attack, compared with the swift Lin Feng, looks like a clumsy bastard. Even Thor couldn't help but blush. Forest. Do you only dodge? After fighting for a long time, Lin Feng didn't make a single shot, but kept dodging. Thor tried to taunt Lin Feng, let him do it, and performed swinging the hammer by himself. It was too embarrassing, like a monkey. Anyway, I also took out my hand and swiped twice to mean it. Hearing this, Lin Feng pouted, and finally pulled his hands out of his pockets. Okay, let's end this battle as soon as possible. Seeing that his taunt worked, Thor laughed, and with a loud shout, he stepped forward again with a hammer to output. But soon, he regretted taunting Lin Feng. I saw Lin Feng suddenly shot out without saying a word, and I couldn't catch Lin Feng's movements at all. He hurriedly looked for Lin Feng's figure, but felt a sharp pain in his waist, and flew out by himself inexplicably. That's right, Lin Feng punched Thor in the waist. For this punch, Lin Feng only used very little strength. He was afraid that he would not be able to hold back one punch, and he would beat the hammer god to death again. Lin Feng calculated that this punch should be enough to finish off the eldest prince. However, to Lin Feng's surprise, Thor did not lose consciousness under this punch. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Good guy, he didn't faint. Lin Feng's fist strength is estimated according to Thor's defense ability at the time of Avengers Alliance 1, which is enough to make Thor lose his fighting power. It seems that Thor is not lying, he really has become a lot stronger. Thor bared his teeth, rubbed his waist and stood up. It hurts, the punch is uncomfortable. Thor feels really heavy. Hit harder than last time at Tony's mansion. Taking a breath, Thor fixed his eyes on Lin Feng, and then rolled his eyes. After several rounds of confrontation, Thor has already understood that he can't see Lin Feng's speed clearly, and he won't be able to take advantage of a war of attrition. He has to come up with a real big move. Thor holds Mjolnir aloft, and begins to communicate the power of thunder. In the sky, dark clouds quickly gathered and shrouded the martial arts arena. Huge thunderbolts fell from the sky, and the bucket-thick lightning condensed on Mjolnir for a long time. This time, the power was even greater than the attack at the beginning. Wow! Seeing the power of the thunder and lightning that caused the vision, the Asgardians on the viewing platform exclaimed, Come, the big prince's big move is here. No one can withstand this trick of the eldest prince. Thor's eyes flashed with lightning. The power of the thunder and lightning has accumulated to the extreme. Lin Give me a blow. Thor roared, his figure flashed violently, and hit Lin Feng again in the air. This attack is currently his most powerful attack method. With the blessing of Mjolnir, the huge thunder power is extremely powerful. Thor is confident that this hard-practiced blow will definitely hit Lin Feng in the head, and the reason why he yelled out "take me a blow" is to bet that Lin Feng won't dodge after hearing it. Sure enough, Lin Feng half-closed his eyes, watching the approaching Thor without dodging or avoiding, and just stretched out a hand. When, bang, Mjolnir hit Lin Feng with a solid hit. With the two of them as the center, scattered thunder and lightning set off a white lightning storm, instantly sweeping the audience. The Asgardians watching the battle closed their eyes neatly. It's too bright, it's too bright. The blue-white light is extremely dazzling. Prickly eyes hurt? Every time the eldest prince uses this trick, everyone will be moved to tears. And with an embarrassing side effect, this trick will change the hairstyles of everyone present. Thunder's aftermath directly gave the audience a free ion perm. The hairs exploded, pointing to the sky vertically, as if paying tribute, which looked a little funny. At this moment, it was as if the air was paralyzed by electricity. After a while, the thunder light dissipated, and the audience hurriedly opened their eyes and looked towards the martial arts arena. What's going on? How's the battle going? I saw that on the martial arts arena, neither of them fell down. Thor's hammer stopped half a meter away from Lin Feng, glowing with thunder. Lin Feng's left hand firmly gripped the hammer face, blocking Mjolnir's attack. Hiss. The audience gasped. Strong, this Midgard man, very strong? To actually catch the big prince's thunder and lightning move with his bare hands? And the hairstyle is not messed up. This blow was indeed powerful, but it was only for the Asgardians. For Lin Feng, this level of thunder force can't make him feel numb. The two people off the field seemed to be wrestling. Thor wanted to pull the hammer back, but was surprised to find that no matter how hard his hand on the handle was, he couldn't pull his hammer back. Lin Feng's power once again exceeded Thor's knowledge. He kept exerting force with his left hand holding the hammer. Lin Feng was a little curious and wanted to test how hard Mjolnir was. In the Thor 2 plot, when Hela regained her freedom, she crushed the Meow Hammer as soon as she came up. Lin Feng wanted to know how hard she used to crush the Meow Hammer. Squeak squeak. As Lin Feng continued to exert force, a strange sound reached the ears of the two of them. It was a hammer, and the hammer kept trembling, making a squeaking sound like a scream. Thor's eyes became terrified, and he looked at Lin Feng's hand holding the hammer in disbelief. Lin Feng's eyes moved slightly, and he yanked the hammer towards him, and Thor was immediately dragged forward. Boom! With a punch, it hit Thor's waist again. Well, the same waist. I'm damn. This punch hit a critical blow directly, and Thor flew out backwards with a scream, embedded in the audience stands. Lin Feng did not crush Mjolnir. He could feel that if he increased his strength just now, the Meow Hammer would be sent. However, he only tried it out of curiosity, and he didn't have any deep hatred with Thor. It's just a competition. Crushing other people's weapons is a bit too much. Dang dang dang. The knock sounded, ending the fight. Thor didn't get up after being beaten out for a long time, and the outcome was already decided. Roar! The audience in the stands burst into cheers again. Although it was not Thor who won, the cheers still resounded throughout the arena. The generous Asgard people gave cheers and applause to the winner without hesitation. This is the glory every winner deserves. There is no bloody plot of spurning the victor if he is not one of his own. Thor lay on the ground and slowed down for a long while before helping his old waist to get up. He accepted his failure frankly. Unexpectedly, after becoming so powerful, he was still no match for Lin Feng. It's a pity, but Thor isn't discouraged. He limped towards Lin Feng, baring his teeth. Lin, can you not hit the same position twice? Not to mention hitting in the same position, each hit gets heavier every time. It hurts, it really hurts. If this mother is broken, how can she give Jane happiness in the future? If it weren't for my strong physique, I'm afraid my waist would have been abolished. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled. Okay, I'll hit you on the other side next time. Thor shrank his neck subconsciously, and quickly waved his hands. Forget it, there will be no next time. Once again, the brat greeted the crowd in the stands, and Thor supported his waist and drove Lin Feng away. Lin, shall I take you to a resting place? On the spaceship, Thor turned to Lin Feng and said, there is still some time before the banquet begins. Lin Feng nodded, agreeing to Thor's arrangement. After he was ready to attend the banquet in the evening, he set off for Blue Star. Although Asgard is extremely beautiful, Lin Feng still feels that his nest is more comfortable. Soon, Thor took Lin Feng to a lounge. The lounge is not too big, but it is quite complete, and there is a big bed made of luxurious materials. After Thor left, Lin Feng leaned against the window and continued to enjoy the scenery of Asgard. The beautiful scenery made Lin Feng sigh. Who would have thought that such a beautiful fairyland would turn into dust after more than a year? The Queen of God and Odin died one after another, and the goddess of death Hela came. Asgard, from this time period, has entered the countdown to destruction. I don't know how the old man Odin arranged, whether he paid attention to what he said. Shaking his head, forgetting all these things, Lin Feng continued to enjoy the scenery, waiting for the arrival of the banquet. Lin Feng didn't have to wait too long. Soon the banquet in his honor began. That standard is much higher than every previous celebration held by Thor. A powerful presence will undoubtedly gain the respect of the people of Asgard. Lin Feng also met Odin's queen, God Queen Frigga again at the banquet. Her every move is very elegant, the traces of time make her old, but it can't change her extraordinary temperament. As if sensing Lin Feng's gaze, Frigga smiled and nodded to Lin Feng. Amidst the joyful songs and laughter, the Asgardians showed their heroism and warmly received Lin Feng from Midgard. After a banquet, nothing substantial happened. Lin Feng drank a lot, but his mind was not in the slightest. When the banquet was coming to an end, Odin smiled and invited Lin Feng to rest for the night in God's domain. Lin Feng shook his head, he planned to go back tonight. Originally, he wanted to reject Odin, but Lin Feng suddenly saw that God Empress Frigga nodded to him cryptically, as if hinting at something. Lin Feng froze for a moment, then frowned slightly. He didn't understand what Frigga wanted to do, but he understood what she meant. She asked Lin Feng to agree to Odin's invitation. After hesitation for a while, Lin Feng finally agreed to rest here for the night. After the banquet was over, Lin Feng returned to that lounge. He sat by the window, thinking a little. The Queen of God asked him to agree to stay overnight, probably because she had something to look for, and it was just tonight. He didn't intend to rest, but just quietly waited for the arrival of the Queen of God. He was very curious, what could he do for the God Empress who hadn't said a word? After a while, there were slight footsteps outside the door. As Lin Feng thought, Queen Frigg, accompanied by several maids, knocked on the door of Lin Feng's room. Lin Feng opened the door and smiled at Frigg without any surprise. Queen of God. Frigg smiled back. Your Excellency Lin Feng, I'm sorry to disturb your rest. I have something that I want to talk to you about. Lin Feng nodded, and took 2 steps back politely, giving way. God Empress, please come in. Frigga winked at the maid beside her, and then walked into the room. The maid stood loyally at the door of the room, keeping an eye on their surroundings. Frigga and Lin Feng sat opposite each other by the window. Lin Feng took out a set of tea sets, soaked his life leaves, and did not regard himself as an outsider at all. Queen of God, drink tea. Lin Feng smiled and pushed a cup of Tree of Life tea in front of Frigga. Different from the majestic aura on Odin, Frigga has an inexplicable brilliance, which makes Lin Feng feel like an elder. This doesn't feel surprising, given that Asgardians have a long lifespan. Odin and Frigg are probably thousands of years old. Frigga was a little stunned. It was Lin Feng who came to Asgard as a guest, but Lin Feng's behavior made Frigga feel like she was the guest. Picking up the teacup politely and taking a sip, Frigga was a little surprised. This tea? Lin Feng nodded. It comes from a very distant place and has some strange effects. Frigga nodded slightly. It was a miraculous thing that could nourish her body. Although the effect was not obvious, she could still feel it. You must know that things that can have a positive effect on the existence of the God Empress are generally very precious. Lin Feng also took a sip from the teacup, spoke first, and asked, God came to me later, what did you want to talk about? Seeing Lin Feng open the topic, Frigga put down her teacup, adjusted her posture slightly, and spoke slowly. Your Excellency Lin Feng, did you say something to Odin? Lin Feng was startled, and raised his head to meet Frigga's questioning eyes. He didn't expect Frigg to come to him for this matter. God King told you. Frigg shook her head lightly. He didn't say anything, but I could feel the worry in his eyes. There was one more word that Frigg did not say. That's Odin's worry, which started after Lin Feng appeared. Lin Feng's eyes moved slightly. It seemed that Odin didn't talk about the future with Frigga, but Frigga was still aware of it. Lin Feng had some hesitation. He didn't know whether he should tell the truth or not. The main reason is that Frigga is too sacrificing. Lin Feng is afraid that she will insist on hitting the knife edge. So Lin Feng hesitation, the less people know about the future, the better. Can His Excellency Lin Feng also see, or predict the future? Frigga interrupted Lin Feng, and said a seemingly irrelevant sentence, but the words were also very serious. She is the child of witches and can see the future that is about to happen. She predicted her future, but she didn't tell anyone. She has accepted all of this calmly, because this is the direction of the universe. But today, she noticed something strange about Odin, and there was a trace of familiar worry in Odin's eyes. Frigga is undoubtedly wise. At that moment, she discovered that the future has quietly changed. The originally predicted future has become blurred. Just like the fog seen in the forest when I was a child, it is no longer clear. Combined with the appearance of Lin Feng, Frigga has already made some speculations, otherwise this conversation would not have happened. Frigga's words made Lin Feng purse his lips. He knew the hidden meaning in the words of the God Empress. Her words seemed to be asking, but in fact there was a hint of hint. Raised by a witch, she possesses the prophecy ability of the prophet, but she never reveals what she knows. In Avengers Alliance 4, she could tell at a glance that Thor, who was in a dead fat house state, came from the future. And from the conversation between her and Thor, it can be seen that this wise queen has foreseen her own death. What she meant by this was obvious. She asked Lin Feng if she could also see the future, literally telling Lin Feng that she had predicted her own death and suspected that Lin Feng had revealed this future to Odin. Squeezing the space between his eyebrows, Lin Feng felt a little tricky. Why did he ignore Frigga's ability to predict the future? The Queen of God guessed right. I did tell the King of God about the future of Asgard. Lin Feng did not answer the question, but answered the truth that Frigga wanted to know in disguise, and verified her conjecture. Hearing Lin Feng's answer, Frigga sighed. Sure enough, as she thought, it was Lin Feng who changed the future. The Queen of God has already seen her own future, right? Lin Feng asked, but his tone was affirmative. Frigg nodded without denying it. I see it, my future. I saw my sacrifice, I saw the red disaster. I've also seen the growth of Thor and Loki. Frigga spoke one after another, telling exactly what she saw. But just today, after His Excellency Lin Feng appeared, I found that the future has become blurred. It has changed. Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned. The Queen of God is worried that things will get worse. Frigga was troubled, and after a little hesitation, she nodded and admitted. She couldn't be sure if the change was good or bad. Pull one hair and move the whole body. The butterfly effect is scary. Originally, she would sacrifice, and Thor and Loki would grow as a result. Malekith would also be defeated by Thor. But now, she was not sure whether Malekith would succeed. If he releases the TIE particles at the perfect moment of celestial convergence, the universe will return to darkness. If we compare this future to a chessboard, two people are playing against each other. Where and how all chess pieces go is an established fact. Both are following the script. The appearance of Lin Feng is like a chess spectator who suddenly stretched out his hand and forcibly changed the placement of the chess pieces. The script was destroyed at this moment, and all the chess pieces involved after this landing point have already jumped out of the script, and there will be unknowable changes. Whether it is Lin Feng or the Queen of God, they are all smart people, and some things can be revealed at a glance. Lin Feng tapped the table lightly with his fingers. He could understand Frigg's worry. In fact, he also thought about whether he could change Frigga's sacrifice by himself, and whether it would lead to worse results. Will Malekith really turn the universe back into darkness? However, Lin Feng soon put this concern behind him. Who is he? Silver Superman, with 3 infinite gems in his hand. If you can't even kill the movie version of Malekith, you can learn from purple sweet potato essence and find a garden to retire. The moment Malekith appears, Lin Feng can make him crowned bliss. He is powerful enough to face any variables that may arise. Besides, Lin Feng's main goal this time is Reality Gem, and it is inevitable to confront Malekith. Changing Frigga's future is just out of interest, and I want to make up for the regrets I have seen. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't speak for a while, Frigga explained with some concern, I don't mean to blame your excellency Lin Feng, Lin Feng's strength is too strong, and Odin dare not push himself in front of him. Frigga definitely didn't want to offend Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his hand and interrupted Frigg. I understand what the Queen of God means. The Queen of God should have some understanding of my strength, right? Frigga didn't understand why Lin Feng asked this question, but nodded after hesitation for a moment. She could feel the enormous energy in Lin Feng's body, which was unmatched by Odin at his peak. She also saw the 3 infinite gems on Lin Feng's bracer. To put it bluntly, if Lin Feng wanted to, he could also destroy this universe. Lin Feng said with a smile, since the God Empress knows my strength, what else is there to worry about? I will support the changed future, and the Queen of God need not worry. Lin Feng's indifferent appearance made Frigga sigh and said, changing the future is not as simple as you imagined. Hearing this, Lin Feng just shook his head. I know, but the future has changed. We can only face it calmly, can't we? Frigga opened her mouth, but was speechless. What he said makes sense. Future changes are a foregone conclusion. As a member of the chessboard, Frigg has no choice but to accept it passively. But although it is impossible to get the future back on track, but the wise Queen Frigg has thought of a method that can greatly reduce the variables caused by changing the future. The premise is that Thor doesn't know the future she's about to sacrifice. Thor, does he know what's about to happen? Hearing this, Lin Feng was startled, and said, he probably doesn't know. I didn't tell him something about the future. Lin Feng has no intention of telling Thor, and it is estimated that Odin will not tell Thor about these things. Again, for the future, the fewer people who know about it, the better. Although Thor is much more mature than before, in order to avoid more variables, presumably Odin will not inform Thor. Hearing Lin Feng's answer, Frigga was slightly relieved. In that case, please don't tell Thor about the future. Lin Feng nodded and said, it's no problem, I will leave temporarily tomorrow, Thor will not know about this matter. Thank you very much. Frigga sat upright and said very seriously, actually, I have one more thing to entrust to you. Oh, please speak, Queen God. It's about Thor and Loki. Frigga slowly revealed the plan she was considering. The two talked until very late before Frigga left Lin Feng's room. No one knows exactly what the two said, including Odin. Odin only knew that there was a conversation between Frigga and Lin Feng. And Frigga did not hide Odin's actions this time. When she returned, she found that Odin hadn't rested and was still waiting for her. Odin at night lacked the majesty and determination of a god king. My queen. Odin stared at Frigga's one eye with worry and heartache. Have you seen? Odin hesitated to speak. His queen was so wise, but she almost never talked about the future she saw. Frigga smiled softly, and took Odin's big old hand. Under the wear and tear of the years, the two have entered their old age. Asgardians have a long lifespan, but death is inevitable. I saw it, but I gladly accept what happened. Frigga's eyes were very calm with a smile. Odin held Frigga's palm with his backhand, with some force. He stared at Frigga firmly, with a domineering and majestic tone. I won't let it happen, no one can take my queen away. Early the next morning, Lin Feng came to the palace to say goodbye to God King Odin. He has done what he should do, and Odin must have a certain layout for the future. The convergence of celestial bodies will come soon, when the boundaries of the 9 kingdoms will become blurred, and Jane will also fall into that mysterious space and be possessed by TIE particles. Just wait for this moment to come. Above the palace, Odin is holding the eternal spear. His body is not tall but exudes majesty. Your Excellency Lin Feng, the information you brought is very important to Asgard. I want to express my sincere thanks again. You're being polite. Lin Feng waved his hands and said with a smile. If there is nothing else, I will go back to Midgard and stay there. The God King just needs to let me know when the time comes. Lin Feng said, pointing to the top of his head. The implication is self-evident. Odin understood what he meant. Lin Feng was referring to the time when the celestial bodies converge. He nodded, but said with a smile, Your Excellency Lin Feng, wait a moment. It seems to me that His Excellency Lin Feng doesn't have a weapon at his fingertips. How about going to Asgard's treasury and picking one? Take it as a gift from Asgard to you, please don't refuse. A man grows old, let alone the king of Asgard, the king of God Odin. Odin really doesn't miss any chance to befriend Lin Feng. After all, he still wants his son to have a good relationship with Lin Feng, which can be regarded as an investment for the future of Asgard. As long as Thor and Lin Feng have a good relationship, everything will be fine. I will die one day, and Lin Feng may become the key to deal with Hela. Lin Feng was taken aback by Odin's sudden gift, but he didn't immediately reject it. Odin's words kind of reminded him that since he traveled to the Marvel world, he really didn't have a handy weapon. It's not that he doesn't want it, but as the body of Superman, generally only Ola Ola is needed. If it doesn't work, there is also a heat ray for long-range attack, freezing breath, and so on. With infinite gems, Lin Feng also has a wide range of attack methods. And after evolving into a silver Superman, he can have some strange abilities from time to time according to his own ideas. So Lin Feng didn't think about the issue of weapons. After all, the setting of Superman originally does not require any weapons to assist. But after some hesitation, Lin Feng is still ready to accept Odin's gift. He also felt that Superman's attack methods were a bit too simple. In that case, thank God King. Since Odin has this intention, he will go to the treasure curry for a stroll to see if there are any items that are handy that can be used. Odin obviously wanted to express his attitude. He told Odin the future, and Odin gave him a treasure. Seeing that Lin Feng agreed, Odin nodded in relief. At least Lin Feng came to Asgard this time with a much better attitude than last time. He summoned Thor and told Thor to lead Lin Feng to the treasure house to choose a suitable weapon. Although Thor was a little confused and didn't understand why his father wanted to give Lin Feng the treasure, he still honestly took Lin Feng to Odin's treasure house. The two walked in. Treasure Curry stores the treasures collected by Odin over the years. Unlike most treasure troves in movies and novels, Odin's treasury is not full of gold and jewels as imagined. Lin Feng felt that there was nothing wrong with this. With the existence of Odin's level, money, and the like are not eligible to be collected by him in the treasury. Lin Feng would feel strange if there were a pile of gold and silver jewelry inside. Under Thor's guidance, Lin Feng walked while observing Odin's collection. Basically, they are weapons or treasures with special properties. But to say that it is useful to Lin Feng, there are basically very few. Thor was on the sidelines constantly introducing the origin and function of each treasure to Lin Feng. Lin Feng listened with gusto. The movie didn't describe much about the collection of Odin's treasury, just listened to it as a story. After talking for a long time, Thor suddenly picked up a big silver-white sword and handed it to Lin Feng. I think this great sword might suit you. Lin Feng took it subconsciously. It was a big silver-white sword with precious stones inlaid on the hilt. Lin Feng could feel that the sword was very strong and its shape was very cool. After weighing it casually, Lin Feng returned it to Thor. Although the quality is good, it couldn't hold up to Lin Feng's tossing, and it probably shattered as soon as it was squeezed hard. Don't like it. Thor put the big sword back in doubt, and then took out a one-handed sword from nowhere. Then this and that. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, and didn't even bother to pick up the connection. A slender one-handed sword, like a thorn. Lin Feng couldn't even imagine himself fighting an enemy with a thorn. The picture was too beautiful, he didn't want to see it. You don't like it either. Thor frowned, thinking that Lin Feng probably didn't like using weapons like swords. It's okay, I'll show you the next one. Lin Feng nodded, and followed Thor with some lack of interest. It was impossible to expect Thor to choose a reliable one for him. Can only rely on their own choice. From the corner of Lin Feng's eyes, he noticed a huge amount of golden gauntlet, which was exactly the same as the Infinity Gauntlet held by Zishijing. It is said to be an imitation, and was slapped on the ground by Hela in Thor 3. Next to the glove is a rule earth-colored stone tablet. Lin Feng also knew the steel, and when he saw it, he looked it up on the internet. That is the life card, which comes from the Atlantis civilization that has disappeared on the Earth. The life equation of biological evolution is engraved on it. According to the evolution method of the life card, any user can evolve into the highest level of life, possessing infinite wisdom and super fighting power. But this function is in the comics. Lin Feng doesn't know if the life card in the movie has this function. If there is one, it would be nice to take it back for Susan to use. While Lin Feng was thinking, he suddenly felt a chill hit him. He followed the coldness to look, and it was a box emitting an ice blue shimmer. Casket of Ancient Winters. Seeing that Lin Feng paid attention to this thing, Thor poked his head and introduced. This thing has something to do with his brother Loki. Lin Feng nodded, hummed. He also knew about this. This thing is the artifact of Frost Titan, which contains endless frost breath, and he can instantly turn an area into a frozen place. Back then, when the Frost Titans wanted Blue Star to enter the Ice Age again, Odin led the Asgard warriors to defeat the Frost Titans and took away their source of power, the Casket of Ancient Winters. In Thor 1, Loki used the Casket of Ancient Winters to freeze Heimdall instantly. Do you want the casket? Thor asked. Although the casket is precious, Odin told Thor not to refuse whatever Lin Feng chooses. I'm just curious, this thing is not suitable for me. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled lightly. Casket of Ancient Winters is good, but it's not very useful for itself. As for this thing, it might not be as powerful as his own frozen breath, so why would he want this? Following Thor to continue, Lin Feng saw some treasures that appeared in the movie. Egmuto's sphere that can predict the dangers to come. The sorcerer's eye that can detect the future and dispel all illusions and false darkness. And the artifact of the Flame Titan Surti, the eternal fire. This is what Odin took back from the Flame Titan when he fought in the Nine Realms. Once the Flame Titan comes into contact with the eternal fire, it becomes as massive as a mountain. In Thor 3, in order to save Asgard, Loki put Surti's head into the eternal fire to fight Hela. Although successful, it also caused Ragnarok, and the entire realm of Asgard was reduced to nothingness. There is not much introduction in the movie, but these things are undoubtedly very precious treasures. But only for others. For Lin Feng, who owns infinite gems, it is less attractive. After wandering around, Lin Feng finally had nothing to choose. With a face full of helplessness, Thor could only take Lin Feng back to Odin's palace first. He introduced a lot of weapons and treasures to Lin Feng, which were coveted by countless Asgard warriors. But when it comes to Lin Feng, these treasures seem worthless. Oh, Odin, who was waiting for the return of the two, frowned. He thought about what kind of treasure Lin Feng would choose, but he didn't expect that Lin Feng would come back empty-handed. Father, Treasure Curry doesn't have the treasure Lin Feng wants. Thor said aloud, confirming what Odin thought. There was some doubt in the one-eyed eyes, and Odin couldn't help asking, my Treasure Curry, is there no treasure that Lin Feng can look up to? Lin Feng waved his hand and said, the collection of the King of Gods is very precious, but there are no treasures suitable for my fighting style. This has nothing to do with the collection of the God King. Lin Feng explained that it's not that he doesn't like Odin's collection, but that these collections are dispensable to him. Some even take it and become a burden. Is that right? Odin stroked his beard thoughtfully. He is very clear about his hidden treasure curry. Although there are few things that can help Lin Feng, it is not impossible. Lin Feng obviously prefers to take advantage of weapons or treasures that fit his fighting style. If so, Odin felt that there was a place that could meet Lin Feng's request. In that case, how about letting Thor accompany you to Nidavi? Nidai. Lin Feng frowned. That's right, Nidai's dwarfs are good at forging all kinds of magical weapons. Thor's Mjolnir was made by Nidavi's dwarf. Odin explained with a smile. They can tailor a powerful weapon for you. If you have any ideas, you can put them forward, and all your needs will be met there. Hearing Odin's suggestion, Lin Feng smiled and agreed without any hesitation. Nidai, he knew the place. That place is a legend to many beings in the universe. Legend has it that Nidai's dwarf created terrifying weapons capable of dominating the entire universe. Not only Thor's Meow Hammer, but Odin's Eternal Gun, the Stormbreaker in Avengers Alliance 3, and even the Infinity Gauntlet are all made by Nidavi's dwarf. Asgard provides protection for Nidavi, and Nidavi's dwarfs help Asgard create various artifacts. Definitely, most of the weapons are crafted using URU metal, whether it is the Storm Axe or the Meow Hammer. If Lin Feng wants any custom weapons, Nidai is the only place in the entire Marvel universe. Saying goodbye to Odin again, Lin Feng followed Thor through the passage of Bifrost and landed on Nidai. In Avengers Alliance 3, Nidai star was destroyed by Thanos when it appeared, and the whole planet fell into a dead silence. Only Dwarf King Ai Kui survived in the dwarf family. However, Nidai at the moment gave Lin Feng the feeling of hugeness and magnificence. Incomparably huge amounts of metal rings surround a dying fixed star. The forge gathers high-intensity energy from the fixed star and shoots it towards the center of the ring. The dazzling fiery energy forms a beam of light and passes through the ring, providing energy for the entire Nidavi and turning it into a furnace. The dwarfs were busy making various equipments under them, sparks flew all over the place, and the sound of clanging and knocking could be heard endlessly. Ai Kui. Thor led Lin Feng and stopped one of the dwarfs. It is said to be dwarf, but his height must be at least 3 or 4 meters. Lin Feng couldn't figure out why such a body was called dwarf. Is it because of the body proportions of the Q version? Ai Kui, the dwarf king, turned his head and looked at the shouting Thor. Thor, son of Odin. What do you want me to do? I'm very busy. The last batch of weapons has not arrived at the scheduled time? It will take a few days at the earliest. Ai Kui, the king of dwarf, thought that Thor came to urge Asgard to make him a weapon. Whenever the celestial bodies converge, there will be more or less wars in the 9 realms. This time is also the busiest time for the dwarf clan, and they have to build a large number of weapons for Asgard. I didn't come to rush you, Ai Kui, I brought a friend. Thor explained, and then smiled at Lin Feng. Let me introduce you, this is the dwarf king, Ai Kui. In this universe, no one is more powerful than the weapons they made. This sentence Thor is sincere, his Mjolnir is really easy to use. There was also a smile on Ai Kui's somewhat serious face. Thor's praise was still very useful to him. Lin Feng nodded, and greeted King Dwarf with a friendly smile. AI Kui, this is Lin Feng, a friend from Midgard. My father wants you to help him build a handy weapon, so I brought him here to find you. Huh. Dwarf Wang Ai Kui stared at Lin Feng, who was much shorter than him, with wide eyes. For the first time, Odin asked him to forge weapons for Midgard. Since it is the request of the God King, I understand. He will not refuse Odin's request. After all, there is an agreement first. What kind of weapon do you need? Asked Lin Feng, author of the Dwarf Dynasty. Lin Feng touched his chin. What kind of weapon? Asked suddenly. He was also a little confused. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng took out a blueprint from the system backpack. Can this thing be built? Lin Feng also doesn't know what weapon Superman should use. However, in some movies or comics before time travel, I have seen some weapons used by Superman. The first one is definitely the sword of Superman. That thing is said to have been born in the aftermath of the Big Bang, and after the formation of the universe, it had the shape of a sword. There is Superman's S logo on the hilt. The stronger the connection between the sword and Superman, the greater the power of the sword. In the comics, when Superman holds the sword of Superman and is so powerful that it is close to invincible, Superman actively interrupts the connection with the sword of Superman and throws it into outer space, because Superman believes that no one in the universe should be so powerful. Lin Feng said that he could not understand this move at all. Who else thinks they are too strong? It can only be said that it is necessary for the plot. Although the Superman sword is good, it is not something that Nidavi's dwarf can casually hit with a hammer. The rest are basically some armors, such as solar armors, kryptonite protective armors, and they are useless to Lin Feng. There are still some legendary artifacts that should be suitable for Lin Feng, but those are not what Nidai can create. It is good that Nidai can create artifacts, but that is limited to ordinary artifacts. The blueprint that Lin Feng gave to AI Kui was the best choice after his own thinking and combined with Nidai's ability. Definitely, it is produced by the dog system, and the quality is still guaranteed. King Dwarf looked at the drawings given by Lin Feng several times, thoughtfully. Thor, on the other hand, stared at the drawing strangely, and after repeated confirmation, he asked Lin Feng, "Is this a gun?" On the blueprint, it is a gun, or a pistol with low power that cannot be seen in the blue star, but some internal depiction lines, which Thor can't understand. In his opinion, the only difference is that the size seems to be a circle larger than Lang Xing's normal pistol. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right, it's a gun." Thor is a little confused. Is it really a gun? Why would you want this thing? There are a lot of this stuff in Midgard. Thor is completely confused. Even if Lin Feng wants a long gun he can understand, but he wants a pistol? As strong as Lin Feng's level, not to mention ordinary guns, even the most advanced thermal weapons in the entire universe may not be able to cause damage to Lin Feng. Not to mention being able to hit Lin Feng's outrageous speed. Thor, Dwarf King Ai Kui interrupted Thor suddenly. Don't just look at the surface. This thing is not as simple as you think. Dwarf Wang Ai Kui shook the blueprint in his hand. Although it was in the shape of a gun, its internal structure was very fine and complex. Even King Dwarf couldn't figure out what the effect of that complicated pattern was for a while. Compared with Midgard's weapon that shoots peanuts, it is completely two things except for the similar appearance. I think, the main attack method of your weapon is to emit energy, Ai Kui said tentatively. That's right, as expected of the King of Nidai. Lin Feng laughed, and he couldn't understand the lines drawn by the dog system. But Ai Kui could see something. After thinking about it, Lin Feng felt that this was the most suitable weapon for him at the moment. He wanted to build a weapon that could take the power of the infinite gems and fire it. The gun is currently the best choice, and it will become one of Lin Feng's long-range attack methods in the future. Compared with heat ray, it will be easier to use and more flexible. His heat ray is to gather energy into the eyes and then emit it. This behavior more or less takes some time to warm up and adjust, and after the blessing of infinite gems, it takes longer to warm up. This can be seen from Lin Feng's fight against Chitorai's mothership in the Avengers Alliance 1. But the gun is much more convenient. It can be fired immediately after drawing the gun, and the power is related to the file size of the energy output instantly. The premise is that the Dwarf King Ai Kui can be created and enchanted successfully. Then, let's talk about your needs. Dwarf King put the drawings aside and asked Lin Feng about his requirements. Crafting this weapon should be no problem. Now let's see what additional requirements Lin Feng has. Lin Feng nodded and said, "This gun I need. I hope it can carry the power of infinite gems. I want it to emit energy continuously and at a high rate, as fast as it can. Also, I want 2 of these guns." Lin Feng raised 2 fingers. As soon as these words came out, Thor and Dwarf King Ai Kui looked at each other in blank dismay. "Good guy, you are really not polite at all. How can it be built?" Lin Feng asked. The Dwarf King paused, glanced at Thor, and nodded with some hesitation. It's okay to build it, but he also has some concerns. He can create the high-level goods that Lin Feng wants. After all, Lin Feng provided all the blueprints, as long as they are carefully and accurately described to create it. But if Lin Feng wants to emit the energy of infinite gems continuously and at a high speed, and it is relatively stable, ordinary metals are not enough. Not even the best materials in his hands could hold the power of infinite gems. The basic high-frequency output is several times, and the weapon will be abolished. As if seeing Ai Kui's concerns, Thor found a large piece of metal material out of nowhere, and handed it over. Ulu metal should be used as the material. This is what the God King asked me to bring. AI Kui took the Ulu metal with some surprise. He didn't expect that Thor would be willing to use URU metal to make weapons for Lin Feng. URU metal is a metal mineral in Asgard. The output is not low, but it is definitely not high. Among Asgard's combat units, only high-level fighters are eligible to use weapons mixed with URU metal. It can be said that Ulu metal is very precious. The forging of Ulu metal is also relatively difficult. Basically, forging Ulu metal requires the ultra-high temperature of a neutron star to melt it. Asgard is willing to use URU metal to build weapons for Lin Feng, which is enough to show that Lin Feng is a distinguished guest of Asgard. As for enchanting, Thor thought for a while, and continued, after you build it, I'll take it back to Asgard for enchanting. Lin Feng's strength is strong, and Thor is worried that the general enchantment will not meet Lin Feng's requirements. Dwarf Wang Ai Kui nodded. I understand, if it is made of Ulu metal, it can fully meet the needs of His Excellency Lin Feng. I personally built this weapon, and it will be finished in about 2 days. Since he is a distinguished guest and URU metal is also used, Dwarf King Ai Kui intends to build this weapon himself. After all, the textures in the blueprints had higher requirements, and he was afraid that the clansmen would mess them up if they were not careful. It's not as simple as making a mold and pouring molten URU metal into it. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. Then I will leave it to your excellency Ai Kui. I will visit you in 2 days. 3 days. Thor interrupted. I'm going to take it back to Asgard and enchant it? Lin. In 3 days, you can go directly to Asgard and find me. Farewell to Thor. Lin Feng returned to Blue Star. To tell the truth, he is still looking forward to the weapon that the Dwarf King made for him. Although these 2 guns will not bring much improvement to Lin Feng's attack strength. But this thing is too sweet for sneak attack. Lin Feng has already thought of 108 ways to use firearms. When T sees the exile again, shoot him with the time gem, freeze him, and then throw him into the sun to take a hot bath. If you want to blow up any planet, just use the power gem to shoot it, which is much more convenient than Lin Feng punching himself, or using the heat ray. Mainly, he is more handsome than hitting with fists. And to be honest, Lin Feng felt that Silver Superman was not as convenient as he imagined. It's not that Silver Superman is not powerful enough, but that Lin Feng has only learned one method of using psychokinesis so far. He once wanted to shrink himself into an ant file size, but he never succeeded. I don't know if it's because ability still needs to grow for a while, or if Silver Superman's physique is just like this. Ability came out of nowhere, as if there was no pattern. While thinking, Lin Feng walked out of the portal, which was his own small villa. What? As soon as he walked out of the portal, a huge black shadow rushed towards him. Subconsciously, Lin Feng slapped her across the face. That feeling, as if fanned on the huge amounts of meat mountain. Ah, boom! After being slapped by Lin Feng, the black shadow flew far away and fell on the lawn. The behemoth howled in pain. Lin Feng looked at it suspiciously, and was suddenly startled. What a big dog! A big, tan dog? How can there be such a big dog, bigger than Lin Feng's Lamborghini, not like the Blue Star breed at all? No wonder it felt like hitting a mountain of meat just now. At the moment, huge amounts of guza were lying on the ground rolling constantly. Lin Feng's slap was unconsciously slapped, but a dog could not bear it. The dog rolled around in pain, howling non-stop. The scream of the big dog caught the attention of the villa. The door of the villa was quickly opened, and 3 women, 2, 1, and 1, ran out. It was Susan, Wanda, and a half-grown girl in a goose yellow dress, whom Lin Feng didn't recognize. Tetanus. Forest. Seeing the dog rolling and howling in pain, the girl pounced on her, stretched out her little hand with a distressed face, and stroked the dog's head constantly. Susan saw Lin Feng, and jumped into his arms. Oh, my treasure. Miss me. Lin Feng hugged Susan with a smile on his face, and kept stroking her head with his big hands. Susan raised her head, her eyes were full of smiles. She slapped Lin Feng's troubled hands away, and said, think about it, definitely think about it. Why have you been out for so long? Didn't you say 2 months? It's been half a year. Hey, there was an accident. Lin Feng scratched his head with a smile, then pointed at the dog and the girl, and asked Susan, I'll talk about my affairs later, let me tell you what's going on first. Susan looked in the direction he pointed, and just noticed the dog lying on the ground, and saw Lin Feng as soon as she got out of the villa, which made her forget the dog screaming in an instant. Her surprised little mouth opened slightly. Lin, you got a tetanus. Lin Feng had a question mark on his face. Do you know this thing? I didn't want to either. As soon as I left the portal, I saw a black shadow rushing towards me. I subconsciously slapped it. Lin Feng explained with an innocent face. But it is also true that the dog was beaten by Lin Feng. The half-grown girl stood up and pointed at Lin Feng angrily. Bad guys. The dog called Tetanus also stood up tremblingly, whimpering incessantly, looking at Lin Feng with resentment in his little eyes. You? The dog's mouth opened, and something came out. Big and white and pointed. What? The girl squatted down anxiously to pick up what the dog spit out. What a big dog tooth? Tetanus? You've lost your teeth. The girl was so anxious that she was about to cry. Apparently, Lin Feng fanned it. Susan looked at Lin Feng with a blaming face. The scene was a little awkward for a while. Lin Feng still had an innocent face. Damn, he really doesn't blame me? A black shadow rushed towards him. Slapping him was a subconscious reaction? Anyone else would have the same reaction. Well, Susan sighed. He also knew that Lin Feng's order could not be intentional, so he could only step forward to comfort the girl. Big Wanda greeted Lin Feng somewhat restrainedly, but Big Lin Feng didn't say anything. The two left before they were fully familiar with Lin Feng, and they left for half a year. Wanda was a little restrained and Lin Feng completely understood. After some tossing, several people and a dog finally sat in the villa. The caring maid Wanda has already gone to prepare drinks for several people. The girl sat on the sofa and kept nodding and bowing to Lin Feng in apology. The huge dog was squatting beside her, whimpering non-stop. After some explanations, the girl also knew that it was her dog's fault, and she was very upset about calling Lin Feng a bad person. My name is Crystal. It's called tetanus. The girl introduced herself and the big dog shyly. I just misunderstood Lin Feng, which made her feel a little embarrassed at the moment. It's all because of the tetanus. What's the point of throwing yourself at someone if you have nothing to do? Thinking of this, Crystal stretched out her hand and patted the dog's head in embarrassment, neither light nor heavy. Guzu whimpered again. Obviously that stranger came out of the portal suddenly. Guzu was afraid it was the bad guys. Guzu was aggrieved, but he didn't say anything. A world where only dogs get hurt is born? Lin Feng was a little surprised by Crystal's knowledge and understanding. I thought it was an unreasonable combination of a girl and a vicious dog, but it was unexpectedly sensible. Okay. Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, it's okay, Susan warmly said. Crystal is my father's niece and my cousin. Susan introduced to Lin Feng with a smile. Crystal often comes to see me to play. It's just that the past 2 years have been relatively heavy, and today I finally took a break, so I came to see me. Lin Feng nodded slightly, but his attention was on the big dog. He didn't know what he was thinking, but his face was thoughtful. Seeing Lin Feng staring at the big dog, Susan patted him and explained, Crystal told me that tetanus seems to be caused by eating something bad when I was young. After getting sick, it will grow bigger and bigger. Don't worry, although it's big, it's very friendly. Lin Feng looked away from the aggrieved dog's face, looked at Susan with some embarrassment, and hesitated to speak. Who told you such nonsense? No matter how much a dog eats, it is impossible to become bigger than a car? Lin Feng smiled weakly. Well, actually, when he heard the names Crystal and tetanus, he already had some guesses. Combined with that ridiculously big silly dog, Lin Feng hee. Isn't this the Inhumans, the guys who live on the back of the moon? Wait a moment. Lin Feng suddenly stopped laughing. What did Susan just say? Crystal is her cousin. Crystal is a member of the royal family of the Inhumans. So is Susan also an Inhumans? Great doubts appeared in Lin Feng's heart. The Inhumans are the product of a series of experiments conducted by the Kree on Homo sapiens. If you really want to count, it was probably a few million years ago. For some unknown reason, the Kree abandoned these experiments. But the Inhuman race survived and developed rapidly. They developed their own social system and lived an isolated life, which also gave them technology beyond human beings. Through the Turigen mist, they can obtain various super abilities, but this is not without side effects. Unchecked exposure to Turigen mists has caused a large portion of Inhuman genetic damage and deformity. To mitigate these mutations, their city of Italan migrated frequently. Eventually until now, the Inhuman cities have migrated to the moon. The social status of the Inhumans is determined by the abilities born after exposure to the Turigen mists. And once designated, any alien race, no matter how great or powerful they are, cannot change their social status. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at Susan full of surprise. Although he has never studied this aspect of human relations. But cousin? Could Susan really be an Inhuman race? Perhaps it was because Lin Feng's research eyes were too straightforward, and Susan felt a little uncomfortable. After half a year, why did the big boy become so weird? She met Lin Feng's suspicious gaze. What do you want? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and smiled maliciously. No, not so good. Susan was taken aback for a moment, then her pretty face turned red, and she realized what Lin Feng meant. What are you talking about? Susan scratched Lin Feng's shoulder with her paw. There are still minors here. Didn't you ask that? Lin Feng teased without shame. Too lazy to talk to you. Susan rolled her eyes coquettishly, then turned to talk to Crystal. As expected of Lin Feng, he is still that big boy who likes to drive. While talking, Wanda also made a drink and brought it over. Juice, Coke, very regular drinks. It is worth mentioning that she also specially prepared a basin for the big dog tetanus. Caring, the dogs all have Coke. However, Lin Feng remembered that tetanus seemed to be a member of the Inhuman race. At that time, it seemed that he became a dog after using the Turigen mist to awakening the super ability. Lin Feng is not too sure about this breed. It may be a Sharpei. Awakening ability turned into a dog. Lin Feng shook his head amusedly. This man is also a bit miserable. Lin Feng took the drink from Wanda. Xiongda trembled. He was a little overjoyed. Are you still used to living here? Wanda started talking nonsense again. Susan, who was chatting with Crystal, rolled her eyes. Did Lin Feng really think that she had only been away for 2 months? It's been half a year, okay. Wanda glanced at Susan and smiled nicely. It's been a good time. The skills are also mastered very proficiently. Susan treats Wanda like a little sister. Maybe it was because she had a younger sister, so Susan subconsciously put herself in the role of older sister. He takes care of Wanda everywhere, buys clothes and supplies, and sometimes cooks for Wanda himself. After all, who doesn't like a pure Xiongdana, even if she is the same gender? Whispering, Susan feels that holding Wanda to sleep at night feels like holding a big soft pillow. Not much better than holding Lin Feng. Wanda was also very touched by Susan's series of care. Obviously he is a wage earner, but he lives like a rich lady. You big brother Petrina? Lin Feng asked casually after taking a sip of juice. I don't know how this guy is doing in S.H.I.E.L.D, and ability doesn't know how the development is going. But I think it should be more comfortable than before, with a job, a salary, and social security. Although Black Braised Egg likes to exploit employees, he still has to give what should be given. Pietro seems to be very active in his work, and his salary is not low. Wanda smiled. Lin Feng just helped the two of them, but their lives are getting better and better. To be honest, Wanda has always been grateful to Lin Feng in her heart. However, Pietro seems to be very busy recently. Hearing from him, there is no danger. Wanda thought that Pietro didn't seem to answer her calls very much recently, and he should be on a mission. Although he said there was no danger, there was still some concern in Wanda's eyes. Hearing this, Lin Feng closed his eyes and sensed Pietro's position. If it was convenient for him, he called Pietro to have dinner together. Although Pietro works for S.H.I.E.L.D, strictly speaking, he is also Lin Feng's younger brother. There seems to be nothing wrong with caring about the younger brother. Silver Superman's super hearing is obviously much stronger than Man of Steel. In just an instant, Lin Feng located Pietro's position. This guy is in the east now? It seems to be performing some mission? After hesitation, Lin Feng gave up the decision to call Pietro over for dinner, and let this kid perform the task first. He dragged the marinated egg back and came to the door again. Lin Feng didn't want to see the black marinated egg. Don't worry, Wanda, Pietro is in no danger, I can see him, Lin Feng said to Wanda. When Wanda heard this, the worry in her eyes gradually disappeared, and a little touch gradually appeared. She has experienced Lin Feng's strength deeply, and his words are still very authoritative in Wanda's mind. As for why she was a little touched, this chick thought that Lin Feng was Pietro who cared for her specially. Little did he know that Lin Feng just casually glanced at the cheap guy, without any such meaning at all. By the way, about the Tony Stark matter. Did Pietro check it out? Lin Feng suddenly thought of this, and asked immediately. What was promised to Pietro at that time was free investigation within the scope of authority. Now that half a year has passed, there must be a result. Hearing Lin Feng mention the past, Wanda's eyes were a bit complicated, and her mood was obviously a little depressed, but there was also a hint of relief. Pietro has investigated. It is indeed the batch of rockets that Obadiah sold. And it's indeed a KB activity that has nothing to do with Stark. We got Tony Stark wrong. After speaking, Wanda sighed. Tony Stark, who had hated him for more than 10 years, was not their enemy. Wanda's words seemed to be relief, but Lin Feng could still feel Wanda's sad mood. After all, even if Obadiah shot the rocket, it was also made by Stark Industries. Both Wanda and Pietro understand the truth, but people are emotional animals after all, and it may take some time to completely let go. Lin Feng shook his head and didn't bring up this matter again. Looking at the time, it was almost evening. Susan and Crystal didn't know what they were talking about, their laughter was trembling. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, and after thinking for a while, he asked Susan as if reminding him, "Honey, what shall we have for dinner tonight?" "What?" Susan, who was happily chatting with Crystal, paused. She subconsciously turned her head to look at the clock, only to realize that it was evening. "It's 5 o'clock?" Susan stood up. "I'm going to prepare dinner. Do you want to chat for a while?" Lin Feng nodded, and Jingjing had no objection. She originally came to find Susan for food and drink. Everyone here likes to eat, and the big dog Tetanus is no exception. Hearing that there is food, he turns around excitedly, as if he has forgotten the pain of the dog's tooth breaking. "Let me help you." Wanda stood up and followed Susan to the kitchen. Susan didn't refuse. Usually 2 people eat, and it can be finished quickly, either by Wanda or by herself. Today, there are 4 people and 1 dog, and Lin Feng just came back. Susan wants to make dinner bigger. Fortunately, I went to the mall after returning from traveling in Maldives, and the refrigerator was full of stock. The 2 girls ran to the kitchen to get busy. There were only 2 people and a dog left in the living room. Lin Feng's thoughtful eyes circled back and forth between Tetanus and Crystal. He intentionally distracted Susan and Wanda because he had some questions for Crystal. Lin Feng was fortunate enough to watch 2 episodes of Inhumans. The quality and plot. Lin Feng doesn't know what to say. Although he didn't see it, Lin Feng still remembered some of the plot settings in it. Crystal is the younger sister of the Inhuman Queen Medusa. In the comics, Crystal has a complicated relationship with Quicksilver and the Human Torch in the Fantastic Four. Dog blood love triangle. This is one of the reasons why Lin Feng can remember Crystal's. Men also have a gossip heart. After Crystal and Quicksilver got married, they still had an affair with that playboy from Thunderbolt. Directly to Quicksilver collapsed, and the marriage fell apart. Dog blood? Too bloody? But the current Crystal, no matter how you look at it, is a half-grown girl. And Lin Feng is not sure whether the Inhumans here are the same as the setting in the original book. Because the age of the crystal is not quite right. Lin Feng didn't care much about these things. What he wanted to know more was whether Susan was an Inhuman or not. Crystal didn't understand why Lin Feng kept stabbing her with his eyes, but felt that her scalp was a little numb, and her buttocks felt like she was sitting on pins and needles, writhing constantly on the sofa. In desperation, I can only use my hand to constantly rua back and forth on the big head of the tetanus. The tetanus felt hot on the forehead, and a few short dog hairs fell out. Crystal. Lin Feng spoke to break the silence. Crystal paused for a moment as if frightened, and showed an embarrassed smile. Hello. He wouldn't want to pursue the matter of the tetanus attacking him, right? The tetanus has already apologized? I haven't seen her for 2 years, and I didn't expect my cousin to have a boyfriend, but for some reason, Jingjing always has some inexplicable fear of Lin Feng in her heart. Lin Feng tilted his head, and asked directly, Little Crystal, you are not staying on the moon, what are you doing here? Shock? Crystal opened her mouth wide in surprise. What happened? Why was it suddenly revealed by others? Clutching the nape of the tetanus neck nervously with her small hands, Crystal subconsciously denied, what are you talking about? Ha 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 ha. Even her cousin Susan didn't know she lived on the moon, how could her boyfriend know? Did you reveal yourself? Susan already knew that she was an inhuman race. The little girl's brain power is very strong, and the cold sweat of the brain has come down. Sister Medusa has warned her not to reveal the identity of the Inhumans in front of Susan. Now maybe it's not just a simple matter of receiving a love education? Looking at the inexplicably panicked Crystal, Lin Feng frowned, with a question mark on his forehead. Why does it feel like I am bullying a child, and I feel more or less guilty? Don't be afraid. Lin Feng reassured. Look, I'll be super ability too. As he said that, Lin Feng let go of the hand holding the juice bottle, and the juice bottle did not fall to the ground, but instead floated in midair as if there was no gravity. This scene made Crystal's eyes widen. She is familiar with super abilities. There are many people with super abilities in the Inhuman race, and the big dog tetanus is one of them. Are you my clan? Crystal asked in surprise. What brain circuit is this? With question marks on Lin Feng's face, he shook his head. I'm not. It's not that only Inhumans can use super abilities. You haven't answered my question yet? Why are you on Blue Star? Knowing that Lin Feng was not a stranger, Crystal was a little disappointed, and turned to look at Susan and Wanda who were busy in the kitchen. Answer Lin Feng's question. I'm here to play with Sister Susan. The moon is meaningless, nothing. Blue Star has both delicious food and fun. I like Blue Star, but I don't like the moon. Crystal said solemnly that compared with Blue Star, Italand's area is not large, and although the technology is developing well, it is still not as lively and prosperous as the ground. After coming to Blue Star once, Crystal couldn't bear it, and often ran to Blue Star. For convenience, you have to bring a tetanus. After all, the super ability of this big dog is teleportation. Are you the only one who came to Blue Star? Lin Feng continued to ask. Crystal nodded, shook her head again, and pointed at the silly dog who kept breathing. It means there is also tetanus. Lin Feng and Shago looked at each other and frowned. Could it be that the crystal escaped secretly? Anyway, she is also a member of the royal family of the Inhuman race, and even the queen's younger sister. She doesn't even have a guard when she goes out? Although strictly speaking, tetanus can be regarded as half a guard. Medusa agrees with you to come down and play. You know my sister? Crystal asked in surprise. Lin Feng nodded, lying without any pressure. Yes, he knew Crystal's sister Medusa, the woman whose hair was used as a weapon. It's just that Medusa doesn't know him. Girls are easy to deceive. After a few words, they completely let go of their guard against Lin Feng. Cousin Susan's boyfriend also knows her sister. Isn't that equal to her own? My sister, she agreed. Crystal said. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, and what Crystal actually said was the truth. With the super senses of Mind Gem and Silver Superman, no one can lie in front of Lin Feng. Alright, Lin Feng smacked his lips, and then asked the question he was most concerned about. Is your sister Susan also an Inhuman race? Through Susan's performance and the description of the big dog, it is obvious that Susan does not know the existence of the Inhuman race. And this silly girl actually believes that dogs can grow so big after eating bad food. Faced with Lin Feng's question, Crystal thought about it seriously, then nodded again, and shook her head again. Lin Feng couldn't see this move. Why did he keep nodding and shaking his head? What did he mean? Sister Susan is not an Inhuman, but she is indeed my cousin. Crystal hesitated for a while, and said so. Sister Medusa told me this. But Sister Susan doesn't know the existence of Inhumans. Saying that, Jingjing moved closer to Lin Feng's direction in a serious manner, making a gesture of whispering. You must not tell Sister Susan about the Inhuman race. Sister Medusa won't let me tell. Hiss. Lin Feng's pupils trembled when he heard this, and a raging flame of gossip ignited in his chest. It's the breath of melon. Interesting, very interesting. Crystal, a member of the Inhuman royal family, is Susan's cousin. It makes sense that Susan should also be a member of the royal family of the Inhuman race. But Susan is not an Inhuman race, and doesn't even know the existence of Inhuman race. The amount of information contained in it made Lin Feng interested. Well, it turns out that Susan still has such a mysterious identity here. Interesting? I thought it was an ordinary little reporter, but I didn't expect such a big secret to be hidden behind it. Lin Feng decided to go to the moon by himself, and ask Medusa Susan what's going on. But not now. Lin Feng has to wait for the reality gem to talk about other things. After all, the reality gem is more important, and the celestial body convergence will come soon. Before that, I just stayed in Blue Star honestly for a few days before talking. As for Crystal, a half-grown kid who couldn't speak clearly, Lin Feng didn't expect her to say anything useful. The conversation is over. With Wanda's help, dinner was also quickly prepared. 4 people and 1 dog happily enjoyed the food. It is said that a little farewell is better than a newlywed. Lin Feng lived a 4-person 1-dog world with Susan shamelessly in these few days of leisure. Well, just be careful to avoid the Crystal and Wanda. Oh yes, and tetanus. 2 days later, in SHIELD, Nick Fury frowned, eating a cheap burger. Many things that happened recently made his big black head start to ache again. Protecting the world is a hard job, and the black stewed egg is getting thinner and thinner in this high-pressure environment. Since taking over S.H.I.E.L.D., Lu Dan feels that he hasn't had a good night's sleep a few times. No, just now, a supernatural phenomenon happened in London. Someone called the police, and others ran away. I didn't want to care about it at first, but only S.H.I.E.L.D. is more suitable for supernatural phenomena. At this moment, the agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. has taken over the audience. But generally speaking, S.H.I.E.L.D. never fails to have accidents. In the office, Hill placed a document in front of Nick Fury. Above are some recent pieces of information. Nick Fury pawed at the folder twice and sighed. I don't want to see it, you tell me. After finishing speaking, Black Braised Egg continued to eat hamburgers and chose to be lazy. Recently, there are so many documents that his eyes hurt. And none of the news is good news, all of them are headaches. Hill rolled his eyes quietly, but didn't dare to refute. There are 3 things in total, Director. Well, let's talk about the same thing. Potato pushed the document aside, which affected his mood of enjoying the burger. Okay. Hill shrugged, who called her a subordinate. The first thing is about the progress of the Eastern Sphere Bureau's borrowing of Pietro's mission. For now, Pietro's side is ready, and the countdown to action has begun. It is estimated that the mission will begin early tomorrow morning, and Pietro is expected to return to the team in 2 days. Black Braised Egg nodded, he knew about it. Pietro was taken away by the mysterious force from the east a few days ago. The Spear Bureau, yes, the Eastern superhero organization borrowed Pietro. When the Divine Spear Bureau was established, the black marinated eggs do not know, only know that the Divine Spear Bureau gradually emerged after the Chitauri invasion incident. The Spears did not hide the reason for borrowing Pietro. Just a few days ago, at the bottom of Tebei Mountain in the east, huge amounts of energy reactions were discovered. After investigation by the Divine Spear Bureau, it was discovered that there was a relic left by an alien civilization at the bottom of the mountain. In the middle of the ruins, there is a huge amounts of alien spaceship. For some unknown reason, the alien spaceship activated itself and entered a running state. Originally, this was an exciting thing for the East, but the alien spacecraft has activated a system similar to self-defense. The attack strength of the defense system exceeded the imagination of the Spear Bureau, and the hard alloy collapsed and disintegrated in less than a second under the defense system of the spacecraft. The reason why Pietro was borrowed was to use Pietro's super speed to turn off the defense system of the alien spacecraft. The description of the Spear Bureau is very simple. It is not that their superhero is not powerful enough, but that they need a professional counterpart with an extremely fast ability. Although the Spear Bureau said there was no danger, Butin didn't relax in the slightest. He always felt that things would not be resolved so easily. However, the Divine Spear Bureau put forward a request to borrow it, and the Black Marinated Egg had to borrow it. There are not a few super abilities in the Divine Spear Bureau, and the power system is relatively complete. Ludan believes that this is an opportunity to make friends with the Eastern Superhero Organization, and the Divine Spear Bureau has given a generous reward. So Pietro was successfully borrowed by them. As for Pietro, after more than half a year of training and task execution, he is now able to complete some tasks alone. Braised Egg now only hopes that he is thinking too much, so that Pietro will not have any problems this time. At this point in his thoughts, Marinade asked, what about the second thing? The second thing is the vision of London. The latest news came from the agent in London. Thor appeared and took Jane Foster. Thor. Black Braised Egg frowned. Thor hasn't been to Blue Star for a long time since the events of the Chitauri invasion. Including that kid Lin Feng, who also often runs to the universe, running for half a year. Who is Jane Foster? Black Braised Egg asked. The name felt familiar and strange to him. Did you forget? Hill was speechless. She's Thor's girlfriend, an astrophysicist. We confiscated Jane's research manuscript when Thor first came. What else? Black Braised Egg squeezed the space between his brows. It was fine, and his head started to hurt again. When he was thinking about whether to let Pietro come back, he brought some local products of the 6 nuclear bombs in the east to refresh his mind. Yes? According to the on-site investigation, after the vision in London this time, Thor took Jane away. Jane's body seems to have some problems. The police officer who was close to her was knocked away by an unknown red energy, but she was not injured. Continue to pay attention to this matter. Black Braised Egg clapped his hands and ordered. Since Thor has taken Jane, let Thor handle it. If you can save one thing and one thing less, Black Braised Egg throws out the work without any hesitation. Since it has something to do with Thor, it will be resolved by Thor. What's the third thing? I hope it's good news. The third thing, I don't know if this is good news. Speak. Lin Feng is back. The corner of Black Braised Egg's mouth twitched, and he fell silent, with an uneasy expression on his face. Hill. Black Braised Egg, don't mention him to me, my head hurts even more. That kid Lin Feng doesn't care about oil and salt, and he gets a headache when he mentions Lin Feng. Lin Feng can be regarded as the most unstable factor on Blue Star. He basically acts on his own feelings and doesn't follow orders. What's even more exasperating is that you still can't control him, and you have no legitimate reason to restrain him. Hill had a weird face, ignored the words of the corned egg, and continued to report, Lin Feng brought a black parasite to Tony. For now, we don't know the characteristics of the black parasite. Tony Stark is unwilling to disclose the information to us. But from the intelligence point of view, that black parasite can give ordinary people superpowers. Now Tony can fight without armor and Steve can't take care of himself. Ms. Fuck. Black Braised Egg's blood pressure rose and he had difficulty breathing. Sure enough, getting involved with Lin Feng was even more troublesome than Thor. When he saw Tony's new battlesuit last time, Brain's jaw dropped in shock. He never thought that someone could actually travel through the timeline. Even stronger than Carol can't do such outrageous things. And the most troublesome thing is that Lin Feng also brought Tony some souvenirs from the future. Doesn't he know that changing the past at will cause unpredictable and serious consequences? To sum up, the role of Lin Feng, in the eyes of the marinated egg, is becoming more and more uncontrollable and frustrating. One more question, Hill said. Whether it's the spaceship suddenly running in the east, the abnormal teleportation phenomenon in London, or the return of Lin Feng. It all happened before the arrival of Juxing Lianzhou. Oh, a gleam flashed in the eyes of Black Braised Egg. You mean these three incidents are related to Juxing Lianzhou? It's just speculation, but the advice given by the technician is to ask Lin Feng for confirmation. After all, Mr. Lin Feng has the ability and information that we can't match. Hearing this, Black Braised Egg nodded, knocked on the table and fell into deep thought. It is not unreasonable for the technicians to give this suggestion. They already know that Lin Feng has been to the future once. In other words, Lin Feng appointed to know some future news, and asking Lin Feng for confirmation was the fastest and most accurate channel to obtain information. Do you need to meet Lin Feng? He is still in the villa. Seeing that the black corned egg didn't speak, Hill asked. Black Braised Egg waved his hand. He always had some bad premonition, as if a catastrophe was brewing, and it would definitely appear on God's pair or Thor. Call Phil Coulson over here. I want to meet Lin Feng in person. Hill nodded and went down to make preparations before leaving. 10 minutes later, a Quinjet, carrying Black Braised Eggs and Phil Coulson, flew straight to Lin Feng's villa. And in at the moment Lin Feng's villa, two beautiful women, two big and one small, are playing in the swimming pool. Lin Feng was sitting on the beach chair next to him, showing a silly smile from time to time. Superb view? There's nothing more satisfying than looking at bikini girls by the pool. Lin Feng's mood at the moment is sunny? Definitely. Mainly look at Susan and Wanda. It's like two rabbits walking side by side, poking and bouncing. Seductive, happy. But looking at the crystal again, Lin Feng couldn't help but smack his lips, losing interest. The front is not convex and the back is not warped, as the name suggests, flat like crystal. It's not as towering as a mountain like in the comics, and I don't know if it will develop when I grow up. As he was thinking about it, the sound of an engine suddenly sounded in his ears. Lin Feng looked up at the sky suspiciously. He could feel that someone was coming for him. Looking across countless obstacles, he saw a Quinjet flying in his direction. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He saw the situation inside the cabin. Phil Coulson, and marinated eggs? What are they doing here? Looking at the three people who were still playing in the water, Lin Feng touched his chin and shouted, Susan, Wanda? There are guests coming, you go in and change your clothes. He wasn't that generous, letting Black Brain see Susan and Wanda's swimsuits. Okay, I get it. Hearing this, the three of them stopped playing in the water, looked at each other and walked back to the villa. Who's the guest? Want me to prepare some drinks? Susan thoughtfully hopped up to Lin Feng and asked. Xiongda trembled. No need baby, you go in first. Lin Feng waved his hand. What drink? He doesn't deserve it. A few minutes later, Quinjet arrived at Lin Feng's villa with a whistling sound. The fighter plane landed slowly on the lawn, the hatch opened, and the black stewed egg walked down with Phil Coulson. Fortunately, the lawn of Lin Feng's villa is big enough, otherwise there would be no place to park this big guy. Lin Feng was wearing a pair of swimming trunks, showing his muscular body, and greeted him with his dead fish eyes. What are you doing here? Destroying my lawn. Ludan straightened her clothes, ignored Lin Feng's questioning, and said with a serious expression, I need to understand something with you, Lin Feng. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and sat down on the beach chair. Say, I'll give you 10 minutes, hurry up and go. A look of not waiting to be seen. Black Braised Egg didn't care, he just threw a document to Lin Feng. It was the document that Hill had given him. Look at this first. Lin Feng scratched his butt, not wanting to look at it. But in order to deal with the corned eggs as soon as possible, I patiently flipped through them quickly. Seeing Lin Feng's reading speed of 10 pages per second, Black Braised Egg's blood pressure rose a bit. With a snap, within 10 seconds, Lin Feng closed the file and frowned. It was only a few pages, but Lin Feng saw the key information at a glance. He knew that Pietro was in the east, but he didn't expect to have something to do with the Spear Bureau. It was the first time that God's Spear Bureau appeared in his field of vision. Lin Feng thought about it carefully, and there was no description of the God of Spears in the Marvel movies or dramas. It's just that there is such an oriental superhero organization in comics and settings. Moreover, the investigation also mentioned unknown spaceships, which aroused Lin Feng's interest, which was not present in the Marvel plot. It's over? You've done a good job in intelligence work, Director Braised Egg. So what exactly do you want to ask? Braised Dan coughed, then I'll ask directly. These two things, including your return to Blue Star, are they related to Juxing Lianzu? Oh, Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment. Why do you ask that? It's just some guesswork. Braised Egg replied. Lin Feng lowered his head and thought for a while. Before pondering, he continued. I don't know about the Godspair Bureau, but Thor took Jane away, and it does have something to do with Juxing Lianzu. As for me, it was just an accident that I came back at this time. Lin Feng said casually. Braised Dan's intelligence work was really good, and he was able to deduce that he had traveled to the future. Tony wouldn't tell Ludan about these things, so it could only be analyzed by the staff of Ludan himself. Braised Egg nodded. It seems that the situation is not exactly as he thought. Okay, let's talk about the souvenir you brought Tony. Marinated stared at Lin Feng firmly, and asked about two big things that Lin Feng had done recently. A technological battle armor that surpasses the current technology by at least 10 years, and an alien parasite with unknown ability. Lin Feng, aren't you going to explain it? As if he felt that his words were inappropriate, Ludan immediately explained. I mean, have you seen the impending disaster in the future? Oh. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. You want to know the future? The black-corned egg was silent, and his expression had already answered on his behalf. I will not tell you. Black stewed eggs obviously feel blood pressure rise. Phil Coulson was trying to hold back a laugh. Lin Feng's sudden childishness left Ludan speechless. He took a deep breath. I just want to know if there are unforeseen disasters in the future so I can be prepared. Staring at Lin Feng with one eye, Potato said in a tone that seemed to see through everything. Don't tell me about the butterfly effect, Lin Feng. You don't seem like someone who will obey the laws of time. Haha. Lin Feng was happy. I'm definitely not anymore, but with all due respect, you can't prevent future disasters. The information you got is not accurate, Chief Braised Egg. The future I went to is the future of the parallel universe. It's not the same thing as our future. Our universe doesn't have much similarity to that parallel universe. Lin Feng said so. If there is no Lin Feng, then all the plots will develop according to the original work. However, what Lin Feng has done has greatly changed the mainline development of this universe. So even if Lin Feng told Black Braised Egg what happened in the future, it would not help. Because even Lin Feng doesn't know where this universe is headed. As far as I can tell you, the only thing I can do is to take all the precautions I can. As far as Lin Feng knows about marinated eggs, he probably doesn't know the existence of Thanos. He is currently the blue star in the Marvel universe and will face the biggest threat. But Lin Feng didn't bother to say it, and it was useless to say it, because Thanos might get a lunchbox soon. Thanos, who collects infinite gems, will face Lin Feng soon. At that time, it will be the end of purple sweet potato essence. After thinking about it, Lin Feng continued, as for the two things I gave Tony Stark, they are also to guard against unknown dangers, in order not to be helpless when disaster strikes. About that black parasite, I can also tell you about his characteristics. He is a symbiont from an extraterrestrial body, which can make the host have a physique beyond that of ordinary people. With him, the physical fitness can easily surpass Steve. And strictly speaking, he doesn't have any shortcomings, you can rest assured. Having said that, Lin Feng can't help looking forward to Tony's future development. Mark 85, a super-evolved symbiont. And it won't be long before Tony's symbiote Stinger can start reproducing itself. At that time, it only needs to extrude a small part from itself to transform into a new symbiosis. In the next few years, Tony can build a team with the United States captain per capita. Just thinking about this picture is very exciting. And with Lin Feng as the gatekeeper, it doesn't matter whether the symbiont is evil or not, mind Gem understand? This can be regarded as Lin Feng's last step of defense for Blue Star. After hearing this, Haimi Dan already had a general idea in his mind. Although Lin Feng did not reveal too much information, it was all dry stuff. He also understands that the future is not set in stone. Disasters may come sooner, not at all, or worse. After thinking about it, Bidden suddenly opened his mouth and said, that black symbiont, right? Where can I find him? Braised Egg keenly grasped the information in Lin Feng's words. A symbiont without any shortcomings can make people have physical fitness beyond Steve. Although the Braised Egg is definitely not as simple as Lin Feng said, the example of Tony has already been placed in front of him. Now Tony can literally punch Steve without his armor. That's why he wanted to ask Lin Feng where to find the symbiote, and wanted to bring the symbiote back for research. If there are no shortcomings as Lin Feng said, then S.H.I.E.L.D's agent ability can almost achieve a qualitative leap. Lin Feng gave him a meaningful look when he heard the question. Should it be said that it is a marinated egg? I thought of how to use the symbiont so quickly, but Lin Feng doesn't know where the symbiote planet in his own universe is. I don't know where to find the symbiote. Tony's one was brought back from a parallel world. Lin Feng is lying. He can support Tony's team, but if this thing is not well controlled, the whole world will become the base camp of the symbiosis. If that time really comes, although Lin Feng can solve it with a snap of his fingers, but ordinary people have a super ability, and it is very likely that they will become the same existence as Homelander. The viciousness in the heart will be constantly magnified, which is not what Lin Feng wants to see. Seeing that the braised eggs were about to open their mouths again, Lin Feng directly blocked the thoughts of the braised eggs again. Don't ask me if I can go to the parallel world to bring a few back. My answer is, no. Okay. Braised Dan rolled his eyes, a little fox who doesn't like oil and salt. The two were chatting happily when suddenly a colorful light beam fell from the sky and landed in Lin Feng's yard. The beam of light quickly disappeared, revealing a figure. It was Thor, wearing armor, holding Mjolnir, and appeared in front of several people with a serious face. As soon as he appeared, Thor saw the naked marinated egg. Nick Fury. Thor, long time no see. Thor nodded, and greeted Braised Egg. I don't have time to talk to you too much right now, Thor said with an uneasy face, then turned his head to look at Lin Feng. Lin, father asked me to inform you to go. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully, and said in his heart. Okay, let's end the pleasant conversation here, I won't keep you for lunch. Lin Feng said directly to the marinated egg as he saw off the guests. Thor came to him, proving that the plot of Thor 2 was on the right track, which was the signal Odin gave him. Now, he's off to get the reality gem. Seeing the end of the conversation between the two, Thor stood beside Lin Feng, holding up Mjolnir to call Heimdall. Don't, Thor. Lin Feng stopped Thor in a cold sweat. If I remember correctly, Bifrost's teleportation will leave a circular pattern similar to a magic circle in place, which is enough to blow the turf of Lin Feng's house. If Heimdall had really teleported, half of Lin Feng's lawn would have been destroyed, but he stopped quickly. Let me do it. As Lin Feng said, ignoring Thor's suspicious gaze, he directly grabbed Thor's left hand and raised it. The blue light curtain swallowed the two of them, and then disappeared in place. Braised Egg and Phil Coulson exchanged glances and shook their heads. Let's go back. He can't control Lin Feng, let it be like this, he is also tired. The space gem teleports Lin Feng and Thor directly to a corridor in Asgard. As soon as he appeared, Lin Feng could vaguely sense the current Asgard, full of serious atmosphere and subtle smell of gunpowder. Outside, the sound of spaceship flight and the explosion of artillery fire can be vaguely heard. Lin Feng understood in his heart that the Dark Elves had already called. Odin, the God King, hurried over with a group of elite Asgard warriors. Send a team to the armory. As Odin walked, he gave orders to the guards beside him. Remember? Defend it at all costs, hold the dungeon. After speaking, Odin looked up and saw Lin Feng and Thor teleported over. Thor, just in time. You go to the dungeon too, it's under attack. Thor took the order, without much nonsense, and immediately led a group of soldiers to dungeon. After arranging to leave Thor, Odin set his sights on Lin Feng. Your Excellency Lin Feng. We meet again. It's only 2 or 3 days, God King. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Odin nodded, the future that Lin Feng said has already happened. Jane was indeed possessed by TIE particles, and his father King Bauer did not destroy TIE particles. The Dark Elves who were supposed to be extinct attacked Asgard. He has notified Lin Feng as agreed, hoping that the future has changed and it will not be as bad as Lin Feng said. Your Excellency Lin Feng, Asgard is going through a war, and I can't get away now, please go and meet my queen. Odin said to Lin Feng, and at the same time his eyes moved slightly, giving Lin Feng a wink. She's in her room, and Jane Foster is there. After speaking, Odin left in a hurry with the guards around him. Lin Feng watched Odin leave, but was speechless in his heart. Where is your queen's room? You should tell me at least. However, this did not bother Lin Feng. He closed his eyes and felt Frigga's breath. Senses spread throughout the entire palace area, and Lin Feng quickly found Frigga's room. After identifying the direction, Lin Feng jumped forward. In the gorgeous dormitory, the God Empress Frigga's expression was a little gloomy, mixed with a little worry. She is explaining something to Jane Foster. The main purpose of the arrival of the Dark Elves this time is to find TIE particles, and TIE particles are in Jane's body. Although she did not want her son to mingle with the mortals of Midgard. But she was wise and did not stop Thor, and her attitude towards Jane was relatively gentle. She is not only the queen of Asgard, but also a good wife and mother. There was a knock on the door suddenly, and the two looked at the door at the same time. Jane Foster was a little nervous, she was afraid that an intruder was coming. After all, what happened today was so exciting. Not only did I come to the mythical Asgard, but I was also fortunate to see the war in Asgard. For a while, my mind was a little confused. However, Frigga's heart moved, and she walked quickly to open the door. The intruder would not knock on the door politely. Your Excellency Lin Feng. Seeing that it was Lin Feng, Frigga smiled reassuringly. Queen of God. Lin Feng also nodded with a smile, and walked into the room. Frigga invited Lin Feng to sit down, and said directly, the Dark Elves are attacking Asgard, and they will come here soon. I know all about it, the God Empress. Lin Feng said with a smile, this time I came here to fulfill the commission of the God Empress a few days ago. Look how Lin Feng can talk. He obviously came to get the reality gem, but he said he came to complete the commission. As if that was the point. Frigga smiled back and did not expose Lin Feng's little trick. With Lin Feng's backing, her plan must go very smoothly. At this time, Jane who was on the side suddenly jumped out and shouted excitedly. Oh my god. You are? Superman. Oh my god, why are you in Asgard? Obviously, Jane has recognized this superhero who often appears on TV, and she screamed in surprise. Lin Feng smiled and indicated that he saw Jane Foster when he came in, but he didn't have time to say hello. Hello, Miss Jane. Wow. Jane's eyes lit up, and she took out a small notebook from nowhere. Can I ask you a few questions? Jane Foster said excitedly, and before Lin Feng could answer, she poured out a bunch of questions like beans in a bamboo tube. I want to know how you fly, it's totally against science. Also, and your eyes, why are there lasers coming out? And Lin Feng had a big head, and interrupted Jane Foster's question with his hand. As expected of a scientist, the first thing I saw was my ability, which is not scientific. But it seems like my brain is missing a string. When is this time? Is it appropriate to ask myself these questions? Miss Jane, now is not the time to talk about this. Asgard has ushered in the enemy, let's wait until later, okay. Jane Foster was taken aback when she heard the words, and then she realized that she looked at Frigg with a trace of guilt. Hold, I'm sorry, I was reckless. As an astrophysicist, Jane suddenly saw the superhero that violated the laws of physics on the blue star, and Jane let herself go, and couldn't control it for a while. Frigga returned a gentle smile and waved her hand very generously. It's okay, Miss Jane. But I think you may be going to sleep for a little while. What? Jane was stunned again, not understanding what the God Queen Frigg was talking about. However, in the next second, seeing Frigga waving his hand, Jian rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. Out of humanitarianism, Lin Feng caught Jane, who almost fell to the ground, and put her on a seat. Let's get started, Your Excellency Lin Feng, Frigga said, giving Lin Feng a positive look. Lin Feng nodded. Frigga's commission had already begun. He closed his eyes, calmed down, and then put his hand on top of Jane Foster. The invisible biological force field slowly enveloped Jane, hitting Jane's body like an air current, constantly expelling the TIE particles in Jane's body. All of a sudden, strange dark red particles escaped from Jane's body. Under the action of the biological force field, the TIE particles had nowhere to escape, and slowly gathered in midair. The whole process was much easier than Lin Feng imagined. More and more TIE particles flowed like flowing water until they all left Jane's body. Lin Feng removed the biological force field from Jane's body, and then pressed towards TIE particles. Marvel doesn't seem to have explained how to turn TIE particles back into a solid reality gem. But for this point, Lin Feng has already had a corresponding plan, and the pressure is over. Under the powerful biological force field of Silver Superman, the movement of TIE particles became slower and slower. Gradually, the TIE particles gathered into a ball and were constantly compressed until they stopped moving completely, and became like a pebble-like file size. The biological force field disappeared, and the TIE particles fell into Lin Feng's hands. Reality gems? Lin Feng was a little excited to show his respect. Then, put the reality gem on the Superman's wristband. So far, Lin Feng has owned 4 infinite gems. Only the soul gem in Vormer and the time gem in Ancient One's hand are left until all the infinite gems are collected. Frigga watched all this quietly. She was a little surprised by the method Lin Feng used. She couldn't tell what kind of power Lin Feng used. But Frigga didn't intend to ask. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Seeing that Lin Feng had finished her work, Frigga took a step forward with a smile on her face. Your Excellency Lin Feng, next, I need your help. Lin Feng nodded. He understood what Frigga meant. During the conversation with Lin Feng that night, Frigga had already told Lin Feng her plan, and Lin Feng also agreed to help complete the plan. Then, let's start the arrangement now. Please ask the Queen of God to help find a more secluded place. Lin Feng said, and picked up Jane Foster, who was still asleep. Frigga nodded, turned around and led Lin Feng to a remote place. Just here. Just put her there. Frigga pointed to the only small bed in the room. Lin Feng had no objection, and took 2 steps forward to let Jane go. Everything was ready. Lin Feng and Frigga looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Lin Feng closed his eyes, and on his left wrist, the reality gem he just got and the mind gem lighted up at the same time. In the palace, the Asgard elite and the Dark Elves fought back and forth, very enthusiastically. The cursed warriors destroyed Asgard's defenses, and a huge amounts of Nifex spaceship rushed directly into the Asgard palace. Huge amounts of the spaceship landed, and the Dark Elves surged out, constantly reaping the lives of Asgard warriors. The weird black hole grenade made it hard for Asgard fighters to guard against. The leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith, walked out of the hole in the damaged spaceship. His purpose was very clear, completely ignoring the people who were fighting, and went straight to the room where Jane and Frigga were. As long as you can get the TIE particles back, all the sacrifices are worth it. When Odin arrived with his guards, the palace was already in chaos. Huge amounts of spaceships are embedded in the palace, and the ground is full of Dark Elves and Asgard warriors. Frigga. Odin looked around, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. As for Malekith, he has already arrived at the side hall. He pushed open the door, feeling a little excited. TIE particles were already close at hand. Jane and Frigg are in this side hall. Seeing a strange man with a plot to run in suddenly, Jane ran all the way in fear and hid behind God Frigga. Stand back, monster. Frigga shouted sharply, holding a dagger, directly defining Malekith as an ugly monster. Back now, I can still spare your life. The majestic aura of the God Empress was fully on, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop at this moment. But that didn't scare Malekith. He took 2 steps forward and approached Frigg. I'm so lucky, woman. Frigga stepped forward without fear, clenched the dagger tightly, and dealt with it. Who are you? I'm Malekith. I've come to take back what's mine. Hearing this, Frigga subconsciously glanced at Jane. Seeing her actions, Malekith knew clearly, and it seemed that his feeling was correct. He ignored Frigga and walked straight towards Jane. This doesn't take Frigga seriously. When the figures were staggered, Frigg held the sword in his backhand and swung it upwards, hitting Malekith in the face. Give you face? Ignoring the majestic queen of Asgard? Malekith staggered from being drawn, and hastily drew out his dagger and stabbed at Frigga. When? Frigga made another backhand sword, disarming directly. He is a majestic magician, and his melee ability is ridiculously strong. I don't understand why the magicians in the movie like melee combat at all, but it should be said that it is worthy of being the Queen of God. After just a few moves, the dagger was caught on Malekith's neck. Malekith never expected that the god Queen Frigg could fight so well. There is no power to fight back at all, and one careless was strangled by the throat of fate. However, Malekith didn't panic at all, his eyes turned aside. While the two were fighting, a cursed warrior who looked like a minotaur broke into the side hall. It was for the great cause of Malekith, who volunteered to be the last loyal dog of the cursed warrior. Frigg followed Malekith's gaze, and she felt bad for such a big minotaur. In a hurry, he swung his sword and stabbed at the cursed warrior. However, the strength of the cursed warrior is not comparable to that of a magician. He received the white blade with his bare hands, handed over Frigg's short sword, and then grabbed Frigg's neck with a chokehold, and everyone was lifted into the air. Malekith smiled, and the cursed warrior was as powerful as ever. After solving Frigg, Malekith walked towards Jane. Now, it's time for you to give me back what you took away. With that said, Malekith grabbed Jane. But who is Frigg? It's a witch? Malekith's hand passed through Jane's body without the slightest pause, and Jane's phantom slowly dissipated in midair. Got tricked? Malekith's blood pressure rose instantly, he turned around in a swish, and roared, Witch, where are the tie particles? Seeing his distraught look, Frigga smiled. I won't tell you. Malekith's face was so gloomy that he winked at the cursed warrior. Base? The cursed warrior received the signal, and the short sword pierced upwards from the waist in an instant. I watched the movie, it really pierced from here. Frigga suffocated suddenly, and the shadow of death enveloped her. At the same moment of her death, an invisible yellow ripple quickly spread throughout Asgard. No. In the side hall, Thor's desperate and angry roar sounded. He storms in with Mjolnir in hand. Filled with hatred, a thunderbolt struck Malekith like a divine punishment, instantly hitting Malekith and burning half of his face. Seeing his mother's death with his own eyes, Thor was filled with grief and indignation, and Mjolnir attacked the two of them with a thunderbolt. Seeing that the situation was not good, the cursed warrior picked up Malekith and fled. Huge amounts of axe and axe spaceships were waiting for Malekith in midair. Thor growled angrily and swung the hammer back again. However, it was no longer possible to catch up with Malekith, and he and the spaceship had disappeared in midair. Mjolnir lost his target and flew back into Thor's hands. He turned his head and looked at Frigga lying on the ground in disbelief, no longer breathing. His brain went blank for an instant. The whole person also stood in place, at a loss. Odin also rushed over. Odin felt it the moment Frigga died. Stronger than their level, the state of close relatives and loved ones has an indescribable connection. He looked at Frigga who was lying on the ground with a slumped expression, as if he had aged several decades in an instant. Odin staggered up to the god empress who had accompanied him through countless storms, knelt on the ground, and slowly hugged her head. He put his face against Frigg's forehead, unwilling to accept the facts, as if he wanted to wake up his queen with body temperature. In the two adjacent side halls, Lin Feng looked at Odin who was calm on the surface, but in fact he was heartbroken, and then turned his head to look around him strangely. God Queen, God King Odin, doesn't he know your plan? Frigga looked at Odin with gentle eyes. He knows. Good guy. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. Is this old man so good at acting? Can't see any flaws at all. Your Excellency Lin Feng, I still need you for the funeral tonight. Frigga reminded Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his hand and made a small gesture. On his left hand, reality gem is still emitting light. This is what the God Empress entrusted to Lin Feng that night. She wanted to direct this show after Lin Feng got the reality gem. Let yourself die in front of Thor. When Lin Feng asked her why, she answered like this. Thor needs some experience to push his self-growth, make him more mature and responsible. At the same time, Loki also needs. Lin Feng readily agreed to Frigga's request, so the present scene appeared, as if nothing had changed in the future. The dead Frigga is the product of reality gem. In order to make the scene more realistic, Lin Feng also added a layer of insurance with mind gem. After all, I'm not sure if Thor or Loki has any other strange methods. It's good to have a layer of insurance to identify whether Frigga is really dead or fake. Only Lin Feng, Odin, and Frigga knew about this matter. That's right, before Lin Feng approached Frigga, he talked with Odin about the future. If Frigga didn't inform Odin in advance, her plan would not work. At night, the whole of Asgard was shrouded in a sad atmosphere. Asgard waters. The body of Queen Frigg, wearing her lifetime military uniform and sword, lay kindly and quietly in a small boat. Odin and Thor stood on the shore, with countless Asgard warriors behind them. Everyone quietly watched the former fairy queen gradually drift away without saying a word. The boat drifted farther and farther. A rocket pierced the night sky and landed steadily in the boat. The boat burst into flames, igniting the grief and indignation in everyone's hearts. The boat, under everyone's gaze, slowly turned into specks of light and rose into the sky. This is the funeral of Queen Frigg. It also represents the beginning of Thor and Loki's real growth. Lin Feng was on top of a tall palace, watching all this quietly, watching the scene that was the same as the original book. He let out a long sigh, pity the parents of the world. If Lin Feng did not appear, Frigga would still choose to accept death calmly, just because of the needs of Thor and Loki. Reality gem dimmed when the boat carrying the queen disappeared completely into a speck of light. Alter reality also requires huge energy support, and it is not permanent. In Avengers Alliance 3, Thanos turned Delax and Snail into noodles and lumps. Logically speaking, the two should have died on the spot. However, shortly after Thanos left, they miraculously recovered. This also shows that the modification of reality gem has many restrictions. The effects of the reality gem modification will last as long as the energy remains. If there are no such restrictions, then Thanos can completely wipe out half of the life in the universe with only one reality gem. Thor, as in the original book, finds Odin. Odin imprisoned Jane Foster, hoping to wait for the next visit from the Dark Elves. But Thor insisted on attacking the home of the Dark Elves, rescuing Jane, and avenging his mother at the same time. The old man Odin's acting skills are very good. He stubbornly refused Thor's request and said that no matter how many Asgard warriors sacrificed, he would kill Malekith. Like a beast who loses his mind after losing his love. The two also quarreled because of this, and finally had to break up unhappy. But Thor is not a good stubble. He directly chooses to disobey Odin's order, and prepares to go straight to the Dark World with Jane. To this end, Heimdall did not hesitate to make Heimdall violate the king's order and pull Loki, who was still in the dungeon. A secret operation planned by the Grand Prince of Asgard, launched. However, Thor didn't know that all this was seen by his father Odin and his dead queen mother. So far, the plot has continued according to the original work. Frigga's plan has been perfectly promoted, and Lin Feng's goal has also been achieved. Now, the three of them are in a secret room. This is the secret room that Odin specially arranged for Frigg, and Frigg will stay in this secret room until the Dark Elves are completely wiped out by Thor. At the moment, Odin was telling Frigg about his inner feelings. My queen, even though I knew it was fake, at that moment, my heart was still pierced. Odin is old and not ashamed, looking at Frigga with some fear, and holding her hand tightly. Frigga smiled and said nothing, and shook her head. Thor and Loki need my death to grow, and there's no other choice. This is the best opportunity. Cough cough. Lin Feng couldn't stand it anymore. With a constipated expression on his face, he couldn't help coughing twice. There's still an outsider like him here? Why did he suddenly let go and flirt with himself? Where did his reserve and majesty as a god king go? Then I won't participate in the follow-up matter. Lin Feng deliberately coughed twice to attract their attention. He smiled and shook his head, ready to go home, not to disturb the old couple. Now that the matter has reached this point, it is inconvenient for Lin Feng to continue participating. This is Thor and Loki fighting and growing. Malekith in the movie, without the help of the reality gem, will no longer be a threat to Thor. It should be, Your Excellency Lin Feng, I hope to visit Asgard more often in the future. Odin said with a smile. He could hear the intention of leaving in Lin Feng's words, and he didn't hold back. After all, there is still a lot of mess waiting for him to deal with. Please wait a moment, Your Excellency Lin Feng. Frigga suddenly thought of something, stopped Lin Feng, then turned and walked towards the back of the room. After a while, she came out again holding a metal box. She gave the box to Lin Feng. This is the weapon you want. It has been enchanted according to your requirements. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he almost forgot about it. 2 guns were taken back by Thor 2 days ago and handed over to Frigga for enchanting. It's just ignored because of the Proxima Midnight Sprite thing. Opening the box with some anticipation. Inside lay 2 silver grey pistols. It is larger than the general pistols in Blue Star, full of technological atmosphere, but it seems relatively low-key at first glance. These are the 2 guns that Lin Feng asked to build in Nidai, but it's not so much a gun as a handheld energy transmitter. After all, the main method of attack is to emit energy, and the gun body does not have a trigger or smoothbore. How fast the energy bullet can be shot depends entirely on Lin Feng's idea. Lin Feng took out a handful and weighed it. Good, easy to hold, and the weight is quite suitable. The weapons made of ulu metal are still from the handwriting of Nidai Dwarf King, and the quality is guaranteed. Turning his eyes, Lin Feng pointed the gun at the sky outside the window. He wanted to try the power of the gun. With a thought, the purple power gem instantly became restless. The violent energy was input into the pistol, and the mysterious pattern on the gun immediately lit up with a purple shimmer. The purple light changes with the energy output file size. Lin Feng randomly chose a place without buildings and pulled the trigger. Bio. An inaudible sound sounded, and a translucent purple bullet made entirely of energy shot into the sky at extreme speed. The speed is extremely fast, and the sound file size fully meets Lin Feng's requirements. With one shot down, Lin Feng nodded. The output of energy was very smooth and convenient. That's right, the blueprint provided by the system was created by the legendary Nidai Dwarf King and enchanted by Frigg, the Queen of Asgard. It's really outrageous that such a strong lineup can't make a good weapon. Now Lin Feng has the reality gem, which can completely make the double guns invisible at all times, which is simply a sneak attack weapon. And Lin Feng can feel that the more energy he outputs, the more powerful the bullet will be, and the faster the flight will be. After thinking about it, Lin Feng closed his eyes and began to push the infinite gems with all his strength. He wanted to test where the limit of this gun is. Huge energy poured into the body of the gun like waves, and the light of the gun body became brighter and brighter. A trace of terrifying destructive light surrounds the body of the gun. Not long after, the light was shining like a purple sun. The whole room was instantly filled with an aura of destruction. Your Excellency Lin Feng, stop. God King Odin stopped Lin Feng in a cold sweat. The huge overflowing energy shocked him. If this shot really made Lin Feng shoot out, half of Asgard would be gone in the most conservative estimate. Fortunately, Lin Feng was only testing the upper limit of the pistol's charge, and did not plan to fire it. The energy was slowly withdrawn, and the light of the gun body gradually dimmed. Lin Feng also had a general understanding of the upper limit of the pistol. About 5 seconds of full energy storage allowed the gun to reach its upper limit. If it is said to be stored for another 1 or 2 seconds, it will cause irreversible damage to the gun body. However, only 5 seconds of energy storage can make this blow destructive enough to destroy the entire Asgard god realm. Like it, Lin Feng rubbed the barrel of the gun. The thief liked it. Is there any man who doesn't like guns? But Lin Feng thought about it, and it was really not appropriate to call a gun. Except for some similarities in shape, no matter file size and function are completely unrelated. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Feng decided to call it the infinite hand cannon in the future. After all, it fires the energy of infinite gems. Seeing that Lin Feng did not lose his mind and fired the cannon, Odin wiped off his cold sweat, and at the same time was shocked by Lin Feng's physical fitness. With such a powerful energy flowing through his body, Lin Feng unexpectedly didn't show the slightest discomfort. If it were him to charge this blow, the huge energy of the infinite gems flowing through the meridians would be enough to cause some damage to Odin's body. Ulu metal is combined with enchantment, and the weapon can withstand the high-frequency infinite gems energy. I hope His Excellency Lin Feng will be satisfied. Seeing that Lin Feng seems to have finished the test, Frigga said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded affirmatively and stroked the hand cannon. I'm very satisfied. Thank you, Queen of God. The Queen of God shook her head and said politely, this is nothing to His Excellency Lin Feng's help to Asgard. Besides, enchanting this weapon is not very difficult. Hearing this, Lin Feng gave her a meaningful look. Frigga said this politely, the difficulty of enchanting this weapon is not as easy as the God Queen said. Look at the complicated lines on the drawing given by the dog system, it can circle the blue star in a straight line. It is quite difficult to understand these textures and successfully enchant them according to the textures. Asgard can successfully enchant Lin Feng, and perhaps only God Queen Frigga can do it. After putting away the weapons, Lin Feng bid farewell to Odin and Frigga. He opened the portal and set off to return to Blue Star. He doesn't care about the plot of Thor 2 anymore, and he will watch Thor's performance next. In the original book, after getting the reality gem, Malekith came to Blue Star. He wants to launch the ether where the 9 kingdoms meet to increase the power of the TIE particles. The 9 kingdoms are like amplifiers, which will exponentially increase the power of TIE particles. In the end, TIE particles can affect the entire universe and return the universe to darkness. But now, infinite gems is no longer in Jane's body. I really want to see Malekith's expression when he can't get anything out of Jane's body. As for Lin Feng, he didn't return home directly, but flew in the direction of Kamartaj. There are 2 gems left, one is close at hand. Lin Feng thinks it's time to get the green infinite gems. That's right, his goal is clear. Time gem? Time gem is also the weirdest gem in infinite gems that Lin Feng thinks. Because this gem involves time law, it allows the user complete control over past, present and future time. Not only time travel, time acceleration, time rewinding, and even a period of time can be infinitely looped. With the time gem, whether you make changes to the past, the present, or the future, branch universes are likely to appear. But if your knowledge is rich enough, then the usage of time gem will be extremely terrifying. In Avengers Alliance 3, Thanos can restore the destroyed mind gem and vision to their undestroyed state by virtue of the time gem. In some ways, the time gem is scarier than the others. Soon, Lin Feng landed in a small courtyard in Kamartaj. Now, Kamartaj's magic cannot stop Lin Feng. As long as he wanted, he could see the location of Ancient One. The apprentices in the courtyard looked at Lin Feng, who fell from the sky in bewilderment, not knowing whether it was an enemy or a friend. But soon, a black magician walked out of a house. Lin Feng saw that he was very familiar. He should have seen him in a movie, but he couldn't remember his name. Dear Mr. Superman, please come with me. The black magician lowered his head slightly, and said very politely. The existence of Lin Feng is no secret in Blue Star. Everyone knows that Superman is Lin Feng. It's just that when Lin Feng is wearing the ring, everyone will subconsciously ignore the identity of Lin Feng Superman. But this has lost its effect on beings with advanced magical attainments. Lin Feng nodded, followed the black magician into a room. This room is familiar to Lin Feng. The last time he came to Kamartaj to seek help from Ancient One, he was in this hut. It's just that Lin Feng brought a gift last time, but he didn't bring it this time. This time I came to pick up infinite gems. Lin Feng couldn't think of any equivalent gifts. And this time, the purpose of giving gifts will only be a little frivolous and philistine. The light was a bit dim, and Ancient One was sitting at a small table, smiling and waving at Lin Feng. After Lin Feng entered, the black magician withdrew and closed the door, leaving space for Lin Feng and Ancient One. Lin Feng walked forward calmly and sat opposite to Ancient One. He glanced at the table, and his heart skipped a beat. He raised his head and looked at Ancient One thoughtfully. It seems that the Ancient One magician already knew his purpose. The Eye of Agamotto loaded with the time gem was placed on the table so generously. Eye of Agamotto, one of the mysterious magic weapons of Sorcerer Supreme. It can see through many illusions, break dark magic, and even observe the past and future. Yes, the Eye of Agamotto originally is an artifact. Even without time gem, Ancient One magician can still observe the past or future through this artifact. It's just that there is no way to manipulate time. Strictly speaking, Eye of Agamotto has nothing to do with time gem. Lin Feng also doesn't know why the time gem is installed in Eye of Agamotto, maybe because infinite gems have to have a carrier. Lin Feng didn't understand the meaning of Ancient One yet, so he didn't rush to grab it. Magician, do you already know why I'm here? Ancient One smiled non-committally, did not answer Lin Feng, but poured him a cup of tea. Lin Feng shook his head. This Ancient One, as always, was mysterious all day long. He politely took a sip from his teacup. Good guy, you actually used the tea you gave her to drink for yourself? Ancient One looked at Lin Feng in front of him, like two people when they met last time. The faint aura on Lin Feng now makes her feel as if she is facing the universe directly. Your growth has exceeded my expectations, Lin Feng. Ancient One said with a sigh. She had to admit that Lin Feng's rapid growth made her as a Sorcerer Supreme feel incredible. Hearing this, Lin Feng put down his teacup, smiled slightly, and said, a lot of things have happened to me, magician. I can see it. Ancient One nodded thoughtfully. A year ago, Lin Feng was still a strong blue star that she could handle at will. And a year later, Lin Feng brought Ancient One pressure like the universe. After 2 sentences, the atmosphere fell into silence again. Ancient One stopped talking again, and Lin Feng didn't know what to say. His eyes drifted vigorously to the Eye of Agamotto, implying Ancient One, but Ancient One just looked at him with a smile. He was a little helpless. Eye of Agamotto is here. Ancient One should also know the purpose of his visit. Whether to give it or not is an accurate statement. After much deliberation, Lin Feng decided to take the initiative. His strength can completely solve Dormammu, and he doesn't need Strange a few years later. And with him sitting on the earth, those dark creatures in the universe will definitely come and go. Lin Feng would be kind enough if he didn't bother them. How dare they come to Blue Star? Ask about the double guns in my hand first? Seriously, there's no reason Ancient One wouldn't give him the time gem. Magician? I'm here for the time gem. Lin Feng pointed at the Eye of Agamotto, and stated the purpose bluntly. Since Ancient One didn't speak, then let him do it. Hearing this, Ancient One magician laughed. Although Lin Feng's strength has grown, his character has not been fully tempered. In just a few minutes, I couldn't help but ask myself questions. I know your purpose, you should be collecting infinite gems. Lin Feng nodded and admitted it openly. For the Ancient One magician, there's nothing to hide. He stretched out his left wrist with a thought. The invisible Superman bracers immediately appear on the wrist. 4 infinite gems of different colors shine brightly on it. The moment the 4 infinite gems appeared, the time gem hidden in Eye of Agamotto began to vibrate uncontrollably. Infinite gems are interconnected. Time gem can sense that its companions are nearby. Power, space, soul, reality. Ancient One recognized these gems at a glance, then shook his head with a smile. In just 1 year, Lin Feng is about to collect infinite gems. However, Ancient One doesn't think this is a good thing. Infinite gems shouldn't be so close. If several infinite gems appear at the same time, it can only prove that an unpredictable and huge disaster is coming. I'm also thinking about whether I should hand over the time gem to you. Ancient One said this uncharacteristically. In the past, she was wise, and all the decisions she made were decisive. Now, however, Ancient One has some hesitation. Among them, the main reason is that with the time gem, it is no longer possible to see the future of Lin Feng and Blue Star. The appearance of Lin Feng disrupted all of Ancient One's plans, including Strange, who was supposed to become the Sorcerer Supreme a few years later. These words made Lin Feng a little confused. He said bluntly, I don't understand why magician is hesitation. With my current strength, I can completely protect Blue Star from countless darkness. Infinite gems should be safer in my hands than in anyone's hands. If the magician is worried about Dormammu, then I can assure the magician that I will destroy him with my own hands. Lin Feng knows that the biggest enemy of Ancient One is Dormammu. In the long years, the reason why Ancient One can live so long is related to her absorbing dark energy in the dark dimension. With 4 gems in hand, plus Ancient One's time gem, Lin Feng can directly blow up Dormammu in the movie. After saying these words, Lin Feng stopped speaking. Just set aside time for Ancient One to think on his own, while he drank his tea quietly and leisurely. Today, Ancient One can no longer defeat Lin Feng. According to the setting, Ancient One and Odin exist at the same level. It's just that the strength of the two of them was not shown too much in the movie. As for Lin Feng, the Silver Superman, if he really wants to do something, Ancient One can't hold the time gem. But Lin Feng obviously didn't want to do anything to this Sorcerer Supreme who had guarded Blue Star for countless years. Lin Feng is not a big villain. To be honest, Lin Feng couldn't bear to grab something from the bald magician. After all, Ancient One is still his hometown. They are all Oriental. If Ancient One really doesn't give it, then Lin Feng can go and get the soul gem first. There are still 2 or 3 years until Strange's car accident, and by then, time gem will still be Lin Feng's. For Strange, Lin Feng has no intention of holding back. Lin Feng's words made Ancient One feel relieved, but at the same time shook his head. She believes that Lin Feng's current state is enough to deal with the existence of darkness from the universe. It's not entirely because of this. Ancient One took a sip of tea and sighed. With a wave of her hand in the air, she created a winding timeline. Time flows like water, connecting past, present, and future. Ancient One tapped the torrent of time, and 6 phantoms of infinite gems appeared on it, slowly rotating around time. 6 infinite gems create the flow of time we feel. There are infinite possibilities in the future. Countless branches will also be born. But all of this is the normal trend of time. Ancient One is demonstrating it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng also nodded seriously. The timeline is mysterious and terrifying. Strange has seen more than 10 million futures in Avengers Alliance 3. However, this is only a small part of the countless futures. Maybe Strange just drank 01L more water, and it would be a completely different future. So, the timeline is also terrifying. Ancient One continued to reach out and pinch the void, and suddenly a lifelike villain version of Lin Feng appeared in her hand. She placed Lin Feng's phantom on the timeline. Then, from the timeline after the node where Lin Feng appeared, it directly exploded into a firework. The time flow to the back turned into a cloud of white mist. The clear timeline has thus become blurred. Did you see it? After you appeared, everything became unstable and undetectable. Ancient One deliberately pointed to the cloud of white mist. Reasonably, even if the existence of Lin Feng will create more timelines, Ancient One should be able to see it. After all, the future is the future. No matter how changeable it is, one of the paths will be chosen. But now, she really can't see if she gave the time gem to Lin Feng. Ancient One can foresee that there will be a disaster that will determine the fate of the universe in the future, but she cannot see the process of the event clearly, which makes her not worried. So for Ancient One, whether to hand over infinite gems is like making a big gamble. At this point, Lin Feng also understood Ancient One's concerns. The unknown is scary. However, Lin Feng actually has some premonitions about the blurring of the future, but he has not delved into it. He is not a native character in Marvel. His appearance is like a cup of hot coffee spilled on Marvel's script. From the moment it was poured down, the subsequent plot has been melted by coffee. Now how to go in the future, basically, will revolve around Lin Feng. I still say that, magician. I will do my best to protect Blue Star. Besides, the future has changed, we can only adapt to it, can't we? Touching his chin, Lin Feng said plainly, but his tone was full of seriousness. He felt that Ancient One was a little dazed. Since you can't see the future clearly, then create a desired future yourself. For Lin Feng, whether he can see the future is not important, what is important is that he has the power to reverse the future. Maybe Ancient One needs such a guarantee. To put it bluntly, Lin Feng's strength is already the most powerful and most likely existence in the universe that Ancient One can see so far. After thinking for a long time, Ancient One waved his hand to disperse the phantom in the air. She finally decided to hand over the time gem. The duty of every sorcerer supreme is to guard the time gem. But she can no longer control the future, so let a stronger existence guard infinite gems. Since it is Lin Feng who makes her unable to see the future clearly, then throw the time gem to Lin Feng and let him have a headache? That is to say, when you make up your mind, you will no longer hesitate. Ancient One pinched a spell in the air with both hands. The eye of Agamotto on the table slowly turned. Lin Feng's heart moved, and he watched Ancient One's operation quietly. He knew that Ancient One had made a choice. The eye of Agamotto opens, and its center glows with a green light. The light slowly floated up. It was the time gem in infinite gems. Ancient One picked up the time gem in the void, and pushed it towards Lin Feng with complicated eyes. I hope my choice is right. Lin Feng looked at time gem, who was close at hand, and took a deep breath to calm down his excited mood. Infinite gems, the last one is missing. He reached out to take it, but never thought. Ancient One suddenly took it and took it back. Lin Feng paused, did not pursue, but looked at Ancient One suspiciously. Remember what I said when you wanted to learn magic? Lin Feng was taken aback, not understanding why Ancient One mentioned this suddenly. But I still played back the scene in my mind at that time. Remember, the magician said back then that the time has not yet come, right? Ancient One squeezed the time gem and nodded. So now, are you still interested in learning magic? Lin Feng's complexion gradually became strange. At this time, you mentioned learning magic? What did Ancient One think? Could it be that he wants to become the next Sorcerer Supreme? No more strange. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more likely it was. If Lin Feng is willing to learn magic, it will be the strongest Sorcerer Supreme in history, maybe. However, if Ancient One had said this half a year ago, Lin Feng would have immediately nodded in agreement. But now, Lin Feng's mind has changed. Organize the language, Lin Feng politely refused. Now I don't need to learn magic anymore, Ancient One magician. Magic is now very low in improving his strength. Even if Ancient One locks Lin Feng into the mirror space now, it will have no effect. He can shatter a heat ray as soon as he fires it, not to mention wearing a few infinite gems on his body. As soon as the words came out, Ancient One showed a mysterious expression, and said a mysterious sentence meaningfully. Magic is far from as simple as you think, Lin Feng. Shaking his head, Ancient One didn't expect Lin Feng to understand. The same power, magic can also affect the entire universe, even multi-universe? Maybe one day, Lin Feng will discover the mystery of magic, I hope? With this in mind, Ancient One sent the time gem to Lin Feng again. This time, she didn't take it back and delivered it to Lin Feng with her own hands. She looked at Lin Feng, and said word by word, promise me, protect this homeland. Also, remember not to use time gem lightly. If you play with time, time will play with you. The future depends on you. Lin Feng nodded solemnly, and gripped the time gem tightly. The movements of the two of them were as if they were handing over a treasure. What Ancient One handed over to Lin Feng was not just the time gem, it was more of a symbol of the burden of the future. From the moment Lin Feng picked it up, the responsibility of Blue Star's safety and dealing with the dark creatures fell on his shoulders. He took a deep breath, and installed the time gem on Superman's wristbands as he had done the previous few times. The familiar water ripples reappeared. With a ding, the green time gem was inlaid on the wristband. For a moment, all the infinite gems on the wristbands flashed a ray of light. 5 infinite gems, brilliance, echo each other. The interrelationship between them has become closer and closer, and the energy released and the burden caused are also getting heavier. Lin Feng could vaguely feel the pressure brought by the 5 gems. The more gems you have, the heavier the burden will be. But for Lin Feng, the impact is not too big. After all, Lin Feng has already snapped his fingers. With a wave of his hand, Superman's wristbands became invisible again. Ancient One looked at Time Gem, which had changed hands at this moment, and felt a little lost in his heart. With the disappearance of the wristband, Ancient One withdrew his gaze, gradually regaining his usual calm and wisdom. If you want to learn magic, you are always welcome here. Now, it's time for you to leave. Your friend, there may be some trouble. Friend. Hearing this, Lin Feng was taken aback, and asked casually, is that Tony Stark? The only person who can be called a friend by Lin Feng is Tony Stark. Ancient One shook his head. Not Tony Stark. It's another friend of yours. Just in the east. Just in the east? Lin Feng's thoughts raced, and in a moment, he thought of who the Ancient One was referring to. Isn't the one he knows, who is currently in the east, the one who is on a mission? He's about to face huge amounts of danger, you should go see. Ancient One pointed out a direction mysteriously, beckoning to Lin Feng. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. He got up and was about to leave, but suddenly realized something was wrong. How did Ancient One know that Pietro would face huge amounts of danger? Can't she see the future? Lin Feng took a deep look at Ancient One. Magician, do you really not see the future? Ancient One had a meal with a teacup in his hand. Then he smiled and remained silent, and did not speak again. Lin Feng smiled, thoughtful in his heart, but he didn't intend to ask further. What Ancient One doesn't want you to know, you can't even ask. Then I'll leave first, Magician. Ancient One nodded, but didn't hold back. Remember what I said. I will, Magician. After bidding farewell to Ancient One, Lin Feng walked out of the house and flew into the sky. Following the direction pointed by Ancient One, after flying for a certain distance, Lin Feng used his senses to search for Pietro's location. The current relationship between Pietro and Lin Feng is far from being friends. But anyway, I also regard him as a younger brother, and maybe this younger brother will become a big uncle in the future. Lin Feng doesn't want any accidents for him. As for Camartage, Ancient One looked at Lin Feng who left, but fell into deep thought. The time gem has been handed over to Lin Feng, and if the dark creatures come again, Lin Feng will deal with them. This undoubtedly lightened the burden on Ancient One. But the future is always unpredictable and changeable. Ancient One still decided to make Strange the next Sorcerer Supreme according to the previous plan. After all, Strange will be the best existence among them. There is not too much power to guard the Blue Star. Ancient One reached out and picked up the Eye of Agamotto on the table. Without the time gem, she still has this artifact. Can still deal with dark creatures to a great extent. Losing the time gem just lowered the win rate a bit. The strength of Ancient One Magician is there, but it will not be reduced because of the loss of time gem. On Lin Feng's side, he used his super ability to cover the entire east, but surprisingly, he didn't find Pietro. Lin Feng frowned, and scanned it several times in disbelief. Still no information from Pietro. Lin Feng faintly felt that something was wrong. With a thought, ability directly covered the entire Blue Star. Countless sounds and sights were transmitted to Lin Feng's brain. Still no sign of Pietro. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Incredible? I can't at all. Silver Superman wanted to find a single person on Blue Star but couldn't find it. Is there something wrong with my ability? But obviously, the answer is no. Lin Feng can feel that there is no problem with his ability. Then the problem can only be Pietro? Could it be that Pietro is no longer on the Blue Star? After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng took out his mobile phone and directly dialed Hey Braised Dan's number. After 2 beeps, the phone was connected. Lin Feng. From the other end of the phone, there was a slightly puzzled tone from the braised egg. Lin Feng can take the initiative to call him. It's really strange. It's me. Didn't you send Pietro to the east to perform a mission? Lin Feng asked directly. That's right. Isn't there a record in the information I gave you last time? Then can you contact Pietro now? Contact Pietro. In the space carrier's office, the black marinated egg sat upright. Lin Feng's tone made black braised egg feel something was wrong. Contact Pietro, call S.H.I.E.L.D. Wait, don't hang up. After speaking, Ludan winked at the agent next to him. Those who can be kept by brain's side are talents with sharp eyesight. The agent immediately understood the meaning of the marinated egg, and immediately went down to check whether he could still contact Pietro. The agent was very fast, and returned to the office with the news in 2 minutes. As soon as he opened his mouth, it was the news that Heiji Dan didn't want to hear. Sir, Agent Pietro can't be reached. Ms. Fock. The black stewed eggs are popular. Something happened again and again? How long has it been stable? Can't let people have a good weekend? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. He also heard the agent's report. His big brother has indeed lost contact. Looks like I'm going to the Divine Spear Bureau to ask. As soon as these words came out, the black marinated egg broke out in a cold sweat. Don't be impulsive, Lin Feng. Black braised egg shouted in cold sweat. He still knew how impulsive Lin Feng was when he did things. He was afraid that if Lin Feng would ask, he would call the door without saying a word. The consequences would be serious. Right now S.H.I.E.L.D. and God of Spear are in a rather special phase of their relationship. Black braised egg doesn't want to lose an ally in the east. I'll connect with them first. You wait. This mission should not be dangerous. Give me 10 minutes, and I will give you an answer in 10 minutes. Black braised egg said hurriedly. I'm afraid Lin Feng is already on his way. Lin Feng glanced at the phone a little strangely. When did brain talk so fast? Okay, I'll wait for your news. After replying, Lin Feng hung up the phone, found a random place to land, and quietly waited for the answer from the potted egg. At the same time, I couldn't help recalling the hasty words of the stewed egg just now, but only for a moment. Lin Feng figured it out. Brat, don't you think he's going to be the base of the Spear Bureau? I guess so. I am not a good guy in the eyes of marinated eggs. The marinated egg probably thinks so. Thinking so, Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Do I seem to be such an impulsive person? He doesn't know how to play God's Spear game. He is Silver Superman, but he also has black hair and black eyes. Has the marinated egg forgotten this? To be honest, even in Marvel, the East is Lin Feng's hometown. And Lin Feng has always kept his Huaxia name. Perhaps the blood flowing in the veins is already an alien species. But Lin Feng still considers himself a pure Oriental? 10 minutes passed in a flash. Braised Egg's reply came soon. He sent Lin Feng an address, which is the base of the Shenspear Bureau. Regarding Pietro's matter, the Shenspear Bureau could not give a detailed reason. Just this time, let Lin Feng act as a coolie to see what's going on. The mysterious East, Taipei Mountain. On the top of the mountain, there is a huge amounts of metal fortress suspended. The fortress is circular in shape, surrounded by several huge amounts of propulsion devices. It is the air base of the Divine Spear Bureau. Perhaps the technology is very different from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s space carrier, but it can also be lifted into the sky. Among the huge amounts of battleships, the person in charge of the Spear Bureau, Zhang Xian, hung up the call from S.H.I.E.L.D. with a sad face. A week ago, there was a huge amount of energy reaction from the bottom of Taipei Mountain. The energy radiated across the mountain and even caused small earthquakes. As the superhero organization with the most advanced technology in the East, the Divine Spear Bureau went here to investigate without hesitation. And soon, the detection machine discovered the energy reaction under the main peak of Taipei Mountain. It was a huge amount of void, and in the middle of the void was the source of energy radiation. With full preparations, the Divine Spear Bureau dug a tunnel leading to the ground. What unfolded in front of their eyes was a huge spaceship full of science fiction. A huge flying saucer-shaped spaceship with a diameter of at least 30 meters. The results of this survey are encouraging. The scientists of the Divine Spear Bureau all raised their arms and shouted when they saw this huge monster. At the same time, this news was quickly blocked. The external tone was just a relatively abnormal shock. This news is about to break out, and it is estimated that there will be no peace in Taipei Mountain. Know what an alien spaceship means? Unknown advanced technologies, advanced materials, and advanced knowledge. Didn't someone once say that the reason why human beings can't find aliens can only prove that human technology is far lower than that of alien civilizations? And the discovery of an alien spacecraft is enough to elevate human technological civilization to a higher level, provided that he can thoroughly understand his research. Although, aliens no longer exist only in legends. Like the United States, it is also a mythical figure and invaded by aliens. The existence of aliens has been fully affirmed. But helplessly, there is still a certain gap between them and the United States. I want to buy some of Chitorai's technology left on Blue Star or a precious Leviathan corpse. But helplessly, they won't sell it to you at all. In this case, when the United States researches and understands alien technology, the gap with itself will widen. That's why, the alien spacecraft discovered at the bottom of Taipei Mountain can make the Shenspear Bureau so excited. This is completely a chance to match or even surpass the alien technology of the United States. Can you not be excited? We must know that the patriotism and national cohesion of the East are unmatched anywhere. With excitement and enthusiasm, the Shenspear Bureau decisively ordered the study of alien spacecraft. The first batch of scientists took the lead under the protection of several superheroes. Since the spaceship is too large to be transported back to the base for research, the top management unanimously decided to study the spaceship on site. But soon, a basin of cold water fell from the sky and splashed on everyone's heads. Scientists have successfully approached the alien spacecraft. But when one of them couldn't help reaching out to touch the smooth outer shell of the spaceship suddenly hummed, then rose half a meter, and kept spinning. Just when everyone was a little panicked and confused, countless small devices popped up from the outside of the spaceship. A beam of light locked everyone present. In an instant, everyone's heart was in a bad mood, and their souls froze. They hurried back, but it was obviously too late. Those small devices turned out to be laser emitters one by one. The spacecraft directly rained lasers all over the sky. For a moment, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the scene was horrible. In a very short period of time, all the leading scientists were killed. Those superheroes also suffered heavy casualties, but fortunately they survived with their extraordinary physique and special ability. It's just that they are all lying in a treatment institution for treatment now. A bolt from the blue? No one expected that the alien spacecraft would suddenly activate and attack suddenly. The lost group of scientists were all highly skilled talents. When he received the news, Zhang Xian's face was as dark as S.H.I.L.D's marinated egg. Fortunately, the spaceship did not fly away after shooting and killing all the scientists. Instead, it slowly vacated and rotated in place, as if it was on standby. In order to study and understand, Zhang Xian also worked hard and sent a group of scientists. But unlike before, scientists were not allowed to approach the spacecraft this time. Instead, various observation instruments are used to detect the spacecraft at the entrance of the cave. The goal is to find the self-defense module that shuts down the spacecraft as quickly as possible. Scientists are also very powerful, researching day and night. Finally, an answer was given, and there was a conspicuous square button on the outside of the spaceship. After pressing this square button, there is a high probability that the self-defense system of the spacecraft can be stopped. Finally, there was an answer that made Zhang Xian feel a little relieved that there is a way to stop self-defense. The question is who will press this button. The current spaceship, basically, as long as it gets close to it for a certain distance, it will launch laser attacks indiscriminately. Scientists have tried various approaches. Small robots, drones, high-tech remote-controlled cars. Everything was shattered by the laser. In desperation, there are even more radical suggestions aimed at the button to have a shot. But the plan was rejected on the spot. It's a completely insane plan. For an alien technology with such a powerful self-defense system, would you give him a shot? Then it is estimated that the self-defense system will transform into an indiscriminate massacre system. It can be said that all the methods that can be thought of for a while have been exhausted. The power of the laser is far beyond the top level of Blue Star. The most advanced armor weapon has also been pierced by lasers. In desperation, Zhang Xian wanted to buy some vibranium to build a shield to see if it could withstand the laser. If you can resist, just send someone to hold the shield and press the square button. But after a negotiation, S.H.I.L.D did not agree to sell vibranium to itself. The reason is that the stock is too small. If the Shensphere Bureau really wants to buy it, they can only buy 100 grams, and the price is extremely expensive. Looking at the long string of zeros behind the number 1, and the unit is still in rice yuan, Zhang Xian decisively gave up this plan. Things have come to the point where there seems to be no viable solution. But such a big alien treasure is right in front of you. Who can resist this temptation? There is no word giving up in the dictionary of the Orientals. In the end, after a discussion among the top management of the Sphere Bureau, it was decided to hire A.S.H.I.L.D superhero to help them press that button. It's not that I don't have a superhero, but it's not enough to see in front of this spaceship with obvious technological strength that makes people incomprehensible. At this point, there is no need to expose the spacecraft to the sight of some people. If the spaceship cannot be opened, then the spaceship will be of no value. Only the open spaceship will generate value? In this regard, there are 3 candidates who meet their conditions. The first thing that comes to mind is the famous Superman. After all, Superman is arguably the most powerful superhero in the world. The waist twister battle is obvious to all the world. According to the old Oriental saying, it has the power to move mountains and fill seas. But helpless, let alone Lin Feng is not under the control of SHIELD. At that time, Lin Feng was not on Blue Star. So the Sphere Bureau chose Iron Man Tony Stark as the next best thing. Tony Stark's scientific research strength is also obvious to all. At least his constantly updated steel battlesuit. No organization in the world can imitate it. But Tony directly rejected the request. The reason is unknown. He just said perfunctorily that he didn't have time. In the end, the Divine Sphere Bureau could only choose the last backup candidate. That is the new speed superhero Pietro. According to the calculations of his own scientists, although Pietro's speed may not be faster than the spacecraft's laser, he can escape the laser locking device without any pressure. As long as you can't lock it, you can't hit Pietro. Fortunately, Pietro belongs to S.H.I.L.D and does not have that much say. Soon, Pietro was dispatched to the Sphere Bureau to help them carry out the mission. But if there is no accident, there will be another accident. Pietro is the perfect lock-on to dodge the laser. And under everyone's expectant eyes, he successfully pressed the square button on the outside of the spaceship. However, after the button was pressed, the spacecraft did not turn off its self-defense system as the brickman said. Instead, it seemed to be going crazy. The moment the button was pressed, the spaceship erupted with a powerful shock wave. The shock wave directly impacted the entire underground space, forming a layer of translucent white energy covering the entire underground. And Pietro, as well as the two superheroes who were supporting the backup, also disappeared in place in an instant. Right? It just disappeared in place. This scene made Zhang Xian look stupid. The situation is completely different from what the bricks predicted. Not only did the borrowed Pietro disappear, but even his two superheroes also disappeared. The entire Shenspire Bureau went numb. What's even more outrageous is that after the protective cover is deployed, the cannon can't even blast it. In desperation, various weapons and tools greeted the protective shield. But no matter what method is used, the protective cover does not even have a wound of the size of a needle tip. Things have reached an impasse. And misfortunes never come singly. Just now, S.H.I.E.L.D. called directly and said that Pietro could not be reached. Zhang Xian was in a cold sweat, and held back for a long time, but he couldn't say a thing or two. He didn't know how to explain it, so he just said that your superhero disappeared. Then send it directly. Every superhero is an extremely important existence. He could have imagined that after the Bittern found out, he could directly drive the space carrier over to ask for an explanation. Definitely, braised eggs should not be so radical. In a hurry, Zhang Xian gave an overview of the current situation. He did not clearly state that Pietro disappeared, but said that the task was in progress. But the black stewed egg is not so easy to deceive. He directly stated that he would send personnel to understand the situation and let Zhang Xian receive it. He should be there immediately. Zhang Xian, who hung up the phone, stared in a daze at the humanoid object approaching at high speed on the screen in front of him. Before he could wipe off the cold sweat on his face, he saw Lin Feng falling from the sky. There was no other way. Zhang Xian could only bite the bullet and lead two of his men to meet him. Besides, Lin Feng flew straight over after getting the address that black braised egg gave him. From a long distance, I saw the huge circular flight base suspended in the air. He remembered that the name of this base was very intuitive and rude. It was called the Circle. At the same time, I couldn't help but mutter in my heart, why do these organizations like to fly the whole base up? Isn't this a moving target? Landing steadily on the Circle, Lin Feng saw three people walking towards him. One in front and two in the back. The leader is estimated to be the high level. All three have black hair and black eyes. Seeing this, Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and he suddenly felt cordial. Fellow? After I came to Marvel, I basically didn't see any fellow villagers. One is because I originally traveled from the east beyond the fourth wall, and I didn't have the consciousness to actively look for fellow villagers for a while. The second is that this is the Marvel universe, and Lin Feng subconsciously focused all his attention on the main plot of Marvel. To be honest, Lin Feng has no sense of belonging to this Marvel world, maybe only the east before crossing is his real hometown. The three Oriental fellows walked up to Lin Feng, and greeted Lin Feng politely. Hello. With one mouth, Lin Feng is a backward. He remained silent for a while, and saw the embarrassment suddenly realized on the fellow's face. Hi, I'm Lin Feng. Lin Feng also extended his hand and shook hands with the leading fellow. He opened his mouth and spoke authentic Chinese, which made the fellow even more embarrassed. After the embarrassment, Zhang Xian was agitated. Your Excellency is a descendant of China. Seeing his excited look, Lin Feng nodded amusedly. Yes, a pure descendant of China. She spoke authentic Chinese, with black hair and black eyes, and this standard Oriental name. After getting the answer he wanted, Zhang Xian showed joy, holding Lin Feng's big hand and shaking it up and down constantly. Quick, please come in and sit down. As he spoke, he dragged Lin Feng into the battleship. Lin Feng was dragged away dumbfounded. This fellow is so enthusiastic. But it's not Zhang Xian's fault. To know who Lin Feng is Superman, the most powerful superhero on Blue Star, but this superhero is actually an orthodox Chinese. A plan to win over Lin Feng suddenly rose in his heart. Go to s.h.i.e.l.d. Anyway, Lin Feng didn't join s.h.i.e.l.d. No. Soon, Lin Feng was brought to the reception room. Several people sat down around a square table. Lin Feng received warm hospitality from the god of spear, serving tea and pouring water. I won't say much about all kinds of greetings. In short, everyone who saw Lin Feng was laughing. The enthusiastic Lin Feng broke out in a cold sweat. But Lin Feng was not too polite. After all, everyone had the same skin color. After some small talk, Zhang Xian began to wink at the weather witch sitting beside Lin Feng. The weather witch followed the good advice and immediately understood what Zhang Xian meant. She pretended to be casual, and asked Lin Feng beside her, Mr. Superman? You must be from the east, right? The weather witch is the leader of Zhang Xian's superhero team. Her real name and origin are unknown. On weekdays, she always wears a metal mask, only revealing a pair of eyes, and her whole body is also wrapped in special metal armor. The armor on the wrist can gather lightning and release it to attack the enemy. The reason why the weather witch started the topic is mainly because of the principle that opposites attract. Some sensitive questions uttered by women are not easy to arouse Lin Feng's disgust. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled and said, That's right. Didn't I say that just now? I'm a pure Oriental. Also, don't call me Superman, just call me Lin Feng. Among the few people who greeted Lin Feng just now was the Weather Witch, and Zhang Xian's small actions did not escape Lin Feng's eyes. But Lin Feng didn't care about these, he just wanted to see what the fellow villagers wanted to do, although he could roughly guess some of them. Hearing Lin Feng's self-identification of race again, Zhang Xian couldn't help but smile. The Weather Witch continued to lead the topic. Okay, then shall I call you Mr. Lin Feng? Lin Feng nodded. The Weather Witch continued to ask, I heard from them that Mr. Lin Feng often travels in the universe. As soon as these words came out, Lin Feng's expression was half a smile. Who did you hear that from? He went to the universe and didn't tell anyone, definitely, except Susan. But if you think about it a little bit, you will understand. Black stewed eggs know that they have gone to the universe. The Spear Bureau definitely has its own intelligence network. Besides, it took half a year for Superman to disappear, so it's not surprising that Godspair can figure it out. After all, he couldn't guarantee whether he was photographed by other satellites during the few times he wandered through the atmosphere. Nodding his head, Lin Feng directly admitted with a smile, I do often go to the universe. I guess you all know that aliens don't just exist in science fiction anymore. Hearing this, Zhang Xian and the Weather Witch nodded in sympathy. The Chitauri invasion has proven to the world that aliens exist. I have seen more alien life in the universe. Zahubarai people with green heads and green brains, big trees that can talk and walk, and a maniac raccoon with a weapon. Lin Feng smiled and told about his experience in the universe. He would not mind telling these stories to the fellow Easterners to broaden his horizons. After all, we all share the same blood. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the eyes of the members of the Spear Bureau lit up. Sure enough, there are vast places in the universe with life, not just in the Blue Star. Then Mr. Lin Feng, I have a question, I hope you will not be angry. This was said by Director Zhang Xian. After hesitation, he was still going to ask this question. Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand. Everyone is from the East, if you want to ask anything, feel free to ask. Hearing this, Zhang Xian felt a little relieved, and then asked cautiously, Iron Man, Tony Stark is your friend, everyone knows that. I want to ask, is Iron Man's latest battlesuit alien technology? Hearing this, Lin Feng was taken aback, with a strange expression on his face. Iron Man's battlesuit, you ask me? But in just a moment, Lin Feng figured out the reason. It seems that the Spear Bureau already knew that Tony's Mark 85 was a gift from Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng didn't hide this matter, he didn't tell anyone. Only S.H.I.E.L.D. already knew about it. In other words, the intelligence network of the Spear Bureau is deeper than I imagined. Director Zhang Xian's subordinates are very well informed. Lin Feng said something pointedly. Zhang Xian scratched his head in embarrassment. He also has no choice, and the resistance to scientific and technological development in the East is huge. There is an invisible disconnect between technology and the United States. Now the United States has obtained a large number of alien weapons and biological remains for research. If this continues, the situation will become more and more unfavorable. As for the steel battlesuit that Lin Feng gave to Tony Stark, it obviously doesn't look like a Blue Star product. Not to mention laser weapons, this is currently the only one in Blue Star. Energy shields, nanotechnology, all kinds of dazzling technologies that only exist in theory have been confirmed and applied to the Mark 85. Tony originally's technological level is several years, even decades, ahead of Blue Star. That Mark 85, even leading all the technologies of Blue Star for nearly 100 years, is considered a conservative estimate. And this was given by Lin Feng. Zhang Xian couldn't help but doubt that Tony's Mark 85 is alien technology. Shaking his head, Lin Feng said, the technology of the Mark 85 is indeed very advanced and outrageous. But he is not a creation of alien technology, he was researched by Tony himself. But there may be no way to explain the specific details. Lin Feng thought about it, but still didn't tell about his time travel to the future. That was just an accident. Lin Feng himself is not sure whether he can travel through the future now. Is that right? Hearing this, Zhang Xian was obviously disappointed. He originally thought that since Lin Feng could give Tony an alien battlesuit, he might be able to lend himself a period of time to study. It is unthinkable for him to give himself a piece of Zhang Xian. After all, he might not be able to afford that thing after selling his circle base, so he was embarrassed to ask for it. Director Zhang Xian, after talking so much, you want to ask me if there is any future technology or technology that can be given to us in the East. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Xian with a sad face, secretly amused, and directly pointed out Zhang Xian's inner thoughts. After making so many insinuations, I never asked about the ultimate goal. I guess I was afraid that I would be unhappy, so I should pat my ass and leave. This is indeed what Mr. Lin Feng thought. Zhang Xian, who was exposed, didn't have much embarrassment, but his smile was a bit bitter. The gap between our technology and the West is getting wider and wider. They've got weapons left over from the Chitauri incident they're working on, and they're not even willing to sell them to us. Even through some special channels, we only got some very damaged alien firearms. Those blood-sucking underground rats have even removed the core. Having said this, Zhang Xian gritted his teeth with hatred. The ones bought from the ground at a huge expense are all useless leftovers, and they are seriously damaged. Regarding this aspect, Zhang Xian told Lin Feng nothing to hide. This day is a bit bitter. Lin Feng shook his head. Director Zhang Xian, if you want Chitauri's weapons, I have some here. Lin Feng suddenly said such a sentence. Everyone present looked at Lin Feng instantly. Zhang Xian got up immediately, his eyes widened, and he said, "Is what Lin Feng said first true?" Regarding this question, Lin Feng didn't answer, just waved his backhand, and a complete Chidori weapon appeared in his hand. Space technology. Zhang Xian gasped in shock from this move. But the smart one didn't ask any more questions, just took the weapon that Lin Feng handed over. He found it accurately, and lightly pressed the start button on the gun. After all, I still bought some defective firearms without core parts, and I know how to activate this thing. With a soft buzzing sound, the firearm was instantly activated and charged. Zhang Xian smiled, and involuntarily clenched the hand holding the gun a little bit. Quickly, call the researchers over. He never dreamed that he could get Chitori's weapon from Lin Feng so easily. Still the full, launchable version? You must know that such a firearm, the technology that can be reversed is not just as simple as a weapon. Energy, materials, structures, and new alien knowledge and theories. So this complete firearm represents more than just a small weapon. It represents unknown advanced knowledge and theories, and even involves the use of energy. As expected of a fellow from the East, Zhang Xian instantly gave Lin Feng 10,000 likes. Don't worry, Director Zhang Xian, I still have some here, you can find a place and I'll release them all. Lin Feng waved his hand, interrupting Zhang Xian's actions. Hearing this, Zhang Xian was excited, stood up with a bang, dragged Lin Feng and walked towards the Scientific Research Institute. Walk around, I have as many places as I want. Lin Feng didn't mind either, and just let Zhang Xian drag him away with a smile on his face. He can understand the discomfort of being stuck in technology, and he can better understand Zhang Xian's current mood. Although it seems that the Spear Bureau also has an air base, there is always a gap between S.H.I.E.L.D and S.H.I.E.L.D in technological strength. Zhang Xian's excitement about an alien gun can only explain one thing. That is, in the original book, the setting of the Divine Spear Bureau is a bit too weak, at least from a technological point of view. Hey. Along the way, staff members passing by constantly greeted Zhang Xian respectfully. Lin Feng could see the sincerity in their eyes. It seems that Zhang Xian's reputation as a leader is still good. Soon, Zhang Xian brought Lin Feng to a huge scientific research room. Several researchers in white coats are busy doing research. Director. Seeing Zhang Xian appearing in the research room, a middle-aged woman who is obviously the team leader greeted her. Doctor Who. Zhang Xian nodded and smiled. This is Mr. Lin Feng. You have seen him on TV. He is the Superman from the Chidori incident. Zhang Xian introduced to the doctor surnamed Hu. This Doctor Who is well dressed, about 40 or 50 years old, with a serious expression on his face. Oh. Hearing what Zhang Xian said, Doctor Who's eyes lit up, and he reached out to shake hands with Lin Feng. Hello, I'm Hu Lan. After a concise and clear introduction, Doctor Who stared at Lin Feng with great interest, without any scruples because of Lin Feng's identity. She knew Superman, and she wanted to meet Superman very much. But the reason is not to admire the power of Superman, but to study and understand what is going on with Lin Feng's ability. Indestructible, has infinite strength, can fly and run, it shouldn't be a creature of blue star. Lin Feng retreated steadily under her stare. The old woman seemed to see a rare species, and it made him feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, Zhang Xian made the rescue in time. He looked at Lin Feng and asked, Mr. Lin Feng, do you think this place is okay? Lin Feng definitely knew what he was talking about. After looking around for a week, Lin Feng nodded. It's not too big, but it's enough. Lin Feng took 2 steps forward, and waved his hand in the void. The system space opened instantly, and some products from Chidori fell down one after another. There are weapons, armor, and 2 relatively complete flight machines. These are all collected by Lin Feng during the Chidori incident. It's purely for fun, to commemorate the collection, but I didn't expect it to come in handy. A large number of products of alien technology fell to the ground and made a clanging sound. Immediately attracted the attention of many researchers. The same goes for Doctor Who looked at the scene in front of him in surprise, and after realizing it, he jumped on it as if he had found a treasure. His eyes were shining. Quick, quick, Xylin, stop all the work at hand, and move these things to the analyzer first. Doctor Who, a scientific madman, doesn't care how Lin Feng will give these things. The moment he saw the alien gun, Doctor Who was completely attracted. This is not over yet. Lin Feng took out another device in the shape of a USB flash drive and handed it to Zhang Xian. This is a weak artificial intelligence, and there is only so much I can give for the time being. You should thoroughly understand Chitori's technological research first. I'll bring something new next time. Also, I will give you the contact information of Stark Industries. Some technologies that can be shared are not a problem, but you must keep them secret. After all, if the council over at Laomi knows about them, it will be difficult to do so. Lin Feng really only has so many things to give Zhang Xian at present. In the past, he did not consciously collect any high-tech products, or other things. But it is estimated that Lin Feng will pay attention to the things that can be used in his hometown when he goes to the universe in the future. As for the Stark industry, there is indeed a large part of advanced technology that can be shared, but the parliament does not agree with this approach, so there has been no cooperation with the East. But in Lin Feng's capacity, this cooperation can be carried out secretly. Even if the council really knew, it would most likely be ignored. After all, no one wanted to anger Superman. Zhang Xian took the device and couldn't contain his excitement. This is a real fellow, I really miss my hometown when I have good things. Just when he was very excited, Lin Feng's voice came from his ear again, but it was like cold water pouring down. Now, can you tell me about Pietro? After some tossing, several people returned to the reception room. The Weather Witch went to get the video material, and Zhang Xian explained the general situation to Lin Feng with some embarrassment. Not only did Pietro disappear, but the two agents who followed him, Saber and Vector, also disappeared. The situation is embarrassing, but the three of Pietro should not have died. According to Brickman, Pietro should have activated some kind of teleportation device on the spacecraft. The biggest possibility now is that the three of them were transported away by the spaceship. As for where it was sent to, it is unknown. Zhang Xian wiped his sweat while talking. If the brick house predicts wrong again this time, they will all be fired and pack their bags and go home. Not long after, the Weather Witch returned with a tablet. Lin Feng took the tablet and took a look. The screen displayed the scene when Pietro disappeared. In the picture, there are a total of 3 people, Pietro, and 2 other people in strange clothes. It should be the Saber and Vector that Zhang Xian said. In the underground space, Pietro avoided the laser, quickly approached the spaceship, and pressed the square button of the spaceship. As the button was activated, the spaceship buzzed, creating a shock wave and kicking up a large amount of dust in the air. When the smoke dissipated, there was only a huge amounts of translucent shield covering the entire underground space. Pietro and Saber and Vector had disappeared in place. There was no blood or droplets on the ground. The video basically ends here. The following video is a video of some weapons bombarding the shield. Lin Feng keenly discovered that the weapon bombarded the shield, but the shield did not actively fight back. This shows that the protective cover does not reflect the function of eliminating incoming enemies, definitely, and it is only speculation. Because of this, the brick house conjectured that the 3 of them should have been teleported away. Well, let me go and take a look at the scene. Putting down the tablet, Lin Feng thought for a while before deciding to go to the scene to find out. This alien spacecraft is full of weirdness. The information obtained from the screen alone is limited, and the depth of information is not enough. He wants to go to the scene to find out what this alien spaceship is about. Zhang Xian pondered for a while, and agreed to Lin Feng's request. After all, it was the agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. who disappeared, and although Lin Feng is a fellow, he can be regarded as a foreign aide entrusted by S.H.I.E.L.D. to check the situation. And with the strength of a fellow villager, there might be some new discoveries. The Spear Bureau's right to speak is relatively concentrated, and there is basically no resistance to things after Zhang Xian agrees. The spacecraft is located about 300 or 400 meters below the main peak of Taibei Mountain. Zhang Xian personally led Lin Feng to the ground. To Lin Feng's surprise, he originally thought that the Spear Bureau relied on a simple elevator to go back and forth to the ground. Unexpectedly, the elevators leading to the underground have been built. Should it be said that it is an infrastructure madman? But the reason is also easy to understand. After all, this spaceship is too huge. If you want to take it up for research, the cost is much higher than the cost of the elevator, and it's too eye-catching to take it up. Besides, the spaceship is still in a state of self-defense, and it is impossible to get close to it, let alone find a way to transport it to the ground. So in order to facilitate the research of scientific researchers, this elevator was built. The elevator was very fast, and only Zhang Xian and Lin Feng got down this time. After reaching the ground and passing through a relatively narrow tunnel, Lin Feng saw the target this time. As soon as I saw it, it was the spaceship in the center of the huge shield. The gray disc-shaped spaceship has many incomprehensible lines on it, and the lines glow with light blue light, which is full of sci-fi feeling. At first glance, it is just an ordinary alien spaceship that can be seen in movies. But the spacecraft is obviously in a running state, and it is slowly rotating. On the exterior of the spaceship, there is a square button that flashes blue light on and off. It is the button that Lin Feng saw in the video, and Pietro pressed it. Lin Feng stepped forward and reached out to touch the protective cover. There is a certain degree of toughness in the hand, but if you press it into a depth of about 10 centimeters, you can't press it. This protective shield has a certain degree of flexibility, but we have used the most advanced weapons and still cannot cause damage to it. Zhang Xian spoke. It's nothing if the protective cover can't be opened, and the research progress has reached a deadlock. Worse, it also swallows people. Lin Feng nodded, and observed around the shield. Director Zhang Xian, step back. Zhang Xian was taken aback. Lin Feng explained, stand back a little, let me see if I can break through this protective shield. Zhang Xian nodded, and walked away without any hesitation. Lin Feng's attack energy intensity has already exceeded the upper limit of calculation. He was afraid of hurting himself in an accident. The current Spear Bureau has no way to deal with this protective shield like a dog biting quill. If Lin Feng could open it, it would really be of great help. Seeing Zhang Xian backing away, Lin Feng didn't hesitate either. He stared at the protective shield, half bent his knees, raised his hand directly, and slammed the fist of the hurricane fiercely at the protective shield. Boom! The protective cover is like a non-Newtonian fluid. It becomes hard when it is hit, and ripples appear on the surface, blocking and dispersing the impact brought by Lin Feng. The shield was intact, and Lin Feng was not disappointed either. Lin Feng didn't use too much force for this punch, it was just to test the approximate strength of the protective shield. One punch fails, another punch. Lin Feng swung his fist with his right hand, which was more swift and fierce than the previous blow. This punch hit the protective shield like a comet hitting. Boom! Huge amounts of piercing sound impacted the entire underground space. The powerful kinetic energy hit the protective cover, and was constantly scattered everywhere. The shockwave formed by the wind of the fist caused countless gravels to fall from the top of the head, shaking the entire underground space. The rubble fell to the ground, causing a burst of smoke and dust, and Lin Feng's punch almost failed to dry out the earthquake. However, the shield remains unchanged. Mr. Lin Feng, stop. Zhang Xian in the distance staggered in the shock, and was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. There are already several cracks in the rock layer above his head, and they are constantly expanding. Lin Feng's seemingly ordinary punch contained terrifying power, as expected of Superman. As soon as Zhang Xian spoke, Lin Feng definitely knew what he meant. He nodded to Zhang Xian, indicating that he would not punch again. He also saw the destruction of the underground space by this punch. Damn, Lin Feng frowned. According to his strength, it is no problem to push the entire planet, and he is confident that he can break through this bullshit shield. But the problem is that before the protective cover is broken, the underground space is estimated to have collapsed first. Zhang Xian took 2 steps forward, and said with some fear, how about we go up first, and then think of other ways. Lin Feng's relaxed and freehand punches almost collapsed the underground space. Zhang Xian felt that it was obviously not a problem to go on like this. Lin Feng shook his head, it's okay, I'll think of other ways, and you can wait a little longer. Don't worry, I won't let this space collapse. Lin Feng knew what Zhang Xian was worried about. Then you must be careful. Hearing this, Zhang Xian thought for a while, then wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and retreated. From the previous conversation with Lin Feng, he could see that Lin Feng was not an overly reckless person. It can be said that at present, the entire Shenspire Bureau has no way to deal with this alien spaceship. We can only place our hopes on Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood in front of the shield again, his eyes glowing red. Since using strength will cause landslides, try using energy attacks. Zhang Xian on the side watched this scene. He recognized this attack method as heat ray. Strong strength and heat ray attack methods seem to be Superman's signature attack methods. The photogenic rate is high. With a soft sound, heat ray swept over the shield. The part of the protective cover that was hit suddenly burst into sparks, but still no damage appears on the surface. Lin Feng's heart moved, and he increased the power of heat ray step by step. His eyes were getting redder. Heat ray also becomes thicker and brighter with the output. The power is constantly increasing, testing the limit of the protective cover. Kala. As the power of the Lin Feng heat ray increased to a certain level, the shield made a rattling noise. Cracks began to appear in the shield that made Zhang Xian helpless. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up, and he raised his heart, feeling a little excited uncontrollably. Has hope? Lin Feng also saw the appearance of the crack, and once again strengthened a little energy. The clicking sound is getting louder and denser. Heat ray's energy continued to increase slightly. Then, I saw the protective cover swaying for a while, as if it was overwhelmed. Cracks began to appear in a large area. The crack extended directly from the affected part to the entire shield. The heat ray's energy has exceeded the limit that the shield can evacuate. Finally, it's about to break. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Seeing that the protective cover was about to shatter, at this moment, the spaceship in the center of the protective cover suddenly burst out a rapid beeping alarm. The spaceship suddenly started to rotate crazily, and the speed became faster and faster as the crack in the protective cover grew. The original blue light pattern on the hull also suddenly turned into a dark red like destruction, still flickering rapidly. Just 1 second before the protective cover broke, Lin Feng suddenly stopped heat ray. The faster and faster spaceship made him feel bad. This scene is too familiar? Isn't that how self-explosion works? The spacecraft seems to have activated a self-destruct program. If the protective shield is violently destroyed, it is likely that the spacecraft will explode immediately. Lin Feng is definitely not afraid of the explosion, but Pietro hasn't got it back yet, so he doesn't dare to act rashly. Zhang Xian definitely also noticed this situation. Being able to become the director of Shenspire is not covered by the brain. A face darkened in an instant, and Zhang Xian's mood was like a roller coaster. 1 second he was excited and looking forward to it, but the next second it turned into impatience and helplessness. This doesn't work, and that doesn't work either. Alien technology really isn't that easy to get. Fortunately, after Lin Feng stopped destroying, the spaceship gradually calmed down, stopped its high-speed rotation, and quickly returned to its previous slow speed. At the same time, the red light path penetrating into the hull also turned back to blue. The protective cover also slowly repaired itself after stopping the damage. With a sullen face, Zhang Xian stepped forward again and exchanged a glance with Lin Feng. The faces of the two were ugly, like swallowing flies. Tougher than imagined. Judging by the current situation, the shield can be destroyed. However, it is estimated that the protective cover is gone, and the spacecraft will self-destruct and explode. For a moment, the two felt a little numb. This spaceship is so delicate that it won't work. If you don't agree with each other, you will explode yourself. System, do you know what's going on with this thing? After thinking for a while, Lin Feng called the system in his mind to see if the system knew something. Violent dismantling is not good, Lin Feng is not good at it. When the system came out, he rolled his eyes. You think I'm an encyclopedia, isn't it? Lin Feng replied. Seriously, do you know what the hell this is? Little brother-in-law is still inside, Lin Feng can't just destroy the spaceship. If his brother Pietro was still there, Lin Feng would have been directly dragged into the air by the spaceship and lifted up directly. I really don't know, why don't you ask the magic conch? System Pi said. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. When did you still play this nonsense? Hurry up, see if there is any way to stop this broken cover. Okay, let me take a look. With that said, the system started to detect the spaceship. It's just a joke, it's all about doing things. What? In just a moment, the system's voice sounded again. This spaceship is very weird. The system's voice was a little surprised, as if it had seen something new. I can't see through his shell. Hearing this, Lin Feng laughed. He also tried supervision, but he couldn't see the inside of the spacecraft either. His current supervision can see through even a lead plate in front of him, but it can't penetrate the outer shell of the spaceship. Or could it be said that this spaceship is weird? Lin Feng has never seen the material used for the hull. According to the external scan, the square button pressed by Pietro is similar to a remote control device, and can be teleported. The system spoke again. Apparently the detection was over. It's the same as what the Spear Bureau said. The probability of Pietro being teleported away is as high as 95% or more. As for this layer of protective cover, it is likely to be the self-protection mechanism of the spaceship after the person is transported away. This is equivalent to locking the car after you stop it. This is the lock of the spaceship. The system still played its due role and gave a more accurate conclusion than the Brickman. Hearing what the system said, Lin Feng looked at the spaceship thoughtfully. I see. It is equivalent to the locking system of a car, which is easy to understand. Lin Feng then asked, is there any way to unlock it safely? At present, there are two options that can be given. The first way is to use the time gem to rewind the state of the spaceship before it was transmitted. The second way is to use the biological force field to let you walk in. His protective cover is also a kind of energy force field. The host can adjust his biological force field to generate vibrations. When the vibration frequency is consistent with the spaceship's protective cover, he can walk in. It is recommended that the host try to use the time gem directly, and lock the scope in the protective cover, so that it should be able to bring Pietro back. Forward. Time gem. This is indeed a solution. Lin Feng eagerly licked his lips, but seemed to think of something, and his face was a little embarrassed. Indeed, comparing the two methods, time gem is more useful. And maybe time goes backwards and Pietro can be brought back directly. But just a few hours ago, I promised that the bald magician would not use time gem at will. If the bald magician knew about it, he would probably regret giving him the time gem. But if it's used in a small area, it should be fine, right? Anyway, the underground space is not big. As long as the range and speed are well controlled, it should not affect the spaceship and people other than Pietro. To be honest, Lin Feng is also very curious about the ability of time gem. If you want to say which gem can't be used casually, it belongs to time gem. If one does not pay attention, it will cause the emergence of branched universes. The variables it brings are the most among all infinite gems. But such a good opportunity was in front of him, and it was justifiable. Lin Feng was thinking, otherwise use it. I also did it to save people, and if the bald magician knew about it, he wouldn't say anything? Hehe, somehow I feel like doing bad things behind my parents' backs. Stimulate. Convincing himself, Lin Feng lowered his head, stroked his left wrist, and lifted the invisibility of Superman's wrist. 5 infinite gems of different colors appeared in front of him, which made Lin Feng feel a little emotional. Unknowingly, through these years of Marvel, almost all the infinite gems have been collected. I don't know what purple sweet potato essence will think if I know it. As for the final soul gem, check it out in a few days. The coordinates have been obtained from Gamera anyway. But at present, Lin Feng has not thought of a specific way to obtain soul gem. The method of sacrificing the one you love is too nonsense. Lin Feng doesn't intend to do it. Feeling emotional, Lin Feng withdrew his mind and set his sights on the time gem that was shining green. Now, it's time to bring Pietro back. With a thought, time gem responded immediately. Base. An energy ring with a width of about 5 centimeters emanated from the time gem and surrounded Lin Feng's wrist. In the ring, there are constantly rotating symbols that look very mysterious. At first glance, it looks like the scale of a clock. The time gem was activated, making Lin Feng feel like a master of the universe. He can manipulate time at will. Whether time stops, speeds up or goes backwards. Very magical and mysterious. Lin Feng stretched out his hand, pointed at the spinning spaceship through the shield, and calculated the range of time backwards. Just follow the positions of Pietro and the 2 superheroes in the video. This can minimize the impact of time regression. After calculating the distance, Lin Feng slowly turned his wrist in a counterclockwise posture. There was a light sound from the underground space. Following Lin Feng's gesture, the spaceship quickly began to rotate in the opposite direction like rewinding. The blue light path on the surface of the body turned dark red again, as if returning to the previous state about to explode. However, after only a moment, the spaceship regained its calm. The entire spaceship, as well as the space within 10 meters around him, was rewinding crazily. The constantly falling gravel and smoke also slowly fell back to the top of the head. This scene directly made Zhang Xian look stupid. He wiped his eyes, in disbelief. Is Lin Feng manipulating time? After being dazed for a while, Zhang Xian stretched out his hand and tapped his ear lightly, where there was an invisible earphone. Doctor Who, did you see it? The underground space has a monitoring system, in order to prevent various accidents and facilitate observation. Every move of Lin Feng and Zhang Xian was sent back to the Spear Bureau through the camera. Definitely, Lin Feng saw the camera early in the morning, but he didn't care about it. I see, it's incredible. In the headset, there was a clear voice. It was Doctor Who Lan that Lin Feng had seen before. This is the power of time. Mr. Lin Feng, he is making time go backwards. Seeing Lin Feng's operation, Doctor Who lost his voice a little, and stuttered in his speech. What is time? It is irreversible, unchangeable, and always moving forward. No one can make any changes to time. This kind of concept only exists in mythical gods. For a long time, the analysis of time has been full of mystery. It is illusory, invisible and intangible. Now, however, Lin Feng is clearly turning back time in one area. This made Zhang Xian and Doctor Who feel unbelievable, and at the same time, an inexplicable panic rose in their hearts. No one can go against the direction of time. Can manipulate time, it can basically be said to be invincible, even immortal. Lin Feng could even return himself to baby tense if he wanted to. The countless disasters that have happened can also be erased through time manipulation. This is taboo. It is a research direction that countless scientists have no way to start, and it is also an ability that countless people dream of. However, now that it appears in front of your eyes, the impact on Doctor Who's three views and scientific concepts is like a comet hitting the Earth. God knows how many rich people are willing to spend countless money just to keep their physical condition and appearance young, and can control the time. Lin Feng can easily do this. He can completely bring an 80-year-old rich woman back to when she was 20. It is estimated that the rich woman will be willing to do what Lin Feng asks the rich woman to do. Is he God? Doctor Who looked at the screen in a daze, and murmured to himself. Only gods and demons in mythology can manipulate time. In her cognition, with such means, as long as Lin Feng thinks about it, she can become the master of Blue Star, and even the master of the world. Although the voice was low, Zhang Xian heard it clearly. He shook his head, hesitated for a while, and nodded again. Maybe. The method of manipulating time casts an extremely mysterious veil on Lin Feng. In Zhang Xian's mind, Lin Feng is already someone who must not be provoked, and who will be wooed at all costs. Not only because of Lin Feng's perverted fighting power. The most important thing is that this ability to manipulate time. Not to mention the silly Zhang Xian. Lin Feng manipulated the time in the spaceship area to continuously go backwards, and when it reached a node, it stopped going backwards. The transparent shield has disappeared into the air. Time has regressed back to the state before the shield was activated. The spacecraft's self-defense system also returned to the activated state. For a moment, dense light spots locked on Lin Feng, and beams of laser light hit Lin Feng fiercely. Base. The laser hit Lin Feng's body, but it didn't cause the slightest scar. Lin Feng didn't care about the laser weapon, but frowned slightly, a little strangely. The protective cover has returned to the state before it was activated. Pietro also disappeared when the shield was activated. So here comes the question, the time node has gone back, why didn't Pietro appear? Lin Feng was confused. This is completely different from what he imagined. After going back in time, Pietro never came back. He looked down at the time gem. There's nothing wrong with it, time has indeed gone backwards, but Pietrina? System. Why didn't Pietro show up? Lin Feng asked the system his doubts. The system pondered for a while, and then deduced, it's okay to go backwards in time, even if Pietro died, it can be rolled back. But Pietro didn't show up, so there's only one possibility. That's Pietro being teleported outside the Marvel Universe. Outside the Marvel Universe. Lin Feng's expression turned serious. Yes, infinite gems can affect the entire Marvel Universe. If Pietro is still in the Marvel Universe, the time gem is enough to bring him back. But now that Pietro doesn't show up, it can only prove that he was sent to an unknown universe. Listening to the system's speculation, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment before reacting. Other universes were no longer a novelty to him. The DC universe he traveled through does not belong to Marvel. Then why is Pietro so useless? Do you know where Pietro was teleported to? Lin Feng asked. The key in his backpack can still be used twice. If he can locate it, he can travel through the past and bring Pietro back. Not really. The system replied honestly. But you can press the square button on the spaceship. Didn't Pietro disappear after pressing it? You can also press it once to reproduce the scene. So you can teleport to the place where Pietro was teleported. What the system said moved Lin Feng's heart, and he looked at the square button on the outside of the spaceship. It sounds like a very feasible solution. Since there is no way to locate it, the scene will be reproduced and Lin Feng will also be sent there. But, can I teleport to the same place as Pietro? Lin Feng is not worried about where he will be teleported at all, but worried that this teleportation is random. What if the teleportation with Pietro is not the same universe? Don't worry. The system said again. If you haven't been teleported to Pietro's universe, the host will come back and continue teleporting, and you will be able to teleport there one time. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Do you mean to let me be a guinea pig? You can be inappropriate, and no one is forcing you. The system replied indifferently. Lin Feng's face darkened. Pietro was just teleported away, and he didn't die, so he must go to save him. As for whether they can teleport to the same place with Pietro, it depends on luck. Fortunately, the problem is not too big, and it's not like Lin Feng hasn't been to other universes. And it's the only way that works right now. Mr. Lin Feng? Are you okay? Just when Lin Feng was about to act, Zhang Xian's shout came from afar. Lin Feng slapped his head and almost forgot about the director of the Spear Bureau. He turned his head, looked at Zhang Xian and shouted loudly, "I'm fine, Director Zhang Xian." As he spoke, he waved his hand to signal Zhang Xian not to worry. Hearing Lin Feng's answer, and looking at the light beam that was still hitting Lin Feng, Zhang Xian wiped his cold sweat. The laser beams hit Lin Feng's body, making him tremble with fear. But fortunately, Lin Feng didn't seem to be hurt. Just now Lin Feng stood motionless, allowing the laser to attack. Zhang Xian thought something happened to him, but he didn't dare to step forward to check. The range of the laser is basically smaller than the protective cover. He didn't have Lin Feng's physique, and he was instantly smashed into a sieve when he took 2 steps forward. Pietro should have been teleported away, but I have to check to make sure. Lin Feng continued. Director Zhang Xian, go back to the base and wait for me. Look, what do you think? Zhang Xian shouted in doubt. Lin Feng smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Definitely yes, so red. After finishing the words, Lin Feng stretched out his hand and patted the square button. The same shockwave as last time erupted from the spaceship again, and the huge protective cover once again enveloped the underground space. The moment the protective cover was deployed, Lin Feng disappeared in place. It was exactly the same as the last time Pietro disappeared. Zhang Xian stared at Lin Feng's operation in astonishment, and then disappeared in place. He opened his mouth wide, covered his heart with one hand, and rested his hand weakly on the protective shield. Disappear, disappear. What the hell is this? What kind of trouble? Jung Hyun is crazy. Lin Feng also disappeared, and he pressed it himself. There is something wrong with him? A few things happened today, each one is more exciting. His heart was so stimulated that he couldn't take it anymore. Zhang Xian, who was in a hurry, immediately took the elevator back to the base. He wants to hold a meeting immediately to analyze Lin Feng's words and actions. He didn't think that Lin Feng made such a fuss out of insanity. There must be a deeper intention. Besides, Lin Feng, the moment the shockwave appeared, he was pulled into a pure white space. It was somewhat similar to his previous situation in the quantum realm, except that the entire space was pure white, mixed with some light gray lines. The white space is like a passage. Lin Feng is being pulled in it to move forward constantly. Not long after, the white passage spat Lin Feng out. Lin Feng landed firmly on the ground, the scene in front of him changed again, and he came to a street. Sure enough, that button was a teleportation device. It's just that I don't know which universe it was sent to. Lin Feng looked around, there were no strange creatures and buildings, and the whole was similar to the blue star in the Marvel universe. It should also be a blue star in another universe. There are many high-rise buildings, the road is full of traffic and people's voices. Walking along the street, the conversations in my ears are basically in English. From the looks of it, the teleportation place is the Western country. Lin Feng was walking constantly, collecting useful information. However, just as he was about to use supervision and super hearing, he suddenly stopped. He saw a tall bust of a portrait pasted on a tall building 2 blocks away. A playful smile gradually appeared on the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. He recognized the figures in the portraits. It's funny, it's so much fun. He knew what world he was in. In the portrait, there is a confident smile and a strong body. Isn't this the Homelander who claims to be a pervert, loves to drink milk and has a crescent moon? The world that Lin Feng travels to also has superheroes. Definitely, the superhero here needs to be quoted. Because the superheroes here are basically demons in the appearance of justice. This world is a rice drama, black robe pickets. The superheroes here are basically cultivated through a drug called Compound Number 5. Take the red-hot Homelander, who has been experimenting with Compound 5 since infancy. But because of his childhood experience, he was extremely arrogant and cruel. A perfect interpretation of what it means to have the ability to do whatever you want. On the surface, they are doing disaster relief work, but secretly they will sacrifice the lives of innocent people for their own interests, and even cause massacres with their own hands. The superhero cast by him and a group of Number 5 compounds belong to Walter Company, and they are all products of Walter Company's superhuman project. When it comes to Water Company, you have to mention the Super 7. This 7-member group is basically the top superhero group under Water Company. By creating a positive image of superhero, Walter Company frantically uses movies and superhero peripherals to make money. Every year, the income reaches a terrifying 100 billion yuan. And Homelander is the leader of the Super 7. Because Homelander's ability is the most powerful, his ability is like a weakened version of Superman. Although not as powerful as Superman, it is still enough for him to overwhelm a group of superhero to become the leader. Having said that, it is worth mentioning that Water Company is a private enterprise. Interestingly, people often wonder whether the United States will regulate this company. The answer is no. For one thing, Walter Company secretly has an indistinct relationship with the top authorities, which has nothing to do with whether it is reflected in the movie or not. Secondly, the superhero cast by Compound Number 5 is beyond the reach of ordinary humans. As strong as Homelander, ordinary heat weapons are useless against him. Even invisible people who can hide have a skin as hard as diamonds. The kind that even a sniper rifle can't penetrate. Lin Feng rubbed his chin, feeling a little emotional. Afterwards, he took advantage of the night and flew into the sky at an extremely high speed, reaching a height that ordinary people could not see. Then, he used his super hearing to cover the entire blue star, and began to look for his Pietro. In this world, although the superhero's ability is not a threat to Lin Feng, but to Pietro's level, it is still very dangerous. And in the world of the black-robed pickets, there is a guy called the Locomotive, who has a similar super speed ability to Pietro. I hope Pietro is not in any danger. However, things did not go as Lin Feng wished. Pietro from at the moment is hiding in an underground pipeline with the saber. The seriousness of the two faces was mixed with fatigue that could not be concealed. If you observe carefully, you can also see the anxiety in Pietro's expression. The two looked at each other without saying a word, eating cheap hamburgers. 3 months, 3 full months. Pietro sighed, gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. I still haven't found a way to go back. I've had enough of staying here, I want to go home. Pietro wailed, ignoring the dirty pipes, and just lay down. 3 months, do you know how I lived these 3 months? Recalling the experience of these 3 months, Pietro burst into tears. It's simply not human. Saber finished eating the hamburger with a blank face, and reinstalled the head armor. A hoarse voice sounded. Before we go back, we need to save Vector. Pietro looked at the saber, nodded helplessly but surely. The man with the title Saber was completely covered in armor, and his expression could not be seen clearly. He is also one of the superheroes under the Spear Bureau. He was a member of the former dynasty. He temporarily retired due to the disbandment of the team. He didn't come back until the Weather Witch found him. He was originally a very good soldier. The close-fitting armor he wears can strengthen his senses and ability. The weapons are 2 energy swords. The equipment makes him an agile and deadly assassin. Vector is their companion, who was sent here along with Pietro, but has now been imprisoned by Walter Company. They must go to the rescue? I definitely know that I'm going to save Vector, but... Pietro slapped the ground weakly. Hey, I can't see hope. It has been 3 months since they traveled to the world of the black-robed pickets, and they still haven't found a way to go back. There is no slightest progress, which makes Pietro see no hope. He never thought that what he thought was a simple field mission would lead to the current situation. Originally, under the training of S.H.I.E.L.D., Pietro has become a relatively qualified agent. He and his sister have lived together for so many years, just for revenge. Now, the enemy has been found, and he has taken revenge, although the process and result are quite different from what he thought. But after Lin Feng appeared, the lives of the 2 siblings became better day by day. The revenge was avenged and I got a job. However, that damn spaceship actually teleported itself to another world. Pietro really opened his eyes. He never knew that things in these science fiction stories actually came true. But it's not too strange to think about it. After all, the super ability also appeared in front of him alive. While thinking about it, Pietro took out a toothpick out of nowhere, threw it in his mouth and kept spitting it out, trying to relieve the anxiety in his heart. Compared with Pietro, Saber's psychological quality is obviously more excellent. He held the hilt of the sword lightly, his tone full of firmness and conviction. When there is no hope, create hope yourself. Don't you still have a younger sister? Try to go back alive to see her. There are too many superpowers in Water Corporation. Confronting them head-on is not an option. After Vector was arrested, the intelligence investigation stopped, but we are not without chance. Said. Saber took out a mobile phone, which stored some criminal evidence of superhero under Walter. Among them, there is the most powerful Homelander. But instead of calling them superheroes, Saber prefers to call them super ability criminals. After the 3 traveled to this world, the first organization they came into contact with was the Walter Group. The appearance of 3 powerful superpowers who were not registered and didn't even have ID cards quickly attracted the attention of the Water Group. In the name of helping the Walter Group, after abducting the 3 to the Walter Group, they tore off their masks. Homelander restrained the 3 of them and almost sliced their successful research. So the conflict ended like this. After escaped with the help of Pietro, after constant investigation, the actions of the Water Group shocked the 3 of them. The 3 of them were also defined as super ability criminals by the Water Group, and they were wanted by virtue of their powerful influence. Fortunately, Homelander's ability is not as powerful as Superman. In 3 months, only Vector was caught during an investigation against the Voight Group. Therefore, while looking for a way to go back, he had to constantly entangle with the superhero sent by the Water Group. The Vought Group is hardly in a hurry, just like a cat catching a mouse. When they have free time, they send superhero to catch them. If it wasn't for the intention to slice and study the 3 of them, it is estimated that Homelander would have killed him long ago. Thinking of the current unknown situation of Vector, Saber turned off the phone screen, and his face under the helmet was gloomy. They're all superheroes, who can bear this grievance. Vector had better not be injured now, otherwise Saber doesn't mind risking his life to teach them a lesson. Glancing at Pietro, Saber went on to say, we don't have enough evidence now to overthrow Vault. Even if these super ability users are defeated, Walter Company can completely create another batch of super ability users. They will leave themselves and the criminal superpowers clean. Having said that, Saber paused. Every world is like this, what you see is always what others want you to see. What company can come up with a sentence, superhero's private life Walter company does not know. We sincerely apologize for the crimes committed by so-and-so superhero. So far, we have personally delivered XX superhero to the security agency. We will also make corresponding compensation to the families of the victims out of humanitarianism. Words like these can completely save Water Company. Therefore, if you want to overthrow Water Company, you must at least have the experimental data of compound number 5, which can be counted as a bargaining chip. Pietro leaned against the pipe wall weakly. Although he was young, he could understand what the saber said. It's just that he hasn't found a way to go home all this time, which makes him live in anxiety and irritability every day. Then why don't we release the information traced by the vector first? Maybe it can create some obstacles for Water Company. Hearing this, Saber shook his head, denying the idea. The information won't have much impact. Although it can create some public opinion, it will soon be suppressed by Water Company. The information we have is not enough. Vector has a good hacker ability, but now that Vector has been captured, it will be more difficult to collect intelligence. Otherwise, relying on Vector's hacking skills, they will be able to obtain enough information in a short time to deal a heavy blow to Walt Corporation. Pietro nodded as if discouraged, spat out the bitten toothpick, and narrowed his eyes slightly. The future is confused. At this moment, the slight sound of footsteps reached Saber's ears. The saber stood up in an instant, and the two sharp swords were unsheathed in an instant. Someone's coming, Pietro. He let out a serious growl, staring at the back of the pipe. There, it was pitch black, but there was the sound of rubbing pipes as they walked. Although it was slight, it still couldn't escape the ears of the saber. Pietro turned over and stood up, looking vigilantly in the direction of the sound. He took a step back with his left leg in a starting position, and the sound grew louder, and he heard it too. In 3 months, they have mastered some of the rules of action of the 7-member group of Water Company. If it is an enemy, you must leave here as soon as possible after the battle. Homelander has clairvoyance ability and super hearing, and will soon follow the sound to find here. The footsteps of the unknown visitor were not hurried or slow, as if they were stepping on Pietro's heart, making him short of breath. Soon, a figure slowly came out from the darkness. He seemed to have also seen the two of Pietro, stopped in his footsteps. In the underground pipeline, the atmosphere suddenly became anxious. The invisible figure walked forward again after a pause, and spoke at the same time. Yo, Pietro. Why haven't I seen you for so long? With the emergence of the voice, the figure also walked to the bright place. Seeing the person coming, Pietro went limp and almost cried out. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, to make sure he was right. Brother Lin Feng. After confirming that he was right, Pietro wailed, rushed forward and hugged Lin Feng's thigh. Then Wang burst into tears. God? Earth? What a big surprise fell from the sky. God is coming. That God is here. It's Lin Feng? It's Superman? It is the most powerful superhero in Pietro's mind? Although I don't know how he got here, this does not prevent Pietro from venting his joy and sorrow. Pietro felt that he was finally favored by Lady Luck. For a while, all worries were left behind. What a Walter group, what a locomotive, what a crescent moon and a Homelander. They are not my big brother's all-in-one enemy. That's right, Silver Superman, Lin Feng is here. The kind of player who can kill Homelander with a single slap. When he was in the sky, he used his super hearing to locate Pietro's direction. Just a little puzzled, why Pietro ran to the underground pipeline. Until now, I saw Pietro hugging his thigh, wiping his nose and tears on his pants. The little face was dirty, and the silver-white hair had turned gray. The original uniform on his body was already dirty. How long did it take for him to disappear, and why did he get mixed up like this? Look at how much this child is crying, how wronged he has been. Lin Feng dragged Pietro away dumbfounded, then exchanged glances with Saber, and nodded to each other as a greeting. Saber has put away the energy sword. He still knows Superman. Although I haven't communicated with each other, I can often see Superman's whereabouts on TV and materials. Although I don't know why Superman also came here, but his appearance relieved Saber's tense nerves a little. Superman's ability is so powerful. With him, it is no problem to deal with Homelander and Walter Company. Brother Lin Feng, you don't know how we spent these 3 months. Using your Oriental dialect, that's like a rat crossing the street, everyone shouting and beating. The damn Walter Company actually said that we are super ability criminals. Pietro wiped his snot and complained to Lin Feng like pouring beans into a bamboo tube. Lin Feng interrupted Pietro with a strange look on his face. Wait, didn't you just disappear for about 2 days? Why did you say it was 3 months? Hearing this, Pietro was like a chicken being strangled, and stopped crying bitterly with a croak. The three looked at each other. 2 days. Pietro lost his voice. Lin Feng nodded. Well, to be precise, it's less than 2 days. Pietro was dumbfounded. He subconsciously looked at the saber, and the saber shook his head at him. But we have been in this world for 3 full months. Pietro said. Could it be that the speed of time in this world is different from ours? This can only be the explanation. Saber nodded and said in a deep voice. Saber accepted this quickly. Because they really stayed in this world for 3 months, and there is no need for Lin Feng to lie about this. Strange things like traveling to other worlds have happened, and the flow of time is different, and there is nothing strange about it. It's not the first time that Lin Feng has experienced this kind of different flow of time, so it's not surprising. It's just that in the world of the black-robed pickets, time flies a little faster. It reached a terrifying 145. Calculated, in the past one day of the Marvel Universe, the black-robed picket team will spend 45 days. At this time, Pietro's excitement has eased a little. He couldn't help but open his mouth and asked Lin Feng, "Brother Lin Feng, how did you come here? Did you teleport here like us?" Apart from the spaceship, Pietro's barren brain couldn't think of any other way for Lin Feng to find them accurately. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, "That's right. I pressed the square button on the spaceship, and it was teleported over. Speaking of which, you kid is really unlucky. You just sent out a field mission and made it like this." Pietro scratched his head in embarrassment. However, this is not his fault. It's not the conjecture of those bricks, I just acted according to the plan. "Brother Lin Feng, do you have a way to go back?" While speaking, Pietro's eyes were full of hope. Brother Lin Feng is Superman, so there must be a way to bring him home. Under Pietro's extremely expectant eyes, Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. He has the coordinates of the main universe, he can go back at any time, and it is not difficult to bring a few people with him. And now the universe of the black-robed pickets has also been systematically recorded. It can be operated to and fro without a key. Thank goodness. Pietro slammed his fist into the air excitedly, and the mood that had finally calmed down surged again. It is worthy of Superman, the pronoun of omnipotence. As soon as Brother Lin Feng appeared, the problem that had troubled them for 3 months was easily solved. Pietro just wants to go back and take a shower and sleep hard. Lin Feng patted Pietro on the shoulder, signaling him not to get excited. "You can go back, and you can go back anytime. However, on the way I just came, I heard you say that my companion was arrested." Hold head high. Pietro was stunned for a moment, a little dumbfounded, and subconsciously asked, "Did you hear that?" Lin Feng nodded, and Pietro gasped in exchange. What kind of perverted hearing is this? In order to avoid Homelander's hearing, his conversations with Saber are whispered, and they hide in underground pipes. But Lin Feng could hear it. Sure enough, Homelander couldn't compare to Lin Feng. Vector is the companion who was sent with us, and was accidentally caught while looking for the experimental data of the water company. Saber stood up, and he explained to Lin Feng in a low voice. As far as the current situation is concerned, the situation is very bad. This universe also has superheroes similar to ours, but they are all perverts in hypocritical sheep's clothing. Lin Feng nodded. "I've heard you talk about it on the way here. The black-robed picket team, Lin Feng knows a little better than the Saber. Definitely know that those superheroes on the surface are not good people." Hearing this, the Saber beat. That's right, Superman's abnormal hearing must have heard the entire conversation between him and Pietro. After thinking for a moment, Saber spoke again and asked, "Do you want me to tell you about their superhero team? The conversation with Pietro just now is just some unimportant information. Like Homelander, or the abilities of the locomotives, Lin Feng probably doesn't know." Lin Feng waved his hand. "I still have some understanding of them. Their abilities are various, but they can't pose a threat to me. It's very easy to rescue Vector, I just need to go there myself, it won't be long." "Then let's rescue Vector now and go back quickly," Pietro urged. He couldn't wait to go back. Saber shook his head and said, "It's better to be careful. That guy called Homelander has an ability similar to Mr. Superman. Just call me Lin Feng. It feels a little weird to hear a fellow call myself Mr. Superman." In front of his compatriots, Lin Feng prefers that they call him by his first name. "Good, Mr. Lin Feng. You have to be careful of that Homelander who has an ability similar to yours." Saying so, Saber took out the phone he had just put away, and called up a photo of Homelander. Lin Feng glanced at it and nodded. He knows what Homelander looks like, and he also knows that Homelander is actually a weakened version of Superman. "Homelander, don't worry, Man of Steel is enough to deal with Homelander, not to mention that he is still Silver Superman now. Homelander's ability, I know. I've gathered enough intelligence on the way here with the Vought group and the Super 7, trust me. They're no match for me." Lin Feng smiled and threw out a reassurance pill, and lied at the same time. His knowledge of the black-robed pickets came from the TV series he watched before crossing. But these inconveniences can only be told a white lie with Saber. As Pietro said, "I'm going to rescue Vector now, and then we'll go home together." How? Although it was an inquiry, the tone was affirmative. After all, it is a matter of minutes for Lin Feng to save someone from the water group. Pietro's eyes lit up, and he frantically nodded in agreement. Yes, save Vector, and go home today. After not taking a bath for so long, Pietro felt that he was stink. To be reasonable, Pietro and Saber could have lived in some black hotels. But Saber was too cautious, so cautious that Pietro found it unbelievable. So for a long time, their overnight place has basically been the underground pipes that are constantly being replaced. Pietro has had enough of this rat-like life. "Then you wait here for me? I'll save Vector, and I'll be back soon," Lin Feng ordered. After speaking, Lin Feng will leave. However, Saber stepped forward and stopped Lin Feng. "And many more. Lin Feng, I don't want to just walk away." Facing Lin Feng's doubts, Saber said in a deep voice. "Oh." Lin Feng frowned, looking at the Saber. "What's the meaning?" "I want revenge." Saber spoke out word by word. The water group first deceived us, then defined us as super ability criminals, and announced it to all the public. They also hit Vector in the leg. If it wasn't for covering our escape, Vector wouldn't be hurt. It's not rude to come and go. I want them all to be ruined. I want everyone to know what kind of black-hearted things the Super 7 and the water group are. The Saber, who is usually calm and cautious, but at the moment said these words through gritted teeth. Be lied to, slandered, and hurt by companions. The principle of Saber is that revenge must be avenged. Lin Feng frowned upon hearing this. To be honest, Lin Feng doesn't want to confront Homelander too much. Mainly, this bee is too weak. Still the same sentence, the Homelander he could slap with a single slap died on the spot, and the kind that owed several lives. It's really meaningless to bully such a weak chicken. But the fellow was injured and slandered. Lin Feng couldn't just sit idly by. Since fellow villagers need it, Lin Feng doesn't mind meeting the Super 7 for a while. Want to expose the Void Group and the Super 7? Saber nodded vigorously. Mr. Lin Feng, please take a look at this, and you will understand what I think. Perhaps because he was worried that he would not understand, Saber pressed the phone again and opened a web page. On the web page, there was only one conspicuous video. He pressed the play button and showed it to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin Feng, please look. Lin Feng looked down. On the screen, Homelander, Locomotive, Deep Sea, Starlight, and the 4 members of the Super 7 are standing in a large open-air square. In front of them stood a woman in tights, her hair disheveled, and she couldn't see her face clearly. She was bound with ropes and was being led by the Locomotive. Lin Feng saw that the woman's leg was wrapped in a white cloth, with dark red on it, obviously injured. Homelander was speaking to the countless onlookers in the audience. He faced the audience and the camera with a confident smile on his face, but the smile was hypocritical no matter how you looked. Everyone knows, our group of 7, in order to protect everyone, how much effort we have put in. Homelander spoke in a high-pitched voice, and then he pointed at the woman whose face could not be seen clearly. However, just a few days ago, this unidentified super ability user caused a huge amounts of explosion. 10 innocent people lost their lives in this incident. Homelander withdrew his fingers, clutching his chest in pain. His acting skills exploded. And according to our investigation, the last bombing of the Void Group was also done by this accomplice. As he spoke, Homelander walked up to the woman in 2 steps, and pulled her hair upwards vigorously. The woman raised her head uncontrollably, her hair was scattered, revealing a fair face. Her eyes were full of anger, and she squinted at Homelander with hatred, ignoring the pain in her scalp. There was nothing she could do now, pinned down, listening to Homelander's distorted speech. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt a thump in his heart, as if he understood what kind of video this was. His eyes narrowed, radiating a dangerous light. That woman, with black hair and black eyes, had an oriental face, and had a wound on her leg, which was exactly what Saber said, and Vector hadn't escaped. In the screen, Homelander continued to shout desperately. In memory of our dead compatriots, I decided to execute this criminal in this square 3 days later. After speaking, Homelander clasped the sun with both hands, and raised his proud head to accept the coming praise. Off the field, the abducted people burst into cheers in full cooperation. Kill her? Avenge your dead compatriots? Find her companion and execute together? Words like these echoed throughout the square. Homelander looked at the scene he created with satisfaction. He waved his hands down and said loudly, "Quiet." The super ability sound waves spread to the entire square, and the crowd suddenly fell silent. Homelander was even more satisfied. This way of manipulating everything made him enjoy it very much. Although we have decided to execute the criminal, but out of kindness, I'd like to give her a chance. As long as her accomplices surrender to the Walter Group within 3 days, we can consider sparing their lives. Let them use their super abilities to build society and wash away their sins. Definitely, I personally hope her accomplices take this opportunity, because my patience is limited. At this point, Homelander winked at the camera. The camera crew immediately understood what it meant, and zoomed in on Homelander's face for a close-up. Homelander pointed to his own eyes, then to the camera, with a ferocious smile. "You guys can't escape." Then, the screen went black and the video ended. "Ms. Fuck?" There was no expression on Lin Feng's face, it was surprisingly calm. Then, he crushed the phone. The calmness on his face could not conceal the anger in his heart. An insult to his fellow man, moved to the square like a prisoner, and charged with false charges. It's too bullying, not to mention that this fellow is still a girl, which immediately aroused the killing intent in Lin Feng's heart. "Little B bastard, you are too arrogant. Do you really think no one can cure him?" Lin Feng changed his mind of being too lazy to do anything to Homelander. Now Homelander, in his eyes, is already a dead man? It seems that we will go back later. Lin Feng uttered a word lightly, and Pietro shuddered suddenly. He stroked the goosebumps on his arms. How could he feel that the temperature of the underground pipes had dropped? "No problem, Pietro." Pietro hummed. After all, he is not an Oriental man. When watching this video, he may not feel that deeply. But during the time spent with Saber and Vector, Pietro seemed to regard them as companions. When the enthusiasm for going back cooled down, why didn't he want to take revenge and deal a head-on blow to the Water Group? It's just that I haven't had this power all along. But now that Lin Feng is here, they have enough cards. Though I do want to go back as soon as possible. But if I can expose them and avenge Vector, I'm willing to wait a little longer. After all, they provoked the incident. Very good. Lin Feng squinted his eyes and said, "When was this video?" Lin Feng asked Xiang Saber. 2 days ago, Saber replied. 2 days ago. That means tomorrow is the deadline given by Homelander. Is such that. So, do you have a plan? It's the same as what you two talked about just now, collecting information to expose the Walter Group. Lin Feng asked. The group of 7 is easy to kill, but it is not so easy to overthrow the Void Group. The difficulty here does not mean that Lin Feng cannot destroy the Water Group, or the research materials of Compound Number 5, etc. It is the superhero under the Water Group that is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. As long as he is still on the side of justice in the hearts of the people, then it cannot be regarded as overthrowing the Void Group. It was originally intended to do this. We have a lot of data collected by Vector, but now it's gone. No more. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Why is it gone? Snatched by Homelander. Saber shook his head and pointed to the metal debris on the ground. That was the phone crushed by Lin Feng. After a long silence, Lin Feng looked at the Saber in embarrassment. I will pay you. Saber didn't care. No, I have backup data. It's just a mobile phone, and it's not expensive. Rather, seeing Lin Feng's performance, Saber was not only not angry, but also a little relieved. After all, no one can not be angry when they see their compatriots being humiliated. As for the data, he still has a backup. Pietro leaned forward curiously. You still have a backup? Why didn't I know? Saber glanced at Pietro lightly. Remember Billy, the bearded man? Pietro remembered the attacking man. He is a former member of the Black Ops team, skilled in manipulative, intimidating and blackmailing. His wife disappeared after being forced to play poker by Homelander, so this guy is always thinking about how to kill 2 more Supermans. You're still hooking up with Billy? Lin Feng interjected with a strange expression. You know him? Saber asked back. Lin Feng nodded, knowing, more than just knowing. Lin Feng completely watched the tragedy happen to Billy. This guy is a walking green hat in the play of the Black Robe Pickets. After his wife disappeared, not only did he not die, but he gave Homelander a cute baby. Lin Feng, who was watching the drama at the time, had an astonishingly weird expression when he saw this. Bloody, unexpected, simply wonderful. After recruiting Huey, Billy began to reorganize the Black Robe Picket team. As for Huey, he is Robin's girlfriend. After her girlfriend was hit by a locomotive and turned into a pile of minced meat, he was slowly drawn into the camp by Billy. Tisk tisk tisk, I have to say that watching Lin Feng's adrenaline rush in this drama is interesting in every sense. But I have to admit that the black-robed pickets reflect the true side of human beings very well. Although he was a little puzzled about how Lin Feng knew Billy, but now was not the time to dwell on it. Saber continued, our acquaintance with Billy was an accident. But we all have similar goals. The data backup is in the hands of Billy and the others. I'm going to ask him for help now, and tomorrow morning, this information will appear in the hands of major media. Although it doesn't have a fatal effect on the Void Group, it is enough for them to have a headache for a while, which is beneficial for us to rescue Vector. Saber's approach is correct, which can distract the attention of the Water Group. However, Lin Feng stopped Saber directly. You don't need to look for Billy, Lin Feng said. To be honest, he didn't like Billy, and he didn't know why. However, with Lin Feng's means, Billy really didn't need to help. I have part of the information about the Vought Group and the criminal records of the Super 7. As he said that, Lin Feng flipped his hands and conjured a mobile phone out of thin air. He exchanged it with the system, the Rice drama from his previous life. It contains heavily edited evidence of the crimes committed by the Super 7, including the dark side of the Super 7, and the conspiracy behind the Vought Group. Complete and complete, nothing is missing. Aren't they going to execute Vector tomorrow? I think there will definitely be media reports in real time, and there will be a large number of citizens watching. What a great opportunity. I have my own plan, you just wait and see my performance. Lin Feng said confidently, for tomorrow, he already has a small plan. Killing the Heart, the actions of Homelander and Walter successfully ignited Lin Feng's anger. Lin Feng looks forward to Homelander's reaction when he sees what he did in public view. Tomorrow will be a wonderful day. Nothing to say all night. At noon the next day, the central square was crowded with people. Looking around, there is a dense mass of human heads, and the edge cannot be seen. Several large-scale camera equipment have been set up, aiming at the platform in the middle of the square to shoot from multiple directions. The situation is generally the same as Lin Feng thought. Today is the deadline given by Homelander. Under the deliberate operation of Water Company, the incident fermented rapidly in these 3 days. The crowd present today is even larger than it was 3 days ago. People like to join in the fun, especially the excitement of superhero. They arrived most mornings and waited here all morning. Someone even bought a small bench in the early morning and came to the square just to grab a better viewing position. There was a lot of voices, and the central square had never been so lively. I don't know how long I waited, but music suddenly sounded on the stage. The crowd looked towards the stage, and suddenly burst into applause. In the sound of music, Homelander is here. He trotted all the way onto the stage from behind the stage. He was wearing a blue tights, and the cloak behind him was the pattern of rice flags. There is a familiar and confident smile on the face of the people. Homelander circled the field, nodding and smiling at the hands-up crowd. No matter how many times this kind of scene has been experienced, he still enjoys it and enjoys the popularity of the people. Very good, very good. After going around in a circle, Homelander took the microphone handed over by the staff. Today, everyone knows what I'm going to do. That's right. It's what you like. Execute the vermin of the people. Go on in 2 sentences and get straight to the point. The crowd burst into cheers again, which was an affirmation of Homelander. Homelander looked around in satisfaction, then waved to the backstage. The locomotive in the background dragged the Vector and walked onto the stage. Vector limped and let the locomotive pull him. His thin body seemed to be blown down by a gust of wind. Vought's company did not treat her leg, and the bullet was not removed. In 3 days, Vector's injury had completely deteriorated, and now she couldn't move one leg, so she was dragged onto the stage by the locomotive, and then pushed to the ground. 3 days ago, I gave these super ability criminals a chance. However, they didn't cherish it. The Homelander actor possessed himself, with a regretful expression on his face. That's right. How can people like them care about their companions? To be honest, I don't want to kill people. But, think about being fucked by these people. Homelander feigned anger, pointing at Vector. Think of the innocent people killed by these people. Think of the great fortifications blown up by them. Can I let them go? Homelander roared out the last sentence, then turned his head and put his hands on his ears as if he was listening. Cannot. Kill these nasty criminals. Find out their companions. The sea of people exploded immediately, and a voice of condemnation and cursing reverberated throughout the audience. That's right, that's right. Homelander kept nodding, with a strange smile on his face. Cool, this kind of treatment makes Homelander want to show it to countless people on the spot. The noisy atmosphere filled the audience. On a tall building, 3 people watched all this with cold eyes. These 3 people are exactly Lin Feng and his party. The veins in the palm of the saber holding the sharp sword bulged, and the hilt of the sword was rattled by him. Gritting his teeth, Pietro stared intently at the performing Homelander. Brother Lin Feng, shall we go? Pietro said angrily. Seeing Vector's miserable appearance, anger directly put on the Tianling cap. Lin Feng's eyes had no warmth, and his penetrating gaze was quietly staring at Homelander. Superior. Can you beat Homelander? Lin Feng sneered, looking at Homelander as if he was looking at dead man. What did I say yesterday? Pietro scratched his head. Saber was not as impulsive as him. Lin Feng had his own plan and told the 2 of them about it. Aren't I a little too angry? Pietro muttered. Lin Feng let out a snort, and reached out to remove the invisibility of the wristband. Stay here quietly and watch me perform. After speaking, Lin Feng stretched out his hand and grabbed it in the air. Propelled by Lin Feng, the red reality gem burst into bursts of light. The light was covered by the sun at noon, and it did not attract the attention of others at all. Countless red particles surged out of the reality gem, rushing toward the sky all over the meter, extremely quickly. He tried it yesterday, infinite gems, still available in this universe, which was a pleasant surprise. It's just that the effect is lower than that of the main universe, and manipulating gems to achieve the goal requires more energy. On stage, Homelander continued his performance. The people in the audience, shouting and killing, have already broken the sky. Okay, I know what you mean. Homelander smiled and threw away the microphone in his hand. People want to see his super strength. Want to see him uphold justice. This will give people a sense of security. He turned his head to look at Vector, who was sitting on the ground. For 3 days, the vicious Vought group did not give Vector any food. Injured and not eating, Vector at the moment has fallen into extreme weakness. If it wasn't for his strong physique, he might have passed out. It seems that your companion does not intend to save you. It's not that I want to kill you. Your companion, be responsible for this. Grinning grinningly, Homelander couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth. Hehe. The weak Vector looked at Homelander coldly, and looked at him without fear. My companions will avenge me. Homelander? Just a joker in my opinion? You will face justice. Homelander snorted, not paying any attention to what Vector said. He thought it was just a struggle before dying. In Vector's eyes, there was no fear of him, which made Homelander feel disgusted. She is not afraid of herself. How dare she? Then let's send you on your way first. Your companion can't escape either. Homelander coldly pronounced Vector's death sentence. His eye sockets slowly turned red, a precursor to heat ray's arousal. However, he was not in a hurry to release. He wanted to see that Vector's fear in the face of death was one of the sources of his happiness. However, he is doomed to be disappointed. Death is approaching, and Vector still has no fear in his eyes. Homelander got a little impatient. He wanted to release Heat Ray and kill this ignorant Oriental. However, at this moment, whispers suddenly sounded in the originally quiet square. The people who were watching Homelander's execution raised their heads one after another, and turned their eyes to the sky with blank faces, with puzzled expressions on their faces. Some weird atmosphere caught Homelander's attention. He stopped the heat ray, frowned and looked at the sky. Above the sky, at unknown times, it was covered with crooked red lines. Upon closer inspection, it looks like swimming particles, flocking to the stage sparsely. When did the people see this phenomenon? They couldn't help discussing in low voices. What is this? Homelander had never seen such a scene before, and was a little confused for a while. Amid everyone's doubts, the red particles slowly condensed into several black squares. A thin layer, like an LCD TV screen. Thump. As if confirming the conjectures in everyone's minds, the black squares lit up, and then, pictures appeared one after another. Good guy, the people are shocked. Is it really TV? However, what is even more shocking is below. On that huge amounts of TV, Homelander's avatar appeared. Cokes? The crowd suddenly burst into continuous cheers. Such methods are simply unheard of. The ignorant masses thought it was a surprise brought by Homelander. After all, there are so many people in the square, almost crowded, the second half of the people can't see Homelander's movements at all. At this moment, they think that the huge amounts of TV are for them to see more clearly. However, Homelander on the stage felt a bad feeling in his heart. The screens in the sky, after playing Homelander's avatar, started to play different videos one after another. The content of the video was like a big hand pinching the necks of all the people. As the video played, the uproar stopped abruptly, leaving only the sound echoing on the big screen. Each screen has a different main character, from Homelander to locomotives and even the Void Corporation. On the largest picture, it is an out-of-control plane. Homelander was in the cab, looking at the dashboard damaged by his own heat ray, pouted. "You have to hold the plane outside," Queen Maeve said anxiously to Homelander. Homelander looked like you were kidding me. Hold it up? How to hold it up? Homelander does not have a biological force field similar to Superman. Forcibly supporting the falling plane will only turn him into a nail, piercing the plane. The screen continued to play, and the crowd was a little puzzled, but they watched all this quietly. This was an air hijacking incident. The official explanation given by Homelander at the time was, the J Party did not agree to open the defense system to the Voight Group, which caused Homelander to arrive at the scene 3 minutes late. Otherwise, the 123 innocent passengers on the airliner would have been rescued. However, it was clearly recorded on the screen that Homelander had already arrived at the scene and even entered the airliner. The video played quickly, and what Homelander really did was exposed in everyone's eyes for a second. The people present, counting one by one, became more and more frightened the more they watched, and found it more and more unbelievable. Kill the hijackers, accidentally destroy the console, threaten the passengers to back off, abandon 123 passengers and fly away by themselves. Afterwards, I was heartbroken and denounced the inaction of the United States authorities in front of the camera. This is in contrast to the huge amounts of what you can do in an airplane. This is not the most exciting. Other screens are showing the ugly side of other superheroes. The locomotive and his companions made fun of Robin, who was accidentally killed by him, and Homelander regarded human life as nothing. Even in the video, Compound Number 5, which everyone has never heard of, appeared. Scenes of experimental videos of injecting Compound Number 5 in infancy appeared. Until the baby grows up, the super ability is continuously obtained through the injection of the fifth compound. These ugly dark sides are exposed to the eyes of countless people just like that. The originally silent square exploded like dumplings. The amount of information is too much. For a while, the people were a little overwhelmed, and the chatter was overwhelming. The content brought by the video is quickly absorbed by them. Superheroes are all products of Compound Number 5. The Walter Group has a big conspiracy that covers the sky. They used children as experiments? The ugly dark side of the Super 7. Lies, Walters, the Super 7, all lies. Homelander is crazy to do whatever he wants. I can do whatever I want. The sheer amount of information is astounding. For a time, the deep-rooted positive image of the Super 7 was like a dam breaking its embankment, and the flood discharge impacted the hearts of countless people. Homelander looked at the scene in the sky with blemishes. His face was hideous and terrifying. In the headset, Madeline shouted anxiously, "Quick! Destroy all the screens." Without Madeline's words, Homelander's angry heat ray hit the screen in the air. The screens were destroyed instantly, causing the crowd below to scream. Homelander is proving the authenticity of those pictures with actions? However, does it work? This is definitely useless. The shattered screen reunited almost instantly. No matter how many times Homelander played, there was no real effect. Moreover, it is not only the square that has pictures appearing. With the blessing of Lin Feng infinite gems, huge amounts of screens in the sky appear in the entire meter, no matter where it is. For a time, at least half of the people of the United States noticed and watched the footage broadcast on the air. It's bombed, the whole of the United States is bombed. The people looked at the scenes in the sky in disbelief. At this moment, the positive image created by Vought Group, the Super 7, and the Super 7 began to disintegrate and collapse rapidly. As the screen played, a kind of heartfelt fear gradually swept over the hearts of the people of the United States. The justice they pursue, and the sense of security they think they are self-righteous, are all fake. It's all lies. They are living under the Vought Group huge amounts of lies. It's messed up and down the United States, everything is messed up. For a while, the authorities, the J Party, and the Water Group all became busy. The United States turned into a pot of black rice porridge with a strange stench. As for Lin Feng, who caused all this, the super hearing has already noticed the changes in everyone. He smiled with satisfaction. Concentration is paramount, Homelander must die, and before he dies, let him despair first. Not only did he use the reality gem, Lin Feng also distributed the functions of the mind gem. So no one will doubt the authenticity of these videos. Mind gem will get everyone to approve the videos. Now, no matter how the Water Group washes it, it will be useless. A simple method, the effect is indeed like a monstrous wave. On stage, Homelander heat ray was exciting to the eyes. He shouted angrily to be quiet, but it didn't help. The voices of the people discussing overwhelmed his shouts. Their eyes, from the initial doubts and disbelief, all turned into anger and fear. That fear is for the water group, it is for Homelander, and it is the fear of an irresistible force. Homelander's heart was beating violently. He suddenly remembered something, and turned around with a swish. It was that Oriental woman. These pictures must have been done by her companions? Vector at the moment looked at Homelander with a sarcastic smile. He knew that his companion had made a move. Although I don't know how Saber and Pietro did it. But this picture is too shocking? That's it. Homelander, how does it feel to expose your nature? Vector sneered at Homelander mercilessly. Her heart is extremely comfortable now. With the appearance of these images, Homelander is finished. What could be more refreshing than seeing the villain's true nature exposed to everyone? It's you. It's your companion. Homelander roared frantically, pointing at Vector with trembling fingers. Damn you all. It is ruined, and the picture is still being played constantly. It has reached a point of no return, and public opinion will soon lose control. Homelander will soon become the executioner who everyone shouts and beats. The name of a super ability criminal has already floated in his mind. How ironic, not long ago, he placed this charge on Vector and the others. In a blink of an eye, the charge came back to him. Homelander was furious, his eyes were red and his teeth were gnashing. A heat ray forced out, heading towards the Vector lasing. Homelander is almost crazy. He is about to see Vector die. After Vector's death, he will find her companion at all costs, and personally tear up those who exposed his mask. The red light of heat ray made Vector feel dazzling and hot. She closed her eyes contentedly. The beginning of the truth has been lifted, and she is not afraid of sacrifice. Not to mention Homelander, who will go to hell soon. It's just that this mission cannot end perfectly. The last regret is probably not being able to return to my hometown after death. For a moment, various thoughts appeared in Vector's mind, and she waited for the moment of death. However, after a while, the imagined pain did not strike. Vector opened his eyes with some doubts, and then his pupils slowly dilated. A person, a man, stood in front of her and resisted heat ray's attack for her. The omnipotent heat ray hit the man, as if it was like a child's toy, losing its lethality. The man was tall, wearing a black tights and cape. Looking at the familiar outfit, black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin, Vector was momentarily absent-minded. Superman. She looked at the existence in front of her in disbelief. It's Superman? Definitely Superman? Vector recognizes this Superman who has the same skin color as her. That's right, it was Lin Feng who flew down. The moment he saw Homelander's killing intent, Lin Feng moved in front of Vector at an incredible speed, blocking the heat ray for her. The crazy Homelander didn't stop the heat ray, but swept Lin Feng back and forth constantly. Boom! Lin Feng fought back. He raised his right leg, kicked Homelander hard in the chest with a powerful kick. Before the pain reached the brain, Homelander flew backwards at the speed of a cannonball. A hurricane blew up on the spot, and the attack beyond the speed of sound spread the sound waves, awakening the people who were constantly discussing. There was an unimaginable pain in the chest. Homelander is embedded in the rubble after smashing through several buildings. Withdrawing his big feet, Lin Feng turned his head and showed a kind smile. Vector, are you okay? Lin Feng's voice was soft and familiar with Oriental dialect. The afternoon sun shone on Lin Feng's body, covering him with a thin layer of brilliance. Lin Feng from at the moment, like a savior, was smiling at her. Vector couldn't help the urge to cry. An unspeakable huge amounts of security hung over her heart. It's Superman, the Superman who is different from Homelander and really protects the people wholeheartedly? He just appeared in front of him? Magical yet real, Pietro flashes beside Vector with his saber. Under the current stage, the people have a tendency to lose control. The development of things is completely contrary to the people's imagination. The righteous Homelander is just a beast doing whatever it wants. Now this beast was kicked away by a human who had never seen it before. Next, I am afraid that a superhero war will break out. This is not something they can resist. The aftermath of superhero battles can kill them on the spot. The sense of security suddenly disappeared, and the biological instinct of avoiding danger urged the people to flee the scene as soon as possible. For a while, the scene became more and more chaotic. Quiet. Lin Feng shouted loudly, and the energy wave of mind gem spread out in an instant, forcibly calming down the hearts of all the people. Although it's not the main universe, Lin Feng doesn't want to see a stampede happen in a panic. This is the real superhero? Under the influence of mind gem, the fleeing crowd stagnated, stopped stiffly, and turned to face the stage. For a moment, the whole square fell silent. People looked at Lin Feng on the stage in a daze. Lin Feng ignored them, but squatted down to check the wound on Xiang's leg. The situation is not optimistic. He has not received treatment for a few days, and infection and necrosis have already appeared. Lin Feng suppressed the anger in his heart. Hold on to the pain. While speaking, Lin Feng took out a bottle of potion and poured it into Vector. If Vector's leg is not treated, it will be useless at some point. The biological force field wraps Vector's entire leg. Lin Feng accurately found the bullet embedded in his body. Humph. The bullet was slowly dragged away from the body by the biological force field. Vector drank the potion and snorted. This potion was a weakened version of the green liquid that Lin Feng used to treat Mr. Bruce at that time. Lin Feng was afraid that she would not be able to hold on, so he filled a bottle for her, and when he picked up the bullet, he sent it directly and it was over. As for why not use the time gem to reverse Vector wounds, the main reason is that the injury took too long and the energy required was too large. Besides, if you want to go back in time, you have to go back to the time of the whole person, not just the wound on the leg. Fortunately, the bullet was taken out soon. Vector's terrible wound began to heal slowly, and the purple-black blood was expelled from the body. Lin Feng poured the remaining liquid on the wound to speed up the healing. Vector at the moment is already in a cold sweat. Pietro, Saber, take her away and wait for me in the underground pipeline. Leave the next thing to me, Lin Feng ordered. Pietro and the others are in the way here and can't help much. Pietro nodded, and helped Vector, who was still in a weak state. Brother Lin Feng, be careful. He also knew that he was useless, so he turned into a silver light and disappeared from the scene while supporting Vector. Still, someone clearly didn't want them to leave. A gust of wind blew through the backstage, and the invisible figure rushed out of the stage quickly, chasing Pietro. It's the locomotive? He has a similar super speed to Pietro, but this speed is as slow as a tortoise in Lin Feng's eyes. When the locomotive passed by Lin Feng's side, Lin Feng stretched out his hand and pinched the locomotive's neck accurately. The huge amounts of impact almost didn't break the heads. The intense pain struck, and before the locomotive could feel it carefully, Lin Feng shot out a low-power heat ray, piercing through the locomotive's legs. Ow! The locomotive uttered a cry of pain. Cold sweat suddenly poured down like rain. He knelt on the ground, hugged his injured legs in pain, and rolled around uselessly. To be honest, he is afraid of death, but this is also a good opportunity to make meritorious deeds. As long as Vector is hijacked and Lin Feng is forced to go without a fight, the position of the locomotive will skyrocket. However, the idea is good, but too naive and impulsive. He clearly saw Lin Feng kicking Homelander out with one kick, and even dared to step forward. Lin Feng didn't know what he was thinking. Maybe I thought I didn't have super speed, so I couldn't catch up with him. I'm here, you actually dare to jump, don't you think it's too late? Lin Feng's cold words made the locomotive dare not raise his head, and even dare not meet his gaze. The shadow of death hangs over the locomotive. It's too scary. This is the second existence that scares him in his heart. He can kill himself at any time if he wants. Saber, you leave too. You wait for me in the underground pipeline together. Be careful. Saber nodded, and after throwing out a sentence, he ran away in the direction of Pietro. Lin Feng threw the locomotive to the ground and ignored him, but walked to the front, facing countless people. Under the control of Mind Gem, they quietly waited for Lin Feng's orders. It's time to zoom in? Lin Feng thought so, and the pictures on all the screens suddenly changed. All into the same picture. With the help of Mind Gem, all the pictures about the water group are slowly embedded in the brains of all the people. This effect enveloped the entire United States. Since 1971, the water group has secretly delivered Compound V to 53 medical institutions around the world. No superhero is born. All were normal kids injected with the blue compound. Those poor kids, their eyes glazed over, were obviously heavily sedated. They were subjected to mistreatment in experiments. There are even babies in it. No matter which country you live in, children are the future. The degree of concern for the treatment and growth of children far exceeds that of other businesses. The Walter Group's methods of treating children are chilling, but at the same time, they have aroused the anger of countless people, including what will be shown next, the shady transactions of the Water Group, the false lies and so on. It may be the biggest ever case of smuggled drugs, child experimentation, and alleged fraud. With the picture clearly engraved into the brains of the people, no matter how the Water Group cleans the ground, it is useless. Unless the Super 7 kills all of humanity, which is obviously impossible. The conspiracies of the Water Group were revealed one by one. Madeline stood on top of a tall building, already flawed. She yelled frantically in the headset, clamoring to kill Lin Feng. And at the moment, Homelander has also recovered from the pain. He floated into the sky and rushed to the stage. The violent scene of Chikuakuo made him feel cold, and he couldn't help but feel a monstrous anger. Good, very good. Homelander was floating in the air, staring at Lin Feng with a calm face. He rubbed his still throbbing chest, and directly sentenced Lin Feng to death in his heart. He had a grim face. No matter how you do it all, but trust me, you don't know what you're doing, and you don't know what you're going to face. You will never die so easily. I will tear your bones out one by one. Homelander's lungs were about to explode, and he lost his mind. Lin Feng sneered disdainfully in exchange for his rhetoric. Melon Rind, who gave you the courage? B.A. Xiaomaxian. This guy really thought he was the most powerful superhero. It seems that the kick just now was light, and it didn't make Homelander realize his strength. Death. Homelander roared, and heat ray hit Lin Feng with the highest intensity. He wanted to see this ignorant Oriental man melt before his eyes. Lin Feng stretched out a hand to block heat ray. Use this squirt gun to nourish yourself again. Have you had enough trouble, Mr. Joker? Haven't you had lunch yet? Heat ray, you can only heat the bottle, right? Lin Feng's contemptuous attitude made Homelander's head bloodshot. Never, never has anyone dared not be afraid of him, until the appearance of the Vectors. Roar. Homelander charged straight down, his arms bulging with veins, and his casserole-sized fists blasted towards Lin Feng's face with a hurricane. Lin Feng sneered, neither hiding nor avoiding, just stretched out his right hand casually. Boom! Huge amounts of impact sounded. Homelander's all-out punch was blocked by Lin Feng. Lin Feng took advantage of the opportunity to grab his fist and threw it to the ground. There was another bang, as if hitting the hearts of countless people at the scene. Homelander smashed the ground directly. You punch me too. Lin Feng roared angrily, and directly bombarded down with his fists. Boom! The third sound sounded, and the whole earth trembled. This punch was faster than Homelander's attack, full of explosive power. The shock spread throughout the square, and the hearts of the people also shook. With just one punch, Homelander was embedded in the ground. His mouth and nose were bleeding, and he couldn't help crying out in pain. Damn it! Damn it! What? Before he could curse a few words, he was hit hard on the arm, suddenly bent at a strange angle. Severe pain reaches Homelander's brain. Never had he experienced this level of pain. Even if the shells hit the body, there is no such pain. At this moment, Homelander was like a child, with transparent liquid dripping from the corner of his eyes. Cried. Stronger than Homelander, at this moment, actually crying? The sharp pain washed Homelander's anger away. He at the moment has woken up from the dementia of anger. His eyes were covered with blood, and Homelander couldn't believe that he was injured so badly, and it was just a punch. He was angry and hated. How so? Why is this Oriental so powerful? I should be the most powerful superhero? How could anyone be stronger than himself? Why? Good dick hurts? Lin Feng watched Homelander's performance with a strange expression. He never thought that Homelander would be beaten into tears, and it's the kind of tears flowing. How arrogant Homelander was just a moment ago. How miserable it is to cry now. The people gathered in the square watched what was happening in front of them. For some reason, a feeling of exhilaration suddenly rose in my heart. Starlight? Starlight, what are you doing? Go support Homelander. Madeline couldn't bear to look at the miserable Homelander. This is the most powerful existence under her hands, and the relationship between the two has an inexplicable connection. Behind the stage, Xing Guang with long golden hair watched Homelander being beaten with some fear, and hesitated in place. The Super 7, now there are only 3 of them left, and the other superheroes have gone out to perform tasks. No one expected what happened today, and there are no contingency plans available. Even if Vector's companions came to the rescue, Homelander was enough to handle everything, so Madeline didn't care. But who knows why such a powerful companion suddenly appeared in Vector? God? Homelander was beaten to tears. She listened to Madeline's growl in the headset. Her expression was ugly. Just as she was wondering whether she wanted to step forward to help, the powerful Oriental man suddenly turned to look at him. As soon as Xing Guang grasped his chest, the heart under the protection of the little white rabbit beat uncontrollably. That man walked towards him step by step. Lin Feng approached Xing Guang slowly, his eyes narrowed slightly, but Xing Guang was terrified by his originally handsome face. He could see the fear in Astral's eyes. Starlight has always had a pure heroic dream. But on the first day Xing Guang joined the group of 7, he realized the dangers of society. Everything is not as beautiful as she imagined. She has her own persistence, but she has no choice but to compromise reality. And the cause of all this is not the water group. Lin Feng didn't intend to hurt Xing Guang, but just reached out to Xing Guang, took off her headset, and put it on his own ear. Madeline. A strange male voice sounded, and the roaring sound from the headset was a pause. Madeline, it's time to report to hell. What the water group has done has ushered in sanctions. I think, you and all the high-level officials should surrender themselves, and then use your worthless lives to give an explanation to the public. Am I right? Lin Feng's words penetrated into Madeline's mind like the devil's whisper. Madeline was stunned. Her pupils gradually lost focus. Yep. I should surrender myself. I should give the public an explanation. In her heart, for some reason, there was a monstrous guilt. She felt that only one death could give an explanation to the deceived people. Slowly taking off the headset, Madeline walked out of the building stiffly like a manipulated puppet. At the same time, those senior executives of the water group, whose eyes were dull, all walked in one direction. Needless to say, it is the role of Mind Gem again. Really easy to use. After solving the vault group, it's time to send Homelander one last time. Lin Feng fished the miserable Homelander out of the pit, and flew into the sky, leaving the people in the ground, stunned for a moment, and then slowly left. Lin Feng, who took Homelander directly to the moon. The moon in this universe does not have the bases of the Inhumans, it is just a desolate place. Lin Feng unfolded the biological force field intimately. Homelander has no bio-force field, and Lin Feng is not sure if he can survive in the universe. Who the hell are you? Homelander was picked up like a chicken. The desolate moon made him feel a chill in his heart. His forehead was split open by Lin Feng, bleeding profusely. Lin Feng's attack was very strange, and his injury showed no signs of healing. Hearing Homelander's question, Lin Feng snorted coldly, and was too lazy to answer Homelander's question. Don't you like to go to the moon? Come on. I'll give you a chance. After the rush, you can use your life to compensate those innocent lives killed by you. Hearing this, Homelander's face was full of doubts and bewilderment. Rush, the moon. Seeing Homelander's bewildered face, Lin Feng suddenly remembered. Homelander Crescent Moon seems to be the second season. At this time, he probably hasn't done that thing. Homelander eventually sent it. He didn't rush to the moon, but died on the moon. Lin Feng had hesitation. Is he going to let Homelander go? Use Mind Gem to wash away the evil in his heart? But after Lin Feng left and lost the support of energy, this change would fail sooner or later. Homelander is like a child complaining everywhere. Superman's ability, the heart of an ordinary person. His childhood was miserable, and he has been living in lies and deceit, which is the main reason that directly created Homelander's deformed thinking. When he grew up, he was controlled by the nanny again. After killing the nanny, he was suppressed by the black boss. Almost everything around him is hypocrisy. If he had a healthy childhood and a good education, maybe Homelander wouldn't be what he is now. All of this must be attributed to the water group. However, this does not wash away Homelander's killing of innocent people. He is manic, arrogant, does whatever he wants, and treats human life like nothing. There is nothing wrong with venting, but the object of venting is wrong. Mostly, Homelander hurt his fellow man. So in the end, Lin Feng did not choose to keep his hand. As he thought, maybe the end is also a relief. Homelander's death should be without regret. Lin Feng told him about his son. And the end of the water group is not much better. The brilliant deeds of the water group were spread throughout the United States through the big screen. Countless people rushed to the streets spontaneously, holding up signs to demonstrate. This day has almost become the most lively day in the United States. After the lies are broken, there are endless ugliness and reprimands. Driven by Mind Gem, all the top executives of the water group rushed to the authorities to kill themselves. The water group began its downfall in the true sense. Except for some fugitives, all employees were taken away and needed to be investigated and psychologically questioned. And those middle-level people who escaped are already under arrest. The laboratories of the water group, including all underground contraband channels, were all investigated and corresponding measures were taken. The information on compound number 5 was also taken over by Party J. With the downfall of the Voight Group, the public's anger has nowhere to vent, and it has been transferred to the scandalous superhero. And these superheroes will soon be returned to the authorities and undergo strict control and re-education. Those with bad deeds will be dealt with in strict accordance with local laws. Those who do not break the law are waiting for distribution. For a while, news about the downfall of the water group and the fate of superhero poured out all over the sky. In order to give an explanation to the people, the top officials of the United States authorities stepped down one after another, comforted the people, and solemnly made various promises. So far, the matter has come to an end. According to the current trend, it will be a good development in a short period of time. But Lin Feng knows that darkness will never be extinct. Wherever there is light, there is shadow. By the next Walter, there will be a Tate, Hyatt, etc. standing up. What's more, the Walter Group will definitely leave a remnant. People are ambitious. However, Lin Feng will not care about these. That's all the help he can give. Lin Feng has already done what should be done. The authorities are not fools and will properly handle follow-up issues. Returning to the underground pipeline again, Lin Feng directly took the three of them back to the Marvel Universe without saying a word. This is the main purpose of his trip. Lin Feng can also do whatever he wants, but he has a bottom line that Homelander doesn't have. In this way, the few people who caused chaos across the United States quietly disappeared into this world. No matter how hard the authorities search, they will eventually find nothing. Marvel Universe. The bottom of Taipei Mountain in the east. In the underground space, with a swish, 4 figures appeared. Lin Feng brought Pietro and his party back smoothly. The spaceship was still spinning. The protective cover remains unchanged as before, and everything looks the same as before leaving. Zhang Xian at the moment is sitting in the conference room with a sad face, facing Lin Feng's disappearance. He has no way or clue. Suddenly, Doctor Who pushed open the door and walked in, panting. Director, Mr. Lin Feng is back. Also bring Pietro and Vector. What? With a bang, Zhang Xian stood up. Really back? Doctor Who gasped and nodded. I saw it on the surveillance, and it's back. When seeing Lin Feng bring Pietro and his party back, Doctor Who ignored the shock and rushed to inform Zhang Xian. Forget about the walkie-talkie. Let's go and see together. Zhang Xian picked up his coat and rushed to the underground space, feeling a little surprised at the same time. It was less than half an hour since Lin Feng left, and before they had discussed a plan, Lin Feng had already returned. Also brought back Pietro and his party. Is the fellow doing things so fast? Underground space. Returning to the familiar place, Pietro took a deep breath. So are sabers and vectors. Although it is still in the underground space, it can be regarded as going home. This is a sense of security that is not available in other places. Thinking about the arduous journey of these 3 months, it was really dangerous and magical. Lin Feng looked at the spaceship that was still rotating. On the hull, the square button was still flashing blue light. I don't know, if I press it now, it will teleport to other universes. This spaceship is indeed a bit weird. Looking at Marvel, it seems that there is no ordinary race that can build such a spaceship. The one who can create this thing must be at least a multi-universe level powerhouse, maybe even the omnipotent universe. Pietro didn't want to see this strange spaceship anymore. He walked to the edge of the shield. Brother Lin Feng, how do we get out? Knocking on the shield, Pietro asked. Pietro saw the shield unfold before disappearing. So he is not surprised why there is a protective cover in the underground space. Lin Feng smiled, and a blue water curtain appeared beside him with a buzzing sound. At the same time, another blue water curtain appeared outside the protective cover. Go this way. Lin Feng walked into the portal first, and then, a figure appeared outside the protective cover. Last time I tried to use the time gem sneakily, but ignored the space gem. This made Lin Feng a little dumbfounded. Sure enough, even if it is the body of Superman, it will be misled by subjective consciousness. The three followed Lin Feng into the portal following Lin Feng. Immediately afterwards, I met Zhang Xian and Dr. Hu hurried down. Director. When Saber and Vector saw Zhang Xian, they immediately stood up straight and said hello, but Vector was a little weak and wobbly. Seeing the 4 people who came back intact, Zhang Xian's heart was finally relieved. God, where did you go? You're so worried about me. Zhang Xian let out a long breath. Lin Feng and his group came back safely, which is the biggest good news these days. Lin Feng pointed at Vector. Stop talking about this, Vector needs to rest. Hearing this, Zhang Xian looked at it, and was a little anxious just now, but he didn't find the state of the Vector. After being reminded by Lin Feng, Zhang Xianke discovered that Vector's condition was not good. She was being supported by a saber at the moment, her face was pale, as if she was about to fall to the ground at any moment. Seeing this, Zhang Xian's heart that just fell to the ground hung up again. Every superhero is precious, if something goes wrong with the Vector, it will be a big loss for God's Spear. Quick, follow me up. Zhang Xian waved his hand decisively and led the crowd to the ground. Hurrying back to the ground, a doctor from the Divine Spear Bureau immediately stepped forward to take over Vector. Fortunately, after a simple test, the Vector is not life-threatening, it is just the weakness caused by the injury and not eating for a long time, and it can be recovered by supplementing some nutrients. This result made Zhang Xian feel relieved again. Life is true, ups and downs. These 2 days have been so exciting, with ups and downs, that I could write a novel. Mr. Lin Feng, please move to the reception room and explain in detail what is going on here. After asking the medical staff to take the Vector down to rest, Zhang Xian invited Lin Feng. Now, he is eager to know the whole process of this incident, the complete process. The reception room. Lin Feng shook his head. I won't go to the reception room, I have other things to do. As for where you went, let Saber and Pietro report to you. This. Zhang Xian was a little embarrassed. Also, Saber and Pietro disappeared for a longer time, and they must have received more information. It's just that Lin Feng is the most powerful among them. Subconsciously, Zhang Xian asked Lin Feng. By the way, Mr. Lin Feng. Zhang Xian seemed to remember something again. That spaceship, that protective cover, can you help me remove it? Zhang Xian rubbed his hands with a beggarly smile on his face. Although Lin Feng and the others came out, the shield of the spaceship was still open. Zhang Xian has seen Lin Feng's method of going back in time, and the current state of the spacecraft is impossible to study. Seeing Zhang Xian still talking about the spaceship, Lin Feng shook his head and laughed. Director Zhang Xian, listen to my advice, don't study this spaceship anymore. This spaceship cannot be touched by humans. Zhang Xian was taken aback by Lin Feng's words. Why? He frowned slightly, with some doubts and guesses. Could it be related to the place Lin Feng teleported to? Lin Feng said mysteriously, let Saber and Pietro report on this experience, and you will understand. Really, don't study this spaceship anymore. If you are not careful, the whole blue star may explode. Just observe from a distance and see how long his energy shield lasts. If I'm not wrong, there should be new moves appearing soon, and I will continue to pay attention. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng ignored him and floated upwards. Then, see you next time, Director Zhang Xian. The tearing air sounds sounded, and Lin Feng flew away without giving Zhang Xian a chance to ask. There were only 3 people left staring at each other. Lin Feng deliberately made the research situation of the spaceship a little more serious. He was afraid that Zhang Xian would be tempted and cause uncontrollable consequences. This spaceship should be related to this 9 stars Lianzu. Definitely, this also belongs to Lin Feng's guess. Spaceships that can transport people to other universes. I'm afraid Zhang Xian won't be able to study it. It is estimated that if Tony Stark is replaced, he will not be able to make progress in a while. It is completely beyond the understanding of science in this universe. Even Lin Feng couldn't see through the material of the hull. Moreover, Lin Feng has tested the strength of the protective cover. In Blue Star, there is no weapon that can open it. Even if the nuclear bomb is replaced, it will not work. For the rest, we can only wait and see. Wait until the 9 stars Lianzu, and see what the origin of this spaceship is. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but think of Thor and Loki. In the Marvel Universe, Lin Feng is only gone for half an hour or so. I don't know how these 2 guys are doing now, whether they killed Malekith or not. Soon, Lin Feng flew back to the Waist Twister. He still didn't choose to go home directly, but flew over from the Playboy's villa. He has something to discuss with Tony. Hi, Tony. Lin Feng landed slowly in Tony's villa. Lin Feng. Tony looked at Lin Feng, who fell from the sky in surprise. In the middle of the night, if you don't accompany your little girlfriend, what are you doing here? Didn't I miss you? Lin Feng at the moment was in a good mood, and joked out of his mouth. Tony stroked his arm immediately, goosebumps arose. Be normal. I just need beautiful women to miss me. Lin Feng laughed out loud, and he took out a USB flash drive and threw it to Tony. Okay, actually this time, I brought a document and I want you to help me research it. In the USB flash drive, the information of compound number 5 that he obtained in the world of the black-robed pickets, definitely, is integrated with the help of the system. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to give it to Zhang Xian for research. But for one thing, Zhang Xian's scientific research team should not have the strength to conduct thorough research in a short period of time. Second, Lin Feng feared that they would not be able to withstand the temptation, so he used compound number 5 without authorization. After all, this thing can only be used on children. Injection for adults has a high probability of one result, death. What Lin Feng wanted was to let Tony study thoroughly and make improvements. In the third season of the Black Robe Pickets, Billy used compound number 5, which can also be used by adults, which gave him a super ability comparable to Homelander for a short time. Definitely, Lin Feng didn't pay attention to any side effects. What Lin Feng really wanted was an optimized version of this without side effects. Tony didn't reject Lin Feng, the relationship between the two didn't need too much wrangling. J.A.R.V.I.S, look what this is. With that said, Tony inserted the USB flash drive into the computer. Huge streams of data pour into computers. A piece of information appeared in the room through projection technology. Sir, it looks like some kind of super potion. The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S came out. He can make ordinary people have supernatural abilities. Unfortunately, according to the data, this drug only works on children, and it has unpredictable side effects. Super potion. Tony looked at Lin Feng with a strange expression. Lin, I'm a mechanic, not a pharmacist. Lin Feng patted Tony's shoulder heavily, and said solemnly, believe in yourself, Tony. Tony, do you think it's as simple as eating steak? Believe in yourself. Let's try it. Tony rolled his eyes and said with some embarrassment. Lin Feng chuckled. Tony was a man cursed with knowledge. Compound number 5 should not trouble him, even if it is not his field of expertise. And the main thing is that Lin Feng is not at ease who will study it, let alone SHIELD. That old Nick Fury is no conservative. He wished that there were more agents with super ability under his command. Let's not talk about that. How is your relationship with the symbiote recently? Lin Feng asked. Hearing Lin Feng mentioning himself, a stinger popped out from behind Tony's head. Mr. Lin Feng. Hey, little Stinger, how are you doing recently? Lin Feng stroked Stinger's head with a smile. Stinger is the descendant of Venom, the son of Lin Feng's younger brother. He can be regarded as Lin Feng's junior. It's a very good time. There are endless chocolates and seafood. Stinger grinned with a scary mouth. Apparently, Tony didn't treat his alien partner badly. Tony was unhappy on the sidelines. Hey, 4 beeps. Stinger, didn't we talk about it? You can't come up with a head without my consent. Tony sent a death stare at him. It will scare outsiders. I don't want to see the news that Tony Stark has turned into a devil. Think about it, the famous Monopoly, playboy, and philanthropist Tony Stark, when a monster head pops out of his body during a speech, what an exciting scene it would be. The Stinger writhed nonchalantly. Mr. Lin Feng is not an outsider? He knows my existence. Yes, you are right. Tony rolled his eyes. But you broke the agreement, today's chocolate is halved. Stinger paused in joy, and slowly retracted into Tony's body. You're more of a devil than I am, Tony. Lin Feng watched them perform with great joy. It seems that you get along pretty well. It's okay, no one can refuse the millionaire Tony Stark, even aliens. Tony spread his hands. Definitely, if only he didn't look so scary. As for the ferocious face of the big villain, Stinger, no ordinary person would be able to accept it. After some spanking, Tony and Lin Feng sat down in the living room. Tony came over with a bottle of wine as usual and a thick book in his hand. When did you start reading? Lin Feng asked with a smile. This is not a book, this is an agreement. Tony poured Lin Feng a glass of wine. Agreement. Lin Feng took a sip from his wine glass. Yes. Recently, some small actions by the authorities have been captured by me. Authorities? What tricks did the authorities do? Lin Feng asked casually. Do you want your steel battlesuit again? The ambition is too big. You haven't fully understood the technology of the Mark 85. They want it. Good guy, that thick book, shouldn't it be Tony's agreement to authorize Mark's technology? Those high-level executives who play tricks have never had any self-knowledge. All day long, he puts on righteousness and the banner of the people to cover up his vampire-like behavior. After all, it's all for their own benefit. Tony clapped the agreement as thick as a book in his hand, with some hesitation. In the end, he handed it to Lin Feng. It's not about this, let's see. What the hell? Lin Feng took it suspiciously and opened it. The first page made Lin Feng frown. Superhero control plan. Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and he had a bad feeling. Quickly flipping through the pages, Lin Feng's expression became uglier the more he flipped through. A bunch of tedious official words, but Lin Feng understood. Isn't this the Sokovia Agreement in Captain America 3 Civil War? It was also the beginning of the Avengers' disintegration. Sure enough, the United States authorities, who cannibalize people and don't spit out their bones, are actually trying to control the superhero. Moreover, there is actually his own name in the agreement. This group of dogs even turned their minds on themselves. It's just that Lin Feng is a little confused. Shouldn't this thing appear after the Avengers Alliance 2 Ultron era? After thinking for a while, Lin Feng had some guesses. It should be the appearance of Lin Feng, which caused the consequences of the collapse of the plot. Mind Gem is now in Lin Feng's hands. Ultron probably won't be born, let alone Vision. So it is not surprising that the name of the Sokovia Protocol has become the Superhero Management Plan. Includes plot advance for Guardians of Galaxy. All of this can be said to be the result of world line adjustments. As for why this agreement appeared so early, Lin Feng also has some speculations. Perhaps the agreement in the original book has already been finalized, and they are just waiting for an opportunity to bring this bill to the table. In Avengers Alliance 2, the fall of Sokovia and the disaster caused by the superhero during the execution of the mission brought this bill to the table. These high-level executives are really good at looking for opportunities and seeing every corner. They asked the Avengers Alliance to accept the control of the authorities and act in strict accordance with the requirements of the authorities. The development, process, and completion of tasks must be led by the authorities. And what made Lin Feng's face so ugly was that, obviously he did not join the Avengers Alliance, nor did he join SHIELD. But this agreement has its own name. The name is to reduce civilian casualties. In fact, it is no different from a contract of sale. Snapped. After watching half of it, Lin Feng couldn't take it anymore and threw it on the table. Act recklessly. Looking at Lin Feng's ugly face, Tony shrugged. I knew it. When handing over the agreement to Lin Feng, Tony guessed that this would definitely arouse Lin Feng's anger. This is also the reason for his hesitation. Which Gai-sun led this thing? Secretary. They also know the black stewed eggs. Lin Feng asked again. To be honest, I obtained this agreement through special means. So as of now, they don't know about it. Tony gave a knowing smile, feeling absolutely no guilt about hacking into the United States system. The ghost knows what those high-level officials are doing every day. Tony Stark, who guards the world, take a sneak peek, it shouldn't matter. However, the joint bureaus of all countries have agreed to this agreement. Tony continued. But they took Superman very seriously. So the release date of this agreement in the system is to be determined. Wait until Superman appears. Tony talked about the information he got from the authorities system. You also know that it's been half a year since you disappeared. Now that you have appeared, I think someone will come to us with this agreement soon. Looking for the door. Lin Feng snorted coldly. Aren't they afraid of death? Is it because I have only shown a kind side for a long time? Make them think they're so bully that they want to experience Superman's wrath? What do you think of this agreement? Lin Feng suddenly asked Tony. I want to know what your attitude is. Lin Feng remembers that during the Civil War, Tony led everyone to sign this agreement. However, Tony's answer was unexpected. I don't want to sign this bullshit agreement. He is depriving us of our personal freedom. I don't think anyone in the Avengers would sign this shit. You really think so? Lin Feng looked straight at Tony. Definitely, linear. Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Feng's eyes made Tony a little puzzled. It's nothing. I thought you would agree. Lin Feng waved his hand. Lin Feng was a little surprised that Tony did not agree to the agreement as in the original book. But this Lin Feng can also figure it out. Although Tony is a playboy, he has a strong sense of justice, and at the same time he habitually takes responsibility on his shoulders. Ultron was his creation, and the destruction of Sokovia is Ultron's arm. It can be said that Tony is the chief culprit leading to the fall of Sokovia. Coupled with the sad words of the Black Mother, she reprimanded Avengers for her actions, which made her whole family disappear, and made Tony feel a deep sense of self-blame and guilt. Then the Secretary of State seized the opportunity to release those pictures, the casualties caused by the Chitauri incident and the Sokovia incident. This also led to why Tony was willing to sign this contract-like agreement. In this case, however, Tony was clearly missing one thing. That is, whether the coalition authorities can be trusted. Even places like S.H.I.E.L.D. have been infiltrated to this extent by Hydra without anyone noticing. If you say that there are no villains at the top of the coalition authority, Lin Feng will be the first to not believe it. Moreover, where there are wars, there are casualties. It is not to say that accepting the control of the authorities will cause no more casualties. This is pure nonsense. Now, however, the Sokovia thing did not happen. Coupled with Lin Feng's intentional or unintentional guidance, it is reasonable for Tony to be unwilling to sign the agreement. Having said that, Lin Feng decided to put some eye drops on Tony. One of the provinces was led astray by the coalition authorities without paying attention. I will not agree to such a bullshit agreement. I think you can see how disgusting the dark side of the United States authorities is. Lin Feng said the words dark side one by one, and the implication was very obvious. Tony nodded in agreement without any hesitation. I definitely know how dark the authorities are. You know, Lin. I've never wanted to deal with them. His profile Curry has recorded countless ugly transactions. Everything, in their eyes, can be measured by money and interests. That's right. Lin Feng nodded. Tony is very smart. Some words can be left to the end. Superhero is not a pawn they can control. Where there are people there is a struggle. Hopefully they won't be really stupid enough to put this deal in front of me. Otherwise, I don't mind giving them a big cleaning. Want to use Lin Feng as a pawn? I'm afraid I don't think I've lived too long. The bloody smell in Lin Feng's words rushed over, and Tony couldn't help shivering. Good guy. Superman's rage is chilling to think about. The kind Tony couldn't help but pray for them, hoping that they would not be fooled by lard and angered Lin Feng. Okay, forget about it for now. This is for you. Tony took out another triangular reactor to ease the serious atmosphere. This is. Lin Feng took it over. He is familiar with this. Isn't this the Mark 85 reactor? You're done. Lin Feng asked in surprise. Good guy, it's only been a few days. When I came last time, the progress was only about 60. No, Tony explained hastily. The performance is only about 90% of the one you gave me, but it has all the necessary functions. As for the rest, it is basically limited by current materials and technologies. Speaking of this, Tony is also a little distressed. Some things currently do not have this kind of technology, or are finished products. All of this requires Tony to remake the structure and produce it himself. Fortunately, the technical problems have been completely overcome, and the rest is the stacking of materials. And after my adjustments, the file size can be adjusted according to the wearer's figure, and even the appearance color can be adjusted. Although I really don't want to admit it, but with the poisonous sting, I can almost stay in the laboratory for 2 days without eating or drinking. And I don't know if it's an illusion, my brain has become more useful than before. Tony stretched out his hand and gestured wildly. Can you understand what I mean? That's the kind? Suddenly changed from a family car to a super sports car. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. Only by experiencing the symbiote possessed can one understand how powerful he is. The stinger undoubtedly strengthened Tony's clever brain and magnified his specialties. To let such a Tony develop into the Avengers Alliance 4, it is estimated that Mark 185 will come out. At that time, when the purple sweet potato essence comes again, it may be who will beat who. Don't tell me, Lin Feng really wants to see this picture. But with Lin Feng around, it might be difficult for purple sweet potato to fight Tony. After chatting for a while, Lin Feng left with the replica Mark 85. He happily flew in the sky wearing his battle armor. Although not as fast as his own flying speed. But he is handsome. Who can turn down a chance to become Iron Man? Although he is Superman, Lin Feng is also a big boy. I can't put it down for this smooth and handsome mechanical shape. As for the superhero management plan, Lin Feng is too lazy to ignore him for the time being. It stands to reason that Lin Feng is now the Silver Superman. If someone makes himself unhappy, let him turn into ashes. But Lin Feng still thinks he is a blue star person after all. Therefore, when dealing with the same kind, we will unconsciously enlarge our tolerance. For other races, Lin Feng would have kicked in the door long ago and taught them a bloody lesson. For now, Lin Feng intends to wait and see. After all, this agreement was obtained by Tony through special means, and it has not been formally implemented. Now I hope that the authorities can recognize themselves and cancel this agreement. Lin Feng planned to stay in Blue Star for a few more days, mainly because of the weird spaceship. The 9 countries will completely overlap in these 2 days. Lin Feng wants to see if his guess is correct. So Lin Feng decided not to travel far for a few days. As for Susan's life experience, we can only put it on hold for a while. After all, the life experience can be investigated at any time, but the Juxinglianzo will happen soon. Lin Feng would also use his super ability to observe the status of the spacecraft from time to time. It just seems to be the same as when Lin Feng left, and has been carrying out a slow rotation. As for Zhang Xian, he didn't do too much research on the spaceship. Maybe it was because Lin Feng's words served as an early warning, or maybe it was because he wanted to study, but there was no way to take the protective cover. Lin Feng didn't bother to care about this, he just wanted to wait for Juxinglianzo now. But before the arrival of Juxinglianzo, Blue Star ushered in another guest. No, it should not be said to be a guest, it should be said to be a returning wanderer. On the afternoon of the second day after Lin Feng came back, he became lazy. He was wearing a pair of big sunglasses, lying on a deck chair by the pool. He found that he liked the laid-back feeling very much. Breeze, sunshine, and clear water. Maybe one day there will be no more danger in the Marvel universe. When Lin Feng retires, he can find a planet full of beaches and seas to spend his later years. But this is just wishful thinking of Lin Feng. Leaving aside whether there is such a planet, as far as Lin Feng's current lifespan is concerned. Well, I'm afraid there is no such thing as old age. The phone on the table vibrated suddenly. Lin Feng, who was basking in the sun, frowned slightly, took it over to check it, and connected it without looking at it. Lin Feng. A familiar voice came over. Huh? Braised egg. Lin Feng sat up, but he didn't expect that marinated egg would call himself. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng came to his senses. It seems that he hasn't informed the marinated egg about Pietro's situation. But since Pietro has come back, he should have contacted Black Braised Egg himself. Did you forget? Are you asking about Pietro? Pietro has been found, and he should be back soon, Lin Feng said. Not about this. Braised Egg replied. Earlier today, Pietro had returned to SHIELD. Definitely, a mission report is indispensable. The details of the tasks experienced in the 3 months were also reported to the Spiced Egg. As surprising as it was, the call wasn't for Pietro. There is a person who wants to meet you, and I hope you can come to S.H.I.E.L.D. That man brought a very important message. Someone wants to see me. Lin Feng repeated lazily, but he didn't intend to leave at all. Who? You'll know it when you come, it's very important. Black Braised Egg emphasized. It's very important? Who wants to see me? Let him come to me directly, I'm in the villa. After speaking, Lin Feng hung up the phone. It's true, he didn't even let himself take a good rest when he returned to Blue Star. As if T was joking, it's too much of a meeting. If you want to see yourself, you have to go there yourself. Lin Feng just wants to enjoy the sunshine, and doesn't bother to wait for these uncles of SHIELD. Inside the space carrier, Black Braised Dan put down his phone, and showed an expression that was as expected to the woman in front of him. Look, I said he won't come. The woman had blonde half-length hair and was wearing a tight battlesuit with a blue mane color. The figure is not bad, but the face is a bit square. The woman's eyes were a little cold, mixed with inexplicable anger. Sure enough, as I guessed, with some power, you will become arrogant. In that case, I'll go there myself. The woman acted resolutely, and after she finished speaking, she flew out of the space carrier and headed straight for Lin Feng's villa. Snapped. Before he could stop it, he slapped himself on the forehead, sweating uncontrollably. This woman is not a fuel-efficient lamp. And it's still the kind of combat power that explodes. Lin Feng wasn't a good opponent either. When these two met, they might have a fight. Quick, get ready for the plane, let's go to Lin Feng's villa. Black Braised Egg picked up the walkie-talkie and ordered. These two ancestors must not fight in Blue Star. Boom! With a soft sound, the woman landed in Lin Feng's villa. She saw the lazy Lin Feng at a glance, and walked over without any hesitation. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, pulled up his sunglasses, and looked at the person coming. He keenly noticed the hostility and anger in the woman's eyes. Or for yourself. Simply inexplicable. Where is the ant coming from? Break into a private house and I can kill you at any time, do you understand? Lin Feng didn't show mercy, and drove away the visitor without the slightest politeness. After Black Braised Egg called, Lin Feng scanned S.H.I.E.L.D with his super ability. Although he said he didn't care, Lin Feng was still curious about who was such a big name. Then he saw this woman who had inexplicable hostility towards him. It's Aunt Marvel, Carol Danvers. Lin Feng didn't know how he provoked her, and even gave himself an arrogant evaluation. Since she feels that she is arrogant, then be arrogant to the end. Lin Feng is too lazy to spoil her. The ant was hostile to her as soon as she came up, and Lin Feng would not use her hot face to rub someone's cold ass. People respect me 1 foot, and I respect others 1 foot. Lin Feng's talk directly raised Carol's weak hostility to an annoying stage. Call yourself ant? Lin Feng. Lin Feng picked out his ears. Listen to that, listen to that, what are you doing so loudly? This ant, the menopause is here or the ant is here. Why are you so irritable? The frightened mother in the movie doesn't seem to be so irritable, does she? You still have the time to bask in the sun? Your name has spread throughout the universe. Spread across the universe. Lin Feng was puzzled. What nonsense. I don't seem to be making big moves in the universe, right? You collected infinite gems recklessly. Now, almost the entire universe knows that you have 5 infinite gems in your hands. Carol's tone was cold, mixed with anger. Jingma's words made Lin Feng sit up. Good guy? Who leaked the news? I didn't boast about having 5 infinite gems. Lin Feng immediately thought of the little raccoon. But it was rejected immediately. The little raccoon is not a big mouth, so there is no reason to spread the news that he has several infinite gems to the whole universe. But in the Marvel universe, Lin Feng only came into contact with the little raccoon. Oh no, strictly speaking, there are also the Legion of Xandar and the team of Yonda the Predator. But Lin Feng is not sure if they saw and recognized their infinite gems. But the information about his 5 infinite gems was leaked, which made Lin Feng smell a conspiracy. No matter who spread the news, there was absolutely no kindness in it. Seeing that Lin Feng was silent, Carol became even angrier. Do you know what infinite gem stands for? That is the most powerful force in the universe. Do you know how many people covet these things? Do you know how much danger this news will bring to Blue Star? The surprised ant asked 3 times. Lin Feng suddenly realized. It turns out that Carol's hostility towards him comes from his collection of infinite gems. This move brought a huge amount of potential danger to Blue Star. So Big Mom developed hostility and anger towards herself. Yes, Carol has a sense of justice. It can be seen from her constant saving and helping weak planets in the universe. Figured it out? Lin Feng leaned back on the recliner, and lay down again under Jingma's murderous gaze. I think it's a big deal, isn't it just that the news leaked out? Whoever dares to come to Blue Star without opening his eyes, I will send him to see the goddess of death. Didn't Nick Fury tell you how powerful I am? Lin Feng said indifferently. Mentioning this made Jing's mother even angrier. For a while, she felt that Lin Feng was arrogant and ignorant. Nick Fury showed me your video. But I don't think you know, the Chidori Legion, in the universe, is as weak as ants. Your strength is only for Blue Star. In the universe, there are countless numbers stronger than you. I have only one purpose for coming here. Give me all the infinite gems you have, and I'll take care of them. Carol's idea is simple. She felt that no matter how powerful Lin Feng was, he was only at the Blue Star level. Lin Feng has never seen the vastness and cruelty of the universe, and he can't grasp infinite gems, so he must handle them properly in order to avoid the coming danger. But her aggressive attitude made Lin Feng a little uncomfortable. S.H.I.E.L.D's information on Lin Feng is limited after all. Lin Feng's strength has already surpassed S.H.I.E.L.D's imagination, but he has no chance to show it. As Lin Feng said, whoever dares to come to Blue Star without opening their eyes can beat them without using infinite gems. Lin Feng was a little annoyed by Carol's tone of knowing everything. It's like ants yelling at elephants. In Lin Feng's eyes, isn't Carol the weak existence that she herself said didn't know anything? Want infinite gems? Get out. Lin Feng said unceremoniously. He was too lazy to explain so much. What annoys him the most is this kind of person who preaches with an attitude like a person who has experienced it. I, Lin Feng, need you to show me what to do? I don't know what to do. Lin Feng's attitude completely angered Carol. God knows how scared she was when she got the Blue Star and someone collected 5 infinite gems. Those big and small cosmic powerhouses have already started plotting against this blue planet. As for Lin Feng, the culprit who caused Blue Star to be exposed, he didn't care at all. This is simply not paying attention to the hundreds of millions of lives on Blue Star. It seemed that she had to act and teach this selfish kid a lesson. We must let him know that his strength is not enough in the universe. Lin Feng. Carol yelled angrily, stepping on the ground. Kayla pulling? The ground trembled under this foot, and the lawn of the villa also split a big crack. I'm not negotiating with you. One last time, hand over the infinite gems. This is a threat. Ultimatum from Aunt Marvel. Lin Feng flipped over with a kite and finally got up. He looked at the destroyed lawn under his feet. His eyes became dangerous. A huge aura spread out in an instant. You must be sick. Lin Feng scolded angrily. Do you know how expensive this lawn is? Are you in debt? If it weren't for knowing that Carol's nature is not bad, Lin Feng would have gone straight up to a set of bastard punches and let him knock him down first. Really don't think Lin Feng is a bully master? Where did you go back from in a hurry? Want infinite gems? Go to sleep, there is everything in the dream. For the last time, get the fuck out. Then make Nick Fury pay me for all my damages. Lin Feng pointed at his feet, including SHIELD. This product can be said to be the first member of Avengers. Lin Feng definitely put the compensation on SHIELD. Although women have privileges here at Lin Feng, this does not include unreasonable people. It seems that you really don't know what to do. Carol's arms were shining brightly, colorful and beautiful. This is the photon energy cannon, one of Carol's attack methods. In the video that Braised Dan showed her, she probably had some understanding of Lin Feng's strength. Since Lin Feng doesn't know what to do, she will teach Lin Feng a lesson. As long as you control your strength and don't kill Lin Feng, you will be fine. She wants Lin Feng to know what is beyond human beings and beyond the sky. The powerful photon energy cannon bombarded Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng didn't even try to dodge, he was tough. A fiery energy cannon did not cause any damage to Lin Feng. Carol was taken aback for a moment, and his eyes became more serious. It seems that you are stronger than I thought. The source of her power appeared after blowing up the light-speed engine. So to be precise, the source of Carol's power should be caused by the development of the energy core of the light-speed engine, Tesseract. She expected that this shot would at least knock Lin Feng out of combat. But the reality was different from what she thought. Lin Feng didn't even take a step back. Carol suspected that Lin Feng used infinite gems to block the attack, but she didn't see Lin Feng take out infinite gems. But it doesn't matter. Carol flew forward directly, with huge amounts of fists rushing towards Lin Feng with rays of light. It is more lethal than the energy cannon hit just now. Boom! The impact sounded, and Lin Feng caught Carol's punch with one hand. The sound waves burst out from the junction of the fists, causing secondary damage to the lawn. Clay figurines are also very angry, let alone Lin Feng. Carol's involuntary aggressiveness and aggression has angered Lin Feng. Since you want to fight, I'll let you fight enough. With a gloomy face, Lin Feng instantly opened a portal connecting the universe, pushed Carol over, and flew in himself. Carol can survive in the universe, Lin Feng knows it. If this crazy woman wants to fight, she can fight in the universe. Her small villa can't withstand the blow of the two of them. The black marinated egg, who arrived so late, watched the two disappear into the portal with some tears in their eyes. I still haven't caught up. I hope these two don't make too much noise. In the universe not far from Blue Star, a portal suddenly appeared. A man and a woman flew out from the portal. It's Lin Feng and Carol, the surprised mom. Come. I'll let you do 3 tricks. Lin Feng pulled a distance away and said, a fight is unavoidable. But if he made the first move, then probably nothing would have happened. He can embed Jingma into the moon with one punch. But Jingma temporarily ignored Lin Feng. She looked around. That's right, in the universe? But there is no air in the universe, and sound cannot be transmitted. Why can I hear Lin Feng speaking? But Jingma understood in an instant. This must be Lin Feng's trick. Before returning to Blue Star, she thoroughly investigated the role of infinite gems. This is no secret. To be able to transmit sound in the universe, 80% of Lin Feng used infinite gems. Arrogance. Jingma replied with a dark face. Don't think that with the power of infinite gems, you can do whatever you want. After speaking, Jingma unceremoniously took the lead. Her arms flashed with light, and a photon energy cannon with full destructive power blasted out, directly attacking Lin Feng. It's not over yet. Jingma knows that Lin Feng has a good defensive power. His arms light up constantly, and he turns into a humanoid cannon. One shot after another, the photon energy cannon rushed through the darkness of the universe as if it didn't cost money. It's dense like that. Tianma Meteor Fist. Lin Feng was hit one after another, but he didn't take a step back. At the moment, he was already wearing a classic black Superman battlesuit. Under the action of a powerful biological force field, the photon energy cannon exploded continuously, like the firework in the universe, colorful and pretty. Energy cannons are more powerful one shot at a time. Jingma just wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson, and didn't intend to put Lin Feng to death. She is testing the upper limit of Lin Feng's defense. Haven't you eaten? It's not enough to tickle me. After being hit by an energy cannon, the unscathed Lin Feng uttered a trash talk. Very well, Lin Feng's provocation succeeded in angering Jingma again. The energy cannon is more powerful, and the light is even more dazzling. Even so, Lin Feng still didn't take a step back. The startled mother was a little startled. Lin Feng's defensive ability was beyond her imagination. It was like a stubborn rock. Countless energy cannons hit it and consumed a lot of energy, but Lin Feng didn't even break a skin. Sooner or later, you will pay the price for your arrogance. Jing Ma stopped the attack with a deep expression on her face. Since it was really useless, Jing Ma didn't want to waste any more energy. Maybe, but the person who can make me pay the price won't be you, Lin Feng said provocatively. Really? I hope you can still say such things after a while. Jing's mother stopped in place, clenched her hands into fists on her waist and shouted loudly. In the next second, colorful energy beams burst out from Jingma's body. Her hair began to fly upwards uncontrollably. The beam of light turned into gold, and Jingma's eyes also turned into shining gold. Like Ascension, the energy is overflowing. Double star mode? Since Lin Feng cannot be harmed under normal conditions, use the double star mode. In this state, Jingma's fighting power increased dramatically. In her double star state, her body is like an energy retractor. It can constantly absorb energy from the outside world, and convert this energy into its own power, speed, etc. to release to the outside world. The combat effectiveness of the double star form is beyond the charts, powerful enough to destroy a planet. Shocking Mother can't believe that Lin Feng's physical strength can surpass a planet. However, Mother Jing would not have imagined that the blue star human standing in front of her possessed such a powerful defensive ability. You admit your mistake now, there is still time to hand over the infinite gems. Jingma's eyes lit up, hoping that Lin Feng could get back from the wrong way. Lin Feng ignored the startled mother, but quickly took out his mobile phone. Click, click. This behavior gave Jingma a complete surprise. He's taking pictures. Good guy. Lin Feng couldn't help complaining when watching movies before. That hairstyle looks too much like Moxie. Just don't call it the double star mode, call it the Mohawk mode. That bunch of oddly shaped broom heads made Lin Feng want to push her with a razor. Lin Feng's ignorance was met with a fierce attack from Mo Zygon Jingma. The photon energy cannon burst out with brilliant light, rushing out like a torrent. Pure energy is several times more powerful than before. A torrent of light beams rushed in, and Lin Feng finally made a move. But with just one hand stretched out, he easily received the blow that could blow up half a planet. Mother Jing bit the wake of the light beam and arrived in front of Lin Feng in an instant. The woman's petite fist was pumping towards Lin Feng with infinite power. Boom! Lin Feng raised his forearm lightly to block it. One punch, another punch. The energy is mixed with pure power, and Jingma's petite body explodes with huge amounts of power. With such strength, it is no wonder that purple sweet potato essence can be suppressed in Avengers Alliance 4. If there is no infinite gems, I am afraid that the purple sweet potato essence will not be able to beat Jingma at all. Lin Feng at the moment is also interested. Anyway, there is nothing to do for the time being, why not just play with Jingma? With this in mind, two strong men who also came from Blue Star started fighting in this starry sky. The two fought back and forth, and Lin Feng deliberately suppressed his own strength. He suppressed his strength to the point where he was a little stronger than the Man of Steel. Strictly speaking, Jingma is not Lin Feng's enemy. It's so boring to settle the fight with one punch. That's how it's fun, isn't it? The two of you come and go, jumping up and down in the universe. You punch me. Slap sparring fists. Under Lin Feng's deliberate control, no one was injured. The battle situation was a little strange and anxious for a while. For a while, no one can take anyone down. After some fighting, the two of them retreated and flew away for a certain distance. Jingma didn't go forward immediately, and Lin Feng also stopped in place. For a long time, it was basically Jingma who attacked first. However, just as she thought, Lin Feng's defense was like a bastard. After beating for a long time, his hands hurt from the beating, but Lin Feng still looked relaxed. Jingma was silent for a while, then said, I admit, your strength is very strong. But with this level of strength, you still can't keep the infinite gems. There are too many terrifying existences in the universe, some of which even Jingma dare not provoke easily. She now somewhat understands why Lin Feng is so confident. He does have the capital to be proud, both in terms of combat power and defense power are very good, and even himself is helpless for a while. Hand over the infinite gems, trust me, your strength is really not enough to protect Blue Star from their hands. Since Lin Feng can't be taken down for the time being, Jingma decides to use the policy of softness, and understands it with emotion. Use your own experience to persuade Lin Feng and tell him about the great horror in the universe. However, he didn't wait for Jingma to continue talking, nor did he wait for Lin Feng to reply. A dazzling white light beam hit Jingma's body in an instant. Then, a male voice appeared between the two. Lin Feng's strength is not enough. Then add mine. Who? Jingma resisted the light beam, continuously absorbed the energy in it, and looked at the person coming. I saw a black creature between the two of them at some point. A streamlined battlesuit, like a steel ghost in the dark. If you don't look carefully, you really can't tell that this is a living person? Tony. Lin Feng called out in surprise. He recognized the outfit. Isn't this the Mark 85 battlesuit possessed by the Stinger? Hi, Lin. The black creature flew towards Lin Feng slowly, raised its right hand in greeting. Damn it, why are you here? Even after killing Lin Feng, Tony actually ran into the universe. My satellite captured the picture of your fight. Tony shrugged and pointed to the huge blue planet not far away. I don't know if you need help, but I'm here. Lin Feng didn't open the portal too far. In fact, the appearance of Lin Feng was detected by JARVIS. Jingma's energy cannon is too bright, and it's not far from the blue star, so it's hard not to see it. So Tony thought Lin Feng was in danger, so he flew over. Integrating the Stinger's battle armor, with an unprecedented flight speed, Tony flew out of Blue Star and arrived at the battlefield of the two in a few minutes. Definitely, the Stinger version of the Mark 85 is not a problem at all even for short-term outer space operations. Good brother. Lin Feng patted Tony's shoulder and said with some emotion. His first friend in this world was Tony Stark. Before crossing, Lin Feng had a slight fear of society, and he had few friends. And Lin Feng, who likes a quiet life, didn't make any friends deliberately when he came to the Marvel Universe. Tony Stark is Lin Feng's best friend so far? Don't talk about that yet. Tony pointed at the startled mother not far away. The Jingma who turned on the double star mode is like a walking luminous body. This weird mohawk. What kind of creature is this? Is it a human? Or an alien? Pissed. Lin Feng couldn't help laughing when he heard this. You see, the shocking Mohigan is indeed recognized? Ah, yes, this. Aunt Moxigan. She is actually a blue star, but she has been wandering in outer space. When I came back to Blue Star this time, I mainly wanted to fight with me. Lin Feng said with a smile, hurting Jingma without any pressure. Is it strong? Tony raised an eyebrow. I can survive in the universe, definitely. Lin Feng said. Hearing this, Tony couldn't help but feel a little eager to try. How about letting me fight her? You don't mind, do you, Lin? You want to fight her? Lin Feng was puzzled. I appreciate your kindness, but I don't feel pressure to hit her. Lin Feng shook his head and refused. He was just playing with Jing's mother. If he really let go, Jing's mother couldn't hold back his punch. No, that's not what I meant. Tony explained. Since I got the Stinger, there is basically nothing on Blue Star that can beat me. I want to test, where is the limit of the Stinger? The Stinger greatly strengthened Tony's combat effectiveness. One person, one symbiosis, it seems to be the most powerful creature on the Blue Star besides Lin Feng. So Tony is very curious, how far the Stinger's fighting power can go? This is the inaccurate data analysis of J.A.R.V.I.S. Oh? Hearing this explanation, Lin Feng understood what Tony meant. He took 2 steps back and gestured for you to come. All right, come and fight her. Stinger is the offspring of Venom, which in turn devoured countless symbiotes with the help of Lin Feng. Even a small part of the ancestor was devoured. It can be said that the power of the Stinger is stronger than all symbiotes, and it has a very strong growth potential. Since Tony wants to fight, let him fight. Lin Feng doesn't care. He also wanted to see how much stronger the Stinger version of Iron Man was than the one in the book. However, Lin Feng felt that there was a high probability that Tony would not be able to beat the Mohawk mode. After all, the transformation of Jingma can directly blow up a planet. But it doesn't matter, isn't he still here? Besides, Lin Feng, who is also from Blue Star, does not believe that Jingma will kill her. With Lin Feng's authorization, Tony took a step forward proudly, provoking Jingma. Come on, Mohigan. Let the most powerful Avenger play with you. I'll let you see how we guard Blue Star. This guy, I still remember what Jingma said before. Another rant. Jingma raised a wave of anger. Let me see if your strength is as powerful as your mouth. The radiance on Jingma's body was so bright that it turned into a beam of light and rushed towards Tony. Stinger, let's go. With a strange roar, Tony also rushed out without fear. Boom! A high-power laser cannon flashed across the universe. Tony shot first, his arms turned into cannon barrels, and he fired without saying a word, hitting Jingma accurately. However, the laser cannon strangely merged into Jingma's body. Her backhand was a photon energy cannon shot, which was equally dazzling. Tony didn't dodge, the armor on his hand directly transformed into a translucent energy shield. The photon energy cannon hit the shield and spread out immediately. The huge amounts of impact made Tony back a distance. Taking advantage of the momentum, Tony held up the shield with his left hand, and fired a super high-power laser cannon from the cannon barrel in his right hand. But it also encountered Waterloo. Huge amounts of energy were absorbed by Jingma, and then turned into a more powerful photon energy cannon and returned to Tony. For a while, the two were very happy with Bo. Tony, I forgot to tell you, Mohican energy absorbing. Don't use energy cannons. Use melee weapons. Lin Feng shouted from afar. Out of nowhere he fished out a large bucket of popcorn. Watching the performance of the two from a distance is like watching a movie. Strange ability? Tony's desire to study rose. He listened to Lin Feng and stopped using the laser cannon. The armor of the right hand turned into a huge long black whiplock with barbs, which was pulled out towards Jingma from a distance. His Stinger, too, has an arsenal similar to that of Venom. Cold weapons emerge endlessly. The whiplock was still coated with a glistening green fluid. It is highly poisonous. The kind that is enough to poison the purple sweet potato essence? Jingma dodged to avoid the oncoming whip and chains. The sixth sense told her that the green light on the whiplock was very strange, and she couldn't resist this blow. Tony didn't dare to take the whip hard when he saw the startled mother. Immediately, a super long whip appeared from his left hand. At the same time, the back gradually squirmed, and several small flight devices flew out, constantly shooting poisonous stings at the startled mother. It's just that Jingma's speed is extremely fast, and the speed of the poisonous sting can't catch up with Jingma. Scared Ma flew to avoid the poisonous stinger, stretched out her hand and clenched her fist, and slammed at Tony with light. Tony withdrew his right hand and turned into a shield again. Boom! This Mohawk's fist is really powerful. Right straight punches, left uppercuts, not enough hands plus feet. Tony stepped back continuously, and the shield shrank to the shield file size of the United States captain. Fight back while being beaten. Play melee? With Tony's order, the battlesuit began to flow, and in an instant, poisonous stingers with green liquid covered Lin Feng's stomach. Seeing that Tony turned into a thorny king, Jingma decisively gave up melee combat and turned to roaming attacks. Keep your distance and start spinning around Tony. At the same time, both arms constantly blasted the photon energy cannon towards Tony. But under the powerful calculation of J.A.R.V.I.S, without exception, they were all blocked or directly dodged. You come and I go back and forth for a long time. Melee Tony is like Quill. Long range and nimble like a dog. Shocked mother couldn't help rolling her eyes. She really is enough. 1 or 2, why did she change in the past few years when she was not in Blue Star? Could it be that the power of the photon energy cannon has become smaller? Not even 2 blue stars can do anything about it? Poor mother, she didn't know that the Mark 85 came from a high-tech nearly 10 years later. Mark 85 alone can withstand the impact of Thanos' power gem for a short time. What's more, now there is an unreasonable symbiont added. This old lady is like a loach. Tony yelled angrily after failing to succeed in several attacks. The photon energy cannon hurts people, but it is as difficult to catch as a loach. Scared mom can fly on her own. Tony, on the other hand, can only rely on the thrusters in his hands and feet. Obviously, Tony is not as mobile as Scary Mom in the universe. Stinger, block her route? I want to give her a hard punch. Tony transformed his right hand into a fist with huge amounts of barbs, and a jet acceleration device at the tail. Got it. Stinger growled. The small flight device, which had been on standby all the time, began to shoot at Jingma with high frequency. Jingma didn't dare to touch the green venom, so she could only fly to avoid it, and at the same time deliberately sold an opening. Tony saw the opportunity and bullied him. The injection device is activated, giving acceleration. Tony's fist hit like a thunderbolt. The barb and the green venom made my mother feel sick for a while. The terrified eyes can completely catch Tony's fist. As soon as she lowered her head, she dodged it, and at the same time seized the opportunity, folded her hands together, and the dazzling light lit up. Not good. Tony stared, and it was too late to back away. In the next second, double photon energy cannons blasted out along the fist, hitting Tony's chest. Tony was blown out in an instant, and this blow broke Tony's defense. The chest was slightly dented by the beating. The high-heat photon energy cannon melted the armor on his chest slightly. But soon, it was repaired by the stinger and it was as good as before. Even so, Tony still gasped. Careless. Mohigan, beating someone really hurts. Stinger, fire at full power. She can energy absorbing? Just let her suck it up. No matter what it is, energy absorbing will have a threshold. Tony doesn't believe that Mohawk can absorb it without limit? Roar. Stinger responded. More flights flew out behind Tony, all of them with small muzzles. The flight device shuttles in the universe, and the laser cannon shoots directly at the startling mother. At the same time, a huge amounts of high-energy beam emitter appeared behind Tony, like a spider's feet. His hands also turned into huge amounts of cannon barrels. On the black body, the dark golden lines are shining brightly. All guns are fired. Countless lasers swarmed in, and an incomparably dazzling rain of lasers rained down in this small area of the universe. Well done. Shocked mother shouted. Facing the extremely fast incoming laser light, Jingma stretched out her hands, ready to resist. The laser hit Jingma's body accurately. For a moment, Jingma shone brightly like the sun. The energy was continuously absorbed into her body, and the golden light all over her body became more intense. Faced with such a high-frequency and high-energy attack, Jingma no longer shows mercy. Its own energy, mixed with the absorbed energy, quickly accumulated a terrifyingly large photon energy cannon. Boom! The energy cannon blasted out suddenly. Sir, the energy attack is coming. Before J.A.R.V.I.S finished speaking, the photon energy cannon had already arrived. Poor Mr. Tony was so focused on attacking that he didn't have time to dodge. This energy cannon hit hard and exploded into a brilliant firework. The laser rain all over the sky stopped instantly. With a whimper, Tony rolled somersaults out of the way, sparks crackling all over his body. Short circuit? Symbiosis armor can actually short circuit? The explosion made Lin Feng feel pain. Tony, I want to eat chocolate. There was a hint of weakness in Stinger's words. Jingma's photon energy cannon is no ordinary shell. Apparently this powerful blow caused him damage, and even the speed of repairing the battlesuit was slowed down. Tony also felt a sharp pain in his chest. The blow nearly pierced the armor on Tony's chest. Eat, eat, eat. Eat when you get back. Tony helped his chest, and the battlesuit slowly repaired. Calculate the data of the energy cannon. Next time, I will avoid it. Tony stopped in place, and ordered while waiting for the battlesuit to be repaired. Seeing that Tony didn't move, Jingma didn't chase him either. Sure enough, as Lin Feng thought, Jingma would not kill her. Okay, stop hitting. Lin Feng threw away the popcorn and stood up. Tony lacks a powerful attack method, something like a finishing move or a nirvana. The main means of attack are energy weapons and cold weapons. Even though he was wearing the Mark 85, which was still the symbiote version, Tony still couldn't beat the serious surprise. After all, there is still something about Jingma's double star mode. Tony wisely did not continue to attack, and instead analyzed the previous battle with Stinger. He just wanted to test the upper limit of the symbiont, and he didn't mean to compare life and death with Jingma. Lin Feng, isn't it? The startled mother floated over slowly. Tony didn't step forward, and she didn't make any more moves, but she didn't cancel the double star mode either. Don't use infinite gems, let's fight again. This time, use your own strength. Infinite gems. Lin Feng was taken aback by Jingma's words. It took only a moment to understand what Jingma meant. Mother Jing probably thought that the reason why Lin Feng was able to compete with her was to borrow the power of infinite gems. This made Lin Feng laugh a little. Good guy, I was underestimated by my mother. In this case, why not show Jingma her true strength? Otherwise, there is no way to sit down and have a good talk. Figured it out, Lin Feng reached out and took off his Superman wristband, and used psychokinesis to make it float in midair. You want to see my true strength? You think I'm borrowing the power of infinite gems? Lin Feng let go of his aura, his eyes glowed red. The suppressed ability is released, and the strength returns to the Silver Superman stage. In just an instant, an indescribably dangerous aura descended on this area. The kind Lin Feng disappeared, and the huge amounts of oppression almost condensed into substance. Jing's mother only felt that she was locked in by huge amounts of fear, and the alarm bells were ringing in her heart. Before she could react, a red heat ray gushed out like a light that could destroy the world. Silver Superman's heat ray is filled with pure rage, heat, and destruction. Heat ray straightly brushed Jingma's side and shot into the distance. That heat ray even surpassed the speed of light, and just a little energy scattered on the shooting path directly blew Jingma away. Jingma let out a cry of pain, and was pushed far away by the energy before she managed to stabilize her figure. The heat ray did not know how far it was fired in an instant. Along the way, the meteorites that were a little closer were all wiped out in an instant. This heat ray almost sent the startled mother to the graveyard. Jingma's battlesuit on the right side of her body has been shattered, and the left side has also been damaged to varying degrees. Her exposed right half, from her neck to her lower abdomen, was already dripping with blood. The wound was even more shocking. The throat surged up and down uncontrollably, the severe pain was transmitted to the brain, and Jingma felt dizzy uncontrollably. At that moment, Jingma clearly felt the threat of death. If this heat ray was aimed at her, she would have no time to dodge, and would turn into dust in an instant. No, it should be said that there is no dust left, and it evaporates directly. What's even more outrageous is that the ray was more than 1 meter away from her, and it actually caused such huge amounts of damage to her. Holy crumbs. Tony stared dumbfounded at the disappearing heat ray. At that moment, Tony felt that the whole world was going to be destroyed, and the stinger almost retracted into Tony's body. Lin Feng's strength exceeded Tony's expectations again and again. Jia, J.A.R.V.I.S. Tony called out after realizing it. Give me the data of that emission line. Too powerful, really too powerful? Tony is eager to know the specific data of this attack. Sir, the energy exceeds the calculation limit. But the attack speed has reached the speed of light. J.A.R.V.I.S. reply made Tony's mouth dry. Uncalculated energy, the speed reaches the speed of light. Trembling, he patted Lin Feng's shoulder, and Tony swallowed hard. Forest. How powerful are you? Lin Feng pouted, took back the Superman wristband and put it on his wrist. I don't know too well. If I wanted to, I should be able to extinguish the sun with one sneeze. The heat ray just now is not my limit. Lin Feng did not lie. With his current strength alone, he can easily drag the 9 kingdoms to drift in the universe? Are you serious? Tony's eyes widened. A sneeze puts out the sun? What do you think? Lin Feng asked back, but his tone was affirmative. With the blessing of infinite gems, Lin Feng's heat ray may be able to penetrate the universe. In the movie, Thanos can't hold all the energy of infinite gems. Even the energy explosion of a single gemstone is not something he can bear. Otherwise, a power gem alone is enough to destroy Mark 50 in an instant, and can it be blocked by Tony's shield? And in the case of having 6 infinite gems, it was so miserable to be hit by Thor's axe. It's not because the body is not strong enough. While speaking, Jingma floated over slowly. She has been kicked out of the double star mode, and the whole person has returned to normal state. Blood continued to flow, his face was pale, and his whole body was crumbling. You, who the hell are you? The pain made Jingma's voice tremble unconsciously. She clutched the wound on the right side of her body, trying hard not to let the happiness flow. Seeing Jingma's miserable appearance, Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed. It's really shocking how miserable my mother is now. Perhaps, such a high-intensity heat ray should not be used. After all, she is not a life and death enemy, and Jingma came to Lin Feng only for Lan Xing's safety. Lin Feng still feels a little guilty about being treated like this. I'm sorry. Lin Feng touched his nose and apologized. As for me, I'm just an ordinary citizen on Blue Star. As he spoke, he urged the time gem to act on Jingma. Lin Feng is going to treat Jingma's injury. But he doesn't have extra clothes, and green liquid won't fix clothes. So simply use the time gem to reverse the time on the mother's body. Jingma's injury began to rewind like a rewind. The damaged clothes are also slowly restored under the effect of time going backwards. After a while, Jingma returned to the state before she was injured. Now, do you believe what I say? If there is anyone who doesn't open their eyes and dares to come to Blue Star to make trouble, Then I can send him to the goddess of death without the power of infinite gems. Hearing this, Jingma nodded subconsciously. Lin Feng's strength is simply at the level of a great terror. She has been wandering in the universe for so many years, and all the strong people she has seen can't withstand this blow. I don't understand at all, how could there be such a monster in Blue Star? But Jingma had some hesitation. But what? But putting 5 infinite gems in Blue Star is always a hidden danger. Let's not say that you can protect Blue Star all the time. Those executioners who kill without blinking an eye, what should they do if they directly release the attack that destroys the Blue Star in the universe? Day and night defense, there are always omissions. Some exist, and they cannot be completely resolved with combat power. In this regard, Lin Feng expressed understanding of Jingma's concerns, but he did not answer the question on the spot. After thinking about it, Lin Feng said, "Sit down and talk. How about going back to Blue Star first? Now that the fight is over. For the rest, let's go back to Blue Star to chat. The universe is not a place for chatting." And Lin Feng also wanted to know where Jingma got the information. Past the news that he had several infinite gems to the whole universe. This can only show one thing, there is a powerful existence staring at him. Or rather, eyeing infinite gems. A group of 3 returned to Blue Star. Nick Fury is still in Lin Feng's yard. "Yo, Mr. Braised Egg." Lin Feng teased. "Why are you here? Where have you been? Tony Stark is here too." Braised Dan's face was still dark. Without Lin Feng's invitation, he didn't rush into Lin Feng's villa, even though Susan was not there at the moment. "Go to the universe to learn a bit," Lin Feng said. "Poor black marinated eggs, sweating all over their foreheads under the sun. Come in, sit down, and talk." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he turned his head and walked into the house first. Tony Stark had already removed his battle armor, and followed Lin Feng towards the house. Jing's mother also walked into the house without saying a word, but Lu Dan was keenly aware that her state was a bit wrong. "You went to the universe to fight." Braised Dan caught up with Jingma in 2 or 3 steps, and they walked together. Jingma was silent for a while, then nodded. "You won't lose, will you?" Braised Egg asked in a low voice. Mother Jing obviously has a problem with her mood and is a little depressed. Jingma's strength has been seen before. Although Lin Feng can also fly in the universe, according to the data of S.H.I.E.L.D, Lin Feng is weaker than Jingma. At most, it can be a tie. Mother Jing glanced at the marinated egg. About Lin Feng's data, it's time to update. S.H.I.E.L.D's personal modeling of Lin Feng is completely inaccurate. I haven't seen him for a few years, and the marinated egg is still pulling his hips as usual. The mist on the head of the marinated egg. What's the meaning? Is it really lost? While talking, several people walked into the villa. Lin Feng ran to the kitchen without saying a word. Tony didn't regard himself as an outsider at all, and slumped on the sofa. "It's more than a loss. Here, Aunt Mohigan. Almost lost my life." Although the voice of the corned egg is small, it is not far from Tony, and Tony still heard the conversation between the corned egg and Jingma. "Ms. Fok." With a look of astonishment on his face, Lu Dan turned to Jingma for confirmation. The silent mother verified Tony's words. "Real or fake?" "It's true, as soon as Lin sent out the heat ray, he beat Moxie to death." "Heat ray, remember, braised egg. That's it, this one." Tony pointed at his eyes with 2 fingers. Whoosh. Tisk tisk tisk, you can't imagine how powerful that shot is. Tony was gesticulating there. The more he gesticulated, the darker his mother's face became, and she almost caught up with the marinated egg. "Shut your mouth, slimy monster. If I can't beat Lin Feng, I can't beat you." Faced with Tony's talk, Jingma couldn't help but rant. The symbiote is indeed like a black sludge. And this guy kept calling himself Mohigan, and he would be angry with any woman. "You two also had a fight." Braised Dan was even more surprised. If it weren't for the lack of hair on his bald head, he should have started to lose his hair by now. "Oh, is that a fight? I think it should be called Mohawk Colorful Firework. You want to fight again?" Scared Mom Death stared at Tony. "I'm afraid of you." Tony stood up, Stinger's head sticking out. "Lin, help me open a portal, this bitch is going to fight me for the 2nd round." He felt that he didn't perform well just now, and it was a bit embarrassing to lose to Mohawk. How about doing it again and trying the new trick he just researched with Stinger? She must cut off the head of Mohigan's broom. Lin Feng came out of the kitchen with several glasses of drinks. "Some headaches are placed on the table. Stop making trouble, let's talk about business first." Lin Feng heard Tony's talkative talk for a long time. For some reason, Tony seemed to be skinnier after spending time with the symbiote Stinger. It's also possible that the Stinger amplifies some inexplicable personality in Tony. "This is yours." Lin Feng gave Tony a super big one, which was filled with light gray liquid. "Chocolate milkshake." Tony raised an eyebrow. "Excellent. I need this right now." Tony raised his head and drank more than half of it. Not Tony needs it, Stinger needs it, he needs the phenylethylamine in the chocolate. Without favoring one over the other, Lin Feng also made some drinks for Jingma and braised egg. Several people took their seats on the sofa one after another, and the atmosphere was strangely silent for a while. Braised Dan drank his drink, his eyes swept back and forth among the few people, not knowing what he was thinking. Mother Jing had a serious expression on her face, as if she hadn't recovered from Lin Feng's coercion. "Tell me, where did you get the news, Carol?" Since no one spoke, Lin Feng started and opened the topic directly. Jingma nodded and did not refuse Lin Feng's inquiry. She returned to Blue Star this time for this purpose. At first, I heard the news in a small transition. In some bar, there are often looters and robbers mixed in, as well as some gold hunters. They're so well informed that you can get almost any information in the universe from them. But they didn't keep the matter of the 5 infinite gems in Blue Star as a secret, instead they were talking about it. Do you know what I mean? The chatter speaks volumes for how far infinite gems leads have spread. Just one infinite gem can fetch sky-high prices from collector. If you had news like this, would you blow it up? Most people should hide it. When this matter was brought up for discussion, it could only show that he was already well known. Lin Feng frowned and responded. He understood the meaning of Jingma's words and sighed. This is really not good news. Witch Melon spread the news that he has 5 infinite gems. So I'm back, and I'm ready to spread the infinite gems all over the universe. This way we can avoid the upcoming danger. Jingma continued to explain. This is pretty much the best way to deal with infinite gems. Wait a minute. Tony held out his hand. Why can't I understand what you are talking about? What are infinite gems? Tony vaguely felt that the conversation between Lin Feng and Jingma had something to do with Blue Star, but he couldn't understand what they were talking about. Lin Feng and Jingma looked at each other. Among the 4 people present, it seems that only Jingma and I know what infinite gems is for. As for black stewed eggs, Lin Feng has already forgotten about infinite gems. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng decided to talk to Tony about infinite gems. After all, in the movie, Tony didn't know about infinite gems from Strange until Avengers Alliance 3. And as Blue Star's Avenger, Tony is still qualified and has the right to know about this stuff. Lin Feng put the wristband on the table, showing several gemstones of different colors to everyone. He took off the reality gem and held it in his hand. With one force, the whole villa instantly turned into a sea of stars. Regarding the origin of infinite gems, it was shown to the 3 of them like a picture scroll, which was very shocking. Infinite gems, born at the time of the Big Bang. There are 6 of them in total, and each of them controls an original attribute of the universe. Something similar to authority, or a rule. Lin Feng briefly explained. Remember the Chidori incident? Lin Feng said, pointing to the blue gemstone on the wristband, while using the reality gem to conjure up the phantom of the Tesseract. That blue cube, the Tesseract, is the space gem at its core. He can open a portal to anywhere in the universe. Saying that, the phantom of the Tesseract split open, revealing the blue gemstone inside, exactly the same as the one on Lin Feng's wristband. Without waiting for Tony to be amazed, Lin Feng pointed to the green infinite gems again. Time gem. He can allow the user to manipulate time arbitrarily, whether it is fast-forwarding or rewinding. It can even stop time. You should have seen it. Carol's injury was reversed through time gem. Oh, by the way, her name is Carol. Lin Feng explained to Tony. Back in time. Tony stroked his chin in disbelief. Fact, I thought it was some new trick you learned. Even when Tony was killed, he didn't expect that a small gem could make time go backwards. Lin Feng shook his head and continued to introduce infinite gems. The orange one is the mind gem, which is the scepter that Loki was holding at that time. It can control the thinking of living beings at will. A purple power gem, it allows the user to have unimaginable physical attack attributes, and it can crush the blue star with one blow. And the red reality gem, as the name suggests, can alter reality. All scientific codes and natural laws have no meaning in front of it, and it can modify it at will. After some introduction, several people all had solemn faces. Tony could hear it even more. It never occurred to me that such a thing exists in the universe. Lin Feng continued to explain. Each infinite gems contains extremely huge energy. When you collect all 6 infinite gems, it only takes a snap of your fingers. As he spoke, Lin Feng looked at several people, stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. With Lin Feng snapping his fingers, the phantom of the universe transformed by reality gem exploded instantly. The entire universe, under the snap of the fingers, turned into nothingness again. Jing Ma said solemnly, snap your fingers. You can restart the entire universe, or reduce the entire universe to ashes. Ms. Fuck. Tony broke out in a colloquial phrase. He looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Lin Feng nodded, indicating that what Jingma said was true. There is no need to question Lin Feng's words. Tony believes in Lin Feng very much. After all, there is no need to lie about such a big matter, is there? You have 5 of these damn things. Tony exclaimed, his little heart beating uncontrollably. Each of these things is beyond the scope of science. That is to say, you are only 1 star away, and you can destroy the entire universe. Lin Feng dismissed the phantom with a wave of his hand, with black question marks on his face. Why do I destroy the universe? Isn't that what you collected him for? Get out. Lin Feng's face turned dark. I collect these infinite gems for other reasons. In the universe, there is an attacking purple sweet potato who has become a spirit, and is also collecting these gems. His name is Thanos. As he spoke, Lin Feng transformed into a big purple head again. It is the overlord of the universe, Thanos. He is the last survivor of the Titan family, and his purpose is to use infinite gems to immediately destroy half of the life in the universe. I'll stop. Why would he do that? Tony asked again, reaching out his hand. Good question. As far as I know, he thinks that in this universe, life consumes too much resources, and eliminating half of the universe's population would make the universe more prosperous and sustainable. Lin Feng explained. Thanos, the director of the Universal Family Planning Office, had a very aggressive idea. And the Chitauri War, Loki was sent by him. Lin Feng emphasized. He has already set his sights on Blue Star's infinite gems. So I collect these things to prevent disasters from coming. I think, you don't want to see half of your relatives and friends disappear for no reason. After demonstrating the origin of the universe, Lin Feng retracted his wristband. The amount of information is huge, but easy to understand. Several people nodded heavily. With that said, Lin Feng's collection of infinite gems is understandable. It is nothing more than to prevent the disaster that is about to happen in the future. But now word spreads across the universe that you have 5 infinite gems. This brings a crisis to Blue Star. The startled mother couldn't help but said. Lin Feng's starting point is good, but obviously, there is a conspiracy against Lin Feng, and the Blue Star is just an incidental product against Lin Feng. The spread of this news is a signal that the conspiracy has already begun to operate. Lin Feng also nodded with a heavy face. He definitely knew this. However, it is too dangerous to disperse infinite gems. Thanos will find them easily. As he said that, Lin Feng had to wonder if Thanos had released the news. But apparently it was too late. Word has spread, and killing Thanos won't help now. But I probably have a solution. Lin Feng signaled them not to worry too much. He has thought of a solution. One is that Lin Feng left Blue Star and used infinite gems to make a name for himself in the universe. In this way, the attention of villains who have ideas about infinite gems can be diverted, and the danger of Blue Star will be greatly reduced. The other one is for Lin Feng to get the remaining soul gem. Then snap your fingers with 6 infinite gems to make everyone forget the location of infinite gems, or the news of infinite gems in Blue Star. It's just that these two methods require Lin Feng to leave Blue Star temporarily. Lin Feng planned to leave Blue Star after Juxing Lianzhou. Go get the last gem first. But Lin Feng didn't intend to snap his fingers. He wants to use infinite gems more in the universe. That's when villains with ideas for infinite gems will deliver them themselves. Lin Feng can follow the clues and find out who released the news. Facing Lin Feng's almost perfect solution, several people nodded in agreement. Braised Eggs and Tony basically don't have much say in this matter. After all, they can't predict the future, unlike Lin Feng, who knows the general structure of the Marvel Universe. Jing's mother also agreed with Lin Feng's method, and she had to agree if she disagreed, but she couldn't beat Lin Feng. Moreover, Lin Feng's method is undoubtedly the best solution. It can not only keep Lang Xing away from unknown dangers, but also find out the cubs behind the information. Much better than Scary Mom's method of dispersing infinite gems. After negotiating, Jingma left. She didn't plan to stay in Blue Star any longer, and went directly to the universe. According to her, she was in a hurry when she came back this time, and there were still some important things that had not been dealt with. But Lin Feng has no interest in caring about other people's private affairs. Braised Dan also went back to Shield. He has been doing well during this period of time. Although there are many headaches, the remnants of Hydra have been wiped out under the thunderous means of corned eggs. The rest of the deeply hidden members are also under constant investigation, and they will be found anyway. Tony also said hello and left. He hasn't studied the compound number 5 that Lin Feng gave him. So far, Blue Star's crisis has been solved, and the timeline seems to be back on track. On the surface, everything seems to be moving in a good direction. However, Lin Feng seems to have been constantly busy since a certain moment. No, the next morning, Lin Feng received a call from the Divine Spear Bureau. Zhang Xian called personally. In the early hours of this morning, the strange spacecraft began to accelerate its rotation, and the predicted 9 stars Lianzhou will completely overlap today. The spaceship seemed to echo the speed of the 9 stars Lianzhou, accelerating as time went by. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng didn't go anywhere, just stayed at home, using supervision to observe the spaceship from time to time, waiting for the arrival of Juxing Lianzhou. Whether the spacecraft has anything to do with Juxing Lianzhou will be revealed soon. During this period, Lin Feng also observed Thor's current situation. This item has returned to Asgard. As for Malekith, Lin Feng couldn't find him at all. The cursed warrior also disappeared. Without the reality gem, Malekith must have hated the Northwest. Lin Feng didn't bother to care about this. The day will soon pass, and the Juxing Lianzhou has officially begun to form a straight line. Everything is as Lin Feng thought. The 9 kingdoms are gradually overlapping, and the boundaries between the kingdoms have become more blurred. Coming? At this moment, the spaceship that Lin Feng had observed for a long time finally had a new movement. It stopped spinning the moment the 9 great kingdoms overlapped. Lin Feng pulled himself together and waited for the next move of the spaceship. At the same time that the spaceship stopped rotating, the indestructible protective cover began to quickly disintegrate in the air. Afterwards, the entire spaceship was like a spinning top, spinning and rising at a very high speed, completely ignoring the solid rock wall above the head. Boom! From the main peak of Taibei Mountain, huge amounts of explosions were heard. The spaceship directly pierced the mountain through a hole, and soared rapidly without stopping. In the blink of an eye, it rose higher and higher with a whistling sound. Good guy, where are you going? Seeing this scene, without saying a word, Lin Feng jumped up from his villa and followed directly. This weird thing really has something to do with Juxing Lianzhou. Lin Feng wants to see where this spaceship is going. Soon, Lin Feng caught up with the spaceship. The two, one in front of the other, quickly broke through the atmosphere and flew towards the depths of the universe. After the spaceship left the blue star's air, its flight speed suddenly increased. It reached sublight speed almost in an instant. How can this dog fly so fast? Lin Feng ignored the surprise and followed closely behind the spaceship. His flight speed is now on par with the speed of light. And with the help of infinite gems, Lin Feng can surpass the speed of light at any time. But it is obviously abnormal for a spaceship to fly so fast. Don't look at Yondu, or the little raccoons, and their spaceships can reach very far places, but that's because people use space technology to jump. If we really want to talk about the flight speed, I am afraid that there are not many light-speed spacecraft in the universe. While thinking about it, the speed of the spaceship continued to climb. Lin Feng also boarded the spaceship. No matter how fast the spaceship flies, he will fly as fast as possible, and will not let go of the tail of the spaceship. The flight of the spaceship seems to have certain rules. Lin Feng discovered that it was passing the overlapping routes of the 9 great kingdoms in a straight line. And what's even more surprising is that every time a country passes through, the spaceship shrinks a circle. When passing through the last country, the spaceship has shrunk to the size of a palm file. At this moment, the vision suddenly increased. Slapping the spaceship of file size suddenly began to become unreal, as if it would disappear at any time. Lin Feng didn't have the slightest hesitation. Flight speed increased sharply, and he reached out to grab the spaceship. He wasn't going to let this thing get away from him. The unknown is terrifying, and Lin Feng will never let go of exploring what he cannot understand. With a hum, the spaceship burst out with a burst of light, as if it had entered a space rift and disappeared into the universe. Lin Feng himself also disappeared. A blinding white light flashed. The spaceship brought Lin Feng to an unknown space. The whole space is full of color. Like a colorful vortex, the scene of the entire space is constantly rotating. That speed is exactly the same as the speed of the spaceship's rotation earlier. Lin Feng doubted that he was teleported inside the spaceship, right? However, the truth is not what Lin Feng thought. He quickly saw the spaceship that had become the size of a palm. It was suspended not far from him. However, beside the spaceship, there is one more person. Lin Feng frowned slightly, and instantly became vigilant, looking at the extra person who didn't know when. Lin Feng was taken aback when he saw the man's attire. Then, the pupils shrank, and the mouth opened unconsciously. Next to the spaceship, stood a man wrapped in a red tight combat suit. There is also a red hood on the head, 2 big black eyes, and a bean-sized white breathable material in the middle, without a trace of skin exposed. There are 2 double knives on his back, and a huge desert eagle pinned to his waist. This shit? Lin Feng couldn't be more familiar with this outfit. He was surprised why this product appeared here. Little bitch. Lin Feng called out tentatively. That's right, Lin Feng would definitely not mistake this familiar outfit. Isn't this Deadpool? Deadpool took 2 steps forward, eyeing Lin Feng with an exaggerated probe. Superman. Fuck. The 2 exclaimed in unison. Messed up. It's really Deadpool, and Deadpool knows the existence of Superman. Also know that Superman is not part of the Marvel Universe. Lin Feng's black battlesuit, the S logo on his chest is too conspicuous. Deadpool recognized it instantly. No. Before Lin Feng could speak, Deadpool called out first. He jumped 2 steps back, and exaggeratedly made the ant lean back. You're not Superman. Superman is not an oriental face. Yes, you are a fake. A second later, Deadpool sensed something was wrong again. That's not right, this suit really belongs to Superman. Could it be a fake? It's not like that either. This is the Marvel Universe, no one knows Superman exists. And many more. What did you call me just now? Little bitch. Fack. I know who you are. Shouldn't you be the audience outside the 4th wall? Deadpool's mouth, like Gatlings, did not give Lin Feng a chance to speak at all. Although the speed of speech was fast, Deadpool was sober-minded, and in a few words he managed to reveal Lin Feng's background. Damn it! Lin Feng exclaimed again. When he was in Man of Steel, he scanned Blue Star several times, but he didn't find Deadpool's existence. Lin Feng thought that there was no Deadpool in this universe. Now he was standing in front of him alive. What version of Deadpool are you? Lin Feng couldn't help asking. Looking at the costume, it should be the Wade in the movie. No wonder Lin Feng would ask such a question. There are several Deadpools in parallel universes, and in some parallel universes, Deadpool is still a woman. Oh, dude, I don't remember where I'm from. It's not important, is it? You have not answered my question yet. Are you an audience outside the 4th wall? God, how did you get Superman's ability? Is it real? Are you afraid of kryptonite too? Another series of mouth cannons were fired. As he said that, he also wanted to touch Lin Feng's strong chest muscles. But after thinking about it, I feel that there is a high probability that he will be beaten, and Deadpool can only live his addiction in the void. Lin Feng took 2 steps back in disgust. Deadpool is a completely unscrupulous bastard, it's better to keep a distance from him. Yes, I am the audience outside the 4th wall. Due to special reasons, I traveled to this movie universe. Lin Feng said truthfully. As for Deadpool, there's no need to hide it, the guy knows he's a character from a comic book movie. And this product also has the ability to break the dimensional wall, and can talk to the audience. I just don't know if there are any restrictions on this ability. But based on this, Deadpool can be regarded as an extremely special existence in the Marvel Universe. Deadpool has a bad mouth, free and easy, unrestrained, and reckless. relying on his own regenerative healing factor to talk nonsense all day long. The degree of talking is even worse than Spider-Man. But Lin Feng knows that Deadpool's nature is not bad in general, but rather like a kid who loves pranks. His every move has a different kind of humor and antics. This is really amazing. Deadpool circled around Lin Feng several times, looking up and down, as if looking at a rare treasure. I thought it was crazy enough that I could talk to an audience outside the fourth wall. You are even more outrageous than me? You can actually pass through the fourth wall. Dude, how the hell did you do that? Even I can't go outside the fourth wall at will. Oh yes? Can I touch your big pecs? I have no other meaning. I just wonder if Superman is really as strong as I thought. Look at this pair of chest muscles, they are simply the best of the best. Graceful, I can smell the powerful power in it through the air. Seeing Lin Feng's dark face, he didn't speak. Deadpool clapped his hands together. Understood. He pulled out a few green franklins from between his buttocks. You want this? Right. How much is it once? Can you pay for a monthly subscription? Lin Feng was left speechless. Should it be said that it is Deadpool? 3 sentences are off topic. Lin Feng was prepared for Deadpool's level of crime, and wanted to beat him up too. He seemed to be able to smell an indescribable smell. Where did you pull it out of? When I watched the movie before, I thought Deadpool was so cheap and cute. But when this thing really appeared in front of him, Lin Feng just wanted to reward him with a heat ray. Just 2 words make people can't help but want to trample him under their feet. Lin Feng took a deep breath and adjusted himself. That's right, Deadpool is like this. Deadpool is like this? Don't be angry, we're not angry. Slowing down, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Whether you cross or not, it doesn't matter, does it? Where is this place? Why are you here? Lin Feng asked his own question. Oh, my god. This space is my little secret. When you meet for the first time, find out their little secrets. Too direct. Deadpool twitched shyly. Lin Feng's blood pressure rose slowly. But I can tell you who made me like Superman. Those pecs. Oh, it's really addictive. Can you really touch me? Make an offer, man. I don't think anyone can refuse Franklin. Don't you like this stuff? Deadpool tempted, patting the green bill in his hand. Nima, still coming? Lin Feng's eyes immediately turned red. The entire film space seemed to become hot at this moment. Pectoral muscles can't be touched. But I can let you touch my heat ray, do you need it? Lin Feng had a weird smirk and stared at his red eyes. No. Calm down. Brother Superman, big brother, dad. Deadpool jumped back a few steps suddenly, shaking his hands like a spirited boy. You're kidding, I'm kidding. It's true that he can't die, but he doesn't want to try Superman's heat ray either. What's more, Lin Feng's red eyes alone can produce a sense of crisis that makes his scalp tingle. This Superman is absolutely no ordinary Superman. That's it, the biggest size condom ever? This is a place similar to subspace. Subspace, do you know? I can tell you in detail. You can come here, you should come here with my cutie. Oh yes, it's my cutie. As Deadpool said, he waved to the palm-sized spaceship. The spaceship seemed to be alive, it flew over quickly and landed in Deadpool's hand. Oh, my cutie. Deadpool yanked across the spaceship, stroking constantly. Kato Taka felt ashamed after seeing that technique. Subspace? It was the first time Lin Feng heard these 3 words from someone else. The subspace is a layer of protection between the positive and negative material spaces. Deadpool quickly explained. Like my girlfriend. It's a small raincoat that must be prepared when you are happy with your girlfriend. As Deadpool said, he unconsciously glanced at the strong body wrapped under Lin Feng's combat uniform. I think you can understand. It's all the same, and I don't like that thing either. After all, no one likes that thing. Deadpool twisted his butt and kept doing indescribable movements on the spot. Wearing a mask, Lin Feng could feel his eyebrows winking, and the waves were boundless. But you know, if you don't wear it, it can have serious consequences. Can you understand what I'm saying? Deadpool poked. Little baby, do you understand? Little baby, if you don't wear it, you will have a baby. The subspace is like a small umbrella. With him, my girlfriend won't have a baby. Understood? Oh, I can't say any more. Deadpool covered his big face. Seeing Lin Feng's face getting darker and darker, if he continued, he was afraid that Lin Feng would hit him. Lin Feng pinched his brows, feeling a little headache. He understood. The subspace is just a layer of protective cover. It rests in the middle of the positive and antimatter space, acting as a protective umbrella. Without this layer of protective cover, the positive and antimatter space will collide, and then collapse and shrink. But can't you give a more normal example? You can come here only because of my cutie. Come on, let me introduce you. This is Kevin. My 41st cutie. Deadpool said, putting the spaceship on his face pitifully, tilting his head and rubbing it, full of love. When I am lonely, only they will accompany me. Although not as considerate as a girlfriend, even a little cold. But man, I love them, and you love me too, don't you? In the second half of the sentence, Deadpool said to the spaceship. That nasty tone gave Lin Feng goosebumps. As expected of Deadpool, he can send Q to meddle? Shaking his head, trying to make himself forget Deadpool's vile look, Lin Feng couldn't help asking. Since you love your little cutie so much, why put it on the blue star? Also, it seems to have the ability to teleport people to other universes. Hearing this, Deadpool suddenly looked up. Oh fuck, have you experienced it? Oh yeah? Isn't it cool? Isn't the cutie very powerful? Did you feel the joyful feeling brought by time travel? Lin Feng didn't know how to answer. Indeed very cool. Pietro almost died outside. Can you be upset? Since you've used my cutie, I'll tell the truth. Little cutie is a kind of spacetime shuttle. Tisk. That's not accurate. Barrier shuttle. A space shuttle. Never mind. Little cutie can help me travel freely in many universes. Call it little bitch pass. How about it? Isn't it a good fit? Lin Feng sneered. It's really suitable. It seems that you also know that you are cheap. Ho, dude? You think so too? Deadpool suddenly became inexplicably excited. His eyes lit up, and he grabbed Lin Feng's shoulders. Excited, he didn't have any scruples about Superman's identity. It seems that you like my little cutie too. In this way, we have common hobbies and common topics. You have a standard Oriental face. It should be from the East. Don't you all like to be sworn brothers? Why don't we marry each other? You don't know, I also stayed in the East for a while. To tell you the truth, what kind of sworn brotherhood? Oh, I'm boiling over. My poor girlfriend couldn't get out of bed that day. How about we become half-brothers in the subspace? From now on, your wife will be my wife, my passport will be your passport. I can go to any universe I want. Go whenever you want. Be happy anytime. How is it? Are you excited? Speaking of which, Deadpool doesn't have a Superman friend yet. Pulling Lin Feng to become a sworn brother is not a whim. How powerful Superman is. In the future, if you can't beat others, call Superman? Don't look at Deadpool's escape, the little abacus is flying? I refuse. Lin Feng sneered again, knocking off the claw on his shoulder. It's beautiful. This guy is full of bad water, and he doesn't know when he will be cheated. I also don't know that Dongfeng has sworn brothers. This. Deadpool scratched his head, rather unwilling to give up. How about my wife is also your wife? A girlfriend should not be considered a wife, right? Deadpool thinks it's not bad, he only has a girlfriend and no wife. I really want to sew your mouth shut. Why? Is this a new way of worshipping? If so, it's okay. I can stand it. Let me look. I remember I collected some needles and thread. Deadpool started grabbing his ass and pulling things out again. Lin Feng felt sick to his stomach. Impressed? Damn, this Deadpool is really not something ordinary people can bear. Don't look for it, you haven't told me. Yours. Little cutie, cheap license, how did it appear on the blue star in the Marvel Universe? You mean this? Deadpool stopped his hands, and threw away the indescribable long yellow object in his hand. He's my cutie no 41. I seem to have said that just now. I have hundreds of these. They collect some energy for me in various universes. Very, magical energy. Tisk tisk tisk. Maybe you don't quite understand it. Anyway, this thing? It's a good thing. Have you figured it out? Want to have one? I can give you a few for free, how about treating it as a gift for our sworn brotherhood? They're all brothers, what's mine is yours. Roll. Climb. Unnecessary. Lin Feng directly throws a quality 3 in a row. Who is brother to you? It's just traveling to other universes. His key has 2 charges left? Lin Feng doesn't need such a brother. Blood pressure can't be controlled. Dude, you're breaking my heart. Why don't you agree to have sex with me? Rejected again, Deadpool burst into tears. Covering his face, his hands were still peeping at Lin Feng with his fingers exposed. Stop making waves. I have a few questions for you, Lin Feng said. Listening to Deadpool talking nonsense like this again, Lin Feng was afraid that he couldn't help kicking him. Quickly finish asking questions and leave Salem. Question. Deadpool put his hands down. Business. Definitely no problem, dude. Just ask me for a fee. You won't be as poor as that Clark, are you? To be honest, I don't like the life Clark has. Obviously I have enough ability, but I don't have 2 coins on me. Deadpool squeezed his fingers together. You are a Superman from time travel? You should have a lot of money on you, right? $10,000 for one question. How about it? Friendly price, discounted. You also know that when business is bad, I will also sell some information. I can answer you any question. Even if you want to know what color underwear Mr. Stan Lee is wearing today, I can tell you. Lin Feng didn't know what Deadpool wanted the money for. Are the coins of the Marvel Universe universal? And with Deadpool's ability, it's not difficult to make some money. I don't understand why you would ask yourself for money. It can only be regarded as Deadpool's special hobby. After thinking about it, Lin Feng took out $100,000 from the system space and threw it over. Give. He has plenty of these things. Now he stretched out his hand to grab a rock, and he could squeeze it into a big diamond. No shortage of money at all. I only ask 3 questions. The rest is your tip, as long as you stop talking nonsense. Fuck. Deadpool was shocked by the thick bundle of banknotes. Evil dog throwing shit. Deadpool swooped and hugged a bunch of green Franklins, drooling. Great, dude. This tea is my salary for several years. As expected of a Superman. With so much money, don't ask questions, you can applaud for love with me. Money can turn ghosts around. Deadpool hugged Franklin tightly, drooling. He looked shy, with his legs intertwined and his back facing Lin Feng. While twisting and talking. Come on. Time is running out. Hurry up and trade. After finishing speaking, he started the foreplay by himself and gasped. That voice is as charming as it is. Betty stood a heavy artillery? Boom. Lin Feng couldn't bear it anymore. He grabbed his big foot and slammed it on Deadpool's big ass. Damn it, it's disgusting for a big man to do this. Ah, Deadpool let out a ghostly cry, and shot out like a fired cannonball. In the end, he drew a red line with his face on the ground, barely stopping the rush. So, does Superman like this kind of thing? Deadpool supported his big buttocks, his upper body was kicked and turned 180 degrees. For a normal person, it would have been completely cold. Little Cheap can still wriggle non-stop. Lin Feng has the power to control. Besides, Deadpool is an immortal body. As long as he is given some time, he can recover. First question, why are you here? The second question, what do you want to collect energy for? The third question, I want to know, is the way to get outside the fourth wall. Lin Feng slowly expressed his question. Lin Feng especially wants to know the third question. Deadpool is the fastest way he can think of to get outside the fourth wall. Originally thought to go to another universe to find Deadpool. Unexpectedly, I happened to meet this guy today. Okay, buddy, let me think. Deadpool knelt on the ground, his upper body turned upward strangely. While picking at the banknotes beside him and stuffing them into his underwear, he answered Lin Feng's question. Why am I here? Definitely here to reclaim my little bitch pass. Do you know Juxing Lianzu? 9 stars Lianzu is the trigger condition I set for the pass. At this time, the pass will call me to come and get it back. After all, we've been apart for too long, and the cutie will miss me. As for the second question, collect these energies. Deadpool thought for a while, then started to make nonsense. Definitely to find a girlfriend in every universe. Shuttle requires huge amounts of energy. This is my secret, only my brother can know. You rejected me? It breaks my heart and I decided not to tell you. As for the third question, what is it? Deadpool scratched his head, forgetting? Lin Feng didn't care, and repeated, the third question, do you know the way to get outside the fourth wall? To be precise, I want to go outside the fourth wall, what should I do? Are you going outside the fourth wall too? Deadpool was visibly taken aback when he heard the third question, and even his voice changed his tune. His upper body couldn't help shivering, as if thinking of something terrible. Also, Lin Feng caught the word in Deadpool's words, and his eyes narrowed immediately. You're with them. Deadpool screamed, howling at the top of his throat. Fuck, help. Mom, how did you find it? Little cutie, what the hell, why did you lure them here? Deadpool picked up the palm-sized spaceship with all his might and smashed it to the ground. Bang bang bang, stop. Lin Feng howled with a headache. Why didn't you finish the 2 sentences, and started to go crazy again? What's with them? What are you talking about? Didn't I be brought here by your cutie? Gah. Deadpool paused for a thumping gesture, and quickly turned his head to look at Lin Feng. Yes, you were brought here by cutie. Aren't you with them? Oh yes, I forgot. You came from beyond the fourth wall. How could it be possible to be with them? Fuck, thank God. Scared the baby. I'm about to piss out. Deadpool touched his crotch, but fortunately he reacted quickly, otherwise he would really pee out. Then, the guy began to wipe away his tears. You don't even know how cruel they are. Deadpools from several universes have been slaughtered by them, just to find a way through the fourth wall. They have been looking for me, I can only keep running. They're not like you. If they catch you, the chrysanthemum will rot. Deadpool is crying. Not every Deadpool can break the fourth wall. Those shameless guys are even crazier than themselves. He's a character who knows he's a movie comic. He can also talk to readers, but this does not mean that he can pass through the fourth wall without restriction. You said, they. Could it be a group of guys who wear a layer of black robes all day? Deadpool's words reminded Lin Feng of those exiles who were wreaking havoc everywhere. He remembered what the system said. These guys are always looking for a way beyond the fourth wall, and they're always looking for Deadpool who can break the fourth wall. You know them. Deadpool was startled, and then using his hands as his feet, he dragged his unrecovered lower body to crawl towards Lin Feng at top speed, and hugged Lin Feng's thighs as fast as lightning could cover his ears. You know them? You're still Superman, you can save me. Brother, Dad, Grandpa, help me. Deadpool burst into tears and grabbed Lin Feng like hope. However, Lin Feng did not waver, and mercilessly opened Deadpool's claws. This bee, the more you touch it, the higher it goes, it is purely sick. However, the information revealed by Deadpool also verified Lin Feng's conjecture. Sure enough, it was those guys who wore black robes all day long. Where they can't see, these guys have never given up their actions. So, you are running around in various universes to avoid those guys. And cutie, is that you rely on to travel across universes. Lin Feng made the point. Look at this poor, sleazy Deadpool. If you see them, you have to run for your life. Aang? What if you don't run? You can't fight. Catch or die. Deadpool's face was full of lovelessness. He didn't know where the group of men in black robes came from. Ability is full of strange things, people who turn into snakes, dogs, and even some who look similar to Fatty Blue. It is simply a collection of various movies and animations. If I hadn't been so shocked last time and fooled them, Deadpool would probably be gone now. It always felt like if they went beyond the fourth wall, something terrible would happen. If the author is found to modify it, everyone will have to form a group and go to the cemetery. There are no super abilities beyond the fourth wall. No one can stop them. The more I talk, the more scared I become, and the more I think about it, the more terrifying I become. Brother, uncle, you're Superman beyond the fourth wall. There must be a way to deal with them, right? As Deadpool said, He wanted to grab Lin Feng's leg again to vent his emotions. Lin Feng turned sideways, avoiding Deadpool's clutches. Don't be so hands-on. I definitely know they can't be allowed to go outside the fourth wall. In this T-movie, Deadpool's character is not like this. And he remembered that Deadpool was also looking for a way to kill himself? Although I don't know why this Deadpool is different, but the degree of crime is even worse. However, Lin Feng also knew the seriousness of the situation. But the ordinary black robe is no longer his opponent. Those who threatened him were those monsters of the first sequence. Do you know which universes they all exist in? Lin Feng asked. Give me the coordinates of those universes, I'll go and have a look. Also, tell me the way to go beyond the fourth wall. Lin Feng needs to prepare with both hands. If you want to get information, you can only clear the mobs first, and trouble those low-level exiles. All his knowledge of this hostile camp now comes from the system. But there isn't much information available either. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Deadpool touched his buttocks, and pulled out a piece of paper from it. Here, big brother. I remember which universe they are in. A total of more than 20. This is my bitter journey, brother, you must treat this piece of paper well. Deadpool twitched and pushed the paper towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng pinched his nose and backed away. You're disgusting. Keep this damn thing to yourself. System, record the coordinates, I don't want to take this piece of paper. The latter sentence is said to the system in my mind. He didn't want to take this stuff. 27 universe data have been recorded, all of which have exiles. Alright, I've written it all down, you can keep it for yourself. Lin Feng waved his hand hastily. He could feel an indescribable smell from far away. Why, do you despise me? Seeing that Lin Feng refused to answer, Deadpool started acting like a demon again. That's right. Lin Feng replied firmly. That butt of yours is a four-dimensional pocket, it can pull anything out? Okay, I'll put it away myself. Deadpool didn't bother, he rolled up the paper again, stuffed it back, and hummed an indescribable sound. Hot eyes. This guy is even more perverted than Lin Feng imagined. As for how to get outside the fourth wall, I have no way. After a while, Deadpool finally finished stuffing the paper, and then said to Lin Feng, don't talk nonsense. You don't know how you got beyond the fourth wall. Lin Feng didn't believe Deadpool's words at all. I really don't know, brother. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't believe in himself, Deadpool felt a little wronged. The reason why I can go beyond the fourth wall, because as long as I have this kind of thought, I can travel through the past. But even if that happens, it's rare. Sometimes even if I want to go, I can't cross it. Deadpool explained. This thing is also like a girlfriend. Whether you can pass or not depends entirely on your mood. In a bad mood, no matter how hard Deadpool tried, he couldn't cross it. In a good mood, Deadpool can kick him over the fourth wall just by chanting. And right after that group showed up, Deadpool felt like the fourth wall was rejecting him. Don't let yourself pass. Otherwise, maybe he would have gone outside the fourth wall to hide from the group of guys in black robes. You didn't lie to me. Lin Feng still doesn't believe it, but he has a way to verify the truth of the words. He clenched his left hand lightly. Then, an invisible mighty force shook. Deadpool's eyes froze for a moment. The tone also became rigid. No. Hey, weird. This guy really didn't lie. Deadpool is special, but it also cannot escape the influence of infinite gems. Lin Feng quietly launched the mind gem. Turns out this guy was telling the truth. Lin Feng was a little disappointed to remove the ability of mind gem. It appears that Deadpool is really unaware. What did you do to me? Losing control, Deadpool woke up and jumped backwards. That expression, as if Lin Feng had done something excessive to him. Why do I feel like I want to tell you all my secrets? Fact. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. I almost told you that my girlfriend has 2 moles on her butt. It's dangerous, it's dangerous. Deadpool patted his chest in a low tone, his legs were shaking there. Lin Feng was too lazy to scold him. Since you really don't know, there's no need to talk about it. I'm leaving, you continue your escape journey. Lin Feng waved his hand and said goodbye. He now has a bunch of coordinates for the Wanderer universe. Once you're ready to tackle these things with the infinite gems of the main universe, it's time to head out to their universe. After all, one day they will face the first sequence. He needs to collect some intelligence as early as possible to prevent these guys from really finding a way to cross the fourth wall. At that time, there is really no way to recover. Don't, brother. Seeing that Lin Feng was really about to leave, Deadpool became anxious and hurried forward to stop him. After finally finding such a thick thigh, Deadpool would be really sorry for himself if he didn't work hard. What will I do if you leave? What if one day I really get caught? You don't want those guys to cross the fourth wall either. That would be a terrible thing to happen. What Deadpool said was true. 10 fingers kept dancing in the air, as if he was describing a terrifying future. How do you say that action is too obscene? Oh, Lin Feng's footsteps stopped. What Deadpool said makes sense. Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and then he looked at Deadpool maliciously. Dangerous light began to radiate from the pupils. That's exactly what you said. It would be bad if they caught you and worked out a method. Ah, yes, brother, that's what I mean. Deadpool immediately nodded his head when he saw the hope. We really have to guard against this possibility. Lin Feng said so, then raised his eyebrows, and looked at Deadpool with a playful smile. This smile, in Deadpool's eyes, felt inexplicably terrifying. Then, why don't I take you directly to bliss? In this way, they will never be able to find you, and you will be free. How about it? Lin Feng said indifferently with terrifying words. Deadpool's ass tightened, and he almost forgot to breathe. I heard that you are a regenerative healing factor. If all the cells in the whole body are evaporated, will it be resurrected? Lin Feng became more and more excited as he spoke, his eyes couldn't help but glow red. He really wanted to know if he would be able to come back to life if he just evaporated his entire body. If he was joking just now Lin Feng really has a little bit of this idea? Oh, that damned curiosity. Feeling the threat of death, Deadpool began to sweat coldly. Brother, stop. Deadpool wanted to slap himself twice. I haven't given my girlfriend enough happiness yet. My escape ability is absolutely top-notch. You can rest assured that they won't be able to catch me, at least for the time being. In a short period of time, they probably won't be able to catch me. And maybe one day, I will understand the way to go beyond the fourth wall. I will tell you immediately. Besides, even if you kill me, there are Deadpools from other universes who can pass through the fourth wall. Deadpool held up his hands, tears came as soon as he said it, and snot came out of his nose. Simply an actor. Emotional control ability is simply outrageous. Don't look at Deadpool dying every day, but if you really give him a chance, he doesn't want to die that much. Mainly, he couldn't bear to part with his bunch of girlfriends. Otherwise, he would not have been running for his life in various universes. Okay, stop wiping your tears hypocritically, and play with you. Lin Feng took the heat ray away, and then threw out a Superman-exclusive rescue device. He sent out several of these things. If you really encounter a danger that you can't escape, return to this universe. Then press the button above and I'll come to your rescue. Lin Feng definitely won't kill Deadpool, just to scare him, and he also expects from Deadpool to get away to pass through the fourth wall. In order to prevent Deadpool from blaring again, Lin Feng disappeared in a flash. Dog stuff, not much useful information. Instead, I learned how to be cheap on the spot. But if Deadpool is really in danger of life and death, Lin Feng will still save him. After all, even if you let Deadpool disappear, you can't let him fall into the hands of those people. Thinking of this, Lin Feng has teleported out of the subspace and appeared in the universe. At the moment, 9 stars Lianzhou is over. The small spaceship made a big hole in Taipei Mountain. It is estimated that the Shenspeare Bureau is now in a mess. Lin Feng also doesn't plan to go back to Blue Star, and directly opens a portal, the one leading to Vamir Star. Lin Feng obtained the location of Vamir Star from Gamera early in the morning. Without further ado, strike while the iron is hot. Go grab your last infinite gem now. Then I went to chat with Purple Sweet Potato, first to see if Purple Sweet Potato revealed the news about infinite gems. If it is, then kill the Purple Sweet Potato essence directly. If not, it depends on the situation. After all, Thanos now poses little threat to the universe. Infinite gems Thanos is out of the question. The big deal is not like before, driving his holy place number 2, looking for life planets and killing half of them. Go through the portal and you will come to Vamir Star. To the eye, it is an extremely desolate scene. Vamir Star, once the center of the universe. But then I don't know why, it turned into this desolate scene. There is no hair on the planet, let alone life. But it can't be said that there is no such thing at all. Red Skull should be counted as one, right? Lin Feng slowly floated down on the edge of the huge amounts of cliff in the movie. He saw Red Skull, who was neither human nor ghost, at a glance. This guy is the same. I don't know how long he has been in Vamir Star. After a rough selection, it has been around for at least 60 or 70 years. Red Skull was originally Captain America's nemesis. But because of Tesseract, Red Skull was thrown into this place by Tesseract through the wormhole. When he came to Vamir Star, he was instantly perceived by Soul Gem. Since then, Red Skull has been a slave to the Soul Gem. But at the same time, this guy also gained the ability to know other people's life experiences. When Thanos, Gamera, and Hawkeye, and Black Widow come here, Red Skull can accurately name their father. Not much use for birds though, but it gives the impression that he knows everything. Red Skull looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, Blue Star's Superman. Red Skull looked at Lin Feng and spoke first. Started to show off his curse again. As long as anyone who comes to this place, he can know its origin. Lin Feng didn't speak, and watched him perform quietly. Red Skull, Lin Feng, Red Skull. Why is there no second half of the sentence? Shouldn't it be said that I am the son of so-and-so? Lin Feng asked suspiciously. But in an instant, Lin Feng was delighted. He gets it. Stuck. Red Skull is stuck. He absolutely does not know who his father is. I come from outside the fourth wall, and infinite gems can't affect it. Lin Feng suppressed a smile. Then what? Who is my father? Are you telling me? Red Skull's pupils shook violently. Nima, what's going on? The tried and tested ability actually failed? Tried again, still to no avail. Red Skull. It does not matter. You must have come here for the Soul Gem. Red Skull changed the subject decisively. No, I just see that there is no one on this planet. Get ready to come over to solve the next personal convenience problem and leave. Lin Feng laughed out loud, playing cards completely out of routine. This bee is like a prophet in the movie, giving people an omniscient feeling. He can pretend to be successful every time, but he suffers from Lin Feng. Let you pretend to be garlic. Red Skull was silent again. How long? How long? No life came to Vamir Star. I don't know how long it took for someone to make fun of him. Ignoring Lin Feng, Red Skull started to float towards the edge of the cliff. Lin Feng is talking nonsense. If not for the soul gem, who would come to this shitty place? Soul gem has a high status among infinite gems. It has its own intelligence. To get him, you have to meet its conditions. Red Skull said to himself. If it wasn't for soul gem, you wouldn't be here. In order to ensure that those who get the soul gem can clearly know its ability. Soul gem, request a sacrifice. Red Skull talked about the conditions for obtaining the soul gem in a vicissitudes of life. Maybe it's been too long in this ghost place. Red Skull's head is not working. The words were filled with the taste of a long time, but at the same time seemed a little dull. Sacrifice your true love, right? Lin Feng interrupted again. Red Skull turned around. How do you know? Lin Feng pouted. I also know who your father is. To gain gems, to lose love. One soul, one soul. This is an eternal deal. Red Skull, the Calm King Bee's aura is well controlled. Even if he was interrupted by Lin Feng to play B, he could continue. What? Unfortunately, I didn't bring my beloved today, but I still want to get the soul gem. Is there any other way? Lin Feng shrugged, unaffected by the majestic atmosphere created by Red Skull. Let Lin Feng sacrifice Susan? It is not okay to specify. Talk about an eternal deal. In Avengers Alliance 4, didn't Lin Feng use blackmail to exchange the widow's sister back? Lin Feng can't push Susan off the cliff. Red Skull was silent for a long time. Maybe it's because I didn't expect the arrival to be so difficult. Rather than begging for soul gem, it's more like teasing him. There is no other way. Red Skull's tone remained solemn. This is the condition given by soul gem. No one can break him. You have a lot of time to think about. After speaking, Red Skull turned his head away and stopped talking. Lin Feng followed Red Skull's gaze curiously. Looking at the desolation, I don't know what Red Skull is looking at. Maybe it's one of the few fun things Red Skull has left after staying for so long. Lin Feng sighed and looked up at the sky. Is it necessary to sacrifice? Don't give me a chance. The sky is also grey, and it is even more desolate. How about going to the world of Avengers Alliance 4 to get 6 infinite gems, and then come back to threaten Soul Gem? But Captain America should have sent all the infinite gems back. But Lin Feng is not helpless. Infinite gems emit mainly gamma rays. And Lin Feng already has 5 infinite gems in his hands. If you use infinite gems to release destructive energy at a high frequency, there is a high probability that Vormer and Soul Gem will be destroyed together. Infinite gems are not indestructible. Didn't Thanos destroy all the infinite gems just after snapping his fingers? He thought that after the universe was corrected, the original stone was useless except for temptation, so he used the original stone to destroy the original stone. During the Avengers Alliance 3, Wanda also used similar means to destroy Mind Gem. It was only later that Thanos recovered using the Time Gem. So Lin Feng is not afraid to break the Soul Gem. If it is really broken, just use the Time Gem. At this point in his thoughts, Lin Feng looked back at Red Skull. Xiao Hong. Lin Feng's tone was a little melancholy, but his expression was malicious. Find a place to hide, Vormer. It's about to disappear. Red Skull had a question mark on his face. God T Xiao Hong? What the hell are you talking about? I am cursed here and cannot leave. Vormer, it was the center of the universe, and he will not disappear, said Red Skull. Ah yes. Lin Feng didn't bother to defend himself, and jumped into the air directly. Lord, let you see how Vormer is gone. Lin Feng took out a customized version of the 2 cannons. This thing was built by King Nidavi Dwarf and enchanted by the goddess Frigg, the kind that emits energy from infinite gems. Until now, Lin Feng has not had a chance to use it. No, the opportunity is here. Lin Feng no longer intends to call this thing a gun. This thing is more than twice the size of a gun, and more like a hand cannon than a gun. Apart from anything else, Lin Feng directly activated the power gem. He's going to give Vormer Star a grand funeral? A trace of purple energy began to surround the cannon body. The lines are also overflowing with purple light. A powerful biological force field enveloped the entire Vormer Star. Soul Gem, can you hear me? Lin Feng's voice spread to every corner of Vormer. He believes that Soul Gem can hear it. After all, Soul Gem has self-awareness. I know, the same or similar gamma rays are enough to destroy your existence. I'll give you a chance, come out by yourself. Same as before, I'll give you 1 minute to think about it. The voice echoed throughout the Vormer Star, and the Red Skull definitely heard it too. He raised his head and looked at Lin Feng, who flew up into the sky and had turned into a black dot. Can't help but complain, what the hell? I didn't understand Lin Feng's confusing behavior at all. Is he threatening Soul Gem? Red Skull wanted to laugh. But it's been too long since I laughed, and I seem to have forgotten how to laugh. Until a minute later, the dot in the sky, representing Lin Feng, turned a glowing purple. Only then did Red Skull faintly feel that something was wrong. Immediately afterwards, a sight that he will never forget in his life happened before his eyes. It shocked him even more than the first time he came to Vormer. Huge and palpitating energy condenses high above the sky. Then there was a buzz. The purple energy poured down like a beam of light. Like an electric drill, a big hole was drilled in the center of Vormer in an instant. The entire Vormer trembled violently like a magnitude 12 earthquake. Red Skull didn't understand this outrageous power, but he was shocked. His eyes widened. He had been stared so wide in his life. He also opened his mouth wide, never opened it so wide in his life. Not waiting for Red Skull to recover from the shocking scene in front of him, another purple beam of light descended from the sky. Second shot. Third shot. Vormer ushered in the true sense of the end. The entire planet was shattered under Lin Feng's gunfire. Like brilliant purple firework, Lin Feng's attack heralded Vormer's funeral. I don't know how long it has been. The beam-like attack finally stopped. The entire Vamir star has been blasted into pieces with different file sizes. Moreover, at least half of the planet was directly vaporized under the attack. Countless broken stones are like a group of meteorites, floating in the universe. And Red Skull has disappeared. I don't know if he was beaten to death by Lin Feng. Lin Feng held up his guns and put away his double guns. Huh, cool. This simple feeling of destruction is really comforting and decompressing. It's just a little expensive planet. Feeling at ease, Lin Feng searched for the figure of Soul Gem among countless broken stones. But Soul Gem was more stubborn than he thought. Vormer has become a waste. It hasn't shown up yet. Not showing up. Lin Feng frowned. He had already thought of this ending. Don't panic at all. The green time gem lights up. The power of time enveloped the entire space. Countless broken stones condensed together. The destroyed Vormer was restored bit by bit. The entire time of Vormer was reversed to after Lin Feng flew into the sky. If it doesn't work once, do it again. Lin Feng took out his dual cannons again, accumulating energy, just didn't hit enough. On the ground, Red Skull stared blankly as the black spot in the sky turned purple. He always felt that this scene was somewhat familiar, but he just couldn't remember it. It was as if something had been pulled out. Throat wriggled for a while. Again. As soon as the words came out, Red Skull was also taken aback. Why should I say again? Boom! Huge amounts of purple beams of light fell from the sky again, interrupting Red Skull's thinking. Vormer trembled again. Red Skull swears, he has definitely seen this scene before. Boom, boom, boom. Attack after attack fell on Vormer. This time Lin Feng used more force. Vamir star was completely reduced to a pool of debris. There are no fragments that exceed the fist file size. After refreshing himself again, Lin Feng still couldn't find Soul Gem. Scratched his head. Did I guess wrong? Isn't Soul Gem hiding in Vamir star? No, not likely. Soul Gem specified in Vamir star. Did he also hide in a place similar to subspace? Lin Feng thought that whether it was Hawkeye or Thanos, the scene where they got the Soul Gem was obtained in another scene. As for whether it is another space, or a certain location in Vamir star, Marvel didn't say, and Lin Feng didn't know either. Lin Feng was a little puzzled, but he didn't stop moving his hands. Time Gem reverses the time of the entire space, and Vamir star is restored again. At this moment, a wave of fluctuations reached Lin Feng's brain. Lin Feng's hands froze. Is it Soul Gem? Lin Feng felt fluctuating, even mixed with a hint of sarcasm. Good guy. Lin Feng was happy. A Soul Gem indeed. He never expected that this guy was mocking Lin Feng. Is it so skinny? Lin Feng was not only angry, but also wanted to laugh. Lin Feng looked at the recovered Vormer, his eyes fixed on a location. There is nothing there. But Lin Feng can clearly perceive that the fluctuations come from there. A smirk appeared on the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Got you, little one. Soul Gem is self-aware though, but unexpectedly there is a hint of childishness. Seeing Lin Feng's destruction twice but not finding it, he actually laughed at Lin Feng. However, it was this move that exposed its position to Lin Feng's sight. Even if you kill Soul Gem, you can't imagine why human beings can capture the fluctuations of infinite gems. Now that you've found it, it's easy to handle. Lin Feng put away the hand cannon. His eyes quickly glowed red. Although the hand cannon is comfortable to use, it is not as powerful as Lin Feng's heat ray. Hand cannons alone may not be enough to destroy infinite gems. The energy of infinite gems flooded into the eye sockets. The red light quickly became colorful, and finally turned into a dazzling golden color. The space around Lin Feng began to distort under this huge energy. This time, no attack fell on Vamir star, but the entire Vamir star began to vibrate slightly. Lin Feng's attack can be said to be the most powerful heat ray since he transformed into Superman. Combines the power of Silver Superman and 5 infinite gems. When this heat ray is fired, not only will Vormer be reduced to ashes in an instant, Lin Feng can even penetrate this space for him. As for whether the heat ray shoots into the parallel world or other universes after being pierced through, Lin Feng doesn't know. Red Skull was already on his knees. Definitely not because of admiration for Lin Feng. It was the coercion brought by this extremely terrifying heat ray. That coercion almost compressed the air into substance. With such a long distance, Red Skull felt it was difficult to breathe. Demon, devil. Red Skull spat out 2 words with difficulty. When did such a powerful human being be born on Blue Star? Poor Red Skull has never seen such power in his life. In his eyes, Lin Feng was already different from a demon gawa, brat. Last chance. If you don't show up again, you will stay in this place forever. Lin Feng's words sounded and spread throughout Vamir Star again. Under the gushing energy of heat ray, his tone was extraordinarily cold. After waiting for a while, Soul Gem still didn't respond. Act recklessly. Lin Feng was a little angry. Don't give me Lin Feng face. In that case, destroy the Soul Gem, restore it, and destroy it later. I could play with you all day like this. The heat ray mixed with the energy of 5 infinite gems can undoubtedly destroy the Soul Gem in an instant. In the eye sockets, the golden light is more abundant. In the next second, Soul Gem will receive a devastating blow. However, at this moment, a rapid fluctuation entered Lin Feng's brain again. The heat ray that was about to launch suddenly paused, then dimmed. Cowardly, soul gem cowardly. It sent a wave of begging for mercy. It's somewhat similar to Lin Feng's situation in Avengers Alliance 4. Facing the threat of destruction, Soul Gem decisively chose to counsel. It's quite interesting. Lin Feng slowly dispersed the heat ray and rubbed his eye sockets. The mist shot made him a little upset, and his eye sockets were slightly sore. Under Lin Feng's gaze, the space locked by him slowly fluctuated. The orange Soul Gem floated out. Its color is somewhat similar to Mind Gem. Mind Gem is yellow, while Soul Gem is a more intense orange. It floated slowly towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled. The final piece of the Infinite Gems puzzle is here? I just don't know why, but Lin Feng always felt that Soul Gem was exuding a sense of grievance. This is not Soul Gem hypocrisy. But if others want Soul Gem, they have to exchange their beloved soul. Only Lin Feng, he is in vain. Looking back on the days when he came to Marvel, Lin Feng has already collected infinite gems. The former Lin Feng thought how difficult it was to obtain these gems. It could also be preconceived notions. After all, in the movie, the process of getting 6 gems together is not easy. Even for Thanos, the road to collecting infinite gems was not easy. In the movie, when Ancient One was still alive, Thanos only dared to let Loki come to explore the way. Before getting the power gem, he was betrayed by Ronan. In order to get the time gem, he also fought with Guardians of Galaxy and Stark. Even in the end, Gamera was sacrificed. This old boy, it was really miserable to say that it was miserable, and in the end even his head was cut off by Thor. On the other hand, Lin Feng, uncharacteristically, obtained all the infinite gems with ease. This is inseparable from his having the body of a silver Superman and his understanding of the Marvel plot. This is the advantage of the Traversers. More importantly, Lin Feng didn't have the ambition to send half the universe away with a snap of his fingers. Holding the soul gem, Lin Feng slowly floated to the ground. At the moment's Red Skull, already dumbfounded. From the moment the soul gem showed itself, the thing was dead. Even if you kill him, you can make infinite gems show up just by threatening? Until Lin Feng returned to the ground, the guy still hadn't recovered from the shock. It's a poor man too. Lin Feng sighed, then stepped forward and patted Red Skull on the shoulder. You are free, Red Skull. Lin Feng has no intention of killing Red Skull, although this guy is not a good person. Just leave him to fend for himself on Vamir Star. Maybe one day, a spaceship will pass by and kindly take him for a ride. Trapped for decades, lonely for decades. The sudden freedom made Red Skull want to cry but couldn't. He could only nod dully. Thank you, thank you. Red Skull is no longer as inscrutable as before, and his voice is dull and weird. No thanks, then I'm leaving. Lin Feng waved his hand and flew into the universe. Red Skull nodded dully again, then watched Lin Feng fly high into the sky and disappear from sight. After a while, he turned his head and looked at the still desolate scene. As if nothing has changed, and as if everything has changed. When he came back to his senses, he muttered to himself, how should I get out of here? Lin Feng can't control this anymore. Lin Feng was floating in the universe, happily putting the soul gem on his wristband. The 6 gemstones gathered together, and different energies echoed each other and twisted into a line, impacting Lin Feng's body. This is feedback from infinite gems. But soon, this energy disappeared. Call. Lin Feng exhaled, but didn't feel any discomfort. He's a silver Superman now, and the feedback from 6 infinite gems can't hurt him. If I had to say what I felt, it was that my left arm was whipped with a cloth strip, and there was no response. Now Lin Feng can restart the entire universe with a snap of his fingers. It is false to say that you are not happy when you get this privilege-like ability. This is different from the situation in the Avengers Alliance 4. At that time, although I also got 6 infinite gems, I returned them all for the sake of the direction of the universe. Now these gems completely belong to Lin Feng. How about snapping your fingers now? Lin Feng's eyes were full of eagerness. For nothing else, just for fun. If you don't have this thing, you won't miss it. When you have it, even if there is no purpose, you still want to snap your fingers to play. Never mind. Lin Feng thought about it, but gave up on snapping his fingers. Playing with infinite gems casually is not good. Besides, he has other things to do. That is, talk to that old boy Thanos. If Lin Feng has news of infinite gems, it's really Thanos who diffused it. Then Lin Feng doesn't mind snapping his fingers for him. Seeing off Thanos in this way, the specification is high enough. It's just that Lin Feng doesn't know where Thanos is in the universe now. Neither did the Marvel movies. But Lin Feng doesn't panic. Gamera must know where Thanos is. Just go find Gamera yourself. Lin Feng thought about it, and reversely located the position of the little raccoon directly through the Superman collar. The Rockets, Gamera, and that idiot Star-Lord must be together. And that idiot Delax the Destroyer. Together, they are the Guardians of Galaxy. Step through the portal. Lin Feng appeared in a small spaceship traveling through space. Wow! Star-Lord reacted quickly, pulling out the energy gun when the portal appeared. Except for Little Raccoon Rocket who was still sitting on the chair, everyone else gathered in front of the portal, ready to fight. The universe is undoubtedly dangerous, and what happens is normal, and they are used to it. But when they saw Lin Feng walking out of the portal, they were all surprised. Lin Feng, why are you here? Rocket put away his gun, jumped off the seat, and crashed over. This is a huge thick thigh. He still keeps that Superman emergency device, a life-saving gadget, keep it close to him? Delax also heaved a sigh of relief. It's that, a powerful man. He nodded solemnly to Lin Feng, which is a respect for the strong. This is already the second time they have seen Lin Feng. Several people were impressed by Lin Feng's strength on Xandar last time, but Star-Lord was not very happy. He always felt that Lin Feng's presence would steal his limelight. Not to mention handsome, but also so powerful. Just look at Delax, the big dumb guy. I have more respect for Lin Feng than for him. Hey, hello. Lin Feng did not regard himself as an outsider, and walked around the cabin with a smile on his face. The spaceship was damaged while on Xandar, but was later repaired by the Nova Corps on Xandar. Oh, look who this is. Lin Feng took 2 steps forward. Rua raised Rocket's little head. Isn't this Captain Rocket? Rocket's head was pushed back and forth, and he grinned and wanted to bite Lin Feng, but he didn't dare. Wait, cried the Rocket. What did you call me? Captain. Wow. Rocket jumped up, his face was full of happiness. See. He raised his middle finger at Xingju, in exchange for Xingju's lip curling. Yes, I am the captain of this spaceship. Saying that, Rocket turned his head to look at Lin Feng again. You have such a good eye. Lin Feng won the Rocket's favor with just one sentence. It's not been a day or two since this little thing competed with Xingju for the captain's seat. The Rocket driving skills are superb, and he is also proficient in the manufacture and repair of various machinery. These 2 guys don't give in to anyone, and they don't like each other. Rocket, who was recognized, happily found a cup and poured Lin Feng a cup of hot drink. He also brought Groot over. Groot is now as tall as a rocket. The nourishment provided by Lin Feng is very powerful. I Groot. Groot greeted Lin Feng. I'm Lin Feng. Lin Feng patted his chest and introduced himself. Groot's actions reminded him of the scene where Groot and Captain America introduced each other in Avengers Alliance 3 Miles. Can't help but want to laugh a little. Ahem. Hey. Xingju coughed twice on purpose. Lin Feng broke into his spaceship without authorization, mistook the captain for nothing, and kept ignoring himself. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Actually, I am the captain. Mr. Lin Feng, please explain your purpose. Xingju straightened his back, puffed out his chest, and lowered his voice in an attempt to create an aura of a big boss. However, he is essentially a bastard. Putting these actions on him, not only does it look not formidable, it also looks rather funny. I'm here to find Gamera. Lin Feng explained. He knows Xingju's character. He is just a pure funny bee. Gamera. Star-Lord repeated, subconsciously glanced behind him. Then he asked warily, what are you doing with Gamera? Gamera is his future girlfriend. What did Lin Feng want her for? Could it be that he came to grab Gamera from himself? Xingju began to make up his mind. Gamera is the true love he has never met. Fake, Lin Feng is powerful. If he really comes to grab Gamera, he can't beat him. Before Lin Feng could answer, Xingju had already imagined a lot of possibilities. Ahem, Gamera isn't here today. Xingju squeezed his throat and lied, but his voice was a little weak. Huh. Lin Feng looked at Xingju, then at Gamera behind him, and made a question mark with a strange expression. I'm afraid this Xingju is not a fool, is he? Gamera couldn't help but roll her eyes too. Seriously, sometimes she really wanted to pry open Star-Lord's brain and see what was inside. Seeing Lin Feng looking at her, Gamera took a step back subconsciously, with a look of wariness on her face. She didn't forget that last time Lin Feng just gave her a look, and she obediently told Vormer's coordinates. This kind-looking man is very dangerous. Don't be afraid, Gamera. I just want to ask you if you know where Thanos is. Lin Feng explained. Thanos? What are you looking for with Thanos? Gamera still looked wary. I don't think you'd want to see him. Gamera shook her head. Many people know you have 5 infinite gems. And Thanos, who is also collecting infinite gems, will kill you, Gamera said. Her father, Thanos, is also collecting these things. The purpose of Thanos collecting gems is chilling. The rocket on the side jumped out. Oh yes? What are you collecting these stones for? Are you short of money too? Rocket smacked his lips. Last time at a transit star, a lot of bandits were trying to get your attention. One of these things is worth $1 billion. Rockets are greedy. How about I help you connect and sell them? 5 billion? Just give me a commission of 500 million. Rocket laughed. With this money, he can take Groot to live an early retirement life. The more he said it, the more feasible it became. Rocket looked at Lin Feng with anticipation in his small eyes. As long as Lin Feng nods, he will immediately contact the buyer? No need. Lin Feng waved his hand, rejecting Rocket. I collected this stuff and it's useful. Gamera, you just need to tell me if you know where Thanos is. The rest, you don't have to worry about it. Didn't you understand what I said? Thanos will kill you. Gamera couldn't help but said. His father was a murderous executioner. Lin Feng dared to bring infinite gems to Thanos. It was tantamount to delivering goods to his door. Thanos will kill me. Lin Feng sneered with some disdain. Is this a joke for today? I think you should worry about whether Thanos will be killed by me. Not to mention Thanos, even with all his loyal dogs, it is not enough for Lin Feng to clean up. Thanos dares to do it? But Gamera doesn't know how powerful Lin Feng is. She curled her lips in disdain, thinking that Lin Feng was just bragging. Although Lin Feng showed great strength on Xandar, but Gamera has a deeper understanding of Thanos' strength. Not to mention that Thanos has countless subordinates, including the powerful Ebony Maw and other generals. Stop talking about this, just tell me the answer. Lin Feng urged. Oh, by the way, you know, you can't lie. Lin Feng's eyes were fixed, with a hint of warning. Gamera understood Lin Feng's hint, and her face became troubled. Xingju couldn't bear it anymore. He felt that as a man, it was time for him to stand up. Why can't you lie? Are you threatening us? The words are sharp, but the tone is bluffing. Lin Feng shook his head. That's not the case, it's just that Gamera is in front of me, so I can't panic. Gamera pursed her lips. She really wanted to give Lin Feng a fake address. She doesn't want to see Thanos successfully get all the infinite gems, and then destroy half of life in the universe with a snap of his fingers. Her planet suffered such treatment. Gamera didn't want this experience to happen to anyone else. But Lin Feng's methods are unpredictable. Last time on Xandar, with just one look, he couldn't say he was panicking. After hesitation for a while, Gamera was still ready to tell the truth. Before I left him, Thanos mentioned that he was going to stay on Titan for a while. Gamera said, as for now, I don't know if he is still on Titan, you can go and see, if you are not afraid of death. Titan, the home of Thanos. It's just that this hometown is about to become as desolate as Vormer's now. Very good. Lin Feng was satisfied after getting the desired information. Thank you for your information, Miss Gamera. Lin Feng waved his hand. Then, I'll withdraw first. Goodbye, Captain Rocket. With that said, Lin Feng opened the portal, and there was no Star-Lord bird. Goodbye, Lin Feng. Welcome to play anytime. By the way, if you want to sell infinite gems, remember to find me. Rocket also extended his hand in greeting. My commission is the lowest in the universe. Lin Feng nodded in response, but curled his lips behind his back. This greedy little thing is a liar. The portal disappeared with Lin Feng. The rest of the group looked at each other. Xingju turned his head dully. I don't know why, but he always feels that his head is faintly green. He just left. There is no respect for me as the captain at all. And also, Gamera, what did he do to you? Why can't you lie? Gamera gave him a blank look and walked away. Don't go, Gamera. Tell me what he did to you. Planet Titan. That is Titan, the sixth moon of Saturn. It is also the hometown of Thanos. In the past, the descendants of the Eternal Clan transformed by the Tenjin group lived here. The Titans have inherited the abilities of their ancestors and possess great strength. Thanos was born on this planet. At that time, the Titan star had blue sky and green grass, and advanced technology. The residents were laughing and laughing, very peaceful. However, at the moment many years later, only the lowest flying in the sky is left on the planet Titan. Looking around, there are iron and steel ruins left after the city was destroyed everywhere, dilapidated, old and barren, with no breath of life. The entire planet presents a grayish-yellow hue, giving people the feeling of a doomsday planet. Thanos is walking on this planet. He looked at the desolate, lifeless land in front of him. Like his head, nothing grows. The hometown of the past has become what it is today, thanks to Thanos' hard work. Behind him, followed by Nebula and Ebony Maw, and further behind, Proxima Midnight and Corvus Glaive. My lord, Lin Feng already owns 5 infinite gems. Ebony Maw bowed his head respectfully. He was as thin as a withered chicken paw. No one can be stronger, more noble, and more worthy of infinite gems than you. Right now, the entire universe is buzzing about infinite gems. Should we, before them, go to Blue Star? Ebony Maw's flattery is top-notch. And compared to Thanos' other men, he is more like a wise general. Now, the news that the Blue Star has several infinite gems has spread throughout the universe. He felt that he should act first to avoid unknown variables. It's just that for some reason, Thanos has been slow to act, but instead stayed on this barren planet for so many days. Father, please let us go to Blue Star, kill Lin Feng, and get back your power for you. Behind Thanos, Proxima Midnight, Corvus Glaive, and Nebula all knelt on one knee in a show of loyalty. There was no fluctuation in Thanos' heart, and there was no expression on his face, just looking ahead calmly. Coming. Thanos muttered to himself. Not far in front of him, a blue vortex suddenly appeared. The well-informed Thanos knew that it was some form of portal. A voice sounded from the other side of the door. Who is it? The young male's voice sounded majestic and full of power. His voice was like an overlord, and a strong sense of oppression hit his face, which instantly attracted everyone, and they all looked at the portal in unison. Who is calling me handsome behind my back? Lin Feng, with his hair brushed, came out from behind the door, making an extremely handsome appearance. Who? Proxima Midnight and Corvus Glaive reacted extremely quickly, and immediately picked up their weapons and stood in front of Thanos, looking at the passerby with wary faces. Ebony Maw stopped kneeling and straightened up with a displeased face. He was expressing himself in front of Thanos, and he couldn't help but feel a little angry when the sudden stranger interrupted his sycophancy. Who? Lin Feng was dressed in a black Superman battlesuit, and the thick black hair on his head was in stark contrast to Thanos' bald head. Didn't you just say that I was handsome behind my back? Why did I come here, but I didn't recognize him? Lin Feng looked around the group of people, showing his white teeth. Very well, Thanos and his loyal dogs are here. Lin Feng. Thanos called out the name in a low voice. With the appearance of the name, the eyes of Ebony Maw and the others flickered, reminding them of the existence of Lin Feng. After the Cheetorai's failed invasion of Blue Star, Lin Feng's image had been seen by them. Thanos, Thanos. Lin Feng also blurted out a sentence, and looked at Thanos affectionately. You're here. Thanos seemed to have foreseen Lin Feng's arrival. Well, I'm here. Lin Feng didn't seem to be surprised by Thanos' reaction. Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight stared at each other. The eyes of the two were speechless and puzzled. After 2 sentences, Lin Feng and Thanos stopped talking. The scene was a little weird for a while, but I couldn't tell what was weird. When news of your collection of infinite gems spread across the universe, I knew you were coming for me. If you can find me, you must know that I am also collecting infinite gems. Thanos still spoke. He looked at Lin Feng, his big purple face, still expressionless. Well, I know. Lin Feng nodded. Crazy Thanos, in order to wipe out half the life in the universe, collect infinite gems. It's a great feat, but you're a step too late. For Thanos to think of Lin Feng's arrival, Lin Feng is actually not surprising. Thanos is a strategist with a very good brain. He could guess that he would come to him, and probably knew Lin Feng's purpose for looking for him. Everyone is a smart person. Open the skylight and speak brightly. So, did you spread the news of infinite gems throughout the universe? Bold. After a question, Thanos didn't respond, but Ebony Maw's eyes widened. Lin Feng's questioning tone of his master angered Ebony Maw. With a wave of his skinny chicken paw, he picked up the huge stones that could be seen everywhere and hit Lin Feng. Thanos' status is lofty. Humans from a backward planet dare to speak to the overlord of the universe in a questioning tone. Smart General Ebony Maw has forgotten the sight of Lin Feng heat ray attacking the Chitauri mothership. How dare you do anything to Lin Feng? Huge amounts of stones flew in front of Lin Feng and stopped abruptly like a break. Then, under Ebony Maw's horrified eyes, the boulder flew back at a faster speed and smashed directly into the rubble pile with Ebony Maw. Lin Feng didn't even move a finger from the beginning to the end, just casually used psychokinesis, and Ebony Maw was defeated. In an instant, Proxima Midnight and Corvus Glaive felt like they were on the verge of a formidable enemy, their weapons clenched in front of them and pointed at Lin Feng. The people here are powerful, but in front of Thanos, they can't back down. Thanos glanced at Ebony Maw lying in the rubble out of the corner of his eye, feeling nothing in his heart. Poor Ebony Maw, in the eyes of his master, is just a tool. Thanos waved his hand, and shooed away the 2 loyal dogs in front of him. Together, they might not be enough for Lin Feng to fight. Proxima Midnight and Corvus Glaive cautiously retreated behind Thanos, and then went to dig Ebony Maw in the rubble. Ebony Maw is not dead and can be saved. You have news about infinite gems. I didn't spread it. Thanos replied indifferently. Are you sure? Lin Feng frowned, obviously not satisfied with the answer. Yes, I don't have to lie. Faced with Lin Feng's questioning, Thanos didn't get angry, but just stated the fact flatly. Nebula on the side also came out. You are questioning the great overlord of the universe, Blue Star. My father, never lie. As soon as these words came out, Thanos couldn't help but glance at this daughter who had never been valued by him. Xingyun caught the loving gaze from his father, and gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. Very satisfied with this wave of performance. Poor Nebula, even though it was transformed by Thanos, wants to please Thanos at all costs. Not getting the answer he wanted, Lin Feng fell into deep thought. This is not the same as he imagined. If the news that infinite gems is in Lin Feng's hands has not spread in the entire universe, only Thanos wants to get infinite gems. As for whether others have the same idea, Marvel didn't mention it. And Lin Feng was 80% sure that it was Thanos who spread the news. But now, Thanos has denied it. If you think about it, Thanos in the movie is decisive, brutal, and does whatever he can to achieve his ends, but he never lies. So, there are other people who spread the news of infinite gems. Lin Feng changed the way of asking. This time, he used Mind Gem. Whenever Thanos lies, Mind Gem will respond. I think so. I won't cause unnecessary trouble. Thanos said slowly. He also didn't know who spread the gem news. But if it were Thanos, he would definitely not take the initiative to disclose it. Because of the spread of news, more powerhouses will focus on infinite gems. This is not only bad for Lin Feng, but also bad for Thanos who wants to collect gems. He will have many more powerful competitors. Maybe the opponent is not as strong as him, but the quantity will change qualitatively. Hiss. Lin Feng took a breath. Thanos really wasn't lying. As Nebula said at the beginning of Avengers Alliance 4, Thanos may be able to do anything, but he never lies. Lin Feng's mood is not beautiful in an instant. The thread is broken. Doubts welled up in my mind. Which melon child spread the glorious deeds of the Master throughout the universe? Your question is over. I have a question too. Thanos said, looking at Lin Feng, whose expression was constantly changing. Regardless of whether Lin Feng agreed or not, Thanos directly asked the question. Have you collected all the infinite gems? Oh. Lin Feng's eyes flickered upon hearing this. Why do you ask that? Thanos said, if I were you, I would also get the last gem before the guy who coveted infinite gems came to the door. After finishing speaking, Thanos asked Lin Feng back, isn't it clever? Lin Feng nodded. Thanos is indeed smart. Regardless of his size and abnormal physical fitness, his mind is also not bad. With no intention of hiding, Lin Feng waved his hand and lifted the invisibility of Superman's wristbands. Several gemstones of different colors appeared, quietly lying on the wristband of Superman and shining brightly, which is really beautiful. 6 of them are infinite gems? Thanos' eyes moved slightly. His guess was right. Infinite gems. Lin Feng has helped him collect all. For some unknown reason, the scene fell silent again. Thanos took 2 steps forward. He looked around, seeing an extremely desolate scene. You know, what is this place? Thanos said, opening a new topic without thinking. Lin Feng followed Thanos' gaze. The sprawling dust, the silent planet, is Thanos' home planet, Titan. It's just that Lin Feng didn't know why Thanos suddenly asked this. Isn't this Titan, your hometown? Thanos nods. Indeed. It used to be beautiful here. Titan, like most living planets. Prosperity and peace. Full of life. Thanos looked at the lifeless land beneath his feet and began to walk. He sighed a little, then changed the topic. However, there are too many people on this planet. Materials are scarce and cannot be kept. When I was about to starve to death, I thought of a way. Kill half of the population. Lin Feng answered. He vaguely felt that this scene was somewhat familiar, like the conversation between Thanos and Strange. That's right. The immediate obliteration is completely fair. There is no distinction between men, women, young or old, rich or poor, high or low. Thanos' voice was flat, but he told about the horrible past. They all said I was crazy, but the world has come back to life. However, I haven't done enough. Thanos' thick fingers pointed to Lin Feng's left wrist. 6 infinite gems. Just snap your fingers, and half of the population in the universe will evaporate in an instant. There will be no consciousness at all, no pain. Don't you feel, that's kind. Thanos snapped his fingers. It's just a snap of the fingers. Then we'll be able to see the sunrise and light up a whole new world full of life. So, what do you mean? Lin Feng asked out. What Thanos said made Lin Feng vaguely guess. This old man, shouldn't he want to give him the infinite gems himself? So, you should give me the infinite gems. Let me snap this finger and bring the universe back to life. Thanos looked straight into Lin Feng's eyes and said this sentence. Lin Feng could see the firmness in Thanos' eyes. He really guessed right. You know, this is impossible. Lin Feng looked strange. Thanos' eyes are still so firm, the most difficult choice is only matched with the most solid will. For this universe, even if force is used. You can't beat me. Lin Feng interrupted without hesitation. Even with all your monster legions, they are still no match for me. Thanos is silent. Lin Feng was telling the truth, he couldn't beat Lin Feng. He knows the power of infinite gems better than anyone. As long as Lin Feng snaps his fingers, he and his subordinates can all disappear, but Thanos already has countermeasures for this. How about we make a deal? Oh. Lin Feng frowned, not expecting Thanos to say that. Tell me the story. Thanos had no chance of winning in front of Lin Feng. He wanted to see what kind of deal Thanos would make with himself. Let's play a game without using the ability of infinite gems. After the end, regardless of whether you win or lose, I will help you find someone who spreads the news about infinite gems. How? Thanos made a condition. It's just that his perception of Lin Feng's strength is obviously still at the level of the Chidori incident. Poor purple sweet potato essence, she has no idea what kind of existence she is challenging. Are you sure you want to fight me? Lin Feng asked jokingly. He has a weird look on his face. But in an instant, I understood. Thanos probably didn't know what level his current strength was. Since Lin Feng obtained the body of the Silver Superman, he hasn't done much in the Marvel Universe. Even if he took the shot, it was impossible to see how powerful Lin Feng was. I have to sigh, purple sweet potato essence, top iron? Thanos nods solemnly. For the rebirth of the whole universe. His eyes were still so firm. As if he was born to destroy half of life's hegemony. Otherwise, you can't claim to be the destiny. Lin Feng smiled. He understood that this must be played. Okay, I agree to your terms, no infinite gems. The help that comes to your door is not in vain. The purple sweet potato essence is destined to be unable to beat itself. If you lose, you can help yourself investigate the driving force behind it for free, which is not too cost-effective. Do you need me to take off the wristband? Lin Feng asked. Thanos shook his head, no need. The strong have their own persistence and dignity. He didn't believe that such an existence as Lin Feng would break his promise. Just like him, never lie. Thanos guessed right. Since Lin Feng agreed to the deal, he would definitely not use infinite gems. Besides, you don't need infinite gems to fight Thanos at all. Okay then, how to fight? Do you need me to wait for you to summon your army? Lin Feng asked. His supervision has discovered Holy Place number 2 high above the sky. It was a cosmic fortress with huge amounts of space, and a huge army of leviathans and monsters were stationed in it. He also has a curry in his warehouse, which is a gift from the system, but without these monsters. I was going to throw it to Tony for research, but I seem to have forgotten it. No need. Just the two of us. Xingyun, step back. Thanos turned his head and ordered. I think you should tell them to come down. Lin Feng looked at the location of number 2 holy place and sighed. Thanos was silent for a while. No need. If I can't defeat you, my legion must be useless. Lin Feng took a deep look at Thanos. A tough guy. You are a sensible person. For a strong man like Lin Feng, ordinary miscellaneous fish can no longer do much. Lin Feng can fly, even if it is a siege, Lin Feng cannot be surrounded. I will use a weapon. Thanos reminded him, and he waved. Corvus Glaive found Thanos' super machete from nowhere. The Tyrant Butcher Knife. Lin Feng doesn't know which master's masterpiece it is, and he doesn't know what material the blade is made of. But this knife is so sharp and strong that it can chop through Captain America's vibranium shield in one blow. Thanos thrust the Tyrant's Butcher Knife into the ground, and took the helmet from Corvus Glaive. As if performing a pre-war ceremony, it was solemnly worn on the head. Lin Feng's strength shown in the Chidori incident can be regarded as one of the strongest in the universe. Thanos isn't taking it lightly. Do you need me to find you a weapon? Seeing Lin Feng with empty hands and no movement, Thanos asked. No, I like to use fists. After speaking, Lin Feng took a step back and assumed a fighting stance. Bring it on. You can fight with bare hands, you can't find Bei, and you still use weapons? I'm afraid Thanos won't even have a chance to make a move. Roar. Thanos is not hypocritical, he took a big step and charged with a knife. With his huge body, every time he took a step, the ground would shake slightly. It is huge in stature, but has a completely disproportionate speed. In an instant, he was in front of Lin Feng. With a loud shout, the tyrant's butcher's knife in his hand pointed straight at the sky, and slashed down on his head. Lin Feng's sturdy body, under Thanos' tall body, is like a chicken cub. Bang! The sound of gold and iron intertwined sounded. The pupils of Xingyun and others watching the battle shrank. Lin Feng didn't retreat, nor did he dodge. One hand blocked Thanos' tyrant butcher knife. Thanos stopped suddenly, looking at Lin Feng in surprise. Lin Feng caught the knife with one hand. Incredible! Thanos wanted to draw the knife, but was pinched tightly by Lin Feng, and there were bursts of teeth-piercing metal shape-shifting sounds from the blade. It was the whine of a tyrant's butcher's knife. Lin Feng held on to the blade, while his other hand clenched his fist to gather strength, and slammed into Thanos' chest. Boom! Under the stunned gazes of Xingyun and the others, Thanos' huge body flew upside down like a meteor, smashing into the rubble pile in the distance. Smoke and dust were everywhere, and Thanos didn't get up for a long time. The scene suddenly fell silent. For a long time, there was no movement from the pile of rubble. Stupid, Xingyun and the others looked completely stupid. Pupils constricted uncontrollably. Too fast, too fast. The whole scene was surprisingly funny. Thanos prepared solemnly before, as if to take this punch. Nebula thought about many kinds of results. Lin Feng was cut in half by Thanos' knife. Or Lin Feng is stronger than she thought, and can barely catch Thanos' offensive. The only thing he didn't expect was that Thanos was overthrown by Lin Feng's punch. After the smoke cleared, Thanos got up from the pile of rubble, panting heavily. Everyone could clearly see that the armor on his chest had been dented and cracked. Thanos' mouth was also bleeding purple. Mother hey! It subverts the three views. Grown-ups. Ebony Maw was lying on the ground, covered in blood, not forgetting to show his presence in front of Thanos with caring eyes. It's just that Ebony Maw's eyes now have indescribable horror. Thanos himself is extremely powerful. Possesses unparalleled strength, stamina, recovery ability, and agility. And his purple skin is nearly indestructible. A proper universe overlord level existence. He vomited blood after being punched by Lin Feng. In an instant, the horror level of Lin Feng rose sharply in the hearts of several people. Thanos lifted his foot and staggered out of the ruins. Father. Seeing Thanos' miserable state, Nebula hurried forward to help him. Thanos waved his hand, rejecting Nebula. He was still a little dazed and didn't react. What was Lin Feng just now? The power of a casual punch. He looked at Lin Feng in the distance. Lin Feng stood indifferently, and did not take advantage of the victory to pursue. What the hell? Thanos, he himself didn't expect that Lin Feng possessed such power. He took off the shape-shifting armor and stroked his sunken chest. The severe pain told him that he was indeed seriously injured. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. Thanos muttered to himself, and then coughed up some purple blood. Off the spectrum. His estimation of Lin Feng's combat power was completely wrong. Although not out of combat, Thanos chose not to continue the attack. He could see that Lin Feng's punch was just random, and he didn't use his full strength. Even, Lin Feng didn't use his own killer, Heat Ray. Thanos had mixed feelings. One punch knocked him down, a veteran coder of the Universal Family Planning Office. At once. It's too bullying, you know? I thought it was a close battle. If Lin Feng couldn't resist himself, he wouldn't have taken Lin Feng's life either. Who would have thought that he is like a player who has just left Novice Village and met the final boss of the game? With one punch, Thanos realized the gap between Lin Feng and him. Thanos could even feel that Lin Feng could kill himself with one punch. No kidding. Yes, Silver Superman, for Thanos, is indeed equivalent to a super boss. Lin Feng is not those Avengers on Blue Star. He is a strong man standing at the top of the universe. Seeing Thanos just looking at himself, no longer attacking, Lin Feng shook his head. Are you still fighting? He just punched without much effort. Thanos in the movie is weakened too much. In terms of combat power alone, Thanos without gems can't even beat Scary Mom. I want to fight against the current Lin Feng. At least Thanos, who is an artifact in the comics. Or Thanos already has the heart of the universe? He hit Thanos, it's funny to say it, bullying a child? Thanos was silent for a moment, then spat out another mouthful of blood. This is a fart. I can't stand a punch, how can I hit? I'll help you find the spreader. But I'm not giving up on infinite gems. Like a villain who spoke harshly before escaping. Lin Feng shrugged, a little boredly said, it's up to you. Don't forget our deal. After speaking, Lin Feng jumped into the sky. The duel between the two cosmic powerhouses started solemnly, and then ended dramatically. Except for Lin Feng, no one expected such a result. Father, are we really going to help him find a messenger? Seeing Lin Feng flying away, Nebula stepped forward to help Thanos. It's just that Thanos' body is too large, and Nebula is a little struggling. I never lie. There's a gleam in Thanos' eyes, and no one knows what he's thinking. He really doesn't lie. It is true that it will help Lin Feng find a messenger, and it is true that it will not give up infinite gems. Regardless of what Thanos thought, Lin Feng left Titan and teleported to the transit star where he saw the little raccoon last time. He's not going to rely entirely on Thanos to find the messenger. Didn't the news that he had infinite gems spread throughout the universe? And Carol, the startled mother, also said that if you go to any bar, you can hear remarks about infinite gems. So Lin Feng decided to go to the bar last time, arrest 2 people, ask where the news came from, and see if there is any gain. Lin Feng landed in the middle of the street where he came last time, already changed into casual clothes. This transit star named Garni is still full of its unique style. There are shops selling all kinds of contraband floating around, retro suspension bridges, and familiar black liquid. Lin Feng stepped forward. His purpose is clear. Last time I saw the Rocket's Star Out bar. But before he took 2 steps, an inaudible sound reached Lin Feng's ears. Boss, I saw that person. Do you need me to act now? Do not impulse. Follow him and don't get caught, I'll be there soon. Got it, boss. Lin Feng's gaze paused, but his footsteps did not stop, and he continued to walk forward. He didn't turn his head, but his gaze circled 360 degrees in horror, locking on a human woman standing in front of a sales booth not far behind, pretending to be picking out items. She was wearing a combat uniform, and the voice she just captured came from her mouth. Seeing Lin Feng walking away, the woman seemed to have not selected a satisfactory product. She was a little disappointed, and left. Hehe. Lin Feng did not expect that there would be new progress so soon. He had just landed on the transit star, and he was being targeted. Listen to her conversation with the boss wants to come in person? Lin Feng walked straight into the Sing Sing bar. He wanted to see which melon skin was the first to be unlucky. Attention to the silver Superman, the grave is raised for you? Sit where the little raccoon was last time. Lin Feng looked at the fancy electronic menu and casually ordered a drink. The music in the bar is deafening and a natural masker. Cover up the sneaky thieves. It conceals the hungry ghosts in color who move their hands and feet. Lin Feng frowned slightly, his super hearing spread out, blocking out the sound of the music by the way. For a moment, the whispers in the bar were heard. Is it him? It's him. Notify Jax and the others, hurry up to the Sing Sing bar? Bring your equipment. I didn't expect that person to dare to show up. Want to make a bet? He won't walk out of here alive today. I saw a predator. That hot chick? I saw that too. So Starka will come? It's a good show. Since the predators are after him, should we give up? No rush, let's see the situation first. Ding, the message has been uploaded. Congratulations on your commission reward. Wonderful, very wonderful. All kinds of conversation voices are revealing a lot of information. Since Lin Feng entered the bar, he has attracted the attention of no less than 3 tables of guests. His mind was as calm as water, and he tapped his fingers lightly on the table. This news spreader has a hand. The universe is so big, and there are countless intelligent life forms. He just randomly came to the bars of a transit star to attract the attention of 3 waves of people. From the corner of Lin Feng's vision, he saw the woman named Mo. It was the human being who communicated with the so-called boss that he met on the street earlier. She was sitting right in front of Lin Feng on the left, watching the performance on the bar stage, but her attention was always on Lin Feng's side. Mo. Starka. During the conversation in the bar, the name Starka was also mentioned. Lin Feng was vaguely impressed. He is from a raider faction. There are 100 factions of the Marauders, and Starka is the leader of the faction that exiled Yondu. They wore flame marks and were exiled for Yondu's violation of the rule. And in the movie, Starka is a tough guy, played by Stallone. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Stallone? He is also interested in infinite gems? Or entrusted by others? Just as Lin Feng was thinking, a woman suddenly walked out from the background of the bar. He looked to be in his 30s, with short dark purple hair, reddish purple lip makeup, and charming eyes. Under her eyes, there was a big mole of tears, which set off her extraordinary beauty. She is dressed in a tight black dress, which outlines the magnificent chest and round buttocks, which is eye-catching. She walked slowly to Lin Feng's desk. The voice is pleasant, but the tone is not very friendly. Mr. Lin Feng? You are not welcome at the Sing Sing bar. Please leave. The woman's voice is sweet, as if it has an electric current, making the listener numb. The moment she appeared, all the men in the bar cast their lustful gazes. There is no other reason. This woman, she is too charming. Yuja's beautiful and plump body makes her mouth dry. Lin Feng frowned, and an indescribable smell entered his nostrils. It smells very good, like a glass of extremely sweet cocktail, sweet and intoxicating. Such a pleasant voice is used to drive away guests. Lin Feng was not angry either, and looked up and down at the woman. When the 4 eyes met, Lin Feng was surprised. He felt that he was electrified by the woman in front of him. There seemed to be a blush flowing under the white and tender skin, and the corners of the crescent-like eyes contained a hint of charm, but the eyes were a little cold. Good guy, this woman, can discharge? Sorry, do I know you? Although it's nice to be approached by a beautiful woman, the beautiful woman is here to drive herself away. She called out her name in one gulp, but Lin Feng was not surprised at all. In the information of infinite gems, his profile picture and name and other information were released together. My name is Zixing Asta. Do you know who I am now? The woman slowly uttered a word, revealing her identity. Turn off the star? Lin Feng stroked his chin. Isn't that the first two words of the Sing bar? Boss lady, Lin Feng blurted out. Wait, what's that one behind her? Lin Feng keenly noticed that behind the proprietress, above her buttocks, there was actually a thick black rope flicking around. Curiosity prompted Lin Feng to take a closer look. Emma, this is the tail? Lin Feng was startled. Rubbed his eyes. What a tail? Good guy. Or that kind of. The thumbthick black tail has a dark purple halo. At the end of the tail, there is actually a heart-shaped slice. At the moment is unconsciously flicking up. Succubus? Immediately, Lin Feng thought of the extremely charming creature in the legend. No wonder the proprietress looks so charming. In the Marvel Universe, is there such a thing as a succubus? Lin Feng's mouth felt dry all of a sudden. This legendary creature, Lin Feng's desire for the unknown was suddenly aroused. Boss lady. Xixing's slender brows were slightly frowned. He bit his words, and didn't notice Lin Feng's actions. It's a strange statement. But it's understandable. I am indeed the owner of this bar. So now, may I ask you to leave this bar? To be honest, the Sing bar has been in business for several years, and this is the first time she has taken the initiative to drive away guests who have not violated the rules. The reason why Lin Feng was expelled was because of the principle that every man is innocent but pregnant with guilt. Lin Feng appeared in her bar holding 5 infinite gems. Then the next thing can be imagined. Lin Feng is like a high-heat light source. All kinds of troubles will come like moths. This small bar of hers could not withstand the impact of artillery fire. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng still didn't move or even speak. Xixing couldn't help frowning. She noticed that Lin Feng was staring directly behind her. Puzzled, Xixing followed Lin Feng's gaze. Oh, she found out what Lin Feng was looking at. A captivating smile hung on Xixing's face. The tip of the heart-shaped tail slowly stretched out in front of Lin Feng. You like my tail? I'll touch it for you. How about you leave my bar? Lin Feng has a handsome appearance and fair skin. Asking Lin Feng to touch his tail, Xixing didn't really resist. If it's the piece in her tavern, it's a good deal. Hearing this, Lin Feng looked away. For a moment, he had such a small heartbeat. The dangling tail seemed to be seducing Lin Feng. It seems to be saying, Master, come and play. Lin Feng shook his head hard. Top, really top. However, he did not forget the purpose of his trip. Lin Feng crossed his legs and said with a smile, I will leave the bar, but not now. When I drink enough, I will leave naturally. His action has just begun, and some fish have already taken the bait. Don't be disturbed by this succubus. Seeing Lin Feng's reticent look, Xixing became a little angry. She beckoned, and 2 big alien men with strange shapes walked out behind her. The big man is gearing up and ready to go. You are not satisfied even if you touch your tail? Then don't blame me for forcing you out. Lin Feng was unmoved, and calmly crossed his legs. Just about to speak, a table of guests who had been paying attention to Lin Feng suddenly stood up. Whoa. Sing bar, it seems that there is no rule to evict people, right? Besides, this little brother didn't do anything out of the ordinary, did he? The person who spoke was a strange man with scales on his head, but his appearance resembled that of an anglerfish. The anglerfish's throat seemed to be filled with thick phlegm, which formed a strong contrast with Xixing's charming and melodious voice. Anglerfish looked at Xixing with eyes full of desire. He couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth. I don't know why, every time I see this proprietress, I always feel a fire burning in my lower abdomen. What did he call you? Boss lady? It suits you very well. Ha 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 ha. The proprietress Xixing has her own armed forces, and anglerfish doesn't dare to provoke her lightly, but with a few words of rhetoric, nothing will happen. As soon as the voice fell, the guests at the other table also stood up and echoed. That's right, I've never heard of it. The Sing bar will refuse to accept guests. The guests at the 2 tables who did not know each other looked at each other. The hostility in the eyes cannot be hidden, they have the same purpose. Stop Lin Feng from leaving the bar and wait for backup to arrive. The loud music gradually died down. All eyes were on the small place in front of Lin Feng. Xixing's complexion was a bit ugly. She has an impression of the guests at these 2 tables, and she often appears in transit stars, which is not a good thing. Cheating and abducting do everything. Lin Feng also looked slightly at the 2 tables of guests. It was one of the 3 tables of guests who had just discussed Lin Feng. It seems that their people should arrive soon. But Lin Feng didn't care about these miscellaneous fish. How do you say that sentence? Giving a head from 1,000 miles away is less polite and more affectionate. Let's look at the proprietress. The proprietress is beautiful. But although the proprietress is good-looking, the complexion of the proprietress is not very good-looking. She ignored anglerfish's teasing, and waved her fingers to retreat from the big man's men. With so many people watching, it's really not easy to drive Lin Feng away again. After all, business still has to be done. She didn't want to end up with the reputation of not receiving guests. Xixing lowered his voice and approached Lin Feng. This is your advice, get out of here as soon as possible. Otherwise, after a while, I won't be able to leave even if I want to. Her message indicated that a group of marauders had arrived at the transit star and were heading in the direction of the bar. She could already foresee that if Lin Feng didn't leave, the roof of her bar would be blown off. Look, they are so enthusiastic. How can I go? Lin Feng was smiling, with an innocent expression on his face. Meaningful. Yes? You don't have to leave, my friend. I will pay for all the consumption of this friend today. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't intend to leave, the anglerfish with scales laughed out loud and took Lin Feng's consumption in a big way. Oh, Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Thank you, Mr. Fish. Lin Feng is not polite either. Come on, lady boss, bring me a bottle of the most expensive wine here. After thinking about it, he said again, 2 bottles. Shizinki's chest bulged, and the tail behind her flicked and flicked. She sneered, exuding a restless charm when she was angry. Hope you will be able to afford the loss of the bar in a while. Oh, no way. Lin Feng smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. I remember, shouldn't the rule be that the loser should compensate for the loss? Lin Feng said bluntly. Zixing is even angrier. Give him a drink. After finishing speaking, Zixing turned around, twisted his buttocks and left. There is a designated fight here for a while, and she has to go to the back to take refuge. Today, the bar is going to see blood. Not long after, the most expensive wine ordered by Lin Feng arrived. The anglerfish looked at the 2 big bottles of blue liquid with distress. This thing is extremely expensive. He regretted his actions just now, but it doesn't matter. Infinite gems is already a sky-high price in the trading market. The transaction amount has reached billions of dollars. Looking at Lin Feng, who had limited drinking, anglerfish sneered. Consider it to see him off. Compared to infinite gems, a mere bottle of wine is nothing. Looking away, Angler looked at the communication device in his hand and urged his subordinates. The music continued to play, and the screaming began again on the dance floor. The bar has returned to its former hustle and bustle. Boom! The bar door was slammed open. Outside the door, several well-dressed people walked in vigorously. They wore the same combat uniform, with flame marks on their chests. The leader is a muscular man with the image of a Western tough guy. With a big expressionless face, it doesn't look easy to mess with. Behind him, followed by a translucent monster that looked like a crystal, and a strong man with blue skin like Yondu. Lin Feng paused with the hand holding the wine glass. There are really all kinds of species in the universe, and Lin Feng can't name their races? Before the anglerfish's men arrived, Starka the Marauder arrived first. Turn off the music. Everyone, get out. Starka, with the face of Stallone, did both of these things as soon as he walked in the door. The music stops abruptly again. The gorgeous stage spotlights also stopped. Ordinary people who came to have fun all rushed out the door. No one knew that there was going to be a fight here. Anglerfish secretly cursed damn it, and hid in a hidden corner with a stinky face. His men haven't arrived yet, and he doesn't want to confront this group of looters head-on. Following the flow of people, the woman who had been following Lin Feng, MOU, trotted 2 steps to Starka's side. It's him. Mo pointed at Lin Feng and said to Starka. Starka looked at Lin Feng in the direction of his fingers. Undoubtedly, Lin Feng is also a strong man, but his muscles are not as swollen and twisted as Starka, but instead have smooth lines like flowing water with hidden explosive power. Although it doesn't look as scary as Starka's, you can see the majestic power contained in it at a glance. Lin Feng has short black hair and drinks blue wine with a calm expression. He didn't even look at them, looking extremely calm. There is no rash choice to shoot directly. Starka walked across to Lin Feng and sat down. You are Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Starka, who looked exactly like Stallone, and nodded. I'm Lin Feng. Why, Starka, the famous predator, do you have something to do with me? Lin Feng asked knowingly. You know me? Lin Feng glanced at Starka. Yes, I know you. Originally just a supporting role in Guardians of Galaxy 2. But helplessly, he was played by Stallone, so it's hard for Lin Feng not to remember. Blue Star, a planet with backward technology, should not have the ability to receive cosmic information. Starka said in a deep voice. You remind me of a woman. She's also from Blue Star. It seems that Blue Star is not a completely closed planet as we thought. The blonde woman with shining light, like a golden star, left a deep impression on Staka. She also comes from Blue Star, but she has a huge power that is rarely seen in the universe. In the conversation between the two, there was no smell of gunpowder. Instead, it seemed like an old friend who hadn't seen him for a long time was reminiscing about the old days. Hearing Starka's words, Lin Feng thought for a while. You mean, it must be Carol. The only one who can go out from Blue Star and be known by Starka is that Carol who runs around the universe. Lin Feng also doesn't know why she helps weak life races all over the universe. Possibly for redemption? After all, Carol, who was misled at the beginning, did some stupid things with false justice. It may also be to implement the statement that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. She should have left Blue Star long ago. At your age, do you know Carol? Starka was a little puzzled. If Lin Feng is some long-lived race in the universe, Starka would not be surprised. Lin Feng looked to be in his early 20s. When Carol left Blue Star, he was probably just born. I definitely know her. There was a fight a while ago. Lin Feng said indifferently. There was a fight. Starka narrowed his eyes. Yes, there was a fight, and it was the fight she provoked. As for the reason, Lin Feng put the wine glass on the table, showing a meaningful smile. Because she has the same purpose as yours in coming here to find me. Starka was a little silent, probably because he didn't expect Lin Feng's words to be so straightforward. But he understands. Since Lin Feng can leave Blue Star and appear here, it proves that Lin Feng also knows about the proliferation of infinite gems. In this case, you can still swagger in and out of bars to drink. Either an idiot or a powerful lunatic. This is why Starka didn't do it directly. He could feel that the person in front of him was extremely dangerous. He trusts his instincts. Make an offer. Starka said. I'll pay whatever it takes. Starka thought for a while, and stretched out 5 fingers. 5 billion ones. 5 gems, I want them all. In the current black market, the price of an infinite gems fluctuates between 3 billion and 6 billion. Starka offered this price, and he felt that he was already very kind. Are you talking about money with me? Lin Feng curled his lips in disdain. 5 billion. Lin Feng laughed, and then, under Starka's suspicious gaze, he snapped his fingers lightly. In the next second, there was a crazy notification sound from Starka's personal account. Starka's face changed, and he took out his personal terminal. His eyes widened instantly. I saw the column of his account balance, and the number was changing rapidly. His balance is soaring at an unbelievable speed. 1 jump per second, 1 jump 5 billion. In just 10 seconds, Starka's account increased by 50 billion. I'm very confused. Lin Feng snapped his fingers again, and the soaring numbers stopped. With Lin Feng withdrawing the supply of reality gem energy, the 50 billion funds changed back in an instant, just like a dream. I wonder, haven't you even investigated the most basic information of infinite gems? With infinite gems, is Lin Feng still short of money? Even if it is universal coin, Lin Feng snapped his fingers, as much as he wanted. Definitely, only the reality gem is used to change the Starka account, so it does not last long, and the money will disappear when the energy is withdrawn. But if Lin Feng used 6 infinite gems to snap his fingers, then this effect would become permanent. Obviously, Starka knows that infinite gems are valuable, but he doesn't know that infinite gems can no longer be measured by money. Starka's face sank like water. This move by Lin Feng verified a conjecture. As the message says, with infinite gems, you can do whatever you want to a certain extent. Boss. Mo? He stared blankly at Starka, who said nothing. It increased by 50 billion in an instant, and then disappeared, leaving her stunned. 50 billion? How long will it take their entire team to struggle in the universe to earn it? Starka ignored Mo. Lin Feng's performance has proved that he is not short of money. I can do one thing for you. Starka changed the condition. Since money is not enough, then try other methods. One thing, 1 infinite gems, how? Whatever it is. Lin Feng asked with interest. Anything? As long as it doesn't violate the predator principle. Starka decided that even if Lin Feng asked him to rob Collector, he would give it a try. Still the same sentence, in the face of Lin Feng, if you cannot make a move, try not to make a move. Starka trusted his instincts, which had kept him alive for so long as the leader of the Marauders. Cautious, intuitive, unnecessary. Lin Feng leaned lazily on the back of the chair, somewhat lacking in interest. Lin Feng still doesn't like Starka and his fleet power. 10 Starkas combined can't do things that can be entrusted by Silver Superman. Please? I'm in the Marvel Universe now, how about walking sideways? If it wasn't for being in a good mood, Lin Feng wouldn't be bothered to talk so much with Starka. This is just to save face because he and Stallone look the same. Lin Feng's reply made Starka's face turn ugly. Really, don't think about it. Don't think about it. Lin Feng resolutely refused. There is no need to discuss. Not negotiable. The scene fell into an awkward silence. The negotiation failed, and the negotiation reached the brink of breaking down. For a moment, only the breathing of a few people remained. It's nothing, let's go. Lin Feng broke the silence. Don't delay me drinking. As he spoke, Lin Feng poured himself a large glass of blue wine. Don't tell me, although the color is strange, it is indeed the most expensive wine in Alien Bar. The taste is very good, and every time he takes a sip, Lin Feng can always think of the tempting hardtail of the proprietress of Zixing. Smacked his lips. Just now, I really should have agreed to Shi Xing's conditions and stroked her tail. Starka took a deep breath and stood up. There's no other way. Lin Feng is a master who doesn't eat oil and salt. Money is not required, and other conditions are not accepted. It seems that the only way left for Starka is to grab this road. My fleet stops outside the planet. Starka's voice was low, and his words were full of gunpowder. So that? Lin Feng asked casually, shaking his wine glass. So, you'd better hand over the infinite gems quickly, otherwise, the artillery fire from the fleet will turn you into ashes. Before Starka could speak, the crystal man beside him couldn't stand Lin Feng's indifferent attitude from beginning to end, and jumped out to threaten. Fleet. Yes, if possible, I would like to resolve this issue peacefully. Starka continued. Lin Feng put down his wine glass and laughed a little angrily. Infinite gems, this is what I found, he belongs to me. Do you know what you look like now? Like a robber. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and waved it, turning into a large translucent screen. On the big screen, a space fleet quietly floats above a planet. The shipborne weapon system has been turned on and aimed at the planet. As long as Starka gives an order, countless artillery fire will bombard the entire area where Lin Feng is located. This is your fleet. Lin Feng curled his lips and sneered. It looks very scary, but in Lin Feng's eyes, it's just some big flight toys. It's really well prepared. If the fleet is your reliance. Snapped. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. It lit up with a burst of red light. On the screen, Starka's fleet collapsed and disintegrated in an instant, turning everything into a pile of rubble. So, now what? Lin Feng mocked mercilessly. The sudden change made Starka's pupils shrink. His face darkened instantly. But he didn't attack right away. Instead, he pressed the headset to verify the authenticity of the scene in front of him. Astro, answer me. Starka kept calling, trying to contact the subordinates in the fleet. Charlie. I adjusted several channels in a row, personal channel and public channel, but there was no reply. The sight in front of him was incredible. After verification, it is a brutal fact. His fleet disappeared with a snap of Lin Feng's fingers. For a time, Starka was cracked. He stood up with a bang, and slapped the table with a slap, with endless killing intent in his eyes. Afterwards, Starka pulled out the gun from his waist and pointed it at Lin Feng. You killed them all. Emo? And the crystal man named Martin saw their former teammates disappear inexplicably. For a moment, I was sad and angry in my heart, and I didn't have time to think at all. I followed Starka and drew out a hot weapon to aim at Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his hand, and in the next second, the guns in their hands turned into big purple eggplants. How ridiculous. Lin Feng sneered with a smile, but his eyes were as cold as glaciers. You are only allowed to kill others? No one is allowed to resist. The boss just threatened you, but you killed them all. Emo said the words. She has shed tears of grief. Several of her good sisters are still in the fleet. Even though he knew what he was doing, he might be buried in the universe someday. But when this scene really happened, it was like a dream, and it was unacceptable. But Starka didn't shoot, and she didn't dare to. Lin Feng was like a god. With just a snap of her fingers, she wiped out her companions. Lin Feng chuckled. What a double standard. Pudgy. Starka dropped the eggplant in his hand, unexpectedly did not choose to attack, but sat down abnormally. With a dark face, he stared fixedly at Lin Feng. The brain was running fast, and there were countless connections between the Infinite Gems ability news and the picture just now. You can turn them back, can't you? Starker is the leader of the outcasts. Even in a state of grief and anger, he will not lose his mind. A smart and powerful brain forced him to calm down. It is mentioned in the information that the red reality gem can ignore all scientific laws and physical laws, and wanton alter reality. At first, Starka really didn't believe it. But the huge logical thinking and associative ability allowed Starka to capture the red light that appeared before the fleet disappeared. He is testing, but at the same time expecting that the facts will be as he imagined. Oh. Hearing this, Lin Feng was a little surprised. This big guy is pretty smart. He did only use the ability of a reality gem. As long as the output is removed, Starka's fleet can come back. Why should I change them back? Lin Feng deliberately led the topic. Starka's eyes lit up. Lin Feng did not deny that he could turn the fleet back. His guess was correct. Originally, I didn't believe that with infinite gems, I can do whatever I want. Starka explained in a deep voice. But in you, I did see what kind of strength infinite gems possesses. Have you seen it now? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Unfortunately, it's too late. Do not. It's not too late. Make a condition. Starka stretched out his hand. Lin Feng's actions showed that he had no real intention of destroying his own fleet. Everything is self-provoked. Lin Feng needs an explanation, or compensation, come as the price for my group to offend the strong. He now regrets accepting this commission. The main reason is that the conditions given by the other party are too generous. The fish are hooked. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth turned up. Then, try to help me investigate the person who spread the Infinite Gems news. His purpose has been achieved. Same as Starka's analysis. From the very beginning, Lin Feng had this intention. The more people who help him investigate, the better. The more people there are, the faster the event will progress. As for Starka's fleet, Lin Feng really didn't intend to destroy it. After all, he is not a homelander. If he threatens himself, he will take away his entire family. Starka has been in the universe for so many years, and has much more experience in obtaining news than Lin Feng. That being the case, wouldn't it be more cost-effective to ask him to run errands for him than to invite him to come here? As for why Lin Feng didn't just snap his fingers and eliminate the person who spread the information, that's because Lin Feng doesn't have that person's name and portrait. If the conditions are not met, using infinite gems rashly may kill innocent people. If you snap your fingers recklessly, this universe will soon face collapse, which is not what Lin Feng wants to see. Definitely, I won't let you help for nothing, Lin Feng said. He took out 2 glowing stones and pushed them in front of Starka. This is... Starka's eyes lit up. Don't get me wrong, these are not infinite gems, Lin Feng explained. It's a platinum kryptonite. It can allow anyone to have a strong combat power in a short period of time. The kind that is strong enough to fight against Carol, who explodes at full strength. What Lin Feng took out was platinum kryptonite. There are still a few curry lying in his warehouse of this thing. Some were obtained from missions, some were redeemed by him, and some were rewarded with the usual reputation growth rewards. The main function of this thing is to allow an ordinary person to have all the abilities of Superman's iron body within 2 hours. But for Lin Feng now, it is useless. It couldn't be more suitable for trading. Starker was disappointed to hear that it wasn't infinite gems. However, he also understood that Lin Feng would not trade infinite gems. After a moment of silence, Starka waved his hand and picked up the 2 platinum kryptonite on the table. The deal is done. I accept, Starka said. And my fleet? Lin Feng nodded. Definitely, your fleet is intact. As he spoke, Lin Feng snapped his fingers again. The broken rocks floating in the universe are recovering rapidly. In an instant, Starka's fleet returned. Astro, got it, boss. Do you want to attack? The familiar voice of his subordinates came from the headset, and Starka breathed a sigh of relief. Retreat. After giving an order, Starka turned off the headset. He was right, Lin Feng really used the ability of the reality gem. The news he got was correct, the ability of infinite gems was far more powerful than he imagined. Fortunately, Starka has a smart brain. Otherwise, today, he and his fleet will have to confess here. In the beginning, the news came from a living planet named Stia. It is mentioned in the message that with infinite gems, you can control the universe, have endless wealth, and do whatever you want. Now that Lin Feng has fulfilled his promise, Starka will not be that kind of villain who breaks promises. Now I believe in the authenticity of those messages. I'll help you find the disseminator of the news. But I don't necessarily guarantee that I can find it. Starka said. His cautious personality made him try to find out who the client was as soon as he received the commission. However, the opponent is too mysterious and possesses powerful means of camouflage. Starka only found the source of the news, which was a planet called Stia. But he didn't care about it at the time, and now it seems that he has to investigate it with all his strength. In his opinion, infinite gems are both weird and powerful. He vaguely felt that he seemed to be involved in a trouble, but it was beyond his control to make other choices. If he does it again, he won't come to Lin Feng no matter what. Planet Stia. Looking at the coordinates sent by Starka, Lin Feng whispered. Clues, continue. I have another question. Seeing Starka getting up and about to leave, Lin Feng stopped him. Starka nodded. Ask. Is it you who want infinite gems, or someone else? No one doesn't like treasures. But infinite gems, treasures that will bring disaster. The commission came from the land of nothingness. Starka replied succinctly. Nothingness? A scene immediately appeared in Lin Feng's mind. That's a huge amounts of skulls. Strictly speaking, the void is not a planet. He is the severed head of an ancient god who appeared in Guardians of the Galaxy. Could it be that collector named Tuan? Thinking of the void, Lin Feng subconsciously thought of Tuan, one of the elders of the universe, fond of various collections. He likes to collect things that run in the sky, fly in the ground, crawl in the water, whatever is weird and rare. In Thor 2, reality gem was delivered to collector and kept by him. And in Thor 3, the High Tianzun of Sakar is his brother. The commissioner is that collector. Starka didn't deny it. His frankness exceeded Lin Feng's expectations, and also made Lin Feng's eyes look dangerous. Is it okay to disclose the client's information so easily? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, flashing a dangerous light. Starka's character design should be a person who will not violate the rules. But he easily told the news of Lin Feng's client, which is not a good performance. If Starka was such a person, then Lin Feng would not have commissioned Starka to investigate the disseminator of the news. That's what the commissioner meant. Starka replied calmly. Lin Feng was taken aback by these words. Collector's original words are, if you can't get infinite gems, then invite Lin Feng to sit in the void. Here are the coordinates, if you're interested. After leaving the message, Starka nodded to Lin Feng and left. That's exactly what the collector named Tuan said. It now appears that when Tuan entrusted himself, he was prepared not to get infinite gems. If it wasn't because Lin Feng couldn't be contacted, maybe Tuan would talk to Lin Feng directly instead of entrusting himself. Originally, Starka also thought that he was going to Blue Star. But unexpectedly, Lin Feng appeared on the transit star in the universe by himself. After Starka left, Lin Feng sat on the spot and meditated. Tuan, collector, that guy, want to collect infinite gems? In the movie, this product gives people a feeling of being weak beyond the sky. When it came to Avengers Alliance 3, it was directly slaughtered by Thanos. But its true identity is one of the immortal elders of the universe. It is said that this product can also travel through time and space. Lin Feng didn't quite understand, even if he couldn't beat him, Tuan could escape, so why did he die in the hands of Thanos? But it's really hard to say whether Tuan is dead or not. The goddess of death refused them to step into the kingdom of death, so in theory, cosmic elders are immortal. Boom! The sound of tables and chairs colliding interrupted Lin Feng's meditation. Look up. It was the anglerfish from before. Lin Feng chuckled, this guy hasn't left yet. What, you want to get infinite gems too? Seeing Lin Feng looking over, the anglerfish wished he could slap himself twice. Why are you so careless? He nodded and smiled at Lin Feng apologetically. Brother, misunderstanding, I'm just passing by. While laughing with him, he moved outside the bar. He could clearly see what Lin Feng did just now from the dark place. His calf began to shake uncontrollably. Sure enough, ordinary people who can own infinite gems will not be powerless. Which of Guapi's subordinates said that Lan Xing is an ordinary two-legged chicken? Go back and sacrifice him to heaven. Lin Feng shook his head and laughed, too lazy to care about these A, B, C, D. He moved his gaze to the back of the stage. Miss Sixing, after watching for so long, why don't you come out to chat? Lin Feng smiled and exposed the proprietress who was hiding behind the stage. Ever since Starka appeared, the proprietress had been hiding behind and eavesdropping. But Lin Feng didn't care too much, and it wasn't something shameful. After being told the truth, Xing walked out generously. Lin Feng couldn't take his eyes off the seductive tail flicking behind his buttocks. Let's talk? What's there to talk about? Xing rolled his eyes angrily, full of flair. All her guests have run away? It's all thanks to Lin Feng's blessing. The loss should have been counted on the defeated Starka. But Starka, she can't afford to provoke her. She was thankful that the two of them didn't directly blow over the roof of the bar. As for the loss, you have to bear it yourself. It's just a customer's turnover. Zixing can still afford it, but he's in a bad mood. And the bottle of expensive wine ordered by Lin Feng, the anglerfish that threatened to pay the bill, had disappeared. If I knew it earlier, I would just fool around with a bottle of wine. Don't say that. The proprietress's tale is very distinctive. I am still very interested in the proprietress tale. Lin Feng praised bluntly. That tale seemed to be full of temptation, like a cat teaser. Lin Feng couldn't help but want to grab it. Zixing is another hygienic guy. Perhaps it was Lin Feng's peaceful attitude from beginning to end that made him not look like a bloodthirsty person. Zixing also became more courageous. She came to the table stepping on her small high heels, and sat down. He took the bottle back without hesitation. There is still half of that? Stop loss in time. There's no more wine to drink. Do you know how precious this bottle of wine is? Xixing felt distressed, and reached out to grab another unopened bottle of wine. With quick eyes and quick hands, Lin Feng snatched it up and put it in his own space. Good guy, grab your own drink as soon as you come up. The proprietress is too brave. This wine is really good, drinking it will make you feel happy for no reason. At the same time, there is also a sense of satisfaction, like touching the tail of the dying star. Xixing was furious with his hands slowly, but he didn't dare to ask for it. Starkana and other leaders were defeated, and she thought she couldn't deal with Lin Feng. Don't be so stingy. Lin Feng grinned, looking a bit like a rascal. He found that Zixing was getting angry, which had a different taste. Sure enough, teasing the beauties will make you feel happy. What do you know? Xixing's eyes were complicated, and he patted the table with his small hands. This kind of wine can only be brewed by our race. Our race is the only one in the universe. Xixing emphasized seriously. And now, this kind of wine is running out. As Xixing spoke, his fingers constantly rubbed against the wine bottle. His eyes were complicated and somewhat sad. He didn't speak for a while, as if he was recalling something. Lin Feng scratched his head. He didn't expect Zixing to react so much. Why is this so inexplicably sad? It can't be brewed anymore. Why are you so angry? Brew again. Xixing had a strange expression on his face, wanting to curse but stopped. It was as if Lin Feng was talking about something unbelievable. After a while, Zixing sighed, with an indescribable sense of melancholy in his tone. It can't be brewed. Her race is gone. It is not easy to survive, so how can we continue to make wine? This kind of wine is really almost one bottle less. I don't know how my brain twitched, and I brought out this wine. Maybe it's because Lin Feng's appearance is in her strike zone. If I had known earlier, I would just take 2 bottles of good wine to deal with it. Thinking of this, Zixing's originally lively tail drooped down. Lin Feng looked at Zixing's thigh thoughtfully. Under the tights, there is a slight bulge. Lin Feng noticed it as soon as Xixing came out. Lin Feng knew without having to use X-rays that it was specified that it was caused by the gauze dressing the wound. Because of his strong sense of smell, he could smell the slightest smell of blood. Still hurt by a sharp weapon. Don't ask why Lin Feng knows, he guarantees not to use clairvoyance. It seems that the proprietress is also having a bad time. Lin Feng also sighed, but didn't ask about Zixing's sad story. Every family has its cupboard. Life is unsatisfactory, 9 out of 10. Most adults are not doing well. Not only outside the 4th wall, but also in the movie. Lin Feng took out a Superman rescue device and gently placed it in front of Xixing. What is this? Zixing picked up the small iron piece curiously. Very delicate metal flakes, cool to the touch, with a big S logo on it. It's a rescue device. When you are in danger, press it, and I will arrive as soon as possible. Take it as it is, drink money. Lin Feng said with a smile. This damn kindness. Lin Feng felt compassion again. Sure enough, beautiful women have privileges with him, but it's not just that. Lin Feng's 6th sense tells him that he will see this succubus lady again in the future. Zixing held the metal piece to observe for a while, but pushed it back to Lin Feng. You don't know how powerful my enemy is. That existence as powerful as a god led to the near extinction of the star race. His strength left a deep impression in Zixing's mind. It's not that the universe powerhouse was not entrusted to take revenge. It's just that those strong men didn't have any answers. Zixing didn't want anyone else to get involved for her revenge. No. Lin Feng smiled, and pushed the metal piece in front of Xixing again. You don't know how powerful I am. After pressing the distress call, even if you lose your life, I can snatch you back from the goddess of death. Lin Feng said meaningfully. Then, let's meet again. After speaking, without giving Zixing a chance to refuse, Lin Feng opened the portal and disappeared into the bar, leaving Zixing sitting there alone, staring at the rescue device in his hand in a daze. Coming out of the portal, Lin Feng came to the land of nothingness. Yes, he wanted to talk to Collector Tuan. The land of nothingness, from a distance, is indeed a head of a god with huge amounts of it. That volume is about the size of a small planet. In the universe, there are really all kinds of strange things. Lin Feng made a complaint, passed through huge amounts of eye sockets, and entered the interior of the void. All you can see are towering metal buildings. Under the buildings, there are countless desperados living. It is also called the mining area. Countless sturdy small collection machines are running non-stop. Hundreds of years ago, the Tuan group sent workers to mine the organic matter in the skull day and night. Bones, brain tissue, spinal fluid, etc. are all scarce resources. No matter which black market it is in, it can be sold for a good price. But the mining work is against the laws of the universe, so those who do this can only be desperados. It's chaotic, dark, and full of danger. Definitely, this danger cannot threaten Lin Feng. As soon as it landed on the ground, a group of beggars with innocent expressions stepped forward to beg. Lin Feng passed them with a blank expression. No one who lives here is good. Even a child can stab you innocently. Chaos, disorder, darkness, and money are the main colors here. The desperados passing by on the street all had vicious expressions on their faces. Here, weakness only brings greater persecution. Definitely, this kind of place is also indispensable for young ladies who seek money. It's just that they are basically colorful. Well, the color here refers to the skin tone. Red, blue, purple, and green are all there. Wearing a hot attire, she posed for Lin Feng on the street. Lin Feng also smirked happily. Although the skin color is not used to, Lin Feng's plump figure and cool dress are a feast for the eyes. Constantly observing, Lin Feng stopped in front of a building with huge amounts of it. Collector, Tuin's collection? In Guardians of Galaxy, Lin Feng has seen this scene. At the door, there was a red-skinned young lady in a short white skirt. Mr. Lin Feng. When she saw Lin Feng, she clasped her hands in front of her chest and saluted. Master has been waiting for a long time, please follow me. Lin Feng nodded and followed her into the building. Tuin is also said to have some prophecy abilities. It is not surprising to see Lin Feng coming. Walking into the collection hall and passing through a narrow corridor, the scene in front of you suddenly becomes clear. A variety of huge amounts of containers are placed together, containing all kinds of strange creatures. Some are alive and some are dead, also soaked in liquid. Lin Feng even saw the Sulian dog flying into space. Although there are many containers and some are crowded, they are in order. Walking to the center of the collection hall, Lin Feng saw Collector in a concave posture with his back turned to him. The little maid smiled and made a grand gesture. Let me introduce you. Tanya Tuin, Collector. After the introduction, background music sounded inexplicably in the room. Tuin turned around slowly, wearing a fluffy coat on such a hot day. He has white hair and a steampunk magnifying glass on his face. This is the second time Lin Feng has seen such a concave posture. The first one is Red Skull, just saw it the other day. I don't know how it is now. Respect, Mr. Lin Feng. Devon took off his glasses, revealing a pair of dead fish eyes with thick dark circles. Welcome. Tuin once again made a concave shape that Lin Feng couldn't understand, probably to express his welcome. Collector and his big brother De Tianzun lived for an unknown number of years. It is estimated that the two brothers are also bored. A coliseum in Sakar, and a collection in the void. Both of them seemed mentally disturbed. The weak chickens shown in the movie do not mean that these two people are really weak chickens, maybe they are just boring and funny. Facing Collector's etiquette, Lin Feng just nodded. He has no ancestral etiquette to use. Collector, Tuin. I heard you're eyeing my infinite gems. For this reason, also hired predators. Lin Feng went straight to the point and opened the topic. Lin Feng didn't have the stupidity to ask why the Collector knew about him, now he's a celebrity in the Marvel Universe. Oh, my new friend. Tuin looked Lin Feng up and down, and his eyes suddenly became surprised. He didn't answer Lin Feng's question, but instead walked around Lin Feng, as if he was looking at a treasure. It's amazing, though you have a human face. But I can feel that the unique blood of the entire universe is flowing in your body, and that black hole-like growth potential. Unbelievable. I've never seen a creature like this before. Tuin was amazed by the blood in Lin Feng's body. Every cell in Lin Feng is as dazzling as the sun, full of energy. Make an offer. After admiring Tuin, he said something nonchalantly. Lin Feng was taken aback, and scratched his head. Make an offer. What is it? Infinite gems. These old monsters who have lived for such a long time are really out of their minds. But Lin Feng has no intention of selling infinite gems. No, not just infinite gems. Tuin stretched out his finger and shook it, then pointed at Lin Feng, rubbed his hands together, and said something that shocked Lin Feng. I bought it too. Karina, the red-skinned maid beside her, couldn't help but roll her eyes. It started again. It's not the first time her master has done this kind of thing. That's right, Tuin has his eye on Lin Feng. To be precise, he fell in love with Lin Feng's silver Superman body. In his collection, there are all kinds of strange things. But he had never seen such a creature. On the appearance of human beings, the cells are like the sun's. I have never seen this kind of creature, although the human appearance makes him a bit ordinary. But what's inside is what matters. Tuin collection is very clear. Hearing this, Lin Feng's first reaction was to turn around and leave. What the hell, this old man, his brain has grown hair after living for a long time. What a waste of my time? Don't be in a hurry. Tuin saw that favorite was about to run, and hurried forward to stop him. Make a price, I really want to buy it. I can wait until the day you die and collect your body, Tuin explained. He is immortal, and he can wait until the day when Lin Feng's lifespan is exhausted before collecting it. How about it? Sell me your corpse in the future, and I will give you an undeniable price. Tuin is not short of money, he is short of unique collectibles. Lin Feng's bloodline is unique in the entire Marvel Universe, and it has to be said that Tuin has a vicious vision. Lin Feng let out a laugh. Want to buy me? Are you kidding me? If you want to wait until the day I die, the universe probably won't exist. Lin Feng felt that Tuin was a bit perverted. His silver body is growing and getting stronger every moment. In terms of life expectancy, there is not much to say. My friend, you can't say for certain. Devon disagreed with what Lin Feng said, and bowed his waist mysteriously. The universe is full of variables and dangers. Perhaps one day, you will encounter a powerful enemy that you cannot fight against. Anyway, I'm going to die anyway, how about taking the money and being happy in advance? Tuan's words were full of temptation, and what he said was very reasonable. But what he wants to buy is Lin Feng? Lin Feng stared, resisting the urge to kick. But in my heart I couldn't help cursing secretly. This old stuff can't be bought or sold, and started cursing people? Lin Feng's murderous gaze made Ti-Wan shrink back. He walked quickly to the table, reached out and turned on a huge amounts of projection equipment. He waved to Lin Feng mysteriously, signaling Lin Feng to come over and take a look. With a cold face, Lin Feng stepped forward to see what tricks he was up to. The projection equipment casts a scene of nothingness. With Tuan's operation, 6 infinite gems were projected one by one. Before the creation of the universe, there were 6 singularities. And then, bang! The Big Bang was born. The remnants of these 6 singularities were collected and condensed into gems. They're called infinite gems, Tuan said, and made an explosive gesture with flowers in both hands. What do you want to say in the end? Lin Feng was a little impatient. He really couldn't deal with this kind of crazy existence. If it's the origin of infinite gems, I know it all, so you don't need to educate me. No, my friend. I mean, a single infinite gem can destroy a civilization, said Tuan. Look. As he said that, Tuan also called up a picture after another, proving the ability of infinite gems. So, Lin Feng tilted his head, rather bored. So, you have 5 of this thing. Tuan stretched out his palm and emphasized. All the powerful existences in the universe are focusing on you. How can you guarantee that you will not fall in a certain war? Pretty boy speechless. After all, I still want to call Lin Feng's silver body's attention. With a sigh, Lin Feng was really ready to leave. It seems that I made a mistake when I came here, and it was a waste of time. If this is the only thing you want me to do, then I'm leaving. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng walked out without hesitation. Next, he should go to planet Stia, which is where the news of infinite gems was first reported. Perhaps, there may be some clues to be found. And many more. Tuan stopped Lin Feng again. It doesn't matter if you don't sell the corpse, I also accept infinite gems. 10 billion pieces. How about it? Lin Feng paused, and continued to walk outside. Go eat it, infinite gems are not for sale. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to leave, Tuan panicked. 2 exquisite collections are about to run away like this? I can't do it anymore, I've got the trump card. I know you're looking for someone to spread your message? Right. Tuan shouted at Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng stopped abruptly. Do you know who it is? Lin Feng turned his head, walked back quickly, and looked directly into Tuan's dead fish eyes. Yes, I know who is spreading the word about you and infinite gems. Seeing Lin Feng walking back, Tuan stared, as if seeing the hope of the collection being put into storage. He nodded and admitted. Tell me. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. This is really a windfall. Unexpectedly, this old pervert actually knew who was behind it. Definitely, my friend. I'll tell you who he is. But, Tuan rubbed his fingers together. You need to take something in exchange. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. What do you want? An infinite gem. 1 infinite gems, I'll tell you. How about it? Tuan held out a finger and said tentatively. No. Lin Feng refused without thinking. 1 infinite gems, plus 5 billion. Tuan held out another palm. He has plenty of money, but what he lacks is collections? It's not a question of money or not. Infinite gems, not for sale. Let's discuss it. Tuan struggled unwillingly. Lin Feng shook his head. Not negotiable. Infinite gems, for the current Lin Feng, is still very useful. Maybe in the future, when Lin Feng no longer needs them, he might sell one to Tuan, but not now. However, although I can't trade with infinite gems, I have one thing, which should be eligible to enter your collection. Lin Feng changed the topic. There are not many things in his warehouse curry, but there are still many things that can be bought in the system store. A bottle of Xun blood is only worth millions of prestige points. Definitely, it's just the most common inferior Xun gene, the kind that basically can't become a super Xun. Oh, take it out and have a look. Tuan didn't refuse. But I want to explain first that my collection is unique, magical, gorgeous. If these requirements are not met, I will not agree to the transaction. Tuan emphasized that he was afraid that Lin Feng would just come up with something to fool him. Since neither Lin Feng nor infinite gems are selling, he doesn't intend to buy by force. Lin Feng threw out a single cell of energy, and it could blow up his entire collection. He didn't want to offend Lin Feng. Don't worry. Lin Feng walked to the table with a smile. With a thought, he exchanged for a glass bottle filled with green liquid from the system. It is the inferior Xun blood. It's definitely something you haven't seen before, and it's unique in the entire universe. I just don't know, you know the goods. Lin Feng said, putting the vial on the table. Tens of thousands of white prestige is all it takes. Lin Feng is not lacking now. If it can be exchanged for the communicator's information, it will be a steady profit for Lin Feng. Oh, Tuan trotted 2 steps, picked up the steampunk magnifying glass and put it on. First, I observed it with my glasses, and then took out a pair of gloves from nowhere, and put them on my hands very professionally. Finally, I picked up the green liquid and put it under the light to observe. Through the light, the green liquid in the bottle seems to be alive, flowing slowly and continuously. Magic. Slightly shaking the liquid, the irritable Jean actually collided with a trace of white lightning. Feeling the charm of the liquid, Tuan showed interest. As amazing as your body? Filled with huge amounts of growth potential. It's just that the quality doesn't seem to be very high, said Tuan, but still couldn't stop his interest in the thing. After all, one of his collection criteria is that if it is rare, it is best to be unique. As for the liquid that Lin Feng brought out, he had never heard of it in his long life. What is this? This is an ancient bloodline, Lin Feng explained. Ordinary people drink it, and they have the blood of a Xian. Xian. Devon thought about these 3 words. I have never heard of a race called Xians in the universe. That's right, a race that has never appeared in the universe. Lin Feng continued. As you can see, his potential is huge amounts of. And after each near death, he can make the user stronger. The most important thing is that he can turn into a powerful giant ape when people see the full moon. Giant ape. Divan took a deep breath. Interesting. Gigantic apes are boring, but being able to transform into a great ape is fun. Full moon, is it the satellite of Blue Star? That's right. How about it, do you want to trade? Although the quality of this bottle of liquid is not high, it doesn't hinder it. He is unique in this universe, isn't he? You just tell me the news of the communicator, and you can get this unique liquid. Lin Feng made a condition. Just a message. To be honest, Tuan is really not at a loss. Is there only 1 bottle of this thing? Ti1 looked hot. To be honest, if there are 2 bottles, he will take 1 bottle and let his little maid Karina drink it, and then it will become one of his collections. He wanted to witness the scene where ordinary people saw the moon turn into a giant ape. But he was doomed to be disappointed. Lin Feng would not exchange for 1 more bottle, it was just a piece of information. After the exchange, Lin Feng would be considered a loss. This thing, the Marvel Universe, only has 1 bottle. I agree, my friend. Tuan decisively agreed to the deal. A surefire deal? A message, in exchange for a unique bloodline in the universe? As if afraid that Lin Feng would regret it, Tuan immediately took out a small box and put the liquid in it. It's right to trade with me, my friend. This news is beyond the reach of ordinary people. After collecting the things, Tuan couldn't help showing a smile on his face. There was another one in his collection, and it was an out-of-print orphan, only 1. Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned. He knew that Tuan was trading information. Details. Ahem. Tuan cleared his throat and said a name. It's Thanos who spread the news. Thanos. Lin Feng was taken aback. Is there a mistake? After being stunned for a while, Lin Feng felt a little unbelievable. Thanos he had looked for, not so long ago, but Thanos himself admitted that he did not spread the information. In order to verify whether Thanos was lying, Lin Feng also used the ability of Mind Gem. With the strength of Thanos in the movie universe, there is no way to bypass the detection of Mind Gem. This gem collector, could it be that he wants to be an empty-handed white wolf, and fool himself? It's indeed Thanos. Tuan nodded affirmatively, and then showed a mysterious expression. It's just that I didn't say, it's the Thanos of this universe. The universe is vast and boundless. Planets are like grains of sand in the ocean. Countless places that have never been reached by life are waiting to be explored alone. It is also possible that until the day when the universe is extinguished, no one cares about it. The Holy Place No. 2 spacecraft is quietly suspended above a planet. Thanos, on a small flight vehicle, arrived at an unnamed planet. It has its own coordinates, but after its birth, it has never ushered in any life. Just because this is a planet shrouded in darkness. And this planet has no native species. Some are just boundless and eerie black mist covering the entire planet. Under the mist, there is a black storm all over the sky, engulfed in sand and dust, raging on the earth day and night. Although there are yellow dwarfs similar to the sun in the galaxy, but the intense light still couldn't completely penetrate the black mist that enveloped the planet. With just a few rays of light, he could barely see what was in front of him clearly. Thanos walks the land. Behind him, Nebula and Ebony Maw followed. The range of sight is less than 100 meters, and no matter how far away, there is only a hazy outline. Thanos' heavy body stepped on footprints, but was quickly covered by the sand brought by the raging wind. Facing the hurricane, Thanos has tough skin and is not afraid. Nebula braced against the storm and approached Thanos. Father. Could the news be fake? Looking at the desolate scene in front of him, Seeing Yoon couldn't help frowning. This planet doesn't even have valuable minerals. She couldn't figure it out. The message that looked like rubbish, the coordinates were on a desolate planet with extremely low visibility. Thanos actually believed it, and came in person. How could there be life on this kind of planet? Thanos didn't even turn his head, just shook his head and kept walking. Nebula is always not as good as Gamera. There are some things she can't figure out, but Thanos can understand. Not long ago, that is, the day after the battle with Lin Feng, Thanos received a message. The information is only one short line. If you want to save the universe, come to this coordinate. The sender is unknown. Coordinates is a desolate planet that has never been reached by anyone. Not a blade of grass grows. After thinking about it, Thanos decided to go find out. No one can deceive me, and no one dares to do so. The intuition of the strong is generally terrifyingly accurate. Thanos felt that he could get what he wanted on this planet. Thanos dropped a sentence and continued walking in the direction indicated by the coordinates. Seeing this, Xing didn't dare to say much, and could only continue forward despite the storm. In fact, she still wanted to ask why she didn't go forward with the flight controller. But Thanos doesn't like talkative people, and his father must have a reason for doing this? Not long after the three masters and servants moved forward, they discovered a huge amount of black shadow in the distance. You can see the outline clearly. Seeing this, Thanos finally stopped. He raised his big hand to block the storm and observe. My lord? It looks like an old building. Ebony Maw took 2 steps forward, performing the art of bullshit. Thanos glanced at Ebony Maw like a retard. His dog-headed military division has now learned to talk nonsense. Ebony Maw seemed to realize his nonsense, and lowered his head in shame. My lord, it seems that the news is correct. Well, let's go on. After speaking, Thanos patted the dust off his body and moved on. Not far ahead is an ancient building with huge amounts of. Soon, the three arrived in front of the building. It was a huge palace made entirely of ancient stone materials. In front of the palace, there are 2 huge amounts of stone gates. It is engraved with intricate symbols. Thanos reached out to caress the stone door, just about to push it open. At this time, there was a creaking sound from the stone door, and the door opened automatically inward. My lord has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me. As the door opened, a voice came from inside the door. Along with the sound, Thanos saw the blazing flames. The appearance of the flame also illuminated some space. Thanos took a closer look, and the one who opened the door was a skull in metal armor. A yellow-red flame was burning on the skull. It was the flame that Thanos saw first. Thanos nodded and walked in without fear. He has seen a lot of strange creatures, and there is nothing unusual about a skull with flames. Ebony Maw and Xing are careful in every step, looking around vigilantly. Passing through the wide corridor made of huge stones, you came to the center of the palace. Nothing but round pillars. There is only one huge amount of seat, located in the very center of the palace, very conspicuous. The seats are a miserable off-white. Thanos squinted and saw the creepy shape of the seat, even more domineering than his throne. The throne of the palace is completely made up of the heads of various creatures. It looks domineering and bloody. Some of those heads had turned into white bones, and some were still dripping with fresh blood, full of death and evil. On the throne, sat a huge figure. The face was shrouded in darkness, and all that could be seen was a titan in golden armor. On the side of the throne, there is a huge amount of green monster tied with a thick iron chain. The monster held a long white bone in its hand, as if it was its snack. He spotted someone coming, bared his teeth and roared silently at them. Bringing Thanos to him, the flaming skull respectfully knelt on one knee, showing respect and fear humanly in his empty eye sockets. Owner. The owner of the throne waved his hand, signaling the skull to back down. Huge amounts of palms landed on the armrests of the seats, and lightly tapped on the long decayed head, making a crisp clicking sound. Thanos, Thanos. The occupant of the throne calls out Thanos' name. His voice is deep and old, but Thanos feels strangely familiar. I didn't disappoint, you really came. He seemed very satisfied with Thanos' arrival, and he could hear the relief in the tone of the master of the throne. You messaged me. Thanos confirmed. That's right. I sent you a message. With me, you will complete your mission. The master of the throne said with confidence and arrogance, as if his arrival was enough to suppress everything. Who are you? Thanos asked puzzled. The more you listen, the more familiar the sound becomes. And the owner of the throne brings a very wonderful feeling. Let Thanos have a feeling of talking to himself. The huge shadow stood up and walked to the light. He reached up and took off the golden helmet he was wearing on his head. But what happened next shocked Thanos. Purple skin, golden head armor, and neat white beard. Look like an older version of yourself, nothingness. Lin Feng and Tiaiwan sat opposite each other. Taking advantage of Lin Feng, Tuan also began to reveal the information of the disseminator. And the information he brought made Lin Feng's complexion gradually serious. It's Thanos who spread your news, Tuan said with certainty. Except, not the Thanos of this universe. He's even scarier and crueler. I saw destruction and death in him. Tuan showed a look of interest. If possible, he also wants to put this alien Thanos in his collection. It's a pity that this Thanos is too powerful, Tuan can only think about it. He reached out and pressed the previous projector, and a picture popped up. This is an image from some time ago. After speaking, Tuan stopped talking and quietly manipulated the screen. In the void universe, countless stars twinkle. At some point, a huge portal appeared. In the portal, a head with huge amounts of it slowly sticks out. The portal didn't disappear until the head was fully visible. After the head stayed in place for a few seconds, it disappeared into the universe very abruptly. They teleported to a certain place in the universe, and I can't track them. Tuan pressed the pause button, and the screen paused at the moment when the head fully appeared. He manipulated the impact, enlarging the mouth of the skull. Look. Lin Feng looked at the magnified picture, rubbed his eyes, and opened his mouth wide. The sight in front of him surprised him. In the mouth of the head, there is actually someone there. If that's all, Lin Feng won't be surprised. The key is to look closely. There was a throne there. On the throne, sat a being 6 points like Thanos. It's just that he is much older than Thanos, and his beard is all grey. He was dressed in golden armor and had the same purple skin as Thanos, except that there were a few hideous scars on his face. Thanos. Lin Feng couldn't help blurting out. Combining what Tuan said before, Lin Feng is sure that this is Thanos. Another purple sweet potato essence, an aged version of Thanos from another universe. And the two creatures under the throne made Lin Feng's heart sink even more. Metal battlesuit, skull with flaming head, Lin Feng can think of Ghost Rider in an instant. On the right side of the throne, there is also a green monster tied with a huge red iron chain. Hulk. Lin Feng lost his voice. Yep, that's a Hulk with all the white hair. With a hunched back and a huge amount of bone in his mouth, he lay quietly in front of the throne. Like a dog. Lin Feng's face became more serious. Lin Feng had never seen the costumes and images of these people in Marvel movies. However, in the comics, I have seen. He is Thanos from another universe. Tuan continued. Cruel, bloodthirsty, sick. His universe has been destroyed by him alone. He has more power than you can imagine. When he devoured the entire universe, he was not satisfied. So, he came to this universe? First, he focused on infinite gems. That's why I said, you can't guarantee that you won't die. Tuan rubbed his hands, turned off the screen and patted his chest. Damn, this Thanos is too cruel, even looking at it is mental pollution. I guess this universe won't last long. I'll take infinite gems anytime if you change your mind. Lin Feng stared at Tuan very strangely. Thanos destroys the universe, don't you die too? Still thinking about infinite gems. Tuan spread his hands. He didn't have much fear of death. Death can't stop my collection. Hearing this, Lin Feng gave a thumbs up. You are awesome. But now knowing the existence of another Thanos, infinite gems, Lin Feng will not sell it anymore. The image of Thanos is most likely the comic version of Thanos. Raising Hulk as a dog is too conspicuous. And Lin Feng had already thought of that huge amounts of head. It should be the head of Galactus. This thing was transformed into a throne by Thanos. As Tuan said, this Thanos is far more vicious than the Thanos in this universe. In the comics, old Thanos has an almost pathological love of death. In order to gain the favor of death, he slaughtered the entire universe. In the end only Ghost Rider and Hulk remained. The reason why Ghost Rider is kept is because his ability will remind the enemy of the crimes they have committed. But for Thanos, the massacres and loss of life in the past have become a tribute to death. He looks at it several times a day. As for Hulk, he really treats him like a dog and has been kept in captivity in the basement for millions of years. This Thanos can be said to have no trace of humanity at all. Cruel, indifferent, bloody. The entire universe is under his hand, leaving only endless emptiness and the fear of death. But Lin Feng was curious. How did old Thanos end up in the cinematic universe? I don't know if this Thanos is different from the one in the comics. If Lin Feng's guess is correct, the old Thanos should also have 6 infinite gems in his hands. It's just that Lin Feng couldn't figure it out either. Why is this old Thanos staring at his own infinite gems? If it is said that his purpose in coming to this universe is to slaughter living beings, then he should have started to act long ago. Instead he hid and spread the news that he had infinite gems. What is the intention? All kinds of doubts crept into Lin Feng's mind, and Lin Feng fell into deep thought. This kind of cruel existence is enough to endanger the entire universe, so no one will come out to take care of it? It's fine if the observer doesn't do anything. What about the Court of Life? Does AAO not care? AAO is also written as OAA, which is the ceiling of Marvel's omnipotent universe. Lin Feng said that he was a little tired and felt really messed up. Maybe, AAO thinks it doesn't matter? Anyway, you can create the world at your fingertips. Really? Does Guansheng care about it? Just when he was wondering, an ominous premonition rose from Lin Feng's heart. He looked up sharply. An extremely powerful energy is sweeping the entire Marvel universe in the form of a shock wave. He is familiar with this feeling. Someone, using 6 infinite gems, snap your fingers? Damn it. Lin Feng cursed secretly. Before he had time to think about it, the left wrist guard immediately released his invisibility. No matter who snapped his fingers and what the purpose was, the sixth sense told Lin Feng to stop him. Almost at the same time, Lin Feng also snapped his fingers. The 2 shock waves instantly converged in the universe, and after the collision, they turned into nothingness. Lin Feng's reaction was so quick. His snapping of fingers was almost followed by the first snapping of fingers. It will take some time for the effects of infinite gems to spread throughout the universe. It was reversed by Lin Feng almost without causing large-scale changes. After snapping his fingers, the dense aftermath of energy clung to Lin Feng's arm and dissipated slowly without causing any harm. Ha! Tuan watched Lin Feng snap his fingers in shock. You collected all the infinite gems. His eyes were shining, his hands stretched and retracted. He wanted to touch Lin Feng's wristband, but he was afraid of angering Lin Feng. No wonder Lin Feng was unwilling to sell infinite gems to him. Only when 6 infinite gems gather together can they have such great power. You just snapped your fingers, what did you do with them? Tuan asked curiously. Lin Feng had no time to pay attention to Tuan. The moment you snap your fingers, the position of the 6 gemstones will become the ground zero of the energy surge. Lin Feng directly locked on that huge amounts of energy diffusion point. The portal opened, and Lin Feng left the void with a sullen face. There is no need to go to planet Stia. We already know who is behind the scenes. And this sudden snapping of fingers is probably also the work of old Thanos. The infinite gems of this universe are already in his hands. Those 6 gems, I'm afraid the old Thanos didn't bring them from his universe. Now, he's going to settle accounts with old Thanos. seeing Lin Feng disappear. Tuan looked back regretfully. Infinite gems, run away. Still that dark planet. Black mist enveloped the earth. Thanos held his legs, panting a bit. On his left hand, he was wearing a metal glove that was emitting green smoke. The glove is inlaid with 6 gemstones of different colors. It is infinite gems and infinity gauntlet. Did you make it? Thanos asked, panting. He snapped his fingers just now. The energy of the 6 infinite gems can barely withstand, but the damage caused cannot be avoided. It's just that he didn't know why, although he snapped his fingers and hit it, but he always felt that it was not successful. So, I subconsciously asked this sentence. Do not. Old Thanos, standing right behind Thanos, watching him perform. Infinite gems, indeed from him, loaned to Thanos for a snap of his fingers. Not only did it fail, but it also attracted a guest. Old man Thanos said, looking up to the sky. His gaze reached the universe, and met Lin Feng who had just come out of the portal. As soon as Lin Feng stepped out of the portal, he felt the prying eyes. Supervision starts immediately. He saw the planet shrouded in black mist. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes when he was about to see the situation on the planet's surface. Thanos, Elder Thanos, Nebula, Ebony Maw, Ghost Rider. Also, a Hulk on a leash. It's really the costume of Thanos in the comics. Lin Feng doesn't read many cartoons, but also know that even in the comics, there are several versions of Thanos. And the one in front of him should be Thanos who has entered his twilight years. Although his lifespan is coming to an end, the strength of old Thanos is very tyrannical. Thanos in the movie is not even a tenth of him. Elderly Thanos was able to use infinite gems without getting hurt, something movie Thanos couldn't do. It seems that there may be a tough battle. Lin Feng was not afraid, and directly transformed into a streamer of light, quickly flying towards the black mist planet. In Lin Feng's memory, old Thanos should not have gotten the heart of the universe, and the strength will not be as tyrannical as when he was young. The only thing that needs Lin Feng's attention is what Tuan said. Old Thanos swallowed his universe. This puts Lin Feng's estimation of the combat power of the old Thanos at the level single universe, and possibly even at the multi-universe level. However, judging from Lin Feng's current combat power, he can still fight. For a moment, countless thoughts flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Boom! Lin Feng's extremely fast flight speed quickly reached the ground. He stood firmly in front of the two Thanos. This is really a famous scene. Movie Thanos, comic Thanos, all in one place. Looking at Lin Feng who fell to the ground, Thanos let out an "oh." Older Thanos said that when he didn't succeed, he had already thought of Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng has 6 infinite gems, which can easily offset his snapping. And the fact is the same. When Thanos saw Lin Feng, Thanos reacted. Shaking his head, Thanos sighed. For a short time, Thanos couldn't take the energy of a second snap of his fingers. Although it can be played reluctantly, it is no longer necessary. If Lin Feng is not removed, Thanos can only be useless. He is not as strong as Lin Feng's body, and he can snap his fingers without any scruples. Thanos, Thanos! Lin Feng shouted, but his eyes were on the old version of Thanos with white hair and beard. Oh, Lin Feng! The elderly Thanos chuckled like a kind old man. It's just that the evil spirit and blood in the eyes can't be hidden. Welcome to my planet. Hypocritical? This is Lin Feng's first feeling for the old Thanos. He could feel the killing intent in old Thanos. No one could have imagined that this seemingly harmless elderly monster who laughed had slaughtered the entire universe. Your planet. Lin Feng sneered. Where did you get your planet? There is no place for you in this universe. Lin Feng's attitude is very tough. Old age Thanos is not a good stubble, with the blood and resentment of the entire universe on his hands. For this kind of existence, Lin Feng is not polite at all. But the old Thanos was not annoyed, but comforted Lin Feng instead. Don't be so grumpy, young man. This is an ownerless planet. According to the laws of the universe, whoever discovers it has the right to dispose of it. I'm tired of killing and just want a place to retire. The old Thanos' eyes looked sincere, but he still couldn't fool Lin Feng. Lin Feng curled his lips. Would you rather lie to a ghost? Will you still abide by the laws of the universe? Hulk, who was holding on to his right hand, was still grinning at him. You tell me you're tired of killing? Before you tell a lie, wash off your evil spirit first? You do not believe. How do you make me believe it? Lin Feng asked back, pointing to Thanos wearing the infinity gauntlet. The 6 infinite gems above are still shining. If Lin Feng hadn't snapped his fingers just in time, half of the life in the universe would have vanished. But even if it really dissipated, Lin Feng can be saved with a snap of his fingers. You said this is just a small gift for the other me in the parallel universe. Old man Thanos waved his hand indifferently, as if infinite gems were really just a cheap little gift. A bit shameless, beyond Lin Feng's expectation. Older Thanos is not what he imagined, unlike the Thanos in the movies who never lie. Instead, he ran the train with his mouth full. Then how do you explain the information about infinite gems spreading behind your back? Lin Feng asked step by step. He also wanted to know why the old Thanos didn't just come to him directly, or start slaughtering creatures directly, but instead hid in the dark and spread the news. What about this? It's just a gift I gave to all life in the universe when I first came to this universe. After all, life, doesn't everyone yearn for higher mountains? They want the treasure, so I will tell them the information about the treasure. Elderly Thanos is still smiling. His shameless kung fu is far from what Lin Feng can match. And, with your ability, this information doesn't pose a threat to you, does it? You call this a gift? Not getting the answer he wanted, Lin Feng was angry and laughed at the perfunctory of the old Thanos. It did not pose a threat to Lin Feng, but it posed a threat to Blue Star. Moreover, it also indirectly disrupted the order of the universe. I don't know how many people want to get these 6 heaven-defying existences. Yes, I tell them information they don't know, isn't that considered a gift? The old Thanos spread his hands, signaling his innocence. Excessive words. Facing the meaningless talk of old Thanos, Lin Feng didn't want to say anything more. It's better to strike first, and then you can only eat shit. In this case, I also have a gift, take it. Lin Feng's eyes widened, and he swung his left hand into a fist without any hesitation, extremely agile. 6 infinite gems released light at the same time. The energy twisted into a hemp rope, and with a mighty force that would destroy the world, it flew out from Lin Feng's fist, cutting through the space and hitting the old Thanos' chest. The light came in an instant, engulfing old Thanos in an instant. Old Thanos was pushed back by the beam. The huge solace of the feet drew 2 deep ravines on the ground. Wait for the beam to disappear. Green smoke rose from the golden armor, but there was no injury on his body. Young man, so grumpy, exclaimed the older Thanos. Before he could even say a few words, the opening move was such a powerful move. But he seems to have forgotten that when he was young, he was even more irritable than Lin Feng. Don't you like giving gifts? Then I'll send you a grand funeral. It's not in vain for you to come to this universe, how about it? Lin Feng sneered. Hehe, I can't afford this gift. Old Thanos waved at the Thanos of this universe. The Infinity Gauntlet takes 6 infinite gems and quickly strips from the hands of movie Thanos and flies to old Thanos. What are you thinking about? Seeing that he was about to take back the Infinity Gauntlet, Lin Feng shouted loudly, and his figure quickly disappeared in place. Immediately afterwards, it accurately stopped on the flight route of the Infinity Gauntlet and stopped it. Holding the gloves in his arms, Lin Feng's eyes turned as red as the sun in an instant. Old man, accept your funeral. Heat ray mixed with infinite gems spewed out violently, breaking through the black mist and illuminating the earth. The energy contained in this move is several times stronger than before. Elderly Thanos clasped his hands together, and his figure became unreal. Flying away from the space with one hand, he changed positions in an instant. He did not choose to resist this heat ray. Heat ray made an empty shot, but directly gave the Black Mist planet a middle score. On the impact road, huge amounts of chasm were left, and the black fog with a radius of thousands of miles was washed away at this moment. No shot. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, watching the old Thanos move to another place, still watching himself do not make a move. This doesn't quite fit Thanos' character according to Thuan. Being provoked like this, but like a turtle? Honestly, I don't want a war with you, old Thanos said, shaking his head. That tone, as if Lin Feng had taken advantage of it, and he should be thankful for it. The incident you provoked, now tell me you don't want to fight. Lin Feng was furious. Apart from anything else, it's another infinite gems version of Heat Ray. What did you do early? They all spread the news that they have infinite gems throughout the universe. Also made Thanos snap his fingers. Now tell me you don't want to fight? Confront the destructive Heat Ray. Old Thanos repeated his old tricks, clasped his hands again, and his figure became unreal. Only this time, he didn't seem to succeed. It seemed as if something invisible existed, and yanked old Thanos violently. His illusory figure paused and recovered its entity. Lin Feng also sensed that something was wrong, but the situation was in his favor, and he didn't want to increase the heat ray output. Boom! Heat ray hit the old Thanos with precision this time. This blow is not comparable to the fist just now. This is the other energy of level single universe, plus the increase of infinite gems. The terrifying temperature instantly melted the golden armor on the chest of old Thanos. Purple blood surged, and a big blood hole appeared in the chest of old Thanos. Not penetrated, the old Thanos' defense is very strong. In the movie Thanos, this blow is enough to knock out the upper body of Thanos. Damn it! Elderly Thanos vomits a mouthful of blood. His chest was so badly wounded that his ribs were visible. He clasped his hands together again, and made a move that even Lin Feng could not have expected. As if fleeing, the old Thanos disappeared into this world, both human and breathing. Disappeared at the same time, as well as his huge amounts of the palace and Hulk. Ran? Lin Feng was taken aback, and the attacking figure also paused. With a raised brow, a powerful biological force field enveloped the entire planet. A blanket search of the entire planet was not found. Expand the scope again, out into the universe, and still no old Thanos is found. Lin Feng looked at the Infinity Gauntlet that was still in his hands, a little confused. The 3 views are a little shattered, and some can't believe it. Shouldn't Thanos in the comics be brutal? Why did you run away with a bear? He ran so decisively? So decisive that you don't even want this artifact? It shouldn't be, it doesn't make sense. Lin Feng tentatively snapped his fingers with infinite gems, thinking about locating the information of old Thanos. However, with a snap of the fingers, infinite gems sent a message that they are not in the universe. Fuck. Lin Feng was both confused and happy. The development of the incident became dramatic. All escaped from the Marvel universe? What is this old executioner planning? Could it be the heat ray just now? Lin Feng rubbed his chin and couldn't help thinking. I was ready to blow up this galaxy, but the old Thanos became a shrinking turtle. However, the stature of old Thanos was obviously stagnant just now. He could clearly see that there seemed to be a big invisible hand imprisoning him for a moment. Thinking about it now, it was as if someone was helping Lin Feng. Thinking became clear again. No wonder from the very beginning, old Thanos was reluctant to make a move, as if he knew someone would help him. In this way, it makes sense. Old age Thanos has some scruples. After all, someone is helping you, and the strength is enough to see. So the question arises again, who is helping yourself? Just when Lin Feng was thinking hard, a voice sounded in my mind. Why don't you ask the magic system? Hearing the words in his head, Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment. Then he curled his lips in disdain. Don't tell me, you are helping me. It's not that he looks down on the system. This dog system can't even solve two bums. According to him, he was afraid of attracting the attention of high-sequence enemies. Lin Feng doesn't believe that the system can help him immobilize the old Thanos. The dog system doesn't speak. Lin Feng almost forgot about him. What do you mean, you? The system crossed his hips in displeasure. Underestimate the system. After not speaking for a while, the system felt that Lin Feng didn't respect him anymore. How dare I, Master System? Lin Feng rolled his eyes, but there was a smile on his face. Bickering with the system gave him a long-lost sense of relief. He has been very busy for a while, time travel, and fights. To be honest, Lin Feng kind of misses the days when he first came to Marvel and strolled on the Blue Star every day. Fortunately, I am too busy to spend 2 days with Susan. Humph. The system snorted arrogantly. I'm too lazy to talk to you so much. It's really not me who helped you. Lin Feng laughed and said, I'll just say it. Don't interrupt, the system said angrily, and then continued to explain. It is cosmic consciousness that helps you. Cosmic consciousness. Lin Feng scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. A vocabulary I haven't heard before, but it's easy to understand. That's right, the Marvel Universe is self-aware. The system explained. You must have seen Thanos pause before Heat Ray arrived, right? Lin Feng nodded, although it was short, but he could see clearly, otherwise he wouldn't have doubted if someone helped him. However, Lin Feng didn't understand why the consciousness of the universe would make a move. Generally speaking, this is almost impossible to happen. The system gave the answer. The old Thanos you see is not exactly the comic version, but in terms of strength, it's about the same. He slaughtered wantonly in his own universe, and in the end he was not satisfied with the status quo and devoured the entire universe. So when he came to this universe, the consciousness of the universe will expel him. After all, it can be regarded as persecuting the existence of one's own kind, and the cosmic consciousness is afraid that Thanos will swallow itself. That's why I came back to help you, the system constantly explains. Although it can't prevent Thanos from crossing over, it can stumbling him. This is also the main reason why old Thanos dare not fight you. The moment the old Thanos appeared, the consciousness of the universe would have stared at him, otherwise he would have started slaughtering the entire universe. After some explanations, Lin Feng finally understood. It turned out that it was no wonder that the old Thanos didn't make any moves against Lin Feng's successive provocations. According to the setting in the comics, the old Thanos is very cruel, but in reality he seems cowardly and weak. That's why old Thanos was unwilling to do anything, and finally ran away. Lin Feng clapped his hands and realized, I'm afraid it's old age. It's not that Thanos didn't want to make a move, but he did. It's likely to be explained here today. A single heat ray can pierce him. If Lin Feng's next shot is aimed at the head, the cosmic consciousness will fix him again. Tisk tisk tisk, that old Thanos can go straight into the coffin. No matter which universe, they would not want to see the appearance of beings that can devour their own kind or themselves at will. There is nothing wrong with cosmic consciousness helping Lin Feng, it is just for self-protection. Then you know, where is that old Thanos now? Lin Feng asked. He always felt that this old Thanos would come back. Instead of this, why not take the initiative to attack? The funeral is not over yet. Can it be done if the right angle is gone? I don't know, the system replied. However, what is certain is that he has already left this universe, and it is very likely that he ran to devour other universes first. Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned again. It ran so slippery that the shadows disappeared. But Lin Feng is not a vegetarian, and with the help of the cosmic consciousness, let the soldiers cover the water and the earth. I have one last question. Why, old Thanos, spread the word that I have infinite gems. Lin Feng still didn't figure it out. He has no feud with old Thanos. You say old Thanos wants to get infinite gems, he already has one. Oh, but this set is also in Lin Feng's hands now. Laugh. A set of infinite gems can destroy the entire universe with a snap of the fingers. Why bother to stab Lin Feng in the back? On this point, the system only has a rough guess. That's old age Thanos probably knows you're not part of the Marvel Universe. Didn't you just say that? He doesn't dare to attack you, he will only suffer if he fights with you, and the consciousness of the universe will help you. So the system speculates that he might want to use the hands of other cosmic powerhouses to get rid of you first. The system imitated a click gesture in Lin Feng's mind in a humanized manner. After all, you are not an aborigine, and you are the biggest variable. There is nothing wrong with getting rid of you first. And it's not unreasonable for him to snap his fingers in this universe's Thanos. Because of this snap of his fingers, he probably won't be able to type it out. After speaking, the system rolled its eyes. Lin Feng is a guy who doesn't like to use his brain. He can figure out these things with his brain. Superman's brain seemed to be a decoration to him? The system's explanation made Lin Feng understand again. He couldn't help but nodded, thinking it made sense. Indeed, infinite gems is the fastest option when it comes to slaughtering the universe. And with 6 infinite gems, I can reverse this result at any time. But the old Thanos couldn't shoot himself, so he could only use the hands of others. All doubts are resolved and events become clear. In the end, Lin Feng was quite satisfied with his ears. After all, the process and time to solve it was much faster than Lin Feng expected. He thought it would take a few days, but he didn't expect the unexpected speed of progress. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. This is what he thought before, in order to protect Blue Star and make everyone forget the location information of infinite gems. With Lin Feng as the center, the shockwave sent by infinite gems brought this rule and quickly expanded to the entire Marvel universe. Those life forms who knew that Lin Feng possessed infinite gems were all given a meal and completely forgot. After snapping their fingers, everyone only knew that there were such heaven-defying existences as infinite gems in the universe, but they couldn't remember where they were all. Even in the communication and platform database, this information has disappeared. After snapping his fingers, Lin Feng was also ready to leave. Thanos in this universe is still standing aside, looking at his expression. He doesn't know what he is thinking. From time to time, he stared at the infinity gauntlet that Lin Feng was holding. The whole person hadn't recovered from the weakness just now. Shaking his head, Lin Feng flew away directly. Thanos, who was left in place, paused, then slowly turned into dust and disappeared in place. I wanted to save his life. But Thanos clearly doesn't know what to do. Although he is already an ant to Lin Feng doesn't want an ant to think about him every day. Subsequently, Lin Feng returned directly to the transfer star. The Infinity Gauntlet captured from Elder Thanos has been destroyed by Lin Feng. It's useless for Lin Feng to ask for it, it's big and ugly. As for the infinite gems above, Lin Feng dismantled them and carried them with him in a small bag. He hasn't figured out what to do with the 6 infinite gems yet. Snap your fingers, 1 set of gems is enough, you don't need 2 sets. And now, Lin Feng is not very satisfied with the speed at which infinite gems enhances itself. Running to the Sing bar again, Lin Feng ordered a glass of wine and began to rummage through the system store. To be honest, the appearance of old Thanos made Lin Feng inexplicably feel some crisis. This time, it was because of the help of cosmic consciousness that the whole thing seemed so simple, child's play and quick. If the cosmic consciousness hadn't stepped in, it would have been a hell of a fight. There is no doubt that the old Thanos also has the strength to penetrate the universe. And there's no guarantee that old Thanos will return after devouring several universes. Whether it's the exile or these strange characters, they all urge Lin Feng to become stronger constantly. The proprietress Zixing served Lin Feng the wine. Lin Feng's snapping of his fingers also made Zixing forget that he had information about infinite gems. All I can remember is that Lin Feng and Starka the Marauder almost got into a fight in her bar over something. As for what it was, Zixing couldn't recall it. However, this does not hinder Zixing's understanding of Lin Feng. Watching Zixing leave, Lin Feng withdrew his gaze from the tail, and continued browsing the system store. His goal for the next level 1 is the Golden Superman. Level 3 permission store requires 1 billion reputation points to exchange. Golden Superman exists in high latitudes, 5 dimensions, has a certain ability of creation. The strength is probably inferred to be above the multi-universe. As far as the current stage is concerned, both combat power and ability are stronger than Lin Feng's silver Superman body. It's just that the price made Lin Feng click his tongue. His current reputation is only about 40 million. 20 million of them were given by the unnumbered Venom Universe mission. It feels a little far away from the Golden Superman. But to be honest, the body of the Silver Superman is not weaker than the Gold Superman. He is mainly reflected in the fact that there is no upper limit to the strength of ability. If Lin Feng is allowed to grow, he will reach the height of the Golden Superman sooner or later. Creation and so on are also at your fingertips. It's just that Lin Feng is afraid that he will have to bask in the sun until the year of the monkey. System, is infinite gems recycled? Lin Feng touched the small bag containing gems, and suddenly called out. If the price is right, he's ready to sell the old Thanos set of infinite gems. After exchanging the Golden Superman earlier, Lin Feng can run around in other universes without a key. Take it. The system jumped out. 180 million prestige value, 6 packs will give you a discount, 500 million prestige points, how about it? Do you need to recycle? 500 million reputation points. Lin Feng has some hesitation. The price was a little lower than he expected, and he thought that one piece could sell for at least 100 million yuan. Why, do you think it's cheap? The system saw Lin Feng's thoughts, and then explained, this price is very generous. Infinite gems has an upper limit. No matter how powerful it is, it's nothing else in the level single universe. 6 infinite gems can restart the universe, give you some time, and you can also restart the universe. How much prestige is the body of Silver Superman? 80 million infinite gems, you've earned it. Such a comparison shows that the recycling price cannot be considered low. Lin Feng waved his hands helplessly. No plans to sell to the system for now. Is there any task recently? Lin Feng continued to ask. He felt that he needed a lot of points again. Have you taken a fancy to the Golden Superman? The system didn't answer Lin Feng. It noticed that Lin Feng had been on the Golden Superman's redemption page for a long time. It is estimated that the old Thanos made Lin Feng feel the crisis. There are not a few people in the comics who have the ability to destroy the universe. It is normal for Lin Feng to worry. Yes. Lin Feng sighed, and waved his hand to close the mall page. Picking up the wine glass and taking a sip, feeling a little melancholy. It's just that the points are not enough, otherwise I really want to change it now, and then solve the old Thanos. How do you say that sentence? Don't be afraid of thieves stealing, just be afraid of thieves thinking about it. The system nodded in agreement. The host is right, but you didn't realize that you actually fell into a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Lin Feng put down the wine glass in his hand, and asked suspiciously, what's wrong? Silver Superman's misunderstanding. Silver Superman has a lower limit, but his upper limit is something you haven't seen. I don't think you've ever used the Silver Superman body well, the system said firmly. Having said that, Lin Feng became interested. He crossed his legs, looked at the graceful dancers on the stage, and pretended to listen carefully. Speaking in detail, why didn't I make good use of it? Take the characteristics of Silver Superman as an example. There is no upper limit to the growth of Silver Superman, although the growth time is a bit long. But another biggest feature of Silver Superman, the host has never paid attention to it. Silver Superman's feature that can be called a bug is a new ability that will emerge at any time. No matter what kind of ability, even the ability to travel through parallel universes can be mastered. Look at you again. As the system said, it also lost a picture in Lin Feng's mind, which was the picture of Lin Feng using psychokinesis. Become a Silver Superman so far, you've only got one psychokinesis. Tell me, didn't you use it well? Lin Feng listened, nodded in agreement, but spread his hands helplessly. It's okay if you don't say it. When I mention this, I suspect that the Silver Superman you gave is a pirated copy. Lin Feng blamed the system in turn. Didn't everyone say that ability appeared out of nowhere? Why did I only get one psychokinesis? Look at other people's settings, it can be made bigger or smaller, as you like, and you can even create a blue star. It's arrogant and unreasonable. Look at me again, it's like a fake. Blame me. Lin Feng couldn't help complaining. The system is also scratching its head. I also noticed what you said. But I can't have fakes here. Lin Feng pouted, then who knows? I only got one psychokinesis now anyway. The system was speechless, thought about it, and gave an after-sales solution. Why not? I'll teach you a method. Since you can't come out by yourself, how about I teach you how to guide them out? You are like this. The system began to suggest ideas to Lin Feng. You know something like belief, right? For example, you believe that you have a certain ability, and you think this is your original ability. You believe you can control the flames? Imagine the flames appearing in your hands. Maybe the ability to control flames really appeared. The system said with real meaning. Lin Feng tilted his head, feeling a little unreliable. Is this possible? By imagination? Lin Feng felt a little mysterious. Tisk. The system clicked its tongue. If you don't try it, it's over, and you won't be charged. Hurry up, trust the system's judgment, and you're done. What Lin Feng said was a little moved. Lin Feng stretched out his palm suspiciously, and Lin Feng stared at it. Okay, let me try. Hurry up, remember. Believe in yourself, you will control the flame. The system emphasized it again. Okay, let's try. Anyway, there was nothing to lose, and the system said something serious. Lin Feng started staring at the palm of his hand and muttering. I will control the fire, I will control the fire. Shi Xing was lying on the backstage, and couldn't help observing Lin Feng secretly. She was still worried about the big bottle of wine that Lin Feng took away. Crazy. Shi Xing stared at Lin Feng, and murmured to himself with some doubts. Lin Feng stared at the palm of his hand in a daze as if possessed by a demon, and was still muttering something in his mouth. Zixing couldn't understand it, but was quite shocked. He stretched out his hand and scratched the gauze-wrapped thigh. The wound was almost healed, and it was numb and itchy. Lin Feng muttered for a while, staring until his palms burned, but he didn't see any reaction. Frowning, Lin Feng stopped casting spells. System, it's useless. His hands were almost staring at the bald skin, but there was no flame. Not enough, the system said. Not enough. Not enough. Not enough faith. You have to really believe that you can control the flame. Understood? You are not asked to develop this ability, but you have to believe that you can control the flame. That's right, I already believe it. Lin Feng scratched his head and said, I even believe that I am the legendary Vulcan. But still no response. What the hell is Vulcan? It's not for you to imagine transforming into someone else. The system covered his eyes. I want you to believe that you can control fire? Why can't you understand people's words? Climb. Lin Feng's face darkened. Don't bother me, I'm going to continue the experiment. After speaking, Lin Feng stared at the palm of his hand again and began to mutter. The system wanted to scold but stopped. Whoever said it first? I will control the fire, I will control the fire, I will control the flame. Maybe the words of the system played a role, just like hypnotic ability. Lin Feng quickly fell into a kind of a very bewildered state. It feels like my soul is floating out. He thought of Pyro from the X-Men. Thinking of the Ghost Rider I just met. Finally, I thought of Human Torch from Fantastic Four. They all have one thing in common, they carry flames on their bodies. Over and over hypnotic ability himself, Lin Feng quickly fell into a kind of. Slowly, the figure in Lin Feng's mind disappeared. In Lin Feng's eyes, there was only flame burning. In this way, Lin Feng seemed to have caught the inspiration. In an instant, a small flame, blessed to the soul, suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's palm. As thick as a thumb, it burns constantly. Successful. Lin Feng frowned, looking at the flame in his hand. It looked as if it would go out at any moment, but it was indeed a flame with warmth. With a thought. Boom! The flame of the thumb-like file size jumped to the basketball file size in an instant. Wow. Okay. Lin Feng clenched his fist excitedly, and the flame disappeared in an instant. Open the palm again, and the flame reappears. The flame is constantly shapeshifting with Lin Feng's ideas, disappearing and reappearing. Really mastered the ability to control fire? Look, I'll just say yes. The system's voice rang again. Lin Feng nodded, clenched his fists and spread his palms, having a great time playing. His actions caught the eyes of the drinkers in the bar, accompanied by small exclamations from the women. Seeing his flames flickering, I thought he was performing some kind of show. After playing for a long time, Lin Feng felt much better. Got up to pay the bill, and left the transfer star directly. Picking a relatively large barren planet at random, Lin Feng experimented with the fire control ability. There is no one here, and Lin Feng is not afraid of any damage at all. He wants to see how far this flame can be controlled. With just a thought, flames began to burst out of Lin Feng's body. In an instant, he turned into a flame man. Like the Human Torch from Fantastic Four, the flame can adjust the temperature according to Lin Feng's idea. When the flame turns white, it can easily melt the hard rock under your feet. Stretching out his hand to hold it, a huge sword composed entirely of flames condensed in the air. Swiping down, the ground was easily plowed, and the fracture could not withstand the high temperature and began to melt, showing the extent of the damage. Not bad. Lin Feng exclaimed in relief. Although the help to combat power was not too great, it allowed Lin Feng to find a way to activate the new ability. And the means of attack have become more abundant and diverse. Lin Feng simply sat cross-legged on the barren planet, studying the new ability. Anyway, there is nothing wrong now, and the potential crisis of Blue Star has also been resolved by him. Why not take this opportunity to activate a few more new abilities? Lin Feng's idea is good. The crisis from the outside world has been resolved. But on the Blue Star, some restless insiders started the bug operation again. On Blue Star, Tony was humming and punching a set of bastard punches. The high-intensity movements made him sweat profusely. He and Stinger have developed a bunch of combo skills, and they are getting familiar with each other's cooperation during this period of time. The Stinger strengthened Tony's physique. What he needed now was near-fighting ability dexterity. To put it bluntly, right now he can fight Captain America head-on all day long, without using Stinger and battlesuit. Sir, a new invitation. J.A.R.V.I.S. interrupts Tony's workout. Tony stopped what he was doing out of breath. Taking a towel to wipe off his sweat, Tony sat down in front of the computer and clicked on the invitation letter on the screen. Territory, Twister Authority. Tony frowned, feeling bad. Sure enough, when he saw the first page, Tony's face darkened. I couldn't help holding my forehead, and sighed. I was really afraid of something. When Tony read all the words patiently, his face was as dark as a stinger. There are really people who are not afraid of death. Who else received the invitation? Throwing the towel on the table, Tony asked JARVIS. Sir, all members of Avengers have received it. There is an email sent to Mr. Lin Feng's mailbox, but Mr. Lin Feng is not currently in Blue Star. Lin Feng. Tony's eyes sparkled. This invitation letter is a signal, which means that what was shown to Lin Feng last time has already started the process of putting it on the stage. J.A.R.V.I.S. Call Lin Feng. Tony ordered after thinking for a while. Lin Feng gave Tony and Susan a communication device to communicate with each other last time. As long as Lin Feng is still in the Marvel Universe, he can be contacted, and the speed is extremely fast. As for Lin Feng, he has been wandering around the barren planet for 3 days. Definitely, not loafing around. After 3 days, Lin Feng became more and more proficient in the development and application of the new ability. What control ice, control fire, become bigger and smaller. Transform into Iceman, Fireman, who is also half ice and half fire. Lin Feng was having fun, completely letting himself go. Danang becomes as big as Ultraman, and Xiaonang becomes as small as an ant, which is not the limit. And it can also zoom in on a certain part of the body individually. After being amazed, Lin Feng tried the giant elephant whip without any hesitation. Cool? More importantly, the developed abilities are completely unlimited. As long as Lin Feng believes in its rationality enough, there is a great probability of obtaining the corresponding ability. Even Lin Feng has achieved invisibility and space travel within a certain range. Now you don't need that ring to be invisible, and there is no time limit. Thinking about the battle scenes in the future, it is simply not too beautiful. A titan with a height of tens of meters to hundreds of meters, the left half of his body is made of ice, and the right half of his body is made of fire. Incomparably huge amounts of Changlong came up with a move, and the ice and fire giant elephant swung his whip violently. Tisk tisk tisk, Lin Feng died on the spot. Don't talk about this. Lin Feng plans to make a duplication ability next. The previous abilities are more for entertainment. After all, Superman's fist and heat ray are almost the most direct means of attack. The duplication ability is the ability to actually increase combat effectiveness and combat methods. Doctor Strange can achieve duplication through magic, and Lin Feng thinks he can too. There is no need to care about theories or science at all, being Superman is just so unreasonable. It smells so good. But just when Lin Feng was about to believe that he could create a duplication, the communicator rang. Lin Feng stopped thinking, took out the communicator, and connected it casually. Tony. What's the matter? What's wrong with Blue Star? Lin Feng asked. This communicator was given to Tony to prevent Blue Star from going wrong. Under normal circumstances, Tony would not contact himself. Tony pondered for a moment. There is nothing wrong with Lansing, but there is one thing involving you. If you have nothing to do in the universe, come back. Tony felt that it was better to talk about this matter face to face, since Lin Feng was in the universe and couldn't solve any problems. It involves me. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, not quite understanding. Okay, I'll pack up and go find you directly. Lin Feng didn't refuse, and he wasn't busy right now. Okay, in the Stark building. Tony gave the address. To make. Lin Feng hung up the communicator and stood up. The planet in front of him has already been blown up by himself. These are all the havoc he caused when he experimented with the new ability. Gently twist the time gem to quickly snap it back into shape. Mama said, be a responsible and good boy. After tidying up, Lin Feng set off for Blue Star. The ability of duplication, please activate it next time. Tony's tone seemed much more serious than usual, and he didn't know what happened. Thinking about it, Lin Feng returned to Blue Star. This time, instead of using the ability of the space gem, he used the ability to travel through space that he had just acquired. For this ability, Lin Feng thought hard for a long time, but almost failed. Arriving at Blue Star, Lin Feng didn't go home, and flew directly to the top of the Stark building. There is also an entrance at the top to enter. Lin Feng jumped directly to the big room on the top floor. It was Tony's private space, with large floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the bustling street below. Hi, Tony. Lin Feng didn't even look at it, and greeted him as soon as he entered the door. After walking 2 steps inside, he realized that there were a lot of people today. Not only Tony, Black Widow, Captain America, Dr. Banner, and Hawkeye are also there. All the Avengers members seem to be there. At the moment, Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye were holding a tablet and looking at something, frowning. Captain America was also sitting alone on the sofa, posing in a contemplative pose. And Banner, surrounded by Stark and Rhodes, discussed in a low voice. Judging from the atmosphere, it should be quite serious, because the expressions of several people are not very good. Hey, everyone is there. Lin Feng looked around and said with a smile. Everyone is an acquaintance, and knows Lin Feng. The appearance of Lin Feng diverted everyone's attention. Seeing Lin Feng, several people smiled and got up to say hello. Lin Feng, long time no see. Welcome back. Although Lin Feng is not a member of Avengers, everyone is a superhero protecting Blue Star. We also fought side by side in the Chidori incident. Besides, Lin Feng's ability is the strongest among them, which is enough to gain everyone's respect. Tony walked over with a glass of whiskey. The matter of infinite gems, resolved. Lin Feng nodded, took the wine glass, and sat down on the sofa. Isn't this definitely a matter of course? I still have times when I miss it. When snapping his fingers, Lin Feng deliberately avoided the Blue Star, so Tony and others still knew what Lin Feng did in the universe. Lin Feng lay on the sofa, a little lazy. Still at home. Blue Star's crisis has been resolved. Tell me what happened, why are you all frowning? Hearing this, several people looked at each other in blank dismay, their brows furrowed together again. Seeing several people who didn't know where to start, Natasha Romanoff stood up, walked slowly to Lin Feng's side, and pushed the tablet over. Look, this matter is being discussed now. Huh. Lin Feng put down his wine glass, turned his gaze to the tablet, and looked at the reason for their frowning. Enter a line of big characters. 117 Lian Zhong Bureau signed, Superhero Control Plan. Lin Feng? That's enough. The first line made him no longer want to read. When you see these words, you know what happened. Last time Tony showed Lin Feng this thing. Lin Feng couldn't help laughing a little. When he saw it last time, he thought that the authorities could stop their horses from a precipice and find their way back. Now it seems that he really gave too much face, and started to jump up and die. The gathering of Avengers here is enough to prove one thing. That is the plan, which has already begun to be implemented. These gangsters really dare to make this kind of thing. It's true that after sitting in the office for a long time, the butt can be used as a head. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows and sighed as he looked at the bustling street scene below. I have to say that no matter in which world, there are some fat-minded Z customers jumping around. They try to take everything in their own hands, regardless of whether they can control it or not. In the end, it ended up with a broken family. But there are still countless people rushing forward, like moths to a flame. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't speak anymore. Everyone, look at me and I look at you, but I don't know what to say. Although Lin Feng is not in their team, but his strength is too dazzling, everyone will unconsciously regard him as the backbone, the one who makes up their minds. Now he stopped talking, and after everyone looked at each other, they could only focus on the sitting Captain America. Captain America has the qualities of kindness and dedication, no matter in mission or in life, he is a stable group. Lin Feng didn't speak, and several people subconsciously looked at him. Captain America also waved his hands when he saw several people looking at him. What do you think? More than 100 members of the United Public Security Bureau, almost representing the vast majority of kingdoms on Blue Star, even Wakanda has signed. Not going, maybe it's not the way. Captain America also didn't want to go, but the situation forced him to go. Tony agrees with Captain America that he knows the Z customers. Indeed, there is no way to avoid going there. They are nothing more than afraid of superheroes' power beyond their control. After all, we have something more threatening than nuclear bombs here. While talking, Tony glanced at the back of Lin Feng standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, meaning something. The heat ray that this guy sent out during the Chidori incident was like killing a god, and anyone who saw it would have a heart tremble. This kind of extremely destructive human-shaped weapon is released, and it is not just talking about destroying a small country. He has dealt with those Z clients in the Grey Palace more than once, and he knows what they are thinking and what they are afraid of. Lin Feng was too terrifying. There is almost no existence on the Blue Star that can restrict him. Judging from Lin Feng's current performance, even nuclear bombs may not be able to pose a threat to him. So these lunatics tried to exchange a few pages for their own peace of mind. But to really anger Lin Feng, Tony felt that these few pages were just a decoration. I'm surprised why such a serious matter is discussed at the dinner table. Natasha Romanoff interjected with a little doubt on her face. When I received this, I thought it was a prank. Who would bring such a serious thing to the dinner table? Captain America and others nodded in agreement, but they didn't understand. This is the first time that the plan to be promulgated is put on the dinner table, which makes people feel that it is a bit of a joke. Tony gave the answer after thinking about it. I think it might be because of Lin Feng. Lin Feng. They looked at Lin Feng and then at Tony. Lin Feng is an Oriental, and the J.A.R.V.I.S data database shows that Orientals like to discuss business at the dinner table. Good atmosphere, easy things to do. Lin Feng's strength makes them have to pay attention to it, which may be the reason why this plan was issued through the invitation letter. What you said is reasonable and well-founded, and Natasha Romanoff gave me a blank stare. But it's not as simple as talking about business. Tony shrugged. You're right. 80% of those guys, they didn't do their homework well. You know, they've always had problems here. Tony nodded his head, metaphorically. So, let's go. Hawkeye, who had been silent all this time, asked the most important question. Several people looked at each other in a circle again. Since you can't hide, let's go. Captain America stood up and said with determination. See what they have to say. Besides, the plan will only take effect if we sign it, won't it? Several people nodded in agreement. You can't hide from hiding, so let's see the trick. Lin Feng. Natasha Romanoff yelled at Lin Feng by the window, wanting to ask him if he would go. After all, Lin Feng doesn't belong to the Avengers Alliance. If Lin Feng doesn't go, no one can say anything. But Lin Feng didn't seem to hear Natasha Romanoff's call. He continued to look downstairs, with a smile on his face, full of interest. Obsessed with something? Natasha Romanoff stepped forward suspiciously, and followed Lin Feng's gaze. You can only see pedestrians and vehicles that are as file-sized as ants, and they are so densely packed that you can't see clearly. Hey, Lin Feng. Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but patted Lin Feng's shoulder, and then brought Lin Feng back to his senses. What's the matter? Lin Feng withdrew his gaze reluctantly, and looked at Natasha Romanoff suspiciously. What are you looking at? Oh, I'm looking at the excavator. Lin Feng replied subconsciously. Natasha Romanoff? Excavator. The tone was full of disbelief. Did you just look at the excavator and get distracted? Natasha Romanoff's expression was extremely strange, and she even plucked her ears to make sure she heard correctly. After reacting, Lin Feng licked his lips in embarrassment. When I was about to speak, I realized that everyone in the room was looking at me. Good guy, superhero is distracted by the excavator? They are discussing such a serious matter here, but Lin Feng is looking at the excavator? Pissed. Tony laughed first. Sorry, I can't help it. In Lin Feng's eyes, the Z customers who co-authored the Grey Palace are not as attractive as excavators. Lin, if you like that thing, I'll buy one for you later. Captain America and Hawkeye also showed expressions that everyone understands. They unexpectedly understood Lin Feng. Men love to see diggers, and they are no exception. From a 99-year-old man to a toddler, there is no one who doesn't like looking at excavators. For a moment, the originally serious atmosphere became relaxed by the word Lin Feng excavator. Lin Feng couldn't bear so many teasing gazes, and scratched his head with a sneer. Okay, let's get down to business. What do you want me to do? He had just seen Central Park, and there was an excavator digging. I was fascinated by watching it. Sure enough, a man is a teenager until he dies. As strong as Silver Superman, and loves watching excavators at work. Ask if you're going there. Dinner party. Natasha Romanoff gave Lin Feng a hygienic kick. She couldn't understand why men like to look at excavators. Dinner. Lin Feng muttered something. Go, why not go? Like Steve said, look what they say. I hope they can recognize themselves, otherwise I don't mind helping them. Lin Feng said in a flat tone, but his smile was a bit creepy. Although he was looking at the excavator just now, Lin Feng still remembered what Captain America and the others said. It's just a momentary distraction. After a little recollection, I know what everyone said. Seeing that Lin Feng also agreed to go, Captain America seemed relieved. Now that it's decided, let's go to the appointment on time. 6 o'clock tomorrow night. Don't be late, everyone. Oh, and more. After Captain America finished speaking, he suddenly looked at Lin Feng and gave a special reminder. Lin Feng, promise me, don't be impulsive. He was afraid that during the dinner, Lin Feng would impulsively send a heat ray to those Z customers, and he would not be able to stop it. Don't worry, I have a sense of proportion. Lin Feng nodded and gave Captain America a reassuring look. He definitely won't kill those old guys, which will set off huge amounts of public opinion and make people question the existence of superhero. And it is likely to affect Tony and others. We are all friends. Lin Feng will not be so selfish. In the world of adults, sometimes it is necessary to compromise some things. Definitely, that shit plan, Lin Feng didn't decide to sign him. Although it is not enough to kill them, some severe lessons are indispensable. This time, we must give them a warning and let them know their tough attitude, so as to avoid similar things from happening in the future. After making a decision, several people went back to their respective homes to find their respective mothers. Go back and do your homework, so that you can use it to deal with the plan for tomorrow night. After everyone dispersed, Lin Feng nestled down on Tony's sofa again. He was in no hurry to leave. Compared with the others, although Lin Feng did not join the Avengers Alliance, his relationship with Tony is indeed the best. After all, he saved Tony in the first place and helped Tony so much. To be honest, in the Marvel series of movies, Lin Feng's favorite character should be Iron Man. It's a pity that I don't know if I can see Iron Man movies in the future. Tony also shrugged indifferently, poured himself a glass of wine, and sat not far from Lin Feng. Unexpectedly, this plan was released. He looked out the window, the sun had risen. Time gradually came to night. The last time he showed Lin Feng this plan, Tony was already mentally prepared, but when it was actually released, Tony also felt uncomfortable. After all, no one likes to be restrained by others. Who can guarantee that they are really for the people? Yes. Lin Feng continued. It's perfect to describe those guys with lard blindfolded. But I won't sign that bullshit plan. I hope they don't get entangled tomorrow. If you don't sign, can they let you go? Tony laughed. Hey Superman, do you know what they're thinking now? Controlling Superman is equivalent to controlling the nuclear weapons of the new age. The source of the information Tony is too lazy to say. They are all invisible. Lin Feng sneered, but was not annoyed. They never thought that this nuclear weapon would fall on their own heads. I don't know about that, you know, maybe they think that ability can control you. Tony waved his hand, with disgust in his eyes. Those guys are hypocritical and mercenary. Tony looks down on them. Lin Feng didn't care, wanted to control Superman? 80% is to catch Susan. They can do anything for their own benefit. But Susan has a bunch of self-defense props given by Lin Feng. To put it bluntly, once the special kryptonite is activated, no one on Blue Star can beat Susan except Lin Feng. If those Z customers really think it is so simple, then they will cry. Come on, don't talk about these annoying things. Lin Feng resolutely put an end to this topic. Talking too much makes people upset, and all the results will be announced tomorrow. Tell me about other things. I have a super large spaceship here. Are you interested in studying it? Lin Feng changed his smiling face and said mysteriously. Hearing the spaceship, Tony's eyes lit up immediately. How big is it? Lin Feng thought for a while. It must be at least 2 kilometers long. Lin Feng did not calculate the exact length of Holy Place number 2, but when that thing drove up to Blue Star, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it covered the sky and the sun. It came from a cosmic overlord. You can also perform space jumps. I don't need to tell you about the technological content inside. Lin Feng gave Tony an understanding look. Can you still space jump? Tony smiled and couldn't help rubbing his hands together. Interested, very interested. In terms of technology, he has the most say. And with the addition of the Stinger, Tony's brain has reached a whole new level. 2,000 meters, it can't be called a spaceship anymore. It should be called a cosmic fortress. Can Tony not be interested? Lin Feng chuckled and said, all right then, where can I put it for you? Does Stark Industries have such a large factory building? How about putting it in the universe for you? Lin Feng asked. The Holy Place too. I wanted to study it for Tony when I came back last time, but a series of things made Lin Feng forget that there was still this. He is going to let Tony study and understand the technology, and then share it with the Eastern Spear Bureau. As for why not directly give it to the God Spear Bureau? Definitely, at present, Tony's scientific research strength is relatively strong. Although it is decided to help the fellow villagers, there must be a suitable method. It is not unreasonable to put it in the universe. Holy Place number 2 is too big to hide. If you put it on Blue Star for research, you will inevitably be targeted by some mice in various regions. Among other things, Lin Feng was released today. The message reaches S.H.I.E.L.D. in less than half an hour. This group of people can't do anything else. The intelligence ability is 6 to fly. Tony rubbed his chin in thought for a moment, then shook his head. The universe is not good. It is not very convenient to study. Well, I'll build a factory in the suburbs under the name of Stark Industries, and you put it there. As for safety, don't worry. Tony waved his hand. He understood what Lin Feng wanted to put the spaceship into space. But the technological power under him is not vegetarian. I have a bunch of idle battle suits under my command now. Although they are not as powerful as the Mark 85, there is still no problem in dealing with some malicious things. Lin Feng made Tony see the wider universe. Tony has also always been someone who likes to plan for a rainy day. So in my spare time, I used it to build countless armors with special functions. Rescue, engineering, security, medical treatment, all kinds of functions are countless. Alright. Lin Feng had no objection. Then you should build the factory first. It won't be too late to talk about it until after the pre-plan tomorrow. With Tony's current defense strength, it is almost impossible to remove such a large thing from him. At most, it is to share a part with the Grey Palace. The next day, the venue was set at the Jotun Hotel, a beautiful mid-level hotel. Only the rich and important people are accepted here, the kind that most people can't even come to. So the environment is very comfortable. After 5 o'clock, people from the Avengers Alliance arrived one after another. Lin Feng was not late either. Lin Feng would not play with such a childish trick. I haven't seen Secretary G for a while, the original secretary of the bureau. After thinking about it, I changed it. Everyone didn't care, they just went to the reserved big room in advance. The room was luxuriously furnished with a square dining table. At the end of the dining table, there is a huge screen covering the entire wall. It can be used for meetings, and can also be used to play some comfortable natural scenes during meals to enhance the dining experience. Lin Feng found a seat and sat down next to Natasha Romanoff. After all, she is the only woman here. It's better than sitting with a bunch of big guys, opposites attract. Next to Lin Feng sat Tony, and on the other side of Natasha Romanoff sat Captain America. After the few people were seated, they began to chat with each other. Lin Feng was also in a good mood, and chatted with Natasha Romanoff about some interesting things in the universe. No one seems to take tonight's plan too seriously. The main reason is that there is no good way for a few people, they can only talk about tricks. Not long, 6 o'clock. At the entrance of the hotel, a black bulletproof customized Chevrolet was ushered in. Several security personnel in black suits quickly greeted him. The car door opened, and the Secretary of State G stepped out. This time, he will preside over the plan. Sir. The security personnel greeted him and handed out a document with both hands. The Secretary of State straightened his dark suit, and there was a hint of mischief between his eyebrows. Is everything here? He took the file, opened it, flipped through it, and walked vigorously to the hotel. All here, sir. Is Lin Feng here? Here we come, sir. Very good. Secretary G closed the document after signing it, then turned to ask the assistant behind him, how is the preparation of the materials? The assistant trotted 2 steps to keep up with Secretary G. All uploaded. Rogers, Stark, and Lin Feng are still the biggest obstacles to the signing of this plan. Secretary G nodded, not surprised. His team has predicted and analyzed countless times. It is a difficult problem for Lin Feng and Tony to carry out this plan. However, for these 3 obstacles, the group also discussed the corresponding solutions. If it doesn't go well, let them mess up inside first. For the people, some things should be sacrificed. Secretary G thought, and his smile became a little sinister. He wanted to see how Lin Feng and Tony Stark would react when they got to that point. Walking to the foyer, he straightened his suit again, and Secretary G pushed the door open and entered. The originally lively declamation came to an abrupt end because of his arrival. Several eyes gathered on him one after another. Secretary G was not in a panic, and walked in casually to say hello. After a period of unnutritious mutual bragging, they began to enter the topic. Secretary G reached out to the waiter and ordered the dishes to be served. Then, everyone must know that this invitation is for one thing. It is the signing of the superhero control plan. Secretary G looked around for a week, except for Lin Feng. Everyone else's expressions became more or less serious. This plan is tailored based on your long-term performance and future development. And I'm here to tell you why this plan was introduced. After Secretary G finished speaking, he nodded to the guard by the door. The guard immediately handed over a remote control. In the restaurant, the entire large wall of the screen also lit up following the operation. The emergence of the Avengers is undoubtedly a good sign. Whip Twister aliens, Hulk, and all sorts of smaller events and all that stuff. The world owes Avengers huge amounts of favor. You fought for us, risked his life to protect us. Secretary G's speech was sophisticated, focused on the key points, and praised everyone in the Avengers. But all the old superheroes present, no one will be happy because of his 2 words. Just quietly watching Secretary G's performance. Oh definitely, the most dazzling one is Mr. Lin Feng. Although Mr. Lin Feng rarely makes shots now, but that doesn't take away from the contributions he's had all along. Secretary G smiled all over his face, looking at Lin Feng sincerely. Natasha Romanoff teasingly elbowed Lin Feng. Tony was fiddling with something, shaking his head and laughing. Lin Feng yawned, curled his lips secretly. He didn't feel this flattery, because he knew that the Secretary of State would have nothing good to say next. Secretary G didn't care, and continued talking on his own. Many people regard you as heroes, but more people prefer to use the word vigilante. Having said that, Secretary G's smile stopped and became a little serious and depressed. And I prefer to call you dangerous. You guys are more like superhumans living in the United States. Often disregarding regions and borders, imposing your will on anyone at will, and completely disregarding the consequences. These words are naked, serious, and cruel. From this sentence, the atmosphere of the scene seemed to have undergone a subtle change. Captain America subconsciously glanced at the others. Most of them continued to look at Secretary G blankly. Secretary G held a remote control and reached out to press the button on it. Huge amounts of wall screens began to flash pictures one after another. Clear and bright, they are all scenes when Avengers members perform tasks. But unlike the fight against criminals, the perspective of these images has been switched to ordinary people who have been victimized. Let's take a look. Secretary G called up a video. The Chidori incident. Banner's transformation into the Hulk wreaked havoc against the Zeta Swiss soldier. Falling buildings ruthlessly smashed into innocent people. Numerous people were injured, and more seriously, even died on the spot. Iron Man Tony, while flying the Leviathan kite, destroys the building. It is clearly visible on the screen that the people in the building are screaming in despair. There are even close-ups of their desperate eyes. Tony continued to fiddle with the ornaments in his hand with a blank expression, while Banner couldn't bear to look directly, and turned his head away in shame. Hulk he really can't control. Hulk incident. Secretary G seemed not to let the ashamed Banner go, and continued to press the button. Video of the Hulk and the abomination wreaking havoc on the street was released. Another group of screaming desperate people, as well as soldiers who had to bite the bullet and look frightened. Banner's head is almost hidden under the table. Seeing the scenes of these ordinary people being victimized, several people at the scene frowned and remained silent. Where there is war, there will be casualties. Secretary G seems to be deliberately avoiding their achievements and magnifying the consequences of war. Wharton DC incident. The screen changes again, with huge amounts of S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier falling from the sky. The scene was shocking and brutal. It is the scene in Captain America 2. In this time period, the Captain America 2 event has happened a while ago. Captain America also knew that Bucky was still alive. Seeing that everyone fell silent, Secretary G was very satisfied, but his face was still serious. In the past few years, you have acted recklessly without any supervision and control. The kingdoms cannot tolerate this situation happening again. That's why we have the current control plan. The Secretary of State put the thick-eared superhero control plan on the table. 117 kingdoms signed together. It stipulates that Avengers is no longer a private organization. All your actions must be supervised by the special team of the United Public Security Bureau, and only if the team deems it necessary to take action. The plan was passed around, and no one wanted to read it. This thing has already been seen in the Stark building. Everyone was silent for a while, and Lin Feng didn't speak. He just watched the Secretary of State's performance, but there was disdain on the corner of his mouth. Avengers was formed to make the world safer. Captain America didn't look up, and stopped when the plan was passed on to him. He patted the plan, but didn't open it. I think we've already done it. Secretary G shook his head. He didn't think so. So, can you tell me where Thor and Loki are? What would happen if I misplaced the 30-megaton nuclear bomb? He compared Thor to a nuclear bomb, an uncontrolled nuclear bomb, magnifying the danger of Thor. Compromising at the right time and providing guarantees are the best way to do things. Secretary G said to Captain America before continuing to walk forward. Only the nuclear bomb in your hands is safer. Believe me, this is the most compromise method. Secretary G pointed to the thick plan and said in conclusion. In 3 days, the United Public Security Bureau will meet in Vienna and approve the plan. Now, let's talk about your opinions. The Secretary of State G blocked the words, without giving everyone a chance to refuse. During the speech, it was completely telling everyone that this plan must be signed, and if it is not signed, it is against the 117 Kingdom Lianzhong Bureau. After a moment of silence, Natasha Romanoff took the plan from the opposite party. What if we insist on not signing this plan? She asked tentatively. When the Secretary of State was bawling, everyone had already thought about a lot of things in their minds. The Secretary of State G undoubtedly wanted to mislead everyone, and the purpose was to sign this plan for everyone. Not to sign. Secretary G's face turned cold, and he said in a strong tone, then you all retire. The widowed sister who had said a word was speechless, and could only forcefully pull out a smile. Even a superhero must abide by the law and the decisions of the managers. After all, superhero may be able to hit 10 or 100. But when faced with thousands of hot weapons, they will be helpless. And no matter how you look at it, starting a war is not the solution. As everyone thought, this plan is not so easy to solve. The widow lowered her head in embarrassment, not knowing what she was thinking. Her face was a little far-fetched. Lin Feng sighed. He couldn't stand it anymore. Retire. It's good to retire. Lin Feng chose to break the deadlock, applauding while talking. Everyone sitting here does not have enough confidence and strength to fight against the authorities. If Lin Feng does not stand up, things will be deadlocked. The better thing is that everyone signs the plan, and the worst result is civil war just like in Captain America 3. Moreover, Secretary of State, an old fellow, is also very capable of secretly changing concepts. In the Marvel Universe, the people in the Grey Palace don't have the concept of life, only the victory and defeat of war. What if superheroes are arranged to perform inhumane tasks with the slogan of serving the people? Holding superhero in your hands is like controlling the outcome of a war. In the final analysis, it is still for power and selfishness. Take a look at the so-called superheroes controlled by the black-robed picket team. They have become a plaything for entertainment and power. In the movie, Captain America does not sign the plan because it runs counter to his ideals of equality and true freedom. Since the Secretary of State is going to mislead everyone, Lin Feng is going to spread these out one by one, and lift the veil of their hypocrisy. To be honest, I have long wanted to live a retired life. Lying on the beach all day, picking up girls, drinking a little wine, isn't life beautiful? Lin Feng leaned back seriously, crossed his legs, with a relaxed and yearning expression on his face. He poked Tony. Am I right, player Tony? I remember you living like this before, didn't you? Faced with Lin Feng's raised eyebrows and ridicule, Tony also rolled his eyes helplessly. Can you not mention his past affairs? He just wants to see little Morgan as soon as possible. But Lin Feng is my best friend, and I definitely want to praise Lin Feng. Yes, that's right. Tony nodded, turning into an echo worm. Secretary Ji looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression, but didn't speak, because he expected Lin Feng to make a noise. Oh, that's right. Lin Feng stared at the Secretary of State unceremoniously. I'm not a member of Avengers, I wonder if there is any retirement salary. To be honest, although I have no organization, I feel that I should be given a share of my retirement salary. Lin Feng didn't want to hide his strength. He casually reached out and pointed at the screen, and a red light shot out. The pictures on the screen changed rapidly, and the perspective came to the universe. Although the division of labor is different, Avengers deals with threats from the Blue Star, and I deal with threats from the universe. I personally think that although the territories are different, the work is similar, isn't it? With Lin Feng's adjustments, the picture turned into pictures of interstellar wars. These include Thanos destroying the life of the planet, and the Predators wantonly smashing, looting, and burning the living planet. There are also some terrifying forces. The big blue star on the battleship target makes people tremble with fear. Sign the control plan. Lin Feng sneered disdainfully. Let's not talk about it. When commanding superhero, will there be selfishness? After all, there are some shady things, you and I understand. There are no children here, don't try to hide it from Superman's eyes. Also, let me ask, what will the joint team do when dealing with these dangers? Lin Feng pointed to the screen and asked. Their brains are more developed than superhero. Their predictions are more accurate than superhero. Come on, tell me. How can the wolves under the command of Ares exert their combat effectiveness? Lin Feng pointed his sword at the Secretary of State every word, without any intention of being merciful at all. In my opinion, your so-called control will only become a bondage for the Avengers to save the world. And I don't know, are you avoiding it on purpose, or you can really forget it? Superhero, just reduce casualties. Instead of saying that there were no casualties at all. Am I right? Lin Feng stood up and patted Secretary Ji on the shoulder. The ridicule and sarcasm in his eyes were undisguised, and the Secretary of State's face was almost blackened. With so many warriors under his command, how could he not know that casualties are inevitable? You should know better than me, right? If a disaster happens, there will be unavoidable casualties. Recall, countless warriors are controlled by you, which battle did not cause casualties. Look at what they are fighting for. Is it really the safety of the people? I don't think so. Money, minerals, all I see is plunder. Only struggle? Everyone has selfishness. How dark are those people in the Grey Palace? Do you need me to give you a special document? How can you guarantee that the Lianzhong team must supervise the Avengers from the perspective of the public? Lin Feng was like a cannonball, spewing out all the things that could be said but could not be said. Avoiding the important and taking the light, secretly changing the concept, these crazy tricks of the United States Grey Palace, were spoken out by Lin Feng Chiguakuo. The veins on Secretary Ji's neck were all up, but he had no reason to refute. I just feel that Lin Feng is too bold to dare to say such things. No way, others don't have the courage to say it, but Lin Feng is different, he can resist a kingdom by himself. Whoever disagrees with these points of view, Lin Feng can throw out evidence that he can't read all his life? Lin Feng didn't intend to let Secretary Ji go, and directly delivered the final blow. What I admire even more is that you still have the nerve to post Hulk and hate videos. Tisk tisk tisk, if I remember correctly, these two behemoths seem to be the result of research by J-Party. Every time something like this happens, just randomly kick out a scapegoat. I think you guys spent more time playing than I imagined. So in my opinion, this plan is completely formulated to shirk responsibility. Shift your original faults to superhero, what I said, right? Lin Feng looked straight into the eyes of the Secretary of State, with a shocking coldness. It was clearly his own fault, but he released it and planted it on the Avengers. This move is so fun. Captain America and the others looked at each other, the meaning in their eyes was self-evident. It was really almost taken astray, whether it was Hulk or the Abomination, or Captain America's own super physique. Weren't they all products created by the J-side for victory? Secretary Ji's Adam's apple wriggled for a long while before he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Lin Feng's deliberate breath made him break out in a cold sweat. The sense of oppression was really too strong, as if facing thousands of muzzles. With Lin Feng around, the Sokovia incident would not have happened, so most people still refused to sign the plan, including Tony. Maybe only Rhodes from Side J thought more comprehensively, so let's hesitation there. What he considered more was the consequences of disobeying this plan. But just like Lin Feng thought, originally there is no big problem with the plan. Although it violates some free speech, but for the future of the people, some restrictions need to be modified. But the biggest problem is that these guys did not really revise the plan for the sake of the people. Everyone has selfishness, and Lin Feng is not a child, so he will not believe the fair and just remarks of the Lianzhong group. Moreover, Lin Feng was not empty-handed. Regarding the secret calculations of the joint team formed by 117, Lin Feng had heard it all. For these guys in Grey Palace, Lin Feng can only say hee hee. Not even Captain America believed them, let alone convinced Lin Feng. The Secretary of State Ji took a deep breath, and constantly reminded himself to be calm in his heart. What Mr. Lin Feng said may be right. Secretary Ji spoke, his voice trembling slightly. Lin Feng's coercion made him feel fear from the biological instinct level. But for many years in a high position, the psychological quality is not comparable to that of ordinary people. He also knew that with so many people present, Lin Feng could only scare him, and would not actually do anything. Thinking about it this way, Secretary Ji's condition finally eased up a bit. He coughed and gained courage. Then continued to output to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin Feng, there is a saying in your East that says that those who are in power are obsessed, but those who are bystanders are clear. The joint team to control the Avengers is not just to reduce the tragedy. More importantly, they will not be like what Mr. Lin Feng said. They will throw away their personal feelings. More precise and quicker solution to problems, or impending disasters. I can guarantee this. Because they are all elites from 117 kingdoms. The Secretary of State made worthless promises there, but because Lin Feng's words fell to the front, they have already reversed everyone's thinking, and now no one wants to believe his nonsense. All of you here have more or less dealt with various high-level positions, and know what kind of existence this group is. Especially Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye have been agents for so many years, they have seen only darker, not the darkest. The Secretary of State also knew that his 2 words would not have much effect, but he did not panic, and launched the second plan without any hesitation. Let them first, chaos inside. I don't deny Mr. Lin Feng's statement, and I also think they have more or less selfish motives. In this case, wrong judgments are often made. It's not just us, it's superhero, no exception. The Secretary of State had something in his words, and he took a special look at Captain America and Tony, implying something. Lin Feng frowned, and sneered, what do you mean? The Secretary of State made a fool of himself. Look at what I got a while ago. I think Mr. Tony would be very interested. And I think this thing also fully demonstrates that superhero really needs to be controlled. Secretary Ji said, and pressed the remote control in his hand again. The screen changed after a burst of snowflakes. Lin Feng looked at the screen to see what the Secretary of State was up to. What appeared on the screen was the scene of a car accident. December 16, 1991. The picture time is a bit long, it seems to be taken by the camera. The technology at that time was not as advanced as it is now, so the monitoring screen was a bit blurry. But it's not hard to tell what's happening in the picture. It is a straight road. On the highway, a luxury car belonging to that era emitted blue smoke under the violent impact. It looks like a normal car accident scene, or a loss of control of the vehicle. After a while, a middle-aged man with white hair but neatly groomed opened the car door with blood on his head and climbed out. Boom! Tony slapped his hand on the table, his eyes narrowed. His eyes flickered, and within a short time, he recognized the characters in the picture. It's his father, Howard Stark. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, and he screamed inwardly. He also recognized this scene. It's Bucky killing Stark's parents. His eyes were like a knife to the Secretary of State. Lin Feng figured it out in an instant. This old guy wanted to provoke a conflict between Captain America and Tony. On the screen, a locomotive stopped next to Howard. A soldier with muscles comparable to Captain America got off the car. It's just his left arm, but there is a reflective metal arm. It's Bucky. Save my wife. Please, save her. In the picture, Howard Stark is struggling to crawl on the ground. He didn't care about his injuries, but begged the soldiers in front of him to save his wife. Bucky didn't seem to hear it. His face was cold and expressionless. He grabbed Howard's hair with one hand and lifted him up. Howard called out Bucky's name in some surprise. Instead, it was Bucky's fierce metal fist. Boom, boom, one punch, another punch, like a punch in the heart of Tony. Tony was so flawed that he wanted to close his eyes and not watch this cruel scene. But how could he let go of the truth? After a few punches, Howard was dead. Throwing him back into the car, Bucky walked unhurriedly to the passenger side of the vehicle. Under Tony's fire-breathing gaze, he slowly climbed up his mother's neck. Then with a force, the picture stopped abruptly. Tony finally closed his eyes, his fists on the table were clenched, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Uncontrollable disorder of breathing, boundless hatred, and anger bred in my heart. It turned out that his parents did not die in a car accident. He has never known, has been kept in the dark. Knowing the truth, Tony couldn't control his anger even more. It's Bucky. Secretary Ji was very satisfied when he saw Tony's performance. In the picture, it's Bucky. He repeated, looking at Captain America. By the way, Captain America lowered his head with embarrassment and guilt on his face. He didn't dare to look up at Tony. Bucky, Roger's friend. And it's funny that Rogers knew about it and didn't tell you, Tony. Just out of fear of your revenge, let him lose this best friend. After all, Bucky is still alive now. I think this is what Mr. Lin Feng said, selfishness. Is it right? Secretary Ji's words pierced Tony's heart like a spike. Honestly, I feel so sorry for your parents, and you, Tony. When your teammate's friend is your enemy, what would you do? Secretary Ji acted with regret on his face, and kept fighting. As soon as the words fell, Tony opened his eyes suddenly, staring at Captain America with murderous eyes, angry and disappointed. Upon closer inspection, Tony's eyes were a little teary. What he said is true. Gritting his teeth, Tony asked Captain America for proof word by word. Captain America opened and closed his mouth, with a look of guilt and embarrassment, not knowing what to say. His character made it impossible for him to tell this lie. Tony, I can explain. Boom. Tony got up straight away, knocked over the chair, and walked quickly towards the door. He ignored Captain America, whose words had proven what the Secretary of State had said. Tony, Tony. Captain America stood up and tried to call Tony, but Tony, whose mind was completely occupied by anger and hatred, couldn't hear his call. There is only one thought left in his mind now. Bucky's not dead yet. Find him and kill him. Watching Tony leave, everyone present looked at each other with complicated and bewildered expressions. Secretary G's second plan seems to have successfully caught them off guard. Everyone can predict what will happen next. If nothing else, Tony would go after Bucky. As for Captain America, hey, Lin Feng also sighed. He has the ability to prevent Secretary G from playing this screen. But by the time he realized it, the footage had already started playing. Although Lin Feng can cut off the broadcast of the screen, Lin Feng has no reason to prevent his friends from knowing the truth. And even if he stopped, Secretary G could show Tony this video at any time. He reached out and patted Secretary G on the shoulder again. His eyes were cold, like looking at a dead man, which made Secretary G feel cold in his heart. I'll come back to you after I've settled Tony's matter. Lin Feng's words were like ice thorns, piercing the Secretary of State's heart. He couldn't bear it anymore and shivered. Lin Feng withdrew his hand, and Secretary G felt a sharp pain from his shoulder. If there is no accident, it has been bruised. Without killing him on the spot, Lin Feng was already taking care of the overall situation. Go back? I'll go see Tony. Lin Feng said something to the crowd, and regardless of other things, he walked out of the hotel and jumped into the air, chasing after Tony. Everyone, you look at me, I look at you, and finally look at the Secretary of State. Then, they left without saying a word. This kind of thing happened, and the pre-planning thing is obviously impossible to deal with today. Natasha Romanoff walked up to Captain America and patted him. At the moments Captain America looked disappointed and worried. It's not your fault, Steve. Tony Captain America was still worried about Tony. On one side is the comrade in arms guarding the Blue Star, and on the other is his best friend and comrade in arms. An accident with either of them is not what Captain America wants to see. Don't worry, Lin Feng will persuade Tony. Natasha Romanoff comforted, but at the same time, she was also worried. In S.H.I.E.L.D, Lin Feng's personal model shows that in this case, Lin Feng will most likely choose to help Tony. Captain America had no choice but to nod and leave with Natasha Romanoff. Lin Feng used ability to locate Tony. At this moment, he was wearing a black battle armor, flying towards the Stark building, at an extremely fast speed, flying very violently. Even the car I drove when I came was thrown at the hotel. Sighing again, Lin Feng flew up to follow. J.A.R.V.I.S. Search people, Bucky, range, global. Priority highest? I want to know his whereabouts now. Tony fell into the Stark building, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and gave J.A.R.V.I.S. the order to hunt down Bucky directly. Knowing the truth, he couldn't wait for a moment. He wants revenge, and he wants it now. Received, sir, searching. Although he didn't know what happened, J.A.R.V.I.S. could also feel that the boss's state was not right, and started working quickly. Tony. Lin Feng also landed. He stood not far from Tony and called out softly. Tony didn't turn his head, his eyes fixed on the screen, constantly retrieving Bucky's location. But Lin Feng's powerful eyesight could see the vengeful flames in his eyes, the kind that almost lost his mind. Forest. Tony's lips were a little chapped, and his voice became a little hoarse and low. I'm going to kill him. Tell me you didn't come to stop me. He had a reason to kill Bucky, reasonable and capable. Stinger plus Tony, Captain America can't stop him, Natasha Romanoff can't, not even Hulk. The only thing that can stop him is the nuclear bomb and Lin Feng. In Tony's mind, Howard is an irresponsible old father. In Tony's eyes, he was cold and calculating. Never expressed any liking or love between relatives to Tony. He paid far less attention to his family, or himself, than to his research career. At least, he had always thought so before. But after knowing Morgan's existence, he has countless fantasies about how he will get along with Morgan. He will give her the best growing environment and the safest life path. He understood that in order to do this, he had to make himself stronger. This is one of the reasons why he accepted the Stinger, an alien parasite. Combined with the image left by Howard, the last paragraph. In my life, the greatest creation is you. Tony had grown to understand Howard Stark. Like himself, he is paving the way for future generations. It's just that the hurdle in my heart can't get over it for a while. To put it bluntly, it means that you are having trouble with yourself. But that doesn't take away from the fact that Howard is his father. No matter how dissatisfied, it was his father after all. How could Tony remain indifferent after seeing the truth? Lin Feng can understand Tony's mood. He has no intention of stopping Tony, and he has no right to stop Tony. I definitely won't stop you, Tony. I'm just here to tell you some truths, and I respect all your decisions, Tony. Lin Feng just wanted to tell Tony the truth. As for Tony's choice, Lin Feng was telling the truth. Even if Tony did kill Bucky afterwards, Lin Feng wouldn't stop it. Tony finally turned his head this time and looked at Lin Feng. His eyes were red. It will take a while to search for the location. Lin Feng understood what Tony meant in seconds. If Lin Feng wants to say something, it's best to say it clearly within this period of time. Lin Feng organized his language and explained the Howard incident. Howard's death was indeed murder. But I think you should be able to figure it out. Bucky is just a weapon. Just like guns, they are tools for killing people. Bucky was controlled by Hydra. He couldn't make his own choices. Your father killer, in a real sense, is Hydra. To be precise, it should have a lot to do with a guy named Zola. Lin Feng explained a few words, concise and to the point, but Tony was still a little unmoved. With a sigh, Lin Feng continued, Tony, I just want you to know who your real enemy is. I just hope you don't fall into the trap of Secretary G. He obviously wants us to mess up first. Lin Feng could clearly see Secretary of State's tricks. Tony is also a smart person, and he can see it, but it is difficult for the authorities to control themselves. Do you remember the twins Wanda and Pietro? Lin Feng suddenly brought up the twins who were suffering. The missile with Stark on it is an indelible shadow of their childhood. They also blamed you for the death of your parents, remember, Tony. Tony didn't speak, he definitely remembered the twins. Even though the bomb had Stark on it, it wasn't Tony's fault. It's just a weapon, and anyone who controls it can cause damage. That was the fault of Obadiah, who secretly sold weapons to terrorist groups. The twins, the real enemy, are terrorist organizations? Fortunately, the twins finally chose to forgive him. Tony somewhat understood what Lin Feng meant. It is not weapons that kill. It is the man who controls the weapon who kills? You're smart, Tony. I think you can understand what I'm saying. Definitely, I still say that, no matter what choice you make, I will respect you and will not stop it. After saying these words, Lin Feng didn't stay any longer, and walked out of the room directly. Tony is really smart. In the movie, Tony doesn't kill Bucky until the end. Although due to various reasons, I have been in conflict with Captain America for several years. After walking out of the room, Lin Feng was taken aback. There were several people standing outside the door. Natasha Romanoff, Captain America, Banner, Rod are all there. The conversation between Lin Feng and Tony lasted about 10 minutes. Did this group of people come by Quinjet? Lin, Tony, how is it? Natasha Romanoff asked with concern on her face. Lin Feng laughed. These guys came here, obviously worried about Tony and Captain America. What should be said, I have already said. I'm sure Tony will figure it out. Go back first, he needs to be quiet now. Trust Tony, trust me. Everyone was silent for a moment, then nodded. There was still some worry on their faces. All they can do is to come and see the situation. They couldn't help Tony with this kind of thing. After some hesitation, they followed Lin Feng's suggestion and chose to leave. Only Captain America remains in place. His face was still full of worry and guilt. Lin Feng. Captain America called out to Lin Feng with some hesitation. Can I ask you one thing? S.H.I.E.L.D. has profiles on Tony and the Stinger. Captain America also knows that he can't beat the current Tony. If Tony really wanted to kill Bucky, he couldn't stop it. Captain America is a person who advocates freedom and equality, but when facing Bucky, he still has some selfishness. Lin Feng knew what Captain America was thinking. It should be to save Bucky by himself. He shook his head directly and refused. Any choice Tony makes, I won't stop it. Hearing this sentence, Captain America's eyes were a little sad. But Lin Feng patted Captain America on the shoulder and comforted. It was Hydra who really killed Howard, and Bucky was just their tool. I've told Tony the truth, you should believe him, shouldn't you? But Lin Feng increased his strength, and patted Captain America's shoulder again, preventing Captain America from continuing. Everything, Tony and time. After doing all this, Lin Feng left. He flew straight into the sky. He did what he could do, and what he has to do now is to go home and sleep, and then go to the Secretary of State. As for why not look for it now? Because Lin Feng has already heard it. Secretary G will report to the General Affairs Department separately on the situation of the night tomorrow morning. Seeing Lin Feng leave, Captain America was helplessly discouraged. Looking at the door in front of him, after some hesitation, Captain America finally chose to leave. Inside the door, Tony sat slumped on a chair, staring at the ceiling in a daze. The Stinger slowly protruded a head from behind him. Shall I bite his head off for you? Stinger looked at the picture of Bucky on the screen. He could feel, but couldn't understand Tony at the moment's complicated mood. Humans are truly amazing creatures. He couldn't figure out what Tony was struggling with. Isn't it easy to bite off the head? Sir, it has been located. The voice of J.A.R.V.S rang out. On the screen, Bucky's location was displayed. Tony opened his eyes and looked at the screen. He stares at Bucky's profile picture, but doesn't act right away. His fingers tapped lightly on the table. The truth told by Lin Feng and the picture of his parents' death are constantly intertwined in his mind. He was trying his best to control himself to be calm, to be more calm. After a while, Tony finally calmed down a little. New file, revenge plan. Time of the incident, December 16, 1991. Character, Howard. Next, let's see if there is any information I want at S.H.I.E.L.D. Sleepless night. Those who can't sleep are not only Tony, but also Captain America. The next day, Secretary G came to the Grey Palace early. After a tedious verification process, he arrived at an office with bright windows. There is only one person in the office. General Affairs. A document was sent to him, and the Secretary of State Ji also sat down. He had already reported once last night. Lin Feng, as they imagined, became the biggest obstacle to the plan. After the general manager reached out and flipped through the documents, he had a strange expression on his face. Tony, why didn't you go looking for Bucky? According to the predetermined plan, the second set of plans should trigger internal conflicts among the Avengers, and the intensification of this contradiction requires Tony to kill Bucky. Although according to Captain America's character, he will not seek revenge from Tony, but the Avengers will also fall apart. When the time comes, they will break through one by one, and the plan will be much easier to sign. Yes, there was an accident. Secretary G explained. We've accidentally leaked Bucky's location under the pretense, and Tony has the coordinates. But it's weird that Tony didn't act. After a pause, Secretary G continued, our latest news shows. The reason why Tony did not act, 95 is related to Lin Feng. After Tony left yesterday, Lin Feng went to see him. We were unable to monitor Lin Feng. This made the Secretary of State a little helpless. It's not that I haven't tried to monitor Lin Feng's information, but since the satellites were smashed by Lin Feng, they have restrained a lot. Even the spies around Lin Feng's villa disappeared inexplicably, the kind that can no longer be found. These General Affairs all know. He patted the table angrily. Lin Feng again. In General Affairs' impression, Lin Feng is an extremely difficult and powerful Oriental. Generally, if such a person cannot work for the Grey Palace, they will be eliminated. But judging from Lin Feng's performance in the past 2 years, nuclear bombs may not necessarily work. That's why it makes them feel so tricky. As soon as the voice of the General Affairs fell, an abrupt voice suddenly sounded in the meeting room. You looking for me? The tone is lazy and clear. The general manager suddenly looked up, and the cold sweat broke out in an instant. It was Lin Feng, and at some point, he sat across the table. The General Affairs gasped, and subconsciously, he was going to press the alarm button hidden in his cuff. But how could these little tricks escape Superman's eyes? In the next second, General Wu found himself unable to move. Together with the Secretary of State, they were frozen in place as if by magic. There are always people saying that I am handsome behind my back, and I am also very distressed. Lin Feng smiled and stood up, but there was a coldness in his eyes. What? Is it so hot? Sweating so much? Lin Feng came behind the General Secretary and supported his shoulder. Mr. Lin Feng, you have something to say, something to say. General Wu's plump body was stiff, and his lips were trembling constantly. The security level of the Grey Palace can almost be said to be second only to the bunker. However, in this case, Lin Feng still invaded without anyone noticing, without even triggering the alarm. He thought Lin Feng was here to kill him. After finally climbing to this position, he didn't want to just die like this. Hihi, don't be so nervous. Lin Feng walked around the office swaggeringly. He walked to the window and looked at the green plants outside the window. The guard hiding in the dark outside looked numb as if he hadn't seen him. Bright meeting room with such a beautiful view from the window. It must be a good mood to work here. Lin Feng said lightly. At the same moment, huge amounts of coercion emanated from him again. Compared with when he was in the hotel, it was colder, full of blood and chill. You said, why do some people, instead of enjoying life, always try to control something beyond their own ability? Is it really like the one in the movie? Will you wake up when you come to the end of your life? Lin Feng stood by the window pretending to be puzzled, looking at the General Affairs. The sun shone on Lin Feng's shoulders, and for a while, he couldn't see his face clearly. But in the eyes of the General Affairs, Lin Feng's face has already taken on the face of a devil. Threat, this is a threat. Mr. Lin Feng. If you have any requirements, just ask, we will do our best to satisfy you. Secretary Ji couldn't take it anymore at first. The thick oppressive feeling of almost frozen air slowed down the blood flow in his body, and even his voice was trembling. Oh, can you really ask for anything? Lin Feng slowly approached Secretary Ji. The smile on his face, in the eyes of Secretary Ji, was like a devil's smile. Yes, you can ask for anything. The General Affairs echoed from the side, and in a state of fear, the two nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice, and they almost didn't pee. This kind of performance made Lin Feng very disdainful. After all, he is also a high-ranking existence, so he is so unintimidated. Shouldn't mind gems be used to amplify fear? Forget it. Lin Feng took back the gem ability, and then opened a portal. This is not a place to talk? How about we change the scenery better? Without waiting for Secretary Ji and General Affairs to agree, the next moment, he dragged the two of them into a dark space. A strange sense of weightlessness came. The Secretary of State and General Affairs felt themselves floating. The scene in front of him suddenly darkened, and then huge amounts of light balls appeared in front of him. The General Affairs suffocated, his eyes widened, and he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. With Lin Feng's hand, they directly brought the two of them to space. In the distance there are huge amounts of blue, white, and yellow planets. Isn't it the blue star? For a long time, the two had only seen huge amounts of blue star on the screen, but now, they were honored to come to space to meet this miraculous existence in person. However, neither of the two wanted to get this honor. This is for dead man. Doubt, shock, and disbelief. The chair under the ass is still there. They came so easily. Universe? Isn't it beautiful? Lin Feng spoke first, breaking the silent atmosphere. No matter who it is, when they face Blue Star for the first time, they can't help but marvel. The huge and beautiful planet of life bred countless species and thrived. But you have to have a life to appreciate it. The Secretary of State and the General Affairs Officer are obviously not in the mood to appreciate land seeing at this moment, and they start to tremble when they speak. This is the universe. What do you think? Lin Feng asked back, then grabbed the backs of their chairs and turned around. Not far from the trio is a satellite with huge amounts of satellites. On the body of the satellite, engraved with a few English words, Stark. Stark Industries? Come on, do you want to take a photo? Lin Feng smiled and broke the fingers of the two into scissors hands. The scene in front of him is self-evident. Lin Feng somehow brought them into outer space. The two of them were so stiff that they couldn't smile, and they didn't even have the brains to think about why Lin Feng was able to make such weird things in the universe. Seeing that the two couldn't help laughing, Lin Feng didn't make things difficult for them anymore. That's it. This is just an appetizer. Lin Feng felt that the sight of waiting for a while would scare them both to pee. Turn the two of them to Blue Star again. Come on, let's see what is behind the superhero management plan. With a big wave of Lin Feng's hand, he zoomed in on certain areas on the Blue Star. At the same time, scenes were reproduced using time gem. He understands the stubbornness of a dead duck. Without evidence in front of you, you can't expect them to admit what they did. In front of the three of them, countless large screens were still flying, and on the screens were the reactions of the general affairs of many kingdoms when they faced the plan. The screen was playing fast, as if fast-forwarding, and countless words were clearly transmitted to the ears of the three. Are you really going to sign this plan? After signing, will we have the corresponding right to speak? Can superhero really agree to the content of the mission? What if the United States wants superheroes to go to war? Don't worry, the United States committed accordingly. It's another deal. This runs counter to the concept of equality and freedom. Tell them, the East will not sign. Mysterious East, Northern Europe, Western Region, Island Kingdom, Desert Kingdom. The behind-the-scenes dialogues and real thoughts of each kingdom are revealed one by one. There are those who are worried, those who are fortunate, those who are gloating, and those who have begun to premeditate. The screen stays on an undisclosed agreement for a few seconds. Superhero Lian Zhong Action Plan. Lin Feng also read the contents. Specifically, how to control superhero, and in the face of war, the restrictions and channels for calling superhero, etc. In this undisclosed agreement, superhero is like a commodity, and the task price is clearly marked. Lin Feng clicked his tongue twice. Is this the equality and freedom that the United States General Affairs said? It's just a big joke. The Secretary of State and General Affairs began to sweat again, but this is not over yet. The screen changes again. This time, it was the General Affairs Secretary and the Secretary of State Ji who became the protagonists. It was the scene when the two of them were discussing the plan in the conference room. Rogers and Lin Feng are the biggest obstacles to the plan. Are you okay? Since there is no problem, then research the corresponding plan. Also, give me another copy of Lin Feng's latest combat power estimate. In the picture, after giving the order, the two left the scene one after another and came to the General Affairs Lounge. Secretary Ji took out a report and began to report to the General Affairs. The East does not agree to sign the superhero control plan for the time being. West raises questions about whether it can expand the content of superhero missions. Also, the Island Kingdom feels that the mission rewards are a bit too high. They think that if a superhero makes a move, it should be free. Free. The General Affairs waved his hand and interrupted Secretary Ji's report, as if he heard some big joke. His fat body shook, and he let out a sneer. There are still free things in this world. Send a document to the Island Kingdom. If you don't want to sign it, you don't have to sign it, but you have to weigh the consequences yourself. Secretary Ji nodded, and then turned to the page of the Eastern Kingdom. What about the Eastern Kingdom? They insist that the superhero should not be restrained. Even the supervision should be replaced by an open and transparent one, decided and voted by the will of the people. Hehe. The General Affairs sneered again, not paying attention to this opinion at all. It seems that the blockade of their technology is not enough. This is it. What is his purpose of supervising superhero? Its control? Its victory? Its chips? I remember that I prepared a sharing agreement 2 days ago. Although it was made more than 10 years ago, since you don't know the fun, then cancel it. Secretary Ji nodded. Understood, but Dongfeng has already delivered the materials for sharing and exchange. And Superman is an Eastern face. Secretary Ji fully agrees with the handling of the General Affairs, but raised 2 questions with some concerns. Then give them the technology of 20 years ago with additional requirements. Lin Feng can't know about this. As for the proposal in the Western region, I think it is very good. As long as the money is enough, Natasha Romanoff can give them a t-shirt dance. After all, it's also for border peace. After saying this, the 2 shameless old guys looked at each other and laughed loudly. Scenes were played in front of the 2 of them, full of darkness and interests. Lin Feng was also amazed at seeing it. As I said a long time ago, there is no darkest, only darker. On the surface, there are 5 people and 6 people, but money and sex are operating behind the scenes. Okay, superheroes are busy saving the world every day, but you are busy every day how to control the world with money. After the screen was almost played, Lin Feng waved his hand and removed all the screens. There is basically no control plan that is really agreed to reduce casualties. The selfish side is vividly interpreted by them. Don't you want to know my combat power? Lin Feng said, grabbed the chairs of the two of them, and activated the shuttle ability of the space gem in an instant. The scene in front of him changed again. In the blink of an eye, he left the solar system. Immediately afterwards, under Lin Feng's manipulation, the two experienced an unprecedented big scene. In the true sense, a space war like a sci-fi war. A group of battleships with a length of up to a kilometer broke out in the universe. For profit, for survival. Countless cannonballs and lasers are flying in the universe, blooming in the darkness like an incomparably gorgeous firework. Secretary G can even feel the heat blowing towards his face. Countless warships and lives exploded and fell right under their noses. The scene was extremely cruel and shocking. Shuttle came again. This time it is from the perspective of God, seeing how a planet will perish under a powerful force. The original happy smile filled every corner of the planet. The battleships that cover the sky and the sun descend. Loot, kill, sell. A symphony of profit and brutality. Just like the dark hearts of the two. However, if the strength is not enough, it will become the party that is persecuted. The two of them were chatting in the office every day, and had never seen such a scene before. Even the battlefield of Blue Star, neither of them has been there. For a moment, shock and fear filled the hearts of the two of them. They couldn't figure out what Lin Feng wanted to do, but they had to watch it. There's no way, now Lin Feng is still controlling the two of them, they can't even move. Lin Feng also doesn't intend to show the two too many scenes, just these two are enough. After watching the disappearance of living planets, Lin Feng directly found a barren planet that was about the same file size as Blue Star. His eyes were red, and as soon as he fired the heat ray, the planet was shattered, evaporated, and melted, directly showing a wave of power. Definitely, it was intentional. The purpose was to let the two of them have a preliminary understanding of their current strength. The effect is also remarkable. The hearts of Secretary G and General Affairs almost stopped beating. For a while, Lin Feng was wandering the streets in the universe. The specific personal strength model is still the value of more than a year ago, when Blue Star was in disaster relief. But now it seems that it is obviously too much stronger. Let's not talk about taking people to shuttle in the universe. Even if all the nuclear bombs of Blue Star are fired at the same time, it can only plow off the skin of Blue Star. It is impossible to cause any destructive damage to Blue Star. Only life is hurt. Lin Feng's strength directly surpassed the cognition of the two of them. Just one blow made them understand what Lin Feng meant. He alone can destroy Blue Star. Seeing that the demonstration was almost done, Lin Feng brought the two of them back to Blue Star. Back to the meeting room with bright windows. The two breathed heavily. The experience just now was like a dream, but it was extremely real. Now, see what I mean? Seeing that the two of them had almost eased up, Lin Feng said lightly, climbing to such a high position requires a brain. He worked hard to do these things. If the two of them still don't know what Lin Feng wants to do, then they can directly prepare the coffin. I understand, Mr. Lin Feng. The General Affairs responded bravely. The superhero control plan will not be implemented any longer. It's an interesting answer. Under such circumstances, if you still want to carry out the plan, it will be difficult for your own life. But Lin Feng was not satisfied. He chuckled. Is that the only way? The flat tone made the General Affairs tremble. Dong Feng's technology sharing. We will implement it according to the agreement. No, we will share advanced technology with the East. It must be advanced. Avengers will still be the same as before. We promise, we'll never interfere again. After some guarantees, like a primary school student admitting his mistake, he made various promises before Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. His purpose in doing all this is to let the General Affairs know how powerful he is, and to warn them not to jump too much. Whether it's showing the interstellar war, or being able to easily destroy the Blue Star, it's just so that this kind of thing won't happen again in the future. Only by doing it right once can they avoid the mentality of bouncing around again in the future. There is a high probability that Lin Feng will travel between universes for a long time in the future. He didn't want to see Lansing turned into a mess when he came back. Take the Avengers Alliance 3 as an example. If Tony and Captain America hadn't gotten into a stalemate over this matter, even if things got to that point, the process would have been completely different. At least everyone would fight side by side without leaving any regrets. Everyone is a species of Blue Star. Lin Feng doesn't mind giving it another chance. If the two don't know each other well, there will be a next time. Lin Feng doesn't mind using the mind gem directly to puppet all the high positions in the Grey Palace. After finishing all this, Lin Feng clapped his hands and left the Grey Palace in a very happy mood. The rest of the General Affairs and G Secretary were in the conference room, looking at each other, and they didn't recover for a long time. Although Lin Feng didn't actually threaten the two of them, they both knew about it. If Lin Feng is not satisfied, there is a high probability that the two of them have already stayed in the universe. After a long time, the Secretary of State hesitation said, "Are you really going to cancel the control plan?" The General Affairs officer was straightening his dripping trousers, and couldn't help but roll his eyes after hearing this stupid question. Do you want to experience it again? Secretary G shuddered. His heart had only undergone surgery 2 years ago. Who knows if he can survive the next time? Under Lin Feng's simple means, the superhero control plan was urgently stopped. There is no such thing as yin and yang in movies or novels. Still the same sentence, those who can climb to this height are all desperate and have normal brains. If Lin Feng is provoked again, something more terrifying than a nuclear bomb explosion will happen. However, the General Affairs did not give up. He was going to approve the funds to increase the research on Blue Star's unknown items and some high-energy items, so as to see if there was a way to limit Lin Feng. Among them, including obelisks and other items. After all, no one wants to have a nuclear bomb hanging over their heads every day. These are things for later. After solving the 2 general affairs, Lin Feng ran to the Golden Arch. He's going to buy 2 hamburgers and go check on Tony. The night passed, and there was no movement from Tony's side, obviously no action yet. Lin Feng guessed that he was thinking about it, but don't worry about these things, just wait and see. There are not many customers in the Golden Arches. There were probably 3 or 4 people in the front line. Lin Feng was quietly at the end. Although his identity has long been exposed, everyone knows that Superman is Lin Feng. But with the help of the ring, as long as Lin Feng does not put on the Superman uniform, people will subconsciously ignore the existence of Lin Feng. Definitely, acquaintances can still recognize it. After all, they usually come into contact with the normal Lin Feng. This should be the charm of magic. While queuing up, 2 more people came behind Lin Feng. A beautiful woman with a good figure leads a young man. Peter, promise me you won't screw up the next quiz. The beautiful women lined up, raised a finger, and asked the young man for a guarantee. The boy seemed to be a little malnourished, very thin, and his small t-shirt looked a little baggy. Understood, Aunt May. Trust me, this time it was just an accident. The boy patted his thin chest confidently, promising. Peter, Aunt May. Lin Feng moved his ears, and the conversation between the 2 fell into his ears verbatim. He had no eavesdropping habit, but the familiar voice of the 2 caught their attention. And the name reminds Lin Feng of another chatterbox in the Marvel Universe. Lin Feng was thinking strangely, it couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? Thinking of this, Lin Feng turned his head to look. What a coincidence? Sure enough, it is the future Spider-Man, Peter Parker, and his Aunt May. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and chuckled secretly. The current Peter is half a head shorter than in the original book, and he also looks a little more immature than in the movie. Lin Feng calculated the time. Peter has not been bitten by a spider yet, and has not turned into a Spider-Man. But it is estimated that it will be soon. In about a year, Peter will become a good neighbor Spider-Man. Lin Feng had no intention of saying hello to the 2 of them, but just took a look and then turned his head. Aunt May was talking to little Peter and didn't notice Lin Feng's movements. Instead, it was little Peter who looked at Lin Feng's back in surprise. When Lin Feng turned around just now, he saw a very familiar face, but Peter was sure he didn't know him. Aunt May's words came in one ear and out the other, and Peter began to search his memory, where he had seen this person. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to leave after buying the hamburgers, Peter was shocked, as if he had thought of it. Aunt May, lend me your phone. Mobile phone. Aunt May was a little puzzled, but she still took out her mobile phone. What are you going to do? Before he finished speaking, Peter took the phone and ran outside. Peter, where are you going? I'm at the door. Peter replied without looking back. I wanted to chase him out to see what this kid was up to, but the order was already at her. Forget it. Anyway, Peter should not go far. Let's order first and then talk. Aunt May withdrew her thoughts and ordered. Peter chased Lin Feng out of the glass door. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to open the car door and leave, he quickly mustered up his courage and shouted, Sir. Lin Feng stopped moving his hands, and turned his head with a smile on his face. He knew Peter was calling him, since there was no one else around after all. What's the matter, boy? Peter swallowed, a little agitated. Excuse me, are you Superman? Huh. Lin Feng was a little surprised by Peter's blunt words. What did he think? That he was recognized by little Spider-Man? Lin Feng wouldn't be so surprised if he was a Spider-Man in the future, but now Peter is just an ordinary boy who has never been in contact with him, and he even wears a ring. Can you recognize this? Could it be that the legendary protagonist Halo? Peter waited expectantly for Lin Feng's answer. His feeling told him that the black-haired big brother in front of him must be Superman. He's watched it countless times on YouTube. He is powerful and can fly, which made Peter very addicted to him when he was a boy. Superman and Iron Man are his favorite superheroes. After all, children of this age have many fantasies every day. Peter is no exception. He often fantasizes that he can become as powerful as Superman. Be an existence that destroys evil everywhere and protects the weak. Lin Feng laughed a little, but he didn't intend to deny it. Although little Spider-Man was a bit talkative, he was not annoying. And coincidentally, when Lin Feng watched movies before, his favorite superheroes were also Iron Man and little Spider-Man. Lin Feng squatted down a little. Peter is not too tall, and he is still in the stage of growing his body. Do you have anything to do with me, Peter? No denials? Peter was so excited that he was about to jump up, but he didn't notice that Mr. Superman called out his name. What fairy luck? When I went out with Aunt May, I met Mr. Superman. Excited, Peter stuttered live, I. His face instantly turned red, embarrassing. In front of his idol, Peter felt that he was a little disappointed. Lin Feng chuckled. He looked at his watch, and patted little Spider-Man on the shoulder. Don't worry, take your time. We have plenty of time, don't we? Yes, sir. Peter tried to calm himself. Yes, can we take a picture, Mr. Superman? You may not know it, but I have always admired you so much. Peter stumbled to reveal his purpose, and at the same time, he was a little strange. He used to be very eloquent, but now that he saw Superman, he couldn't even say a few words, so just asked Aunt May for a mobile phone just to take a photo with Superman? Lin Feng definitely won't refuse little Spider-Man's request, definitely no problem. Want me to change into a Superman uniform? For the movie superhero that he liked before, Lin Feng can still satisfy him for such small things as taking a photo together. Hearing that Superman was willing to take a photo with him, Peter became even more excited, and quickly waved his hands. No, Mr. Superman. He hurriedly turned on his phone and called up the front camera. Lin Feng bent down slightly again. With little Spider-Man in action, Lin Feng's sunny smiling face and his own slightly restrained expression synthesized a photo. Good guy, he wants to print a large size of this photo and hang it in his room.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.